Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Dallas-Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
He takes the snap, drops back, screen left, caught Lazard, makes a man miss, at the 5, looking for the pylon, reaches it out, he's in, that's a jet touchdown. Alan Lazard runs over, hands the ball to his old Green Bay teammate Aaron Rodgers.
That's how we start the Friday edition of Shan and RJ. It is a Football Friday here on DFW Sports Station, your home of the Cowboys, with Mike McCarthy live at 6:30. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy. Bobby Belt out with strep. So that kiss goodbye you guys had yesterday in Carrollton may come back to haunt you.
It really might. It really might come back to haunt me because I was so glad to find out when he sent us a text saying that he has strep throat, that I was sitting right next to him. And he leans over an awful lot during the show, takes his headphones off, leans over, whispers. So there's no doubt droplets. You know, we were talking about droplets for a long time in this country, Sean, you know, with the COVID. We talked about droplets. They're all getting on me, and now there's no doubt for my big weekend, Peyton's big weekend, that I'm going to have nothing but strep throat.
Oh. Yeah, he said that one of his daughters had it. And he was looking lethargic and dead in the final hour of the show. I just thought that it was his usual demeanor of pouting or being grouchy or being tired or not having any questions for David Ferretti. Or worried about showing Henrik Stenson his golf swing. But no, it turns out after he woke up from the nap, the throat was burning him up, and he is out for today.
Yeah. I mean, look, there's nothing worse than that. You wake up and you got the scratchy throat and a dry throat, and it just hurts to swallow, and now you got to go to the doc.
Happy birthday to RJ Choppy and Peyton Russell. The double B days on Sean and RJ. Big number 45.
Big number 45 for me. And Peyton, what are you, 29, 28?
28.
Oh,
2 years away from 30, man.
I did some research because I was like, you know what? I saw a lot of people have birthdays yesterday. And then I know Peyton and I obviously today, and I know a lot of people and I looked. And if you go to the top 10 birthdays, 9 of them are between September 9th and the 22nd. 9 of the top 10 birthdays are in that, and that's because everybody gets you get loopy on New Year's Eve 9 months later, or you're snowed in 9 months later.
I was wondering what that was.
Has to be, right? It's got to be.
What could have led to all that excitement?
Or the Cowboys. Bobby will say the Cowboys making it to their last Super Bowl. You know, was my reason. That was early January, but it's also Trayvon Diggs' birthday as well.
Okay,
today.
Wow,
you weird for that. Happy birthday, Diggs. So, what is your big weekend?
Dinner tonight, and then tomorrow we are going to go watch the Tennessee game, Tennessee and Oklahoma.
Oh, you got tickets?
No, we're not getting. No. Well, I tried to get tickets to the game. I had a guy that was going to sell me his, but he's gonna go. He wasn't sure if his family member was going to pass away, and if his family member. I said, look, if your family member dies, I'll take him.
Yeah.
So sad to say that his family member's still alive.
I know. That's how I got into Rayo's.
Yeah. There was a death.
Chef Dino's like, someone had to go to a funeral. I was like, yes.
All right.
Heck yeah.
So no, we're just gonna go. We'll go somewhere in like this Grapevine, Colleyville, South Lake area, and watch the game. Was this supposed
to be the ticket hookup from Babe Laufenberg?
No, that's for Alabama. That's for the Alabama game. Now it is game day is there, and that's Babe's ticket hookup is College game day. But I didn't ask for the OU tickets. I didn't ask for that one. But no, we're just gonna stick in town and go watch the game.
Pay birthday plans.
I will be out at Legacy West tonight for dinner plans over there, Plano, Frisco area. I got one of two options here. I have reservations at both, but it all just depends on what I'm feeling, when the mood's right. First one is Mexican Sugar. out there.
Oh, that's good.
Never been to either one of these places, but I've heard great things about Mexican sugar. The only thing is they said we can only get you in at 7:45. That's the earliest.
Oh,
It's not bad.
Yeah, I was like 8 o'clock dinner. Okay, but it's for the birthday, it's fine. And then North Italia, right across the street from there, Italian place. So,
Also very solid.
really?
Yeah.
I've never played. You've been there? It's that good? I've never been there.
Yeah, it's good. I think they have one by the American Airlines Center, or they did.
How will it compare to Olive Garden for Peyton?
I better be blown away. Olive Garden better not take number 1 here.
So how are you going to make the decision?
After waking from my nap. So the North Italia reservation is at 6:30. So I have to make a little sooner decision there. But I'm leaning North Italia. It's been a while since I've had a good Italian place.
I think it has to depend, right? 6:30 dinner, you got to be prepared to do the drinks after. 7:45 dinner, you can go somewhere around there at 6 and pregame beforehand. So you have the energy to stay out later afterwards, of course, driving back home all the way to Rockwall, or you ready for the afternoon drive time traffic at 6 to pregame dinner, then back home.
Yeah, and Legacy West, a lot of place to drink around there. So I think we'll do the drinks after, though, because, I'm really leaning towards North Italia here.
It's good. It's solid.
Can you not get something with the Alfredo sauce, though? I know you're an Alfredo guy.
But I get, I have tomorrow off. I get sleep in. So if anything, any stomach issues, I got all day tomorrow. So I'm fine. But, I don't know. Chicken Alfredo sounds good.
All right, so happy birthday to the fellas. Mike McCarthy will join us live at 6:30. We start with Thursday Night Football dominance for Aaron Rodgers and the New York Jets, 24-3 over New England.
Man.
New England was hapless
in this game.
Awful to watch.
It was a very difficult watch. This was I didn't bet it. I should have. I didn't trust. I don't trust the Jets. And you know what? What really stood out is the crowd doesn't trust the Jets either. That was not a loud crowd. I did not think.
I tuned it out. I tried to tune it out after watching Fireman Ed in the beginning. I can't stand that guy now. I didn't realize how much of an attention whore he was. I knew he was an attention whore, but he literally doesn't want anyone to cheer and he does it over and over and over again. I had heard them mention after a Mark Sanchez game, he's like, I'm done. I'm out. I'm not coming back. And I was like, you never should have come back. The Fireman Ed getting the Jets crowd hyped up as Aaron Rodgers throws for 280 yards and 2 touchdowns. Watching Rodgers play, does it make you think, okay, he can bounce back with an elite season, just a good enough season to have the Jets in the playoffs? And how are you thinking about New York as a playoff team? Because now it looks like a 2-horse race in the AFC East with undefeated Buffalo and the Jets at 2-1.
Yep.
Miami without Tua, and no one but Bobby was trying to believe in the Patriots.
Nope. If Tua was healthy, you can make a case that it's a 3-horse race, but he won't be back for 5 more weeks. So it's a 2-horse race. I think they're clearly a playoff team right now, even though the AFC is very, very difficult. They're clearly a playoff team. And he looks good. I mean, he doesn't look elite. He's not an elite player.
Yeah.
But he looks very, very good. And he's so smart.
I think our prediction, our collective show prediction for them feels right, like 10-7, something like that. We all had them as a wild card team to get in, or a playoff team. I'm not feeling anything more than that right now.
No, I don't think they're going to. I don't put them in the Super Bowl contender category. But, I mean, look, that was, and I know New England's a terrible team. That was a good defensive effort.
Yeah.
I mean, you hold a team in the NFL to 3 points. That's a good defensive effort. And then offensively, they do enough. And they got 2 really good running backs. Allen and Hall are tremendous.
Breece Hall's a beast.
Yes, he is.
Where did he come from?
Breece, was he Louisville?
Iowa State, I thought.
Iowa State. Yep.
Purdy?
Iowa State. And then Allen was at Wisconsin or something.
He was drafted in the 2nd round. Breece Hall was. He is a beast. So the Jets get a very nice win to kick off week 3 of the National Football League. It sounds like everything is going to be fine with CeeDee Lamb and Trayvon Diggs. Jake Ferguson returning as well for the Ravens. Mozzie Smith, a bigger concern. And I know you may laugh when I say Mozzie Smith, a big concern if he doesn't play, but you do have a defensive tackle disaster right now with your football team. You just need bodies at the very least to go up against Derrick Henry and Lamar.
Yeah, if we were scared in the middle of that last week's game against the Saints with Alvin going to the edge, we should be petrified of Derrick Henry going up the middle. Because I don't think there was a play that I could remember where the Cowboys' defensive front didn't get pushed back. That was bad. That was a bad showing.
What did you think of Kumar Rocker's second start and maybe the greatest night in baseball history? We have to try to put it into words with the greatness and the legend of Shohei Ohtani. All that followed by Mike McCarthy, 6 a.m. Club, live and strong. Glad you're waking up with us on The Fan.
Like snakes in Sean's yard. Eek! The Odyssey.
The project is complete. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
And it's back to Shan and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
On a 1-2, Ohtani sends one in the air, the other way, back it goes, gone! One-of-a-kind player, one-of-a-kind season. Shohei Ohtani starts the 50-50 club.
Great call on Dodgers TV. I believe that is Joe Davis, who does the national games with John Smoltz. This is your home of the Rangers. Also, your home of Mike McCarthy every Friday at 6:30 as we get ready for the monster matchup against the Baltimore Ravens here on Shan and RJ. Thank you all for being Tolos. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We're going to get to the second start for Kumar Rocker, but I think it's overshadowed by maybe the greatest night in baseball history from an individual performance. Shohei Ohtani with 6 hits, 10 runs batted in, 3 home runs, 2 stolen bases, all while joining the 50-50 club, the first ever player to do it.
He's the best. And 4 runs scored. It's just an insane night. Like, maybe the best night you've ever seen. What a way, and not only just the night, but also that, like, to do it as you go into the 50-50 club. It'd be like, Bonds breaking McGuire's record on a night where he hits 3 home runs and goes 6 for 6. Like, right? It's just a crazy night, and it's just underscores how awesome this dude really is. And I don't know if he's like a I really don't think, like, because he's not like this super beloved player because nobody knows him.
Yeah.
Nobody knows anything about him. He's so secretive.
Bobby hates him and his dog.
But, could you imagine, like, and this guy's he's not even pitching this year. Could you imagine if Patrick Mahomes also played linebacker at a really high level?
Well, I was trying to put this into context because that's what everyone is going to do today. That's what you have to do in terms of greatest player, greatest season. What is he? This is everything that we thought Bo Jackson could be, and maybe even a little bit more. I don't know. I don't know how much to even add or subtract from Bo, but 2 different sports. Now, if you want to keep it within the same sport, we've never had something. This is what Travis Hunter, I guess, is trying to do. But he's having this season without pitching.
I know.
He's having this season without pay. Imagine if he had 15 or 16 wins on top of it.
His WAR would be through the roof. I mean, it already is.
What is it?
His WAR is 7.3. Now, that's good. I mean, it's not like, we've seen, Trout's routinely been in the 10s and 11s. I think he got 12 one year. Judge is at 10 right now for this year. I think Bobby Witt is going to be at 10 for this year. So Shohei gets dinged because he doesn't play any position. He doesn't play the field. So Witt and Judge, they play center and short. So they're going to get a boost beyond their offensive number.
Obviously, Babe Ruth is there, but and I usually don't like MVP because of the word value, and people don't just say, is he having the best season? Oh, no, does he have the best value to his team? If he was missing these games, what would they actually be? Is Tua going to be? If the Dolphins started off 2-0 and he got hurt and he came back and they were 2-6, is he the most valuable?
Yeah, right.
I hate that usually, but I think it applies here. I mean, I think it's easy to say that Shohei Ohtani is the most valuable baseball player of our lifetimes.
Well, yeah, especially when you factor in the pitching, because if he's not, if he never pitches again,
you have to factor in the pitching. I'm not saying best because I don't know him one at bat if I'm taking him over Bonds, but the most valuable baseball player of all time with the mound.
And
it might not be close.
And the contract kind of shows that. I mean, he got $70 million a year. So absolutely.
I'm glad he put up the stat line in the night in which he reached the 50-50.
Yeah, I am too. I think it makes it so much more special. If he never pitches again, then is he as valuable as Bobby Jr. or Aaron Judge or Betts? Probably not, because they offer something in the field. But he does pitch, and he will pitch again, and we don't know what he's going to be. He might be a closer. If I'm the Dodgers, I mean, are you going to spend that kind of money on him to close? Probably not, but you also want to save his arm.
And the freak speed.
Dude,
but you don't think about looking at him as a monster.
No, you don't. You don't think about that because he's huge. He's like 6'4", 6'5". Now, would he have stolen all these bases if they didn't increase the bag size? Because that did bring steals back into play. Who knows? That's not. I mean, that's not something you can ever figure out. There's no way to quantify that. This is an awesome night. It's an awesome player, and it's one of the best seasons of all time. Like, the shame is that he might be having the third best season in the sport. That's how crazy, because he might be having the third best this year. He might be having the third best year this year
behind Judge
and Witt. I have to go look at someone because Witt's got 30 homers. And he's going to wind up winning the batting title, and he's got a huge WAR. And the Judge is hitting 320, and he's got 50-something bombs, and his OPS plus is like 40 points higher. This is an awesome year from an offensive standpoint for those three guys.
Got to maybe weigh the stolen bases versus what those guys are in the field. Like Judge playing center versus the 50 stolen bases that Ohtani can bring you.
And Bobby's got... Bobby Jr. has, let's see here. He's got 30 steals.
Okay. Night number 2, start number 2 on this radio station for the stud.
1-2. Swing and a miss. Fastball upstairs. He gets the chase from Schneider. That's the 4th strikeout for Rocker. No balls, 2 strikes. The pitch. Strike 3 called. Backdoor slider that clips the corner. So Rocker gets Lo Profito watching.
Kumar Rocker wasn't as sharp in his second outing for the Rangers. What did you see?
I saw a lot of the same of the first start, except less impressive. Like, he still struck out 5 in 3 innings, right? His strikeout to walk ratio is very, very good, and that's one of the major things that it's a point of emphasis on in the game today. They care less about ERA, more about certain other things. I think his biggest issue was, same kind of way in his first start. He just throws too many dang pitches. And that is going to be very, very difficult for him to progress because it's inefficient right now. And, again, that's the game today, right? I remember when Bassett came in the league or Ryan Drees always tell me this. Even if I gave up 0 or 1 runs through 5 innings, the veterans would be like, yeah, thanks for killing our bullpen for the day, man. And that's not the way it is today.
He had never issued more than 2 walks in a game in his pro career, issued 5 free base runners, 4 walks, and a hit batter against Toronto in a 4-0 loss to the Blue Jays. Much more on the 2 baseball stories as we continue here with the Friday edition of Shan and RJ. Joining us next, how did they recover from the Saints game, and how do we get ready for the monster matchup against Baltimore? Mike McCarthy joins us live on Shan and RJ next. But I just got the update yesterday from my main man, Brandon Hurtado, over at Hurtado Barbecue. We got about...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have.
It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
He is out with strep. It's brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. And I think Peyton just committed a birthday faux pas.
Man.
I saw him smile back there as he was getting coach on the line. And I was like, what, did Mike maybe hear that it was your birthday? He goes, yeah, I told him.
Oh, you can't tell. Hey, it's my birthday today.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, how does that conversation go? What did he say back, Peyton? What did he say to you when you said, and what did you say? Hey, coach, it's my birthday?
No, I was just giving him a little PR heads up that it's RJ's birthday. I didn't say it was my birthday. No one cares about my birthday. They care about RJ's birthday.
And what did he say back to you? Oh, yeah?
He said, well, I'm going to give him a big happy birthday wish.
All right, let's bring in the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. Good morning, Coach.
Good morning. Happy birthday. Hell, I couldn't sleep last night, just thinking about all the things I was going to say this morning.
Oh, thank you, Coach. I mean so much. I appreciate that.
Yeah. So what are you doing today for your birthday?
Dinner, and then I hope that my Tennessee Volunteers get a big win tomorrow. That would be the good birthday there, and then the Cowboys on Sunday. You guys get a win.
Oh, there you go. Nice. Where are you going to dinner?
This place called the Lost Colony in Highland Village. I don't know if you know where that is. I've never been there.
Well, cool. Well, it sounds like a heck of a spot.
And Peyton's got a big decision between Mexican or Italian, Coach. Which one would you lean towards?
Oh, shoot. I think they're both great, but I don't know. I think it's a matter of which you had last. So if you had Mexican last, I go Italian. Or flip it. No, you can't go wrong with Mexican or Italian.
So, Coach, we were just having this discussion about Shohei Ohtani for the Dodgers. He had like an incredible night last night, 6 for 6, 10 RBIs, 3 home runs, 2 stolen bases. Just an insane night. Is there a night from a player that you were there for coaching with or against that just stands out to you as like, oh, wait, that was like the most special night I've ever seen?
On the field?
Yeah.
Oh, God. Yeah, I mean, I've seen some unbelievable games, by Aaron Rodgers, just 5-6 touchdown type games. But nothing jumps to mind as far as the opponent, But no, I'm sorry, but that what he's doing is off the charts. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's the year that he's having.
50-50.
Yeah.
50-50. Yep.
50-50.
Yeah.
First base.
Unheard of.
Yes. Hey, Coach. Obviously, the Ravens are coming in here desperate at 0-2. What struggles have you seen from them on tape that has them winless so far?
Well, I just think it's they didn't finish the game against the Raiders. Obviously they if you just look at the last 3 series of the games, the game against the Raiders, did 3 and outs, and then the Raiders went down and scored 3 times. So this is an excellent football team. I mean, it's still the team that was competing to go to the Super Bowl last year. So, and I think it's also the reality of September football. I understand the records, but we're preparing for the team that's been on tape. As far as the first 2 weeks, but also we spent a bunch of time on particularly their players. Last year obviously they've had a lot of change in their coaching staff, but you're talking about a system and a profile and a program that's been in place for decades.
Yeah.
So that's what we're really focused on as far as getting ready to go win this game.
Watching them and seeing Lamar and all that he, all the problems he presents, is he probably the most difficult guy to game plan against just because you don't know what he's going to do on any given play?
Absolutely. I think when you got a impact player, like Lamar is, that has the ball in his hands every single play, and and has the diversity, starting with just the time clock of their plays, because I mean, there's obviously when you design a play, there's a time clock to it, but his off tempo and extended time clock is probably going to be the biggest challenge we see all year. So his ability to extend plays, and then unfortunately for us, is when he pulls the ball down and runs, he is a dynamic runner too. So, and he still has the ability to stay on the move and make the 50, 60-yard throws. So this is a big challenge for our defense.
Coach, do you remember what you thought about him coming out of Louisville? And what's your core philosophy on changing a guy too much. You know, the big Lamar discussion has always been, all right, or Mike Vick even, try to have him run less to preserve him, you know, become better as a pocket passer, or are you just taking away from what makes that player truly special and unique? Like, what's your philosophy on the dual impact guy and maybe trying to save some of the wear and tear?
Well, I mean, I remember the draft because, you know, that was the draft class of, you know, Baker Mayfield, Josh Allen, and Sam Darnold and that bunch. And, you know, the conversation that Ted Thompson and I had was, and I forget where we were picking that year, but, you know, he was what we labeled as the X factor in that group because, you know, at Louisville he played for Bobby Petrino. You know, Bobby ran a pro style offense, so there was, you know, a lot of drop back on tape to evaluate. Now, you know, we weren't, you know, looking to take a quarterback, but, you know, it was definitely a discussion of, you know, if he was down there when we picked it, it was, you know, definitely a conversation you needed to have. But just extremely dynamic, you know, with the ball in his hand. But there definitely was enough, you know, drop back there that you can say, hey, this guy can also win from the pocket.
Do you remember who you guys picked at 18?
I do not.
Jair Alexander.
Ooh,
there you go. Good pick.
Very good pick.
Derwin James, Jair, Van Der Esch. Nice little cluster right there.
That's a good set right there. Coach, philosophy, you know, because you got to spy on him, right? You're going to have so basically it becomes 11 on 10. Philosophically, do you like using your best player to spy on him, or like how do you do that? How do you decide who to use?
Well, that's why you game plan. So, you know, I think with anything, you know, these are things that you put in place, you know, during the off season and as far as training camp and train. I think, you know, when the schedule, you know, you're playing the AFC North and the schedule came out and we knew we were going to play these teams early. So, I mean, these are things that, you know, we have, you know, built into our base package. So, you know, it's, you know, Deshaun Watson's obviously is a very active quarterback. So, I mean, these are the kind of things that we can hopefully build off of, you know, schemes and calls that we have in place. But you're definitely have to adjust and give him different looks because, like I said, he's extremely dynamic.
How has he developed as a thrower, Coach? Because a lot of people say, all right, he can run during the regular season. The Ravens are always going to be 11, 12 wins, but it's going to take him throwing more efficiently in the postseason to advance. How have you seen Lamar develop as a thrower over the years?
Well, I think the new offensive change has been good for him because I think it's given him more, you know, opportunity as far as, you know, schematically from the pocket. You know, where I would have viewed their offense before more run first, throw second. But I do think they have more balance if you watch them last year and this year. So you know, I think Todd Monk has done a really nice job with them.
Mike McCarthy here with Shan and RJ on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Coach, right now with your football team, is the bigger focus or bigger concern on your run defense or your own run game?
Oh, I think it's, you know, really farm your own land, you know, clean your own house mentality. You can go through everything. I mean, we're not, you know, we know where we are and continue to work on. But yeah, definitely we're focused on both those this week as far as, you know, primary energy distribution as far as you know, things we did in practice, and you know, you only have so much time each day on the field, and but those will be priorities throughout the year. I mean, your run defense and run offense has to continue to grow. You know, it never stays the same in this league.
Coach, we saw New Orleans get out on the perimeter last week. Is it the opposite with the Ravens when they do hand off with Henry? Are you just anticipating more of a between the tackles battle with their run game when they do hand off?
I think the big key with Derek, you know, I mean, just watch him throughout his career is, you know, his ability to get going. You know, if he is on the, you know, the outside zone, that's when he's most dangerous. But you know, so how they get to the perimeter and really, you know, coming off the outside zone or the pattern, you know, gap schemes where the ball has a chance to bounce. But you know, it's a different run game. Clearly, the body types up front are different. So I mean, they're going to come in. They're going to play their game, and you know, there's just a lot of things that they schematically and conceptually have always done. You know, they get on the goal line. They're going to run power, and so those are the things we're really locked into.
Coach, are you guys expecting to add Dalvin Cook to your attack on Sunday?
Well, I mean, Good shot. I mean, he did a nice job. I mean, I don't recall ever talking about who's going to play on Sunday.
Okay.
On the show.
Oh, yeah. I thought you were going to give.
It's a birthday. It's a birthday present.
I was just clouded with RJ's birthday plans.
Not Peyton's.
Not Peyton's, right?
I just can't believe. I don't know why I didn't get invited to dinner. That's one.
Oh my gosh! There you go. You want to come? Come on to dinner. Let's go. All right.
Too late. I already got plans.
You would have been picking up the check anyway. Trust me.
That's
going
true.
out chopping.
No doubt. Yeah, no doubt.
That's 100% true. No doubt. Mike McCarthy joined us here at 105 through the Fan. Okay, the trend around the league, first couple of weeks, points are down a little bit. And I know it's early. It's basically first couple of games of the year now have become extended preseason. But has running the ball become cool again?
Has it become cool?
Yeah, it's a new thing. We love the passing game. Passing was all the rage, and now it seems like running the ball is the thing to do again.
Well, I think it's like anything. You're trying to establish things, and at this time of year with your team, and then off of the run game comes half of your passing game, especially in the majority of your passing game in the first and second down. So, I look at the touchdowns being down, and I could just only go off of our experience. You have certain opportunities to take the shots at the end zone, and when you hit them, that's when you're scoring the touchdowns, and your numbers are up. We haven't hit ours in the first 2 weeks.
Coach, Mel Kiper Jr. said on ESPN yesterday that the NFL should outlaw the too high safeties because it's killing the downfield passing attack. First of all, would you support that? Second of all, is that really a major reason why downfield passing is just not what it was maybe, a handful of years ago?
I don't believe that at all. I mean the Steelers defense of the 70s played cover 2, and I think it's just like anything. Our league's about trends, and always has been, and and whether it's more too high or too shallow with the quarters or too high with the deeper cover 2 concepts, and a one high, whether it's man or the match concepts that's popular now. I think it's it's plus there's only been 2 games. I mean, we're in week 3, and we're going to make this comments like that. I don't agree with that.
Coach, is Mozzie the biggest injury concern that you guys are trying to address before Sunday, compare with Ferg and Lamb and Diggs, which you seemed to say a couple of days ago wasn't a major concern? Is Mozzie the one at the top of y'all's list?
No, I think just really how they all come in today. Everything was moving forward yesterday when we left here last night. So, I'm very hopeful that they're all going to play. This is a key day. Just the way this is set up. Yesterday was a rough practice, and it was pads, and we went inside because of the heat. So we really got after it yesterday. So we'll see how the guys come in today.
Well, try to catch up on some sleep that you lost last night, waiting for the birthday invites. Apologies from the 2 guys, and best of luck this weekend.
All right, man. You guys have a great weekend.
You too, Coach. Mike McCarthy. Oh, that was Pepe.
Uh-oh.
I think Pepe cut him off right there.
Peyton.
Did not like that he was asking where RJ was going and talking about the choppy plans over his. Mike McCarthy brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. Is it any coincidence, even after coming off that type of loss against the Saints, that amount of personality was there today with just us 2 in here?
No coincidence at all.
Zip zero. I had to mention, it was more important to mention Bobby Alstrep than both of your birthdays.
Absolutely. I
strategic.
think we're just going to have to, when Mike comes on, just have Bobby kindly leave the room.
Bassick it.
Yep.
Dude, they interviewed... they had a Ravens insider on from BaltimoreRavens.com, and I heard Bassick at the end finally come in to tease baseball nuggets, and I was like, I had no idea Bassick was even working yesterday. I thought he was just doing the rocker again.
Yeah.
I had no clue. He just pops in at the very end. Now, I know he does it for Mickey. A lot of times he does it for Steven, but just no interviews? And he can ask some, thoughtful questions sometimes.
Yeah.
I texted Mike before, and I'm like, hey, that was a good question. But Pepe, did he have any response towards you with the insults he threw your way? And you're like, Mike, why are you even talking? You're not even on your own show half the time.
No, because he doesn't listen anyway. So, he has no idea.
He does listen.
He will.
At 6:40 yesterday, I don't know. He's been checking out a little early, in recent weeks here. But no insults my way. I'm passing the message along to Alec. Because, man, Alec got a lot of hate on the fan text when we were doing the payload yesterday.
Really?
Because he threw that subtle jab, and I said, well, and he's like, what? I didn't say anything to you. I was like, Alec, you did. You pop your mic on, you say little 1-2 second punchlines here and there. It catches up after a while.
All right, let's actually play Mel Kiper's suggestion, because when I first heard this, I thought about the shift in baseball. Is this the same thing, Kiper, with the suggestion of banning too high safeties in the NFL?
Well, I grew up with the best of the National Football League, 60s, 70s, into the 80s. You're talking about deep shots, right? The go route, the 9-route post. You're talking about Terry Bradshaw in a Super Bowl hitting John Stallworth. You see Leroy Irvin diving, right, just off his fingertips. There's the receiver. They laid it out there, right? Hit the receiver in stride, 65-yard touchdown. It's a beautiful thing to watch. That's what I want to see brought back to the National Football League. Okay, check down kings, bubble screen sensations, boring football. Game manager, I get it, but I want to see those deep shots. That's what the NFL was built on. I grew up with John Unitas, Fran Tarkington, Ken Stabler, Darryl LaMonica. You talk about quarterbacks, Joe Namath. It was just right. Brett Favre when he was doing what he did. Burt Jones with the Baltimore Colts.
All right, we get
Think
it.
about those quarterbacks who would throw the ball down the field. I'd say what Bradshaw did with Stallworth and Swan, Roger Staubach. That's what I want to see brought back. Say, well, you can't do that, right? Well, you got a 5-yard rule with the cornerbacks, right? The Mel Blount rule, right? Now with the push thing with Hurts, you got to be a yard back now. So don't tell me you can't have those safeties closer to the line of scrimmage than they are. I was at games where I'm thinking, hey, too high? They're out in outer space. I couldn't even find us. So they're playing with 9 guys, right? Where are the other 2? Oh, the other 2, they're so daggone far back, I didn't even know they're part of the damn play.
Mike McCarthy shooting down that suggestion with great emphasis. Orlovsky tweeted these numbers league-wide through the first 2 weeks. 69, Bobby is up listening, by the way, so I have to throw in this Orlovsky stat. He just sent us a nice meme. 69 pass touchdowns, the fewest since 2006. 7.1 average target depth, the lowest on record. 41% design run plays, that's the highest since 2008. 32nd time of possessions per play, that's the slowest since 2008. 545 blitzes is the fewest on record. 46% too high safety percentage is also the highest on record. What do you think of Kiper's suggestion? I liked he did help his argument by throwing in like 2 other league rules that are changed.
Yeah, I mean, they've changed rules.
Trying to give receivers more help at the line of scrimmage by not bumping them within 5 yards. Talked about Jalen Hurts right there, tush-push stuff. What do you think?
Look, baseball did the shift. NBA has legal defense. If you wanted to have a rule where
Did you like or hate the shift?
I hated the shift. Okay. I thought it was the absolute right thing to do to ban the shift. Because the shift, my issue with the shift is like it was too penal to just left-handed hitters because you don't shift on righties. I mean, you shift on Albert Pujols because or Miguel Cabrera because they were 45 years old and slow. But, I mean, I don't know. Like, if you wanted to make a rule where you had to, those 2 safeties couldn't be more than 15 yards from the line of scrimmage at the start of the play, as opposed to 25 yards, whatever, we can have a discussion on that one. I don't necessarily want to do it. I think the main issue is, like, maybe quarterback play is just, like, not where it needs to be. Like, you've got young guys coming in the league that are just, they want dual threat quarterbacks now. Dual threat quarterbacks, if that read isn't there, I mean, they're almost taught just to run. But, if too high, and the NFL has always been based off of entertainment, right?
Well, all sports should be.
All sports should be. And the NFL's done a great job of that. And if too high safeties is hurting the entertainment value of the league, then the NFL will take a look at it. If it's not, then they won't.
Well, that's my follow-up question to everyone. Oh, Bassick is listening.
Oh, boy.
Keep that in mind, Peyton Russell. The question for you then is listening, has the NFL been more boring to you throughout the first 2 weeks? For me, it has not. Now, I think a lot of that has to do with, number one, it's new. It's the brand new season.
Yeah.
Number two, I'm lost in the red zone. Again, if you're going to get isolated Sunday, Monday, Thursday night games, and we're going to get 13-6 for a number of them for a prolonged period of time, I revisit this discussion and I put more importance on it. I have not been more bored throughout the first 2 weeks. I would throw out an easy guess and say that the ratings are not down.
No, they're not down. I'll tell you that.
It's not down. So I don't think this is something. This would be interesting for KMC to ask Jerry today at 10:30. But I like the creativity here from Mel because I usually hate just rewarding people for getting out schemed. I hate, okay, your kid in high school is dominating, or this coach has thought of a system that is so ahead of its time that everyone else gets a break by a rule that you put in. No, figure it out. And that's what Ryan Clark said yesterday, Mel Kiper colleague. This discussion about outlawing too high is ridiculous. There are ways to beat it if you have competent quarterback play. Explosive passing games in the NFL are a huge part of the game. That's why you got CeeDee Lamb, Tyreek Hill, Justin Jefferson, and they're so valuable. Offenses must now adjust by finding holes in intermediate coverage and regularly running the football. Eventually, that's what will happen, and when it does, defenses will adjust. Again, that is how sports work. Any talk of creating a rule to outlaw the current defense is nothing but complete and utter nonsense.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm going to table it for now. I'm going to table this.
Table the discussion. It's too early in the season.
Not flushing it.
Right.
Table it.
If it continues though, where it's like short passes and 13 play drives, that is going to get old for me. I do like the downfield shots. I really like those. And they're like, to me, they're the most important part of determining. Not the most important. One of the most important parts of determining an elite quarterback is, can you throw the ball downfield over the middle in an obvious passing situation? Like, those are the elites, right? And if those are just taken away because the defenses are doing that, then, maybe have a discussion about it, but don't ban too high. Maybe limit where their starting point would be.
Yeah. Like you have a referee with a line, or we're going to add that line on the field like we have the kickoff with that zone. You have to be within on or in front of that line.
Yeah.
Or you're lining up illegally.
Exactly. It's just like, you have
illegal defense.
Illegal defense. Offenses can line up illegally. In baseball, you have the shift where you can't be on either side of the bag. You got to be, two on each side of the bag. Now, as soon as the pitch is thrown, you can sprint the other way if you want to.
A happy birthday edition of RJ Choppy's college football kegger as part of his big number 45 weekend. That's next on 105.3 The Fan. But today is a big day for you because it's either your final day of work or it is the day
Mazda of Arlington and Hearst Studios, this is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
A really solid weekend in college football gets started today with Nebraska and Illinois tonight. Those are a matchup of number 22 versus number 24 in Lincoln. And this is proof. Well, first of all, Matt Rule, congrats to you, man. Like we thought he was dead in the water at Carolina, right?
Second year effect from Matt Rule is happening in Lincoln.
Did the same thing at Baylor, second year. Did the same thing at Temple, second year. And now doing the same thing at Nebraska. Got a quarterback at Raiola. And they have canceled classes for the day in Lincoln.
Whoa.
You know they're back. You know they're back, and it's a big game.
Tolo Roy Smith says, go Big Red.
Go Big Red. There you go. You know it's a big game, and they're back when they cancel classes so the students and stuff can go and pregame for this one. And they're going to, and this is a good matchup here. A fringe. They're not, neither one of them is going to make the playoff, I don't think. They would have to, obviously, if you win the Big Ten, you're going to be in. But they're going to have enough losses. But these are two teams that I wouldn't want to face Nebraska next year. I think they're going to be really, really good. The big one tomorrow night is Oklahoma and Tennessee. College game day is in Norman. This is a massive one. This is the Josh Heupel revenge game. He was fired by OU as their OC, goes on to be a head coach at Central Florida and now at Tennessee, and he's got, his offense is crazy. This is the largest home dog Oklahoma has been since 1998. They are 6-2 in their last 8 home games against the spread.
And what is it?
7.5, depending on where you found it. I saw it at 7 yesterday, but it was minus 120. I actually took an alternate line of 7.5 so I could get even money on it, so I didn't have to pay any juice. So it's one of those things where you could either take the juice if you want to, but I decided not to.
Choppy will be celebrating that as part of his birthday. By the way, a couple of other Tolos have said, throw me into the party with Peyton and RJ celebrating today. Tony Summers' son, happy birthday. And Kyle's wife, Lydia, happy birthday as well.
And Tolo Nick. Nick and Huckabee has come up and said it's his birthday as well. So that's everybody, the 20th, man. I had no idea it was so big.
What are your expectations for Tennessee right now, this year?
Playoff.
Okay.
Beyond that, I don't know. But yeah, I think that at the way they've started the year, this is clearly a playoff team based on the first 3 games. Now, granted, they've played 2 trash teams and then NC State, who is a middle of the road, top half ACC, but middle of the road team. They beat them 51-10.
Tennessee has gone from 20-1 to 12-1 to win it all from Bet Online. Ohio State is the new favorite, slightly ahead of Georgia. Florida State and 12 other teams have been taken off the board. Florida State has already gone under their win total.
Yeah, they were the first team to clinch the under. First team to clinch the under. That's interesting, though, that you said that Georgia is second. Texas is now the favorite to win the SEC.
Ooh.
So I saw that yesterday. They're the favorite to win the SEC. They're both in plus money. They're plus 210. Georgia's like plus 220. Very, very small favorite. But I think that has to do with the fact that that game is going to be in Austin, the Georgia versus Texas game. Now, they'll meet up again, right? They would meet up again in Atlanta.
Right now, I got Ohio State at 7-2. They moved down. Georgia at 18-5. Texas at, I don't know why the arrow is moved down. It says arrow moved down category for Ohio State. I would have thought they moved up past Georgia. Either way, it was 7-2. Georgia 18-5. Texas 5-1. Bama 9-1. Oregon 10-1. Ole Miss 12-1. Tennessee Vols, RJ Choppy 12-1. Is this good enough value yet for the Longhorns of 5-1?
I think it's great value. Yeah, I think it's great value. You have, look, Quinn's going to come back and be the quarterback. He's the Heisman. By the way, you can get Quinn right now at 18-20 on the Heisman. I think that
5 days ago, I had him here off the board.
Yeah, and now he's back. So there's a lot of places where he's back on the board. BetMGM, he's back on the board.
Because Arch is starting this weekend.
Arch has been announced to start for this weekend, but they don't think Quinn's injury is like that
major.
So you're telling me that you're going to have the guy who was the favorite 6 days ago Now you'll be able to get him at 18 to 20 to 1?
Well, you're going to have to factor in how much they're going to punish for 2 games out. Are his stats going to have to catch up? And are they going to have to be that much better than whoever else in order to win it, missing these games?
That's true. The thing, though, that I think separates him is...
Because these are 2 stat-eater games with Louisiana Monroe?
Absolutely.
I think they're... What are they a favorite? 30?
42 and a half, 44 and a half, I think.
Yeah.
A lot of points.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Thanks, Pepe.
But think of it this way. So he's going to be back for the Georgia game on October 19th. That is going to be one of the most watched football games, if not the most watched football game of the year. There's a good chance it's at worst 1 versus 3. It might be 1 versus 2. And it's going to be the most watched game of the year. And if he goes out there and he puts up a huge game in front of all those Heisman voters, do they care about Louisiana Monroe? Then you've got the SEC championship game that he'll play in eventually. So I think it's still his to lose. I am all over that number.
Cam Ward is once again the favorite, though.
And he's been great.
From Miami. 4 to 1. Milrose, 6 to 1. Jackson Dart, who apparently did his girlfriend dirty. Go look up that story. 7 to 1. Then you have your boy from Tennessee.
Nico, I'm a believer.
9 to 1. Dylan Gabriel, Oregon. And then Arch Manning at 14 to 1. This was as of a few days ago.
Number 11, USC is at number 18, Michigan. Michigan's not very good right now. I'm sorry, Derek. They're moving. They changed quarterbacks. They got Orgy in there. Miller Moss shooting up Heisman boards for USC.
Orgy.
I really think that Moss is a nice player. I think it's a fool's bet to bet on him for the Heisman. There's too many other good quarterbacks out there that are going to be ahead of him to win it. They're a year away, but they are going to wind up being one of those teams that might sneak in to the playoff as well. You got a huge one in Stillwater. Utah and Oklahoma State. There's some Cam Rising, the quarterback of Utah. There's some injury news with him and concerns. This, I think, is the 2 best teams in the conference along with Kansas State. Both are ranked, all 3 of them are ranked 12, 13, and 14. They're all bang, bang, bang. So one is in the playoffs. You know that. The other one likely is as well. You might get 2 teams in. It's a 2-bid league if there's no upsets. I'm going to do an upset special here this weekend. Be on lookout. Miami at South Florida. That's a night game. The students, this is the largest student ticket request game in the history of South Florida's program. They are breaking records. This place is going to be a madhouse out there. There's going to be a lot of Cane fans. But Miami is... They start ACC play next week, and it's a short week for them. They're going to want to get in and out of this game. This is a trap. It's a 17-point spread. It's a trap game. I am all over South Florida this game. The weather, I checked the weather, unlike Dion. And it's
God, I hope it rains on Colorado.
Oh, I know.
I hope it just rained in the forecast. I'm not trying to be literal. I am trying to be. I'm not trying to be figurative. I hope it rains at the Colorado game just for that fight with the reporter.
Yeah. So, but I don't know that USF's going to win, but it's going to be a tight game. They were down 14-13 at Alabama 2 weeks ago. USF was. Now, Bama winds up winning that game like 42-16, but it was 14-13 entering the fourth quarter. This is not going to be a cakewalk, I don't believe, for Miami, and especially if they get that late afternoon Florida rain. So keep an eye on that one.
College football kegger with RJ Choppy here on 105.3 The Fan.
Is Deion Sanders the next head coach of Florida State? He is the favorite right now to take over Florida State. I don't think they're getting rid of Norvell. And has Deion done anything at Colorado that would warrant a step up?
Well, I guess you could just ask if you're an AD if the notoriety and all the talk segments are worth it. Because he has done that. That you cannot dispute. I'm wrong about his success. I think I'm going to be wrong about his future success. And with in the spirit of Bassick listening right now, I agree with him. I don't think Deion Sanders is coaching after his boys leave or after Shedeur leaves. I don't think so.
I agree.
And I would not hire Deion Sanders right now anyway. No way.
I agree. I don't think I would either. Listen, at Colorado, the notoriety is worth it. They were a nothing program.
Yeah.
Nobody came to the games. They were 1-11.
They've won. This has been a successful hire for them.
For Colorado,
Yeah.
It
If you
hasn't
look
been a
at them-
successful run for Dion
Yeah.
because he hasn't won.
Yes, for Colorado, though. Financial impact,
Yeah.
the news, the attention,
Absolutely.
the stories. I think it's a win.
We've seen more of Colorado on TV in the last 15 games than we saw since 1990.
They force you to talk about that.
They force you to talk about them. Florida State, I think, is too proud of a program to sell out for some clicks. Like, they're a good program. I don't think they're going to go down that road.
And I'm giving Norvell, next year.
Yeah, I mean, he might be gone after this year. Not after this year, but after next year. This is a punt year. The NIL and the transfer portal has shown.
Oh, is this supposed to be a punt year when you got your quarterback coming back?
No, they did lose a lot of. Well, he didn't have the quarterback coming back. Jordan Travis was the quarterback.
Jordan Travis, that's right.
They lost the quarterback, and then they went in the transfer portal and got DJ, and that was a mistake. They should have gone and just stuck with the backups they had or get somebody else. They didn't, and that was a huge mistake, and it's going to maybe cost him. I don't know. Speaking of quarterbacks, I saw this: the 5 biggest quarterback problems in college football, and I don't know if this is a Dallas Cowboys situation here, but they have the Texas Longhorns as one of the teams with the biggest quarterback problems in the country. They got Michigan on there, Notre Dame, Florida State, obviously, Kentucky. And then they write Texas. And they're like, having 2 of the 5 best quarterbacks in the country is a problem because it's a good problem. And I'm like, what?
Man,
Okay.
I feel like, and I personally, as a sports fan, want to see Arch. And I wanted to see Arch at the beginning of this year. I think we've gone way overboard in disrespecting Quinn Ewers and him getting his job back and analyzing what the Longhorns are with him at quarterback. We're talking about the number 1 team in the country and a legit national player. And we're just like, no, because his last name is Manning, he can be just as good.
Yeah, I mean,
offense doesn't change, no drop-off whatsoever. The title odds don't change. I think now, and I'm not like the biggest believer. I'm not in yours in the National Football League yet. I haven't seen like wow factor when watching him play, but now I think we've gone the other way with disrespect.
Yeah, look, I mean, I don't think there's any question. Manning has a higher ceiling than Quinn. I think that's what it is. Manning, theoretically, I mean, he's going to go into next year. Him and Raiola and Nico and Miller Moss will be your 4 Heisman number 1 guys going into next year. He'll be the number 1 pick in the draft, most likely, or right there in the conversation with it. And I don't think Quinn will be in the conversation for the overall number 1 pick. That's just the difference. But the disrespect of Quinn is pretty high right now. Like, Arch had a great game against UTSA. It was still UTSA. Quinn Ewers went into Michigan, a tough place to play, and had a tremendous game. Would Arch have done that in the same situation? I don't know. I mean, he's never played a road game in college football, a major road game. So I don't know. Is it a problem to have? Sure. Yeah, it's a good problem to have. Wonderful. The Arkansas athletic director, Sean, is asking for donations, basically to pay the NIL. They have 2 people in the state of Arkansas to give them money, Walmart and Jerry Jones. But he proposed an easy solution to Arkansas fans.
Breaking news, by the way, Joel Embiid 3 for 193 in Philadelphia.
That's like $64.5 million.
3 for 193. Breaking news on the Fan, presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
He says, if we could get 10,000 homes across the state of Arkansas to give $100 a month all year long, we would be in the NIL game from a football perspective.
See what y'all started.
It's that simple. Yeah, I know. That's right. We all started. Now everybody's going to go door to door asking. Like, this guy, this is Arkansas, dude. Hunter, Yurachek, the AD. You got Walmart and Jerry Jones, and then the rest of your state collectively has like 6 teeth, a boat slip, and a sister cousin. And you're going to go out there and ask for $100 a month from 10,000 people? Come on, man. What are we doing? You ain't got that. Go ask Walmart. Go ask Jerry Jones for some cash.
And then in honor of Bobby, he wanted to play some biscuits that came from the world of college football the other day.
Yeah, guys, number 3 Ohio State is hosting Marshall tomorrow in Columbus. And so, the question's always got to be asked. When you have these little dog schools facing big dogs, the question has to be asked to the head coach, how are you going to beat these guys? Or are you going to beat these guys? And so this is Marshall head coach Charles Huff poking a little fun on how he thinks he's going to get Ohio State players to transfer to Marshall and beat them.
I feel good about the track we're on. Trust me, I know where we are, but I feel good about the track we're on, and I feel good about the players we have. Would love to have some of those guys from Ohio State too. So if they want to transfer on down, we've got a Tudor's Biscuit NIL, all you can eat. So if any of those guys that run really, really fast at Ohio State like Tudor's Biscuits, I promise you, all you can eat all day if you transfer here.
You want your players eating all you can eat biscuits? And what are Tudor's Biscuits? Yesterday I got the education from the Tolos that spaghetti and catfish is a legit thing to try. And now I need the education on Tudor's Biscuits and what they actually are. That is an RJ Choppy happy birthday edition of the College Football Kegger on DFW Sports Station. Bobby is out with strep. We have the commercial-free Expressway next with a Cowboys Ravens edition of High Low right here on 105.3 The Fan. No celebration from you on the High Low. Very disappointing. And now I have to sit there and go into Hurtado Barbecue. Look, you already know about the Pudge Rodriguez special barbecue masterclass that is taking.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Shan and RJ right here on the 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
We're going to make the official picks, try to recover from a disastrous prediction segment last week, not just with power rankings, but with the Cowboy games. I thought it was going to be an easy W for the Cowboys. What's going to happen today at 8 o'clock? Get your predictions ready.
My score was almost perfect. I had Cowboys 42-17. They lose 44-19. It was close.
The
score was almost close.
All right. I just decided to do this in the commercial break. It could be an absolute disaster because Bobby is out with strep. Of course, Bobby ruined the morning show, and he screwed up high-low. Okay? If you know the rules of high-low, how it goes, you've sat in your car and you're like, this is the answer, you idiots. What are you doing?
Yeah.
And you think that you can win the game featuring current Cowboys versus Ravens, we want to throw out a guest Tolo participation to play high-low against Choppy and I this morning. Let's go right now to the phone line. Hit us up. PayPay will put you on, and we'll participate and play. If you think you can take us down and you know what the game is all about. 877-881-1053 right now. 877-881-1053 to hit us up. And again, it could be disastrous train wreck radio. You don't know how people are actually going to be on air when the blinking light is on. But I got the 682 calling right now.
All right.
And let's see if you want to participate and play in our game.
Got to have fast fingers. He's got a fast finger. Might be on speed dial. Do people call it speed dial anymore?
Speed dial on a cell phone?
Yeah, it's just a save. No, wait, you can, right?
I think you can program people into your top 9, your top 10.
You just hold down a button. Oh, baby.
Look at all the calls. All the calls that came in. 972-817-214-832. I'm trying to look for any Maryland or Baltimore area codes. That could be a little bit of a cheater right there. All right, Pepe, we have Kevin in Fort Worth. You feel good? You feel like you could be a solid competitor?
He said he's going to smoke y'all. He said high scoring,
that's
baby.
fighting words, baby. I'm back.
Kevin, you are in the ring with the defending champ most times. I may have won last time. I don't know. But Kevin in Fort Worth, are you ready to play high-low as a special Tolo guest against me and Chop?
Yes, sir. Let's get it.
You know how the game usually goes? You know how it works?
Yeah, I listen all the time, man. I know how it goes.
All right, brother. Let's go ahead and do it. Pepe, take it away.
All right, Kevin, just in case you weren't listening before, it is current Cowboys, Ravens, high-low. So these are current players, no coaches, no GMs, no former players, nothing. This is just current Ravens or Cowboys to get you ready for Sunday's game. Sean, do you want to go first here, or do you want Kevin to go first?
Let's put Kevin on the spot.
Yeah,
He calling in all tough. He calling in all big. Let's go.
Kevin, do you want high pitch or low pitch here?
Let me do high.
High.
At this point, it's just you gotta live with the call. I mean, you gotta look on, obviously watch the film, see what we could do better to not throw ourselves in a situation where, to leave in the ref's hands to be able to call that call.
By the way, Peyton, coaches or not,
No coaches.
No coaches, Kevin, so just players.
Okay. DeMarcus Lawrence?
Marcus Lawrence.
Close. But no, it's okay. You get 2 clues here. Clue number 1, Kevin. It's a game of inches when it comes to his foot size.
Was it who stepped out of bounds, who caught the ball when they played Kansas City?
Yep.
Gonna need more
I
specific.
don't even remember. Let me, Flowers.
See, this sucks. You know the name. It's right there. But you end up freezing with it. It's tough.
You're choking. You get one more clue here. Maybe this one helps you out, Kevin.
Okay.
Clue number 2 here for 1 point. He's not a likely candidate for MVP, but his quarterback is.
I don't think that helps at all.
No, it don't. I don't know. I know the play, but I can't remember who it was.
Shut out.
I threw in likely there, likely candidate for MVP. It's all good. Hey, that's on me, Kevin. That's on me.
It's all good.
Isaiah Likely. Very good, Pepe. Very good. All right. I will go. I'll keep it high.
Ooh, yeah.
Some of the things that really stuck out to me was I realized that a game that I love, I had to get a chance to play.
What type of audio is that?
What the hell was that?
You need to pick low there, Sean. Sorry, I should have told you.
What type of audio was that? It sounds like a player coming back and returning. I'll go CeeDee Lamb.
Not CD. That's all right.
I thought it was Kevin's bad cell phone.
Yeah, it sounded like it.
Interrupting the clip right there, Peyton.
Clue number 1 here, Sean, for 2 points. A failed first-round pick who played for another Bird team earlier in his career.
Failed first-round pick who played for another Bird team earlier in his career. Nelson Aguilar?
2 points, Sean Sharif. Wow, at the buzzer. I was about to buzz him, too.
That's very difficult.
Was that a good clue, though? I think we're 2 for 2 on the clues.
Yeah, made up for the first one. Wow. The only reason I was trying to figure out Ravens receivers the other day, so I remembered Aguilar. Oh, that was tough. What a great job by me.
Did you know he was in the league still before you went and did some research?
Nope. No idea. I thought he was on the Eagles. Patriots, Eagles,
yeah,
Eagles, Patriots, whatever.
All right, let's go low. Let's go low. It's my birthday. I want to get low today.
For myself, I feel like missing last week just because of the hamstring. I wanted to come out here and show what I could do. Can't take all the credit. I mean, all the line did a great job up front, and then just going out there and just showcasing what I can do.
Derrick Henry?
No way. He didn't miss last week.
Not Derrick here. It's all right. Just like Kevin and Sean, we'll go to clue number 1 here, RJ, for 2 points. Clue number 1, size doesn't matter for this cat while he's on the field.
Deuce Vaughn.
There we go.
Right, there we go.
2 points. 2 points. Tied up here. Kevin.
I didn't realize Sean.
I get Nelson Aguilar. He gets Isaiah Likely, and you get Deuce Vaughn.
I got a third stringer. That's right, a third stringer.
That was supposed to be Bobby's. If Bobby was here, it would have been Bobby's question. But all right, Kevin, you're up. High pitch, low pitch.
Let's go with low this time, man.
I wouldn't necessarily say different things that we have to do. At the end of the day, you have to execute the call. So whatever it's called, you have to execute and, just play this game.
I didn't understand. Let me see. Let's go with Zeke.
Close. Not Zeke, though.
Terrible guess, Kevin.
Clue
Terrible
number 1
guess.
here,
You're
Kevin.
ashamed of yourself.
His son still expects to see Patrick Mahomes every day.
Wait, repeat that clue. You said his son what?
His son still expects to see Patrick Mahomes every day.
That's a good clue. That's a good clue.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I'm lost too. Derrick Henry.
Oh no. Does Derrick have a son? I'm not sure. Maybe he does. Sorry,
I
clue
don't know.
number 2 here. Kevin, we're still alive. Cussing out his quarterback is something that he might have learned from Nick Saban.
Trayvon D.
I was about to buzz him. I was like, oh man, he talked all that smack up ahead. You know,
Kevin, very impressive. Very impressive right there.
Nice.
Peyton, good clue. Good clue. Kevin sounds like he's going through it. He's going through it right now with the stress. Kevin, this is a Cowboys Ravens high-low on 105 through the fan. I will go low.
Just gotta find a way to win. You know, like you said, I used to be on 2. You just gotta catch our momentum and get it started right away.
That sounds like the accent I love of Lamar Jackson.
Sean RJ.
Wow,
the accent.
Man, I love people. I love people with that accent. I do. 5?
Yeah.
5 for me, 2 for Choppy, 1 for Kevin. Pressure's on you, partner.
It is on. It is on. The heat is on. Let's stick it low.
Stick it low for 3 points.
It's kind of, a little breath of fresh air. And that happens for about a week. And then you're like, okay, I miss it. Your body starts getting back, and then, you get to OTAs, you get to camp, and then you're like, all right, I'm ready.
Mark Andrews?
You get this. Ooh, that was a quick buzz.
Yeah, it was.
Clue number 1, RJ, for 2 points. You can't jump around the fact that this player is one of the
Jake
best.
Ferguson.
Let me finish the clue next time. But
Oh!
We got it. 2 points. 1.9
That was the other
points.
guy I was going to say.
Jump around was the Wisconsin, RJ. That's just for you.
Thank you. I appreciate that one. It's a crap tradition. Did you see Alabama last week? They were jumping around during jump around, mocking jump around. Oh, baby.
All right, Kevin, you're back up.
All right, I'm going to try high, man. Let me do high.
All right, high pitch here.
You got the hitman. The hitman might not get caught, but you know who did it. He's probably a little bit more clean. And the assassin, you don't even know he's there. You don't even know he done it.
Hitman and assassin. You know it?
Yeah.
Lamar Jackson?
Not Lamar.
I said Lamar, Kevin. He's off the board.
Sorry, clue number 1 here. Kevin for 2 points. He doesn't do as much talking on the field like he does on the mic.
Michael Parsons?
There we go.
How about this?
This is good representation.
This is very good representation.
Good representation. I expect people to crumble with the pressure after they miss it the first time. The second time, Kevin has responded. He has 3. Choppy has 4. Let me end this thing. Is it my turn?
Yes.
It's my turn. Let's go low.
Ooh.
They were just a better team. That's what they won. We didn't make the plays when we need to. We just go to the drawing board, get to the film, and correct. The execution just has to be better.
You know?
No.
Man, that's a deep voice.
Yeah, it is.
It's not Tank. Buzz.
That's right. In the game.
Oh,
in the game still.
Damn.
That's right.
Damn it.
You hear that, Kevin? You hear that? You hear
Clue
that sound?
number 1. RJ's still alive here. Clue number 1, Sean, for 2 points. A threat on offense, but not a big enough threat for Jerry Jones.
Derrick Henry.
He's got the edge on you, Chuck.
All right.
He's got the edge.
This is what RJ does. People think it's rigged. That's how much this always screws me. Choppy will pull this out of his rear end to force overtime, and I will lose in overtime. So you need this to tie me.
I do. Haven't gone low. I haven't gone high yet. I'm saving my high.
All right.
I'll go high here.
I mean, everybody texts me. Everybody texts me that I know it's, you're gonna have. It's just a moment. It's gonna make or break you, and I don't plan on letting it break me.
No idea.
Yeah, baby!
Let's go with Zeke.
No
No idea.
Clue number 1, RJ, for 2 points, and a tie with Sean. A Super Bowl was in
No. He can't tie me.
Yeah, I'm done.
I have
It's already
7.
done. It's already over.
Oh, well,
But go ahead. Let's continue.
All right, clue number 1 for 2 points. A Super Bowl was in reach until he fumbled that away.
Super Bowl was in reach until he fumbled that away. Who the hell could it possibly be?
Kevin, do you know?
No, because he said current players, so I was thinking something else. Okay.
All right, you have another clue, Peyton, or is that it?
Yes, I got one more clue here. He deserves all the flowers after the impressive rookie
Zay.
season he's showcased. Yes.
So what was the Super Bowl in the playoff game?
AFC Championship game. Yeah, he had a big fumble that game.
Peyton, these are good clues.
Yeah, that was good. That was good.
These are very good clues. All right, how many do you have left?
I have one here. One more sudden death here.
Give it to Kevin.
All right, Kevin, here we go. High pitch here.
That third quarter was big. Defense got to stop, get a drive, and get another long drive. Kind of found our momentum there, got on the ball, got in some rhythm. Just goes to show you got to play all 4 quarters. You can't start that slow.
Cooper Rush.
No way! No!
Oh my gosh, really?
I swear that was Cooper Rush. There's no way.
Why would you?
That's amazing.
The one he gets is
That is
Cooper the best
amazing.
How would you know? How did you know it was Cooper Rush?
Just the way, the way that he was talking, things that he was saying, it was either Dak or Cooper Rush. I didn't want to say Dak. I thought that was too easy, so I just threw out Cooper Rush.
Well done. Too bad it does not matter for anything. But Kevin, thank you for being a Tolo. Very good representation, and enjoy your Friday and your weekend. Appreciate it.
Appreciate y'all, fellas.
Kevin in Fort Worth here on DFW Sports Station.
That's good stuff. That was fun.
Very good. Well done, Peyton.
Congrats on the win.
Did Spittle help you with those clues?
No, he did not.
Okay.
It's all me.
Well done. All right, last night, the New York Jets get the dominant win over the New England Patriots, 24-3. Aaron Rodgers for your fantasy team, if you played him, 280 yards. By the way, I am the champion. Make sure everyone knows that. I'm the champ. Suck it, Bobby. 280 yards and 2 touchdowns for Rodgers. But after an early score, did you see the awkwardness between him and Robert Saleh?
I did. And either Aaron Rodgers absolutely despises Robert Saleh, or he feels about hugs the same way Adrian Beltre does with touching his head.
Yeah. So when I first saw it, I was like, this is Mike Zimmer, Kirk Cousins. This is like, and it told me everything I needed to know about who has control of the football team. I'm like, man, Robert Saleh is just a little cheerleader there.
Yeah.
And Aaron Rodgers, which we all probably knew, Aaron Rodgers controls the entire organization. And then I love that the lip readers were summoned. Lip readers were summoned. What did he say? The two were asked to explain it after the game, and I actually think it makes sense.
There was that awkward exchange with you and Robert. You appeared to push him away.
No, it was not really awkward at all.
When he went to hug you, what happened?
I didn't know. He's not a big hugger, usually, so I didn't know he was going for the hug. He likes to do the two-hand chest push as well. But he talks a lot about 2-score leads. So I just kind of gave him a push and said 2-score lead. That's what happened.
What happened in the second quarter? Looked like you went up and tried to give Aaron Rodgers a hug there.
Oh, yeah. He, part of the things that we've been talking about is to just get the defense a 2-score lead, and it was a 2-score lead. So I guess he just wanted to see something on defense. So he just reminded me that he got a 2-score lead.
Makes sense. So that's an all business response. Like, yo, focus. We're locked in here. Don't be sitting there doing cartwheels that we're up a touchdown.
Yeah.
But man, that was a glare.
That was a glare.
Someone said, wow, didn't know that Robert Saleh was related to Aaron Rodgers.
I know.
That's the way Aaron treats the family.
Man, by the way, can he update his helmet a little bit?
I can read, though.
His helmet looks like it's 30 years old. It's like everybody else has got these unique helmets with the concussion helmets or the one with the little hole in the front. And there's Aaron using the same helmet he used in 2008.
All right, so is this something or nothing?
the glare made it seem like it was something to me. It just made it seem like it's something.
It's nothing, but the glare tells me, like, Robert Saleh is not going to... He has no authority over Rodgers.
No. Oh, no.
I don't. Like, I never saw... No, I correct myself. Michael Jordan with the huddle with Phil, like, maybe. But you always felt like Phil had some control over Mike.
Different era, too. Back in the 90s, it was still... the coaches still had overlord power. A lot of times.
So to me, this is a nothing, micro, macro, just reinforces it's Aaron Rodgers' world. Jets get the win. They move to 2-1. Official Cowboys Ravens picks at 8 o'clock. Right now, let's clean up.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
Looking at everyone on ESPN picking the Saints over the Eagles.
Wow.
Eagles hosting New Orleans, and they're going 4 for 4 with the Saints pick. I hope so. Makes me feel better about the Saints loss and the Eagles hopefully dropping to 1-2. Shan RJ Choppy and Peyton Russell with you here with Bobby out with strep. This is the junk drawer, the stories we did not get to throughout the week on 105.3 The Fan. I think we should start with, in the spirit of the State Fair of Texas, starting next Friday.
Yeah.
Let's start with what's happening at the Oklahoma State Fair.
Okay, so there's about 1 million people every year that flock to Oklahoma City and go to the State Fair. It started on September 12th. That's when the State Fair started. Now, there's a lot of attractions out there, the Crackin' Corn comedy show and the goat milking experience. There also was something where you were walking by the car that served as the grand prize of what was dubbed the Stinkin' Sentra contest. Okay? The concept is straightforward. 4 contestants, battle of endurance. They get into a 2024 Nissan Sentra at 11 a.m., knowing they'd be disqualified if they left for any reason. You can't get out of the car.
Oh.
You're allowed to take a bathroom break every 3 hours, but it's the only time you're allowed to get out. So any food that was consumed that in the vehicle needed to stay in the vehicle. Okay, this is like a hot car, right? It's like a hot, You're sitting in the car. So Brian Richmond.
Wait, so I can take food in there with me?
Yes, you can take
my
stuff,
own supplies.
Yeah, you can take your own supply there, but you can't. Once you're done with it, you have to leave it in the car.
Okay.
All right.
So got to get onions.
So
raw onions.
It's going to smell.
Stink people out.
So things took a turn though after so this guy Brian Richmond wins it. He clinched victory. Arkansas resident Chris Deschner calls it quits, bolts out of the vehicle. But the runner-up accused the winner of resorting to an unsavory tactic to get him to quit, and unsanitary for that matter. The winner went into the porta potty, grabbed a cup, and dipped and scooped out the poop of the porta potty and brought that into the vehicle and placed it on that back window, like where the speakers would be behind the back seat.
Was human fecal matter.
And the organizers said they told him that he had violated the rules, but against bringing things in the car, but declined this issue disqualification.
No.
And he refused to get back into the Sentra out of self-respect, handing over the win to his competitor.
Dude, come on.
Gross.
Smart or dirty?
That's dirty.
It's obviously dirty.
That's dirty. So that's the stinking Sentra. Now they're gonna, this is.
Now the car was running with like AC on during this.
I wasn't.
That sounds like a lawsuit.
Yeah, I wasn't able to find out. It looked like the windows were just open.
Yeah.
So they went in at 11 o'clock and they lasted until 6.
So who gets the car?
Well, as of now, the guy who won, the guy who brought the poop in, got the car.
Yeah, because that's not food.
That's not food. So they're going to the an arbiter here over this to try to figure out
Olympic arbiter
who really is the one that gets the vehicle.
I don't think he deserves that.
I don't think so either. That's cheating.
That's disqualification. Shame, man. Detroit Lion fans.
Shame
on you. Shame on you. This story stunned me because I gave Lion fans more credit. Dan Campbell had to sell his house for more privacy. He said, quote, "There's plenty of space. It's on 2 acres. The home is beautiful. It's just that people figured out where we lived when we lost." Fox 2 in Detroit reported his home address was leaked to the public and he and his family became the victim of pranks and harassment after tough Lions losses, including the NFC Championship game. They filed police reports. So they listed the 7,800 square foot house in Bloomfield Hills
almost as big as Sean's.
for $4.5 million. Deal was pending, already done, and they moved into another house already. Campbell's home was built in 2013 for this Hockey Hall of Fame member who played for the Red Wings. And the likely buyers are huge Lion fans, but they had to move out because of Lion fan harassment. I cannot believe this.
I'm stunned. Losers. You hadn't sniffed a playoff game, let alone the NFC Championship game, in 30 years.
Wow.
You hadn't had a home playoff game in 30 years. He gave you 2 last year.
Losers.
And now you're going to, because he lost, you're going to harass his house?
Y'all deserve to rot again. You deserve to rot. I was all happy.
I hope he quits.
Feel good. I put them in the Super Bowl as my NFC representative. I was feeling wrong about Jared Goff. I hope y'all rot again right there in your miserable city.
That's awful, man. Like, come on now. What you going to do? You really going to put his house out there? And now what's going to happen is someone else is I don't know why they allow.
Don't bring up what I said in the commercial.
Yeah, I don't know why. But this is awful. This is just terrible. And then like we've seen college coaches get this done. Bill Curry, when he was at Alabama, brick through his window, house for sale. Like, we've seen this happen before. People put your house up for sale. Like, fans will put your house up. They'll put a for sale sign in your yard.
Loser.
Yeah.
Losers. And Dan Campbell. And then you want to go mess with a guy like that? A big dude like that?
Oh, I know.
Come on, Detroit. All right, Junk Drawer continuing on 105.3 The Fan.
This is a Reddit thread. What women don't understand about men? Like, what men would really want women to know if they had to say one thing? What do you really want your woman to know? And some of these responses are really, really good. One of the guys says, sometimes I want to do nothing, and I'm not grumpy, and I don't need to talk. I just want to sit there and do nothing for a little bit. And inevitably, the woman's like, what's going on? What's wrong? Why don't you want to do something with me? That's one of them.
I think my wife knows that about me. Like, we're probably together more than any other couple because she's home with the kids, and then I get home at like 10:30, and she knows how late like last night I felt like I was Diddy with a parole officer in prison. She's like hitting me, poking me, like, why are you sleeping on the couch? What are you doing? Why are you sleeping out here? And I just been running around with the kids. I took Ollie to the doctor, and then we went and ran errands, and I was just beat, and I tried to take a nap during halftime of the Jets game. But normally she knows what I'm doing, coming home exhausted. So I could see how this is more of a problem if, like, both y'all get home at like 5:30 or 6 p.m. with normal job hours, and you're quiet when you're supposed to be catching up.
Yeah.
But we're together so much, I don't know, she gets it.
We're together a lot. It's, last night it was fourth quarter, and I just fall asleep on the couch.
Yeah.
It's like 24-3 already. And next thing I hear is her say, okay, you're a loser. I'm going to bed. You're boring. You're boring me. I'm going to bed.
Sorry.
Yeah. You're boring me. I'm going to bed.
Peyton, do you have you run into this at all? You just want peace and quiet time and isolation?
Well, she knows that, like, when the laptop comes out, I'm doing some kind of work, and she will do it as well, even when the TV's on.
Oh, those prep emails you send?
Exactly. Well, the payload was yesterday. Yeah,
that's true.
That's more prep than Mike Bassick's in all week.
You don't have to prep when you're TO.
Well,
that's right.
But yeah, so I'll have the laptop open doing work, and then she'll be like, if 5 or 6 minutes go by just silent or I'm not talking, she's like, okay, yep. She'll say you're boring, or she says, okay, I guess you're not going to talk to me, and then she'll go off to the room or something like that. When she wants to talk, if she's doing work, of course, it's nothing.
Yeah.
I never say anything to her, but yeah, vice versa.
The only time this happens in my house is today or tomorrow. I'll go home. I don't have to mess with the phone. I don't have to mess with the computer, and I'll just sit there in silence. Like, I won't even have the TV on. I'll just go home. I'll hold Ava for an hour, and she'll be like, "What's going on?" And I'm like, I just want everything off. I just want quiet. I want peace. I'm turning off my brain. And I do actually turn off my brain, whether it's today or tomorrow, for a while.
Or you can just be like me and just completely have it off.
Yeah, do it Monday through Thursday.
Never even have it on.
Yeah, exactly.
The only time my brain works is Friday afternoon. Next one is that I like intimacy too. I want to be hugged. Do you feel that? Do you feel that, Peyton? Do you feel
Sometimes
that
I do, especially today. I want to get lots of hugs.
Yeah.
Which one of you two is like more affectionate? Like their love language is whatever that is.
Oh, touch.
Touch.
Oh yeah, mine's easily touch.
Oh, it's her. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, she wants the hug. She'll come home, and if 30 minutes goes by, she's like, "You haven't hugged me, gave me a kiss or anything." I'm like, "Oh, well, sorry. I just woke up from my nap. It's not in my mind right now.
Yeah.
Like I live with you. I kiss you, hug you whenever I want."
Oh, whenever I
want to. Yes.
And you? You two?
Between the two of us, I guess it depends on the time of day. Like if
you guys are public hand holders.
We're we held hands above. Absolutely.
It bothers me.
Bothers me. Is I know I have a time of day. Like if she gets into bed after 9:30, I know I just don't even bother touching her. She's like, I'm not. Now it's bedtime. Like don't touch me. Go over there.
Yeah.
On your side of the bed. Don't do that.
Yeah.
But my love language definitely is touch.
That you want or that you give?
That I want.
That you want.
That I want, yeah.
Okay.
That's it. So the next one. When I get hungry, that's the lower my standards get. Women don't have that. They'll be starving and you ask them where they want to go and they say, I don't know what I want. Meanwhile, I will eat anything edible near me at a certain point.
Yep, 100%.
Yeah.
It got to like 7:45, 8 o'clock last night. I was like, okay, like, what do you want to do for dinner? We don't have anything planned, no groceries. And she's like, I don't know. It's like, I could eat anywhere right now. Just say a place and we're going there. She's like, well, I don't know. And so I picked a place.
My wife will never pick, but she also doesn't give me a problem if I throw out the suggestion. She'll go along with whatever. But it's never an answer. It's never, I'm craving this or I want that. So she's not difficult and a problem once you pick the place. It's like when you're in the group session and you're all trying to go out to dinner and no one will say anything and then you pick and someone's like, well, I don't know. I don't know about that, right? It's like going out with Bobby who won't protest where you go, but he just won't eat.
Right.
He'll sit at the table and not order and make everyone else uncomfortable.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Last one. That we are brick walls when it comes to getting hints. Unless you bluntly tell us, we are not going to catch on to it. Because we were assuming it either doesn't have any meaning or you're just joking. Or whatever.
I think...
I'm terrible with hints.
I think both of us are pretty good at reading each other. Again, we're around each other a ton. We are normally not shy when we're unhappy or don't contain it too much. But my wife will say sometimes, like, after a while, if it's a long buildup, like, well, you didn't pick up on it? Like, you just didn't ask me? Like, you didn't ask me what was wrong? I just had to, like, come out with it. But I'm definitely more zoned out during the week. Like Choppy, you have to repeat everything for Choppy in here. I was like, oh, this is how my wife feels when I'm in the house. And I'm like, what'd you say? What was that? I also blame it on her being a low talker. She's a low talker, and I might have hearing issues. She thinks it's an attention issue.
Yeah, for Mackenzie, I am dead on when she's upset. When she's mad, I can tell, and she'll get more mad whenever I'm like, all right, what's wrong? And she's like, nothing wrong. I go, okay, seriously, like, let's do this. I've known you for over a year now. Well, what's wrong? Tell me. And then after a few minutes, she'll finally confess up and say something.
All right, we bombed last week. Let's see if we can recover next. Official picks for Ravens Cowboys. Who wins and why? Right after this.
Let's get you over to Boardroom Salon. Boardroom20.com. They say if you look good, you feel good. And that's so true. Those fine folks at Boardroom Styling Lounge can...
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here, as it is the birthday of RJ Choppy and Peyton Russell. You keeping track on your birthday scoreboard?
I am. So Sarah wished me a happy birthday at 4:40 this morning.
That's good.
It was very nice of her. And my sister, my older sister, has hit me up already. Okay. Now she's on Eastern time zone, so she has an hour head start on everybody else.
Yep.
She lives in Atlanta.
Not as important, not as meaningful.
Nope, not as meaningful. And my 11-year-old, for the second straight day, wished me a happy birthday. He thought it was my birthday yesterday, so he texted and wished me.
That's okay. We're trying there.
Yeah, and the reason he found that out yesterday is because my mom, so he goes over to my mom's house before school because my ex-wife is already at school, so she drops him off. His school starts later. And my mom says, "It's your dad's birthday today." Mom, my own mother. My own mother had the day wrong.
Oh,
it was a day early.
Gosh.
Yeah, she had the day wrong. My own mother.
Oh.
So I haven't heard from her yet.
Bet she knows when Donald's birthday is.
Bet
she knows that date.
45, wishing me the 45th birthday. Okay. 45.
Hey, but you didn't get anything from Luca yet.
I have not heard from Luca. The only thing I heard from Luca is that my oldest one is that he's been at the dentist all morning and he has a cavity. So happy birthday to me. He has a cavity.
And he's not wearing his braces correctly.
He's not wearing his rubber bands. You know, we went to the orthodontist on Wednesday and they said, your teeth didn't move for the 6 weeks because you didn't wear your rubber bands. Can you please wear your rubber bands? He's like, yeah, okay. I'll wear my rubber bands. So first night, Wednesday night, does he wear his rubber bands?
Nope.
No, of course not. Why would he? Why would he do what he's supposed to do?
Well, maybe it's because you said that braces are back in style, so he wants to keep them on and not actually have them be effective work, and then they go away.
That's right.
Kids are wearing braces that look cool.
Kids are wearing fashion braces. Peyton Russell.
Didn't you think when you first got it depends when you get them. I think I got mine a little bit later, so I was more embarrassed, but I do remember thinking when kids had braces, it was cool. It's like you're wearing different shoe colors.
I wanted them, never got them. I never got braces.
Never got them.
No.
That was a mistake.
I know.
No. Let me see. Your teeth are pretty good.
They're pretty good. I got some on the bottom. I've got like a little bit of
caving in a little
of crookedness that I should have had fixed, 100 years ago. But my parents like they're fine. They're fine. They'll be all right. I'm like, all right. But anyway, fashion braces.
Did you wear braces?
I did mine. All my brothers, we got ours early on. So I was 5th grade to about 7th grade, I believe. But I know some people that got it, junior, senior year of high school, and that was really bad for them.
So this trend started in Southeast Asia several years ago, but it didn't make it over to the U.S. until recently. But now on TikTok,
like other things from Asia,
right? Fashion braces are the thing, and people are usually they're putting cement on their teeth for fake braces, and the dentists are like, "Yo, tooth enamel don't grow back, man. You can't do that. Don't do fake fashion braces. The DIY, you're DIYing braces, not even to fix your teeth, just for fashion. That's the nuts."
What color is it a style?
Pink. Yep, he has pink ones.
Just the bands or the
okay, so the rubber bands, you mean? No, the rubber bands are regular
you allowed that
yellow.
So the metal part is
the metal part, it's the color. They put the ribbon around, not the ribbon, but the
who
rubber.
won't wear the ribbon?
Yeah.
Pink?
Yeah, pink. Look, pink is
my wife would get on me right now. What's the matter?
Pink
why will you let Ollie play with that Barbie?
Barbie's totally different. Pink is the preferred color of kids these days.
What, girls?
No, guys. They chose their whole basketball team
here.
Their whole basketball team chose to wear those pink Aunt Pearl shoes, the Kevin Durant Aunt Pearls.
Okay.
They all wanted to wear pink. I don't know. It's the new thing.
All right. Ravens, Cowboys, Sunday, right here on 105.3 The Fan. The Ravens right now are favored by 1. The over-under is 47.5. Who is your pick and why on the Franklin Franco injury? Attorney text line 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Are you having a hard time with this one or you feel great about it?
Since 8 o'clock, I've changed my pick 7 times.
Okay.
And I was talking during a lot of that, and I was still changing my pick.
All right, let me talk out my difficulty with it. I feel pretty solid about who's going to win. Here are the factor. The thing that's thrown me off the most, yesterday, Tony Lombardi from Russell Street Report in Baltimore, and then KMC's guest from Ravens.com, they both picked a really high-scoring affair. That threw me off.
It's the third highest point total of the weekend in Vegas. I think it's like 48.5.
So is the Ravens defense like not what we're accustomed to? That's the only thing I can figure out. They gave up 23 against the Raiders. They gave up 27 against Kansas City. So am I just thinking too much of the old school Ray Lewis, Terrell Suggs, Ed Reed days, and the Ravens defense is more susceptible than we thought? My big issue here, like when it comes to a game like this, I'm going to lean Baltimore's toughness over the Cowboys' toughness. It is in Arlington, and the Cowboys have to respond. Do you count on their intestinal fortitude, other things that Hulk Hogan would throw out there, for them to have the guts and the backbone to respond in a game like this against a tough opponent? That's what I'm having a really hard time with. If it was a playoff game, I automatically pick the Cowboys to lose. Regular season game, does it really matter that much? A test of wills. Baltimore, desperate not to go 0-3. That's what I'm trying to figure out with a Cowboy bounce back. Are they capable of it from a mental toughness standpoint? Or are they ready to just fold up?
The last two home games really have thrown me for a loop here. I mean, they looked bad. Defensively, they looked very, very bad. I mean, not even average.
Yeah.
They looked below average. Now, is Lamar going to do, like Derek Carr, like he's a better passer than Lamar Jackson. I think everybody sees that. Now, Lamar's a better quarterback overall, but from a strict pass of the ball, Carr's better. Jordan Love's better, right? So they're not facing this elite passing attack this week.
Yeah.
But the Cowboys don't beat teams like the Ravens, like these tough, physically, mentally tough teams. They just don't.
And the Ravens have dominated the recent series as well.
Yeah, I think they have. Well, now,
I don't know, it was 6-1 or something, their last 7 matchups, something like that.
Yeah, it really is crazy. I'll look up their season history, series history, but this is one of those things that the Cowboys generally don't beat teams like this. So the last several games, 2020 they played, Baltimore won by 17.
Oof.
The Cowboys won by 10 in 2016. The Ravens won in 2012 by 2. The Ravens won by 9 in 08. The Ravens won by 20 in 04. And they won by 27 in the year 2000.
When did they shut down the stadium?
They shut down the stadium in 08.
08. Ravens shut it down. What are the 5 things that you want to see?
All right, number 1. I'm not even going to ask them to stop the run. I want to see them just marginally disrupt the Ravens running game. That's all you can ask for, I think, at this point. Number 2, I do not want them to spy or key or whatever with Micah on Lamar Jackson. You want to do it once or twice to give them a different look, so they have to at least, plan for it and protect against it. Fine. But to take your best defensive player and essentially remove him from every play just to spy on a quarterback for the 6 rush attempts he's going to have, I think is insane. Babe said this yesterday, use your worst coverage defensive back, but a good tackling one, and then use him out there. Number 3, I got to see this offense start to cook. Week 1 was a preseason game. We all know that. The offense in the second half was terrible. Week 2 should have shown some improvements, and they did move the ball well. They did move the ball well on New Orleans. They just didn't finish.
Yes.
Week 3, this is the time we got to put it together. So I need to see the offense start to cook a little bit. Number 4, pick 2 running backs and just go with it. Let these guys get into a rhythm. I don't need to see 3, 4, 5 guys get carries. Just pick 2 and then go. That's kind of how, you have look at the Jets game last night, right? They got 2 really good ones, right? They have 2 really, really good ones.
And wait till y'all hear Mike McCarthy's response to us asking if Dalvin Cook is going to play, coming up at 8:40 this morning.
But, they had, Braylon Allen had 11 carries. Breece Hall had 16. And then Isaiah Davis had 3 in the fourth quarter, right? At the end of the game. That's fine. But they have 2 main guys. Like a lot of teams, just 2 main guys. I don't need to see 3, 4 guys. Let these guys get into a rhythm if they could possibly find one. And then for number 5, could we get a little bit of pressure on the quarterback? Derek Carr was pressured so little in the game, 35% pressure rate. That was the 4th lowest pressure rate since the start of 2023 in the NFL.
Wow.
They've got to get more pressure regardless of the quarterback. So a little bit more pressure.
feel like I'm going to be way off with my over-under again. And Bobby has weighed in. Roberto says 38-20 Baltimore. The Ravens run for 230 yards.
Oh, God.
18-point beatdown at the hands of the flock, according to Bobby Bell. I'm going to go 23-20, 24-20, something like that. Baltimore. I'm picking the Ravens, and I'm taking the under. But again, these two Ravens insiders, they're thinking a high-scoring shootout. This is Bobby, just because of Baltimore, picking the over, but he's got the Cowboys scoring 20 points, kind of like I think the Cowboys end up scoring. The Ravens' offensive line sounds like their biggest weakness right now, especially on the interior. Our Ravens insider was like, I'm praying for the guard against Micah Parsons. He said if the Cowboys run a lot of twist stunts up front, it's going to be a problem. Problem is you got Lamar Jackson running around to the outside. Tolo Chris is saying this is the type of game that the Cowboys win. When you're counting them out and you're not expecting anything, that usually does hold true. I'm going with Baltimore by 3 or 4 with the under.
We have basically the same score. I'm going with Baltimore 24-21. And that would be the under as well. I think it's 48.5.
Counting on Justin Tucker to respond here and rebound from especially from plus 50.
Yeah, well, it may not be. They may get a 30-yarder out of him.
Yeah,
he doesn't feel like his boot can get up to 40.
Hey, what are you going with?
I'm stuck here, because a couple stats point out to me here, and got me thinking. The Cowboys are 12-2 in their last 14 games when responding to a loss. So you're thinking, okay, Cowboys win. But then Lamar Jackson, I believe he's 20-1 or 20-2 against NFC opponents in his career. But, me being a Cowboys homer, I'm going to pick the Cowboys here. 30-27.
30-27. Pepe going with the over. Are we 50-50 split? Are we majority Ravens, majority Cowboys right now from the Tolos?
Ravens 46-30. Wow.
Damn.
Let's see. 12 for 104 for Lamar and a TD on the prediction. Lamar Jackson has a 20-3 record against the NFC in his career. Holy cow. Somebody else says he's 20-1, so I don't know. Ravens 31-24, 31-27. Cowboys 33-30. Baltimore 27-24. Baltimore 38-23. Ravens 35-17. Wow. There's a lot. I mean, it's all Ravens.
All Ravens?
31-12 Ravens. Mm-hmm. A lot of happy birthdays for Peyton and I. Thank you very, very much. You. Cowboys lose 27-10. 33-17 Baltimore. I mean, I'm still trying to find a Cowboy one.
Wow. There it is. So everyone on the show except for Pepe is going with the purple and black. Hopefully we are wrong. Mike McCarthy previews the game with us at 8:40 this morning. What are we actually watching? Try to put it into words or text. What are we actually watching with Shohei Ohtani and what he did yesterday? Plus RJ's notes on Kumar Rocker's second start on the home of the World Series champs right after this. But this is
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Shan and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Window Nation and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel. And Frankel, if you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
On a 1-2, Ohtani sends one in the air, the other way, back it goes, gone! One-of-a-kind player, one-of-a-kind season. Shohei Ohtani starts the 50-50 club.
That's the call from Dodgers TV. Great call, I think. Since runs batted in became official in 1920, only one baseball player has had over the course of his entire career a game with 10 RBIs plus, a game with 6 hits or more, a game with 5 or more extra base hits.
That is insane. That he had 5 extra base hits.
Well, how do you know I'm talking about Ohtani?
I saw this thing.
A game with 3 or more home runs, a game with 2 or more stolen bases. That one player is Shohei. And what he did last night to go 50-50, 6 hits, 10 runs batted in, 3 homers, 2 stolen bases. His career high in stolen bases had been 26. And of course, he's doing these things as a designated hitter since he's not pitching this year. I mean, baseball historian, baseball lover. Try to put it into words.
It's hard to. It's hard to put this thing into words. He is, he's the most complete player today because obviously he pitches too.
Yeah, I think it's easy to say. I think of the players that we've seen in our 40 years, for you 45 years, geezer, today.
I know.
In our 40 plus years of watching, he's the number 1 draft pick all time that you take.
Yeah, I mean, like
That's easy.
Yeah, because he could do 2 things and nobody else can.
And he's a good pitcher.
He's very good. Absolutely. He had 17 total bases last night. He had 17 bases. Come on, what are we doing here? That's not baseball. He's not playing. He's playing a different sport. Yeah, what he's able to do, 50-50 is tremendous. All of his numbers are good. Like he's batting, 290. He's got 50 home runs. He's got 50 steals. His OPS is about 1,000. It's just stupid. It is just stupid.
Can you remember other performances?
Like individual game performances?
Yes.
I mean, look, when Josh hitting 4 home runs in the game was pretty cool. Didn't he also have another hit in that game too? That's pretty awesome, right? And there's been other guys that have hit 4 home runs in a game. The Kerrywood 20 strikeout game.
Yep.
That's pretty awesome. Roger Clemens had a 15 strikeout game in an ALCS. That was pretty awesome. Roy Halladay no-hitter in a playoff game.
They gave him the curtain call, too, in Miami.
They should have.
And the manager, we give him props.
Big-time props. He pitched to him. It was 20-4 or whatever the hell the score was. He didn't have to pitch to him in the 9th inning. He didn't. He didn't have to pitch to him in, he hit a home run also in he hit one in the 6th. He didn't have to pitch to him in the 7th to get the 50. But he could have said, I'm just going to walk this guy. But he's like, I'm not going to disrespect the game or the player by just walking him, right? If he's going to get it, he's going to get it. Big time respect. The game was over. It was out of reach. I mean, for crying out loud, this thing was 7-1 after 3. It was like, this game was so out of reach for them. They weren't going to win. Pitch to him. I give him credit. And the thing is, Shohei didn't have any home runs till the 6th inning.
What? Wow.
He had one in the 6th, one in the 7th, one in the 9th.
And he's so big, so strong, and then the speed.
To have that kind of speed. I mean,
Bo Jackson, freak athlete?
Well, yeah, I mean.
Just like freaks.
Yeah.
LeBron, Shaq,
Wilt, LeBron, yeah, absolutely.
Bo, Ohtani. He's the best athlete, right, in baseball history?
Okay, so because he's doing both. I mean, is Bo's athleticism greater? Yeah, probably. But it's
best athlete in baseball history. I mean, I guess you do include Bo. But I'm trying to think of who else. I'm stopping short of calling him like the greatest player ever.
Yeah,
I'm trying to figure out.
You can make the case. You can absolutely make the case. Like it's.
It's
nobody's done what he's done.
I love that he's doing this too with all the hype. I love that he's doing this after all the hype, after the contract in Los Angeles on the Dodgers. Again, I'm a fan of him. I know Bobby, hates him, tries to create all these problems and issues with his dog. But you talk about matching the hype and then doing it in the year he's not pitching, creating this news. That's what I love too.
Yeah.
He's doing all this. He's just, all right, fine, I'll just hit and run.
He'll pitch again.
I'll hit and run. I'm not even going to field.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to pitch again. He'll pitch next year. He will probably, they'll have him start to begin it, but, maybe his future is as a closer. I have no idea. That'd be tough.
Imagine if we didn't get this, too, if he got suspended or wiped out from the scandal.
The scandal, absolutely. Because we're missing one of the great years of all time, which ironically isn't even the best year that somebody's having this year. Judge is having a better year, which is crazy to think. But Judge is batting like 30 points higher. And
is his WAR higher, Judge?
Yeah, Judge's WAR is a 9.9. Shohei's about a 7. But Judge's OPS is 100 points higher, and OPS plus is 40 higher. It's crazy that Shohei's having this kind of year, and Judge is having a better year, but
damn, Gunnar Henderson has a higher WAR than Shohei. It's Judge, Witt, Gunnar, Duran, then Ohtani.
Ohtani's getting dinged because he doesn't get any defensive WAR added in because he just is a DH. If Shohei was pitching
why
this
is he
year,
just a DH?
Well, you get defensive. Why is Shohei just a DH? The arm. Right at Tommy John.
Oh, yeah.
They've been DHing him anyway. A lot of times the Angels did a lot just to save his arm between starts. But he also had Tommy John, and it's a second one. So I would be surprised. Now, if they decide...
They'd be too scared to have him even make like an outfield throw.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Now, we may get to a point 3 years from now where they're like, okay, he's getting hurt too much to pitch. Let's just stop having him pitch, and let's just have him play the outfield. He's athletic enough to do it. He's obviously fast enough to play the outfield. He could probably play center.
Your thoughts on Kumar Rocker? 4 walks, hit batter in short period of time as the Rangers lose to Toronto right here on the Fan.
I thought his second outing was in a way similar than the first, but just less impressive. He went longer in the first outing than he did in this one. His pitch count was just entirely too high. He had 24 pitches after the first inning. I think he had 48 after 2. You just can't sustain that. So he's going to have to. And here's the thing. He has good enough stuff to throw the ball over the plate. He doesn't have to worry about them hitting him. Like, he's got good enough stuff. But you love the strikeout numbers. 5 strikeouts in 3 innings is fantastic. 7 strikeouts in 4 innings. I think it was the first start. That's fantastic. You absolutely want that. They love seeing that. He just is going to have to get a little bit more efficient with his pitches because, like I said, 48 pitches through 2 innings, you are going to kill a bullpen. And if it comes out, if he continues down this road, now he'll go through the offseason. It's so early. If we get to this point next year and he's still throwing 25 pitches an inning, then we'll worry about it. And then they'll worry about what they're going to do with him moving forward because that's more of a bullpen guy than a starter because you can't have a starter throwing 25 pitches an inning. They'll never get past 5. Which is what you want out of an ace. And he's got ace stuff. Like, there's no doubt about that. If you're striking out, 11 guys in 8 innings, or in 7 innings on average, I mean, that's ace stuff. So he has some of the things you absolutely fall in love with.
So stock staying. I'm keeping my stock there with him.
Yeah, I didn't drop it. at all. It was just a little bit less impressive than the first, but he's still striking out a ton of guys. And that's what they value in the modern era.
Juan Soto is not making some Yankee fans happy as he was talking about wanting to homer. He ended up homering in every ballpark?
Yeah, so he hit a home run in Seattle, which gave him a home run in all 30 parks. And he was doing his post-game, media session. And he brought that up along with something else that people in New York are kind of criticizing.
It's a great feeling for me. I think, it's so many different ballparks, so many different dimensions. I just want to get all of them checked in, what a best way to go to free agency with all 30 homers, all 30 ballparks. Checking my list.
So it's a cool feat, 30 a home run in every ballpark, right? It's a cool feat.
Yeah.
It's not like the biggest deal in the world. I think it was also his 200th career home run. And I went and captured some quotes. New York radio station, I didn't care for that comment. The New York
said, what a way to go into free agency.
What a way to go into free agency. The New York Post, Soto reminds Yankees of pricey free agency reality. Blogs saying Juan Soto shows Yankees a red flag. What is the matter with those people? It was weird. It was a weird comment.
Yeah.
It was a weird comment. But
if Dak had said, like, during the negotiations or something, like, something that was a little flirty with somewhere else, it'd probably tick us off, or would we understand it? Because it's not like people aren't blaming the Yankees, right, for not having the next deal already, like we blame the Cowboys.
Right. The Yankees, they would sign him today, but he's a Boris guy. Boris doesn't sign guys over. They go into free agency generally. It's a cool accomplishment, but, like, let
me hear the comment one more time. Let me hear it one more time, Pepe from Soto.
It's a great feeling for me. I think, it's so many different ballparks, so many different dimensions. I just want to get all of them checked in, What a best way to go to free agency with all 30 homers, all 30 ballparks, checking my list.
I can see I could rub a little bit.
I could see that. I could see it, but it's like they don't know. They don't know he's a free agent. He's a Boris guy. It's going to take $600 million to get to him.
All right, since we were out there yesterday at the Live Golf Tournament, thanks to them for having us out. You know what? It really hit me leaving there, comparing it to going to the Colonial or Byron. This is by far the biggest, most, correct me if I'm wrong, the most star-studded golf event that we've ever had.
Oh.
I mean, and it hit me because when we were leaving, Peyton, I know you'll love this since you weren't there. While we were waiting for the golf cart to take us back to our vehicles, out walks Dustin Johnson as we were talking about his relationship, his marriage. Don't do that. Don't get yourself in trouble on your birthday on a Friday. But we were sitting there talking about his relationship, and Choppy was telling me some stuff with Paulina, and boom, he walks out with the Tony Romo cell phone call, like no one bothered me. So Dustin Johnson walks by, weird walk, really dark tan. Then DeChambeau comes from the players' parking lot. No, actually, it started off with Sergio.
Yeah.
So Sergio, then
Bryson.
I think Bryson was last. But anyway, it doesn't matter. And as I'm driving out and I'm thinking about it, I'm like, you didn't even get three guys like that at the Byron or Colonial?
No, so
and yesterday we got the Live news that the guys will be able to participate in the Ryder Cup. Did you know that?
Yes, I did. And the PGA Championship. Yeah, it's awesome. It's great news. They should, because they have some of the best golfers out there. Now, some of the guys are older, and they took some money. They're like Sergio, Phil, even DJ. They're like, look, we're getting up there in age. I know I can't make $200 million on the PGA Tour anymore, so let me just take the money. I get it. I done the same thing. If you're Cam Smith and you're 22 years old, do you want to do it? Colin Morikawa? Who knows? You want to ruin your rep for that if it really does ruin your rep? But the reason for that is that if you sign on with Live, you have to play in all their events. Okay, you've got to.
Oh.
On the PGA Tour, you don't. So when Byron Nelson was still alive, everybody played the Byron. Tiger played it. Phil, they all played it. They all played it every year out of respect. Once he passed away, nobody went anymore.
So make it on out there to Merido this weekend if you can, and thanks to Liv for having us out. Does Mike McCarthy care about the dual birthdays on the show? And what does he think of Mel Kiper's idea to get rid of these safeties in the NFL? Let's preview the Ravens with Mike McCarthy next on Shan and RJ. But
Uber Eats has low fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
It is now time for the Mike McCarthy Show here on Shan and RJ. Bobby is out with strep. It's brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. And I think Peyton just committed a birthday faux pas.
Man.
I saw him smile back there as he was getting coach on the line. And I was like, what, did Mike maybe hear that it was your birthday? He goes, yeah, I told him.
Oh, you can't tell. Hey, it's my birthday today.
Yeah. Yeah, like how does that? How does that conversation go? What did he say back, Peyton? What did he say to you when you said? And what did you say? Hey, coach, it's my birthday.
No, I was just giving him a little PR heads up that it's RJ's birthday. I didn't say it was my birthday. No one cares about my birthday. They care about RJ's birthday.
And what did he say back to you? Oh yeah.
He said, "Well, I'm going to give him a big happy birthday wish."
All right, let's bring in the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. Brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. Good morning, Coach.
Good morning. Happy birthday. Hell, I couldn't sleep last night, just thinking about all the things I was going to say this morning.
Oh, thank you, Coach. I mean so much. I appreciate that.
Yeah. So what are you doing today for your birthday?
Dinner, and then I hope that my Tennessee Volunteers get a big win tomorrow. That would be the good birthday there, and then the Cowboys on Sunday. You guys get a win.
Yeah, there you go. Nice. Where are you going to dinner?
This place called the Lost Colony in Highland Village. I don't know if you know where that is. I've never been there.
Well, cool. Well, it sounds like a heck of a spot.
And Peyton's got a big decision between Mexican or Italian, Coach. Which one would you lean towards?
Oh, shoot. I think they're both great, but I don't know. I think it's a matter of which you had last. So if you had Mexican last, I go Italian. Or flip it. No, you can't go wrong with Mexican or Italian.
So, Coach, we were just having this discussion about Shohei Ohtani for the Dodgers. He had like an incredible night last night. 6 for 6, 10 RBIs, 3 home runs, 2 stolen bases. Just an insane night. Is there a night from a player that you were there for coaching with or against that just stands out to you as like, oh, wait, that was like the most special night I've ever seen?
On the field?
Yeah.
Oh, God. Yeah, I mean, I've seen some unbelievable games, by Aaron Rodgers, just 5-6 touchdown type games. But nothing jumps to mind as far as the opponent, But no, I'm sorry, but that what he's doing is off the charts. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's the year that he's having.
50-50.
Yeah.
50-50. Yep.
50-50.
Yeah.
First base.
Unheard of.
Yes. Hey, Coach. Obviously, the Ravens are coming in here desperate at 0-2. What struggles have you seen from them on tape that has them winless so far?
Well, I just think it's they didn't finish the game against the Raiders. Obviously they if you just look at the last 3 series of the games, the game against the Raiders, did 3 and outs, and then the Raiders went down and scored 3 times. So this is an excellent football team. I mean, it's still the team that was competing to go to the Super Bowl last year. So, and I think it's also the reality of September football. I understand the records, but we're preparing for the team that's been on tape. As far as the first 2 weeks, but also we spent a bunch of time on particularly their players. Last year obviously they've had a lot of change in their coaching staff, but you're talking about a system and a profile and a program that's been in place for decades.
Yeah.
So that's what we're really focused on as far as getting ready to go win this game.
Watching them and seeing Lamar and all that he, all the problems he presents, is he probably the most difficult guy to game plan against just because you don't know what he's going to do on any given play?
Absolutely. I think when you got a impact player, like Lamar is, that has the ball in his hands every single play, and and has the diversity, starting with just the time clock of their plays, because I mean, there's obviously when you design a play, there's a time clock to it, but his off tempo and extended time clock is probably going to be the biggest challenge we see all year. So his ability to extend plays, and then unfortunately for us is when he pulls the ball down and runs, he is a dynamic runner too. So. And he still has the ability to stay on the move and make the 50, 60-yard throws. So this is a big challenge for our defense.
Coach, do you remember what you thought about him coming out of Louisville? And what's your core philosophy on changing a guy too much? The big Lamar discussion has always been, all right, or Mike Vick even, try to have him run less to preserve him, become better as a pocket passer, or are you just taking away from what makes that player truly special and unique? Like, what's your philosophy on the dual impact guy and maybe trying to save some of the wear and tear?
Well, I mean, I remember the draft because, that was the draft class of, Baker Mayfield, Josh Allen, and Sam Darnold and that bunch. And, the conversation that Ted Thompson and I had was, I forget where we were picking that year, but he was what we labeled as the X factor in that group because at Louisville he played for Bobby Petrino. Bobby ran a pro style offense, so there was a lot of drop back on tape to evaluate. Now we weren't looking to take a quarterback, but it was definitely a discussion of if he was down there when we picked it, it was definitely a conversation you needed to have, but. Just extremely dynamic, with the ball in his hand. But there definitely was enough, drop back there that you can say, hey, this guy can also win from the pocket.
Do you remember who you guys picked at 18?
I do not.
Jair Alexander.
Ooh,
there you go. Good pick.
Very good pick.
Derwin James, Jair, Van Der Esch. Nice little cluster right there.
That's a good set right there. Coach, philosophically, because you got to spy on him, right? You're going to have so basically it becomes 11 on 10. Philosophically, do you like using your best player to spy on him, or like how do you do that? How do you decide who to use?
Well, that's why you game plan. So I think with anything, these are things that you put in place, during the off season and as far as training camp and train. I think, when the schedule, you're playing the AFC North and the schedule came out and we knew we were going to play these teams early. So, I mean, these are things that, we have built into our base package. It's, Deshaun Watson's obviously is a very active quarterback. So, I mean, these are the kind of things that we can hopefully build off of, schemes and calls that we have in place, but you're definitely have to adjust and give him different looks because, like I said, he's extremely dynamic.
How's he developed as a thrower, Coach? Because a lot of people say, all right, he can run during the regular season. The Ravens are always going to be 11, 12 wins, but it's going to take him throwing more efficiently in the postseason to advance. How have you seen Lamar develop as a thrower over the years?
Well, I think the new offensive change has been good for him because I think it's given him more opportunity as far as schematically from the pocket. Where I would have viewed their offense before more run first, throw second, but I do think they have more balance if you watch them last year and this year. So I think Todd Monk has done a really nice job with them.
Mike McCarthy here with Shan and RJ on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Coach, right now with your football team, is the bigger focus or bigger concern on your run defense or your own run game?
Oh, I think it's, really farm your own land, clean your own house mentality. You can go through everything. I mean, we're not, we know where we are and continue to work on them. But yeah, definitely we're focused on both those this week as far as, primary energy distribution as far as things we didn't practice, and you only have so much time each day on the field, and but those will be priorities throughout the year. I mean, your run defense and run offense has to continue to grow. It never stays the same in this league.
Coach, we saw New Orleans get out on the perimeter last week. Is it the opposite with the Ravens when they do hand off with Henry? Are you just anticipating more of a between the tackles battle with their run game when they do hand off?
I think the big key with Derek, just watch him throughout his career is, his ability to get going. If he is on the outside zone, that's when he's most dangerous. But So how they get to the perimeter and really, coming off the outside zone or the pattern, gap schemes where the ball has a chance to bounce. But it's a different run game. Clearly, the body types up front are different. So I mean, they're going to come in. They're going to play their game, and there's just a lot of things that they schematically and conceptually have always done. They get on the goal line. They're going to run power, and so those are the things we're really locked into.
Coach, are you guys expecting to add Dalvin Cook to your attack on Sunday?
Well, I mean, good shot. I mean, he did a nice job. I mean, I don't recall ever talking about who's going to play on Sunday.
Okay.
On the show.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought you were going to
give it's a birthday. It's a birthday present.
I'm just clouded with RJ's birthday plans.
Not Peyton's.
Not Peyton's, right?
I just can't believe. I'm going to know why I didn't get invited to dinner. That's for it. That's
my gosh. There you go. You want to come? Come on to dinner. Let's go. All right.
Too late. I already got plans.
You would have been picking up the check anyway. Trust me. Going
true.
out chopping.
No doubt. Yeah, no doubt.
That's 100% true. No doubt. Mike McCarthy joined us here at 105 through the Fan. Okay, the trend around the league, first couple of weeks, points are down a little bit. And I know it's early. It's basically first couple of games of the year now have become extended preseason. But has running the ball become cool again?
Has it become cool?
Yeah, it's a new thing. We love the passing game. Passing was all the rage, and now it seems like running the ball is the thing to do again.
Well, I think it's like anything. You're trying to establish things, and at this time of year with your team, and then off of the run game comes half of your passing game, especially in the majority of your passing game in the first and second down. So, I look at the touchdowns being down, and I could just only go off of our experience. You have certain opportunities to take the shots at the end zone, and when you hit them, that's when you're scoring the touchdowns, and your numbers are up. We haven't hit ours in the first 2 weeks.
Coach, Mel Kiper Jr. said on ESPN yesterday that the NFL should outlaw the too high safeties because it's killing the downfield passing attack. First of all, would you support that? Second of all, is that really a major reason why downfield passing is just not what it was maybe, a handful of years ago?
I don't believe that at all. I mean the Steelers defense of the 70s played cover 2, and I think it's just like anything. Our league's about trends, and always has been, and and whether it's more too high or too shallow with the quarters or too high with the deeper cover 2 concepts, and a one high, whether it's man or the match concept that's popular now. I think it's it's plus there's only been 2 games. I mean, we're in week 3, and we're going to make this comments like that. I don't agree with that.
Coach, is Mozzie the biggest injury concern that you guys are trying to address before Sunday, compare with Ferg and Lamb and Diggs, which you seemed to say a couple of days ago wasn't a major concern? Is Mozzie the one at the top of y'all's list?
No, I think just really how they all come in today. Everything was moving forward yesterday when we left here last night. So, I'm very hopeful that they're all going to play. This is a key day. Just the way this is set up. Yesterday was a rough practice, and it was pads, and we went inside because of the heat. So we really got after it yesterday. So we'll see how the guys come in today.
Well, try to catch up on some sleep that you lost last night, waiting for the birthday invites. Apologies from the 2 guys, and best of luck this weekend.
All right, man. You guys have a great weekend.
Mike McCarthy on 105.3 The Fan every single Friday at this time. Vegas insults Oklahoma. Let's make you some football gambling money with the birthday boy, one of them, RJ Choppy, with your football degenerate. Final hour of Shan and RJ next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Hall to his left. Jets trying to add to their lead. Fake the handoff. Rodgers to his right. Throwing. Caught. Touchdown. Terrific grab by Garrett Wilson for the score.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Shan RJ Choppy. We got Peyton Russell Carter in the back. Bobby is out today with strep. Thank you for being a total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. Happy Friday to y'all. Final hour of the program. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, picks the Ravens game at 9:20. And then the KMC Masterpiece on the road. I believe Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco at 9:40 here on the program. Last night, Aaron Rodgers and the Jets beat down the Patriots. Drake May getting some late play in that game. Let's see how long it's going to take in order for him to play. Rodgers with 2 touchdowns, 280 yards. Jets are 2-1. I do have some other odds about this week in the NFL before we get to Choppy's degenerate selections to try to make you some money from BetOnline. Which rookie quarterback will throw a touchdown pass first in week 3? All right. Jaden Daniels removed because he plays on Monday Night Football. Caleb Williams or Bo Nix. Of course, we're talking about the struggles of these young quarterbacks and all that Bo Nix hype that I was hearing preseason in Denver. Sean Payton's looking bad right now. Real bad.
He is. Bo Nix is looking bad. They both are. And, Sean does have a very complicated system, and he thought that the amount of games that Bo Nix played in college, because he set the record.
Thought Bo Nix's backpack would allow him to recite those long-ass play calls.
He saw 60. He played in 60 college games. Nobody else has played in more than 53. He blew by a half a year. And it just hasn't worked out yet. It hasn't worked out yet. I don't know that it will ever. I mean, who knows? But none of these 3 guys look particularly great that have played yet. And Drake May played 8 snaps last night or 8 pass attempts last night.
You know how much Denver's scoring per game?
13?
13. Well, 13. Yeah, 13 tied with the Patriots. What 2 teams are scoring less?
Is this total points or just offensive?
Just points per game.
Bears? Oh wait, no, they had more than that. They had 2 touchdowns on defense week 1.
2 NFC teams.
Okay, Carolina.
Yes.
And the Giants.
Yep. The Giants are at 12. Carolina's at 6.5. The Carolina Panthers 2 weeks in, 6.5 points per.
And I'm starting their running back this weekend, baby, in fantasy.
Will a rookie quarterback throw a touchdown pass in week 3? Yes is minus 200. No is plus 150.
Oh man, take the no just for giggles.
How many 50-plus yard field goals will be made in week 3? The over/under is 15.5.
15?
15.5.
It's won a game.
50-yard field goal or more this week. What will happen first this year? A 150-plus yard rusher, a 400-plus yard passer, or a 60-plus yard field goal? 400-yard passer, 150-plus yard rusher, 60-yard plus field goal.
60-yard field goal.
Yes, field goal, then the passer, then the rusher. Will Justin Tucker's field goal record of 66 yards be broken this season?
That's a lot. I'm going to say no.
I would have guessed yes. It is slight yes, minus 150. No is plus 110. You know that McCarthy is putting Aubrey out there for a 67 or 68. Already almost happened.
Absolutely.
Which possession will the Saints... Oh, man, this is embarrassing for us, too. Which possession will the Saints not score on in Week 3 as they take on the Eagles, who right now cannot stop the run? What possession will the Saints not score on?
First.
First is plus 200, then second, third, fourth, fifth. Scoring every possession plus 1,500. Those are the odds that you can get.
That's it. I mean, their offense right now is the best offense in the NFL. Like after 2 weeks, it's objectively the best offense in the league.
Teams that were favored to make the playoffs that are now favored to miss: Atlanta, Green Bay, Miami. Teams that were favored to miss that are now favored to make: Saints, Seahawks, 2-0. No one's talking about them. And Tampa Bay.
Okay.
All right. So there you go with some of those numbers. Will the Dallas Cowboys make the playoffs? Yes, minus 160. No, plus 130. So they got a 61.5% chance of making the playoffs. Before the year, it was 66.7. So
a little bit down.
Numbers have gone down about 5%.
Yeah, I think that obviously the Cowboys are still a playoff team, but there were some questions that arose in that game that I don't think gets they don't get solved till you see them again. Obviously, that's just the way the sport is. Like they stick with you all week. That's why the NFL is king, because it's one game and it sticks with you for an entire week. But there were definitely concerns in that one. I'm surprised. I wonder what Detroit's is that they dropped
for the Lions to go ahead and make it.
Yeah,
the Detroit Lions are minus 220 right now. They were 68.8 of making the playoffs. They were 69.7 before the year. So they dropped 1%.
I'm a little...
But you got to take into account the division.
That's true. Yeah,
the injuries.
Minnesota. Nobody thinks Minnesota's going to stick around.
Yep.
Obviously, we don't know when Jordan Love's going to come back.
Green Bay lost Love, and Chicago's offense stinks. Yep, that's true. So it's kind of there for them just to go ahead and take. All right, Super Bowl favorite.
Kansas City.
Yep, Kansas City plus 475. Second.
San Fran.
Yep, San Fran plus 650. Next.
Detroit?
No. Pepe, you can guess if you'd like.
Buffalo.
No, Peyton. That is incorrect.
I'm not going to say Baltimore, but that would be my next guess.
I'm not going to say Baltimore, but they are my next guess. No.
Oh. I was right.
Did you catch that?
Yep. New Orleans?
Nope. Think Bobby.
Dallas Cowboys.
Nope. I hope you don't think of Dallas Cowboys when you hear the name Bobby Belt. Well, he is our Cowboys insider. Think harder. Bobby Belt.
Who could it we already said San Fran. We already said KC.
Let me see you, YouTube. Let me see if you're a true Tolo.
Philly?
Nope.
Tampa Bay?
Nope. Think of his predictions. You have no idea.
The Jets.
Cincy?
The Jets? No. You don't remember who Bobby picked in the Super Bowl, who you guys have been fighting about.
Houston.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fine. Good gosh. The Texans at 10-1 to win it all. Then Buffalo at 11. Can you see the board, old man?
I can.
All right, good.
Barely.
He's trying to read the board for the predictions he wrote down to try to cheat. Texans 10-1. Bills 11-1. Lions and Eagles both 12-1. Ravens 14-1. Jets before last night, 16-1. Cowboys, 20-1. Right in front of Cincy at 22-1. Green Bay, 25-1.
That's like 5 AFC teams there.
Kansas City, Armpit, Buffalo, Baltimore, Jets.
Yeah, that's a lot.
All ahead.
Wow.
NFC East division winner. Favorite is?
Eagles.
It is minus 150. Cowboys are plus 140. Then the Commanders. Giants odds to win the division.
500-1.
75-1.
Oh,
Harsh buzz right there. Harsh
Very
buzz,
harsh.
Pepe.
Very hard. Very bad guess.
All right, let's get to RJ. How you doing with making money?
We are even this year. 10-10. I was 4-1 in college last week. I was like 1-4 in the NFL. Terrible NFL week. Making up this week.
Let's see if we can make up.
Do you want college or pro first?
Let's go pro.
Okay. I will take the Chargers +1 at Pittsburgh. I have no idea how it's a 1-point spread. This is one of those things where Pittsburgh probably wins by 10.
What is that over under? That's got to be low, right?
Yeah, I would think it's low.
I'll check it.
Yeah, go ahead. So I got LA.
Over under 35.5.
Oh, God. I'm taking the Chargers plus the 1. I also seen it at 1.5. I got it at 1. So if you can find it at 1, better, obviously, for you.
So when, all right. So
or actually 1.5 is better.
So explain that real quick. I found it at. Are you doing this like trying, buying airplane tickets on a certain day? Are you just going around all the different websites? How are you getting the number you want?
Certain websites have different ones, but also it's when you bet it too. Like if you bet it earlier in the week and it was at 1.5, now it's down to 1. You bet it when you can. But yeah, obviously you would want the 1.5 if you're going to take the underdog. You want the more points, so it gives you that. What I would do in this one, and what I actually did wind up doing, I just bet the Chargers money line. You're getting you don't have to lay any juice, and it's even money. So that's what I wound up doing in this game. So I just took them to win outright. San Fran and the Rams. The over is 43.5. I took the over in this one. San Fran's a 6.5 point favorite. Didn't touch it. Detroit, Arizona. I took the over 51.
Like it.
Arizona's been scoring pretty solidly. I saw somebody in the fan text say that Miami is trying to trade for Kyler.
Okay.
All right. And then
you listening of your Arizona? I'll give you a first and a second.
Yeah, I would listen to that.
Okay.
I would listen to that. And then Kansas City -3 at Atlanta.
Kansas City -3 at Atlanta. I like those.
All right, there we go.
Is that a parlay you're doing or just individual?
Just individual. College football. Utah, Oklahoma State, over 52.5. Oklahoma State, it feels like every game they play at home is 38-31. And then keep an eye, though, on Cam Rising. If he doesn't play for Utah, if they rule him out, don't bet the game at all. Or take Oak State -2.5, which is what they are. South Florida +17 at home against Miami. They broke records for student ticket sales. Miami starts conference play later that week on like a Thursday game, so it's a short week for them. After this, they're going to be looking to get in and get out. And South Florida played Bama really, really tough. Don't let the score fool you. It was 14-13 entering the fourth quarter, and Bama put up 28 in the fourth. I think this is a close game. And Miami wins. I think it's a close game. They get a little bit of a scare. I like Tennessee -7 against Oklahoma. Now, the 7 points is -120. I went and I said, I'll take an alternate line of 7.5, and I got it at even. So I didn't pay I didn't lay a vig. But if they're going to win by 7, they're going to win by more than that.
You're going to be hearing from someone in the back if this doesn't go your way Monday.
Carter says you're biased on the pick.
Well, they beat Houston by 2. That was like what? That's the thing. Like they struggled with, was it Tulsa or Tulane?
Come in here, Carter. Come in here real quick.
Because I think OU is really, really good defensively. Offensively, I don't know how they keep up. They just don't score enough. Now, this is going to come back and haunt me, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But like if OU played their best game defensively, I think Tennessee's offense probably scores 24. I don't know that OU gets to 24. I don't know that they can.
Carter, how do you see the game going for your Sooner? Oh, wearing the Boomers.
Oh, look
I
at
like that shirt.
Oh, absolutely,
nice
yeah. It's was 3 straight days of OU stuff.
You got that in that box thing, right?
Yes, the home field box.
Yeah.
Yes, they do a lot of good stuff.
How do you see the game?
OU wins this game because they have 2 offensive linemen who are their best offensive linemen coming back in this game. They have their best receiver, Nick Anderson, coming back in this game. And
good free throw shooter in the clutch.
Great free throw shooter. Great receiver. He set an OU receiving record as a freshman as far as yards and touchdowns last year. And they They just weren't showing a lot these first 3 games. That's my hope. That's my hope.
3 games.
I'm also going. This is Nico I's first true road game that he's playing in.
Scary.
OU has a very good defense. It's just grown leaps and bounds over the last couple years, and I think if they can stifle him, hold Tennessee to field goals, they're gonna have a real good chance to win this game.
Do you think Tennessee's for real?
I think they're really good. I think they're a top 5 team in the SEC, but
damn. Top 5 in the SEC.
That's where they're ranked right now. Well, the top 5 of the top 6 teams ranked in the country are SEC teams right now. So, but they're better than Mizzou. I think they'll definitely compete with Alabama. Although that game's it's in
Knoxville.
That's in Knoxville this year.
Yeah,
so
and then Georgia's on the road. So Georgia's better. Texas is better. They're lumped in with Ole Miss, Alabama, and Tennessee as like those next 3.
All right. Thanks, Carter.
Got it.
So that's I took Tennessee minus the 7.
All right, there it is. He'll tweet out the pics on his birthday at RJ Choppy. Peyton, I saw your girlfriend. What a lovely Instagram message that was.
Oh, that's very sweet. She baked me a cake last night, so I had that this morning, or I had to have the cake in front of me this morning. I didn't eat the cake.
You're eating it right now?
No. I'll eat it for lunch.
Nice.
There you go.
What type?
Yellow cake batter.
Okay.
Yellow.
Fudge icing.
And the fudge icing. Mm-hmm. All right. Let's see what Nick Eatman is feeling about the Dallas Cowboys responding against Baltimore, or are they going to get battered again? Eatman, DallasCowboys.com is next.
Let's get you over to the greatness of Diamonds.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And it's back to Shan and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Let's bring in Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Cowboys-Ravens coverage on this radio station Sunday, 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Nick. How you doing?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
Doing okay. A little bit worried about this game. Do you have strong conviction, or are you up in the air?
It's up in the air for me. I'm trying to see how the Cowboys can win this game, but it's certainly not going to be an easy matchup, and kind of a bad timing, I think, for the matchup that's there. But it is what it is. The schedule's here, so.
All right, your article is about spying. We asked McCarthy about it. Obviously, he's not going to try to give away anything, but let's just talk about the concept of it. Who would do it? Do they not even do it? How it's worked out in the past? Take us through your piece.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting. Zimmer was asked about it, and Overshown did it a lot against Cleveland with Watson. Is he going to do it again? And he kind of was like, well, it could be Micah. He's fast, he's athletic, but I don't see that happening a lot. This is a kind of a different type of spy, I would think, because a different challenge, because Lamar Jackson, he is obviously he's their offense. He gets it going, and so it's not, you're not really fooling anyone by saying, hey, we have to spy him. Of course you do. Maybe with multiple guys, and so I think the middle of the field, you're going to see Overshown do it a lot. I think there's going to be times where all the linebackers that are there, you just have to stay honest about knowing that he can break it down. He can pull the ball down from a pass at any time. And so, I think really every linebacker on that second level is a spy. And that's what I think it makes Mark Andrews and likely those tight ends so good, is because you can't do both. You can't worry about the tight ends and stay at home for Lamar. And so that's what makes him so dangerous. You're going to have to make him uncomfortable, and he kind of thrives when he's uncomfortable.
In games like this over the years, how has this team handled tight ends in that situation? Like, have tight ends had just massive games against them?
I have to go back and look on that. I feel like that there was a stretch where tight ends were always giving the Cowboys problems, and it wasn't necessarily because there was a running quarterback. It was just because they just struggled with them. And I think over the last few years, when you looked at Dan Quinn's defenses, they went a little lighter on linebacker. It's almost like they played their defensive scheme like it was always 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8. You see the Marquise Bells and the McQuamus and those guys playing in a linebacker role. And I think, now the focus was, and I know last week is not a good example, but the focus was to try to get better in the running game. Bigger linebackers, try to play, run fits and things like that. And what you give up is you give up some plays, in the past and those tight ends. So I think Baltimore is so tricky, because when you look at them, they seem like they have it all. They've got the tight ends, they've got speed guy in Flowers, they've got the biggest running back that God ever created, and then you've got Lamar Jackson. So I think they're going to figure it out. I think they're one of the most dangerous teams in the league. And, I bet you if they played those two games again, they could easily have been 2-0.
Nick Eatman on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Cowboys run defense more susceptible on the perimeter outside, like we saw against the Saints, or on the inside with all these D-tackle problems?
Yeah, well,
I thought was just your answer.
Both. I mean, both. Yes is the answer.
Yes.
Because, and again, Kamara is a special back because he can play both ways. He's not just an inside back. He's not just a perimeter back. I mean, he was so good, and they whatever they wanted to do, they did. And so I still think it's early to say where the Cowboys have the biggest problems. But we've seen it before where teams attack the perimeter. They attack the corners. Hey, you're a rookie, Kalen Carson, and Trayvon Diggs, you're coming off of injury, and let's see if you can tackle. We know y'all can cover. Can you tackle? And then the same with Micah Parsons. I mean, that's the one thing to kind of neutralize him is to try to run at him. We know he's an undersized defensive end. He's awesome. He's strong. He can rush the passer, better than anybody. But when you run at him, that's obviously not his strong suit. And so I think the perimeter is a problem, but I don't think that means right down the middle is fixed either. I think that's why I said the run defense is an issue.
Lamb good, Diggs good, Ferguson good?
Yeah. Lamb and Diggs, I think, are good. Ferguson, I honestly, y'all talked to McCarthy. I didn't. I don't think he gave you the game plan of what Ferguson's going to be able to do. But I'm getting the sense that he's getting closer to playing. I'll believe it when I see it. But the interesting thing about these guys, these injuries, is that it's going to be a physical game. And I'm not talking about Lamb and Diggs. I think they're going to play. With Ferguson coming back from an injury, it's going to be a physical game against the Ravens. And then you got a football game in 4 days, right after that with the Giants. And so I wonder if they play like that, if they think that way, like, rest him one more week, then he could be ready for that Giants game. But then again, I know that the trainers will say, hey, when they're ready, they come back. And so if he's ready to go, then he'll probably play.
Oh, I totally forgot about the Thursday
game. Forgot about that game in 4 days, yeah.
It's the Giants. Who cares?
I know, but usually the Cowboys for 15 years have done Thursday after Thanksgiving, and they change it up this year, and it just sucks. They get 2 short weeks. It's crap. So in terms of Ferg, did Schoonmaker play well enough to not worry about rushing him back?
No. I like Luke Schoonmaker. I really do, and he did better than I thought he was going to do. I think that one-handed catch was nice. I mean, that was a nice play. He had 6 targets. He caught them all. But it just looks different, doesn't it? I mean, not. I mean, it's not 1A and 1B. It's 1 and 2. I mean, that's what it is. I mean, he won. Ferguson just has more juice down the field. But Schoonmaker is a great prototype for that second tight end. He's a big guy, could block. And if he can make catches like he did the other day as the second tight end, that's great. But you do want your first guy to kind of go down the field a little bit more, and I think Ferguson can do that. But, a Schoonmaker for the role I thought was great, but it didn't seem like, okay, when he's out, everybody slides up. I don't think Spanford, did as much as what Schoonmaker would do as the number 2 spot. So I think they really did miss something there. But it was good to see Schoonmaker catch every pass thrown his way. I just don't think he's a dynamic threat, and they missed that. I mean, CD can't do it all, and Brandon Cooks, hello. I mean, need him to step up as well and make plays. And so it was kind of like Schoonmaker's kind of like Tolbert to me, where it's like at receiver, yeah, he's out there, he's doing things. It's just not the same. It's not the same as the other guys.
Nick Eatman here on the Fan. What's going on with this Dalvin thing? Is this Dalvin not being ready? I mean, it just seems so obvious that he would be active starting this week. Are you buying it? What's going on?
I don't know. I asked, and I don't know what's going on with the running back. I have this feeling that whatever happens, I mean, this isn't a feeling. This is definitely a fact. But when they line up on Sunday and play, whoever's out there, like half the stadium's not going to like it because – That's where they are with running back. Everyone has their own thought. I would have thought Dalvin Cook would be ready to go by now. Like that's why you signed him to put him out for games like this to see if he could do it. If he's not, I don't know if is it a terminology thing. It can't be. not for a veteran like that, a veteran running back. There's no way that it's a terminology thing of the reason why you wouldn't play. And then I don't know. I think Deuce is going to play more than I think he should probably play. But hope he proves us wrong. It's just Roquan Smith is probably just licking his chops for this type of game. Running back by committee. I don't think anybody wants that. Nobody. You back into that. This is not what you wake up and go. Let's do the committee approach. I mean, no. It's just because I think what it comes down to a lot of times is you have a split within the organization, within your coaches, your scouts, your front office. You ask 15 people that make some kind of decisions, and I'm not saying that's how many you make it, but 15 people in a group like that, ask them which running back they should start. I bet you have 4 different answers, and that's a problem when you're talking about running back, because I guarantee you Henry's the answer in Baltimore. But in Dallas, if you ask, here, take these 5 scouts, these 3 offensive coaches, these front office people, whatever consultants Jerry listens to, whatever, I guarantee you're going to have 2 or 3 Zekes, couple of Ricos, 3 or 4 Deuces, 5 Cooks, and then 3 go trade a guy. They may even have 5 options. And that right there is an example of it's just, you're just kind of throwing stuff at the wall. Nothing's stuck yet.
What is your pick?
We do a pick on Friday called gut feeling, and so it's the gut. It was my gut feel, and I just don't see the Cowboys winning this one. I would like to pick them, but I just the strength they're not running the ball well, and they're going up against a team that I think does a good job stopping the run. They don't stop the run well on themselves, and they're going up against a Ravens team that I think does a great job running the ball. I just don't see Baltimore being 0-3. I just don't. I think that's the way the league works. I don't think that they will. I think they're better than that, and I just think that from the matchup standpoint, it's a tough one for the Cowboys. I'm picking Baltimore 27-20.
Thank you, brother. Enjoy the game. We'll recap Monday.
Okay, see you guys.
Have a good weekend. Nick Eatman, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort every Monday, Hump Day, and Friday on Shan and RJ. The fellas are out on the road. Figure out how you can go eat and party with the KMC Masterpiece. Crosstalk is next. Let's get you over to K.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Guess who's back for Friday afternoon? Well, it's really morning right now, but hey guys, how's it going? Shan and RJ, did you guys have a great show without Bobby Belt?
Yes, Mike McCarthy was in a fantastic mood without Bobby here.
You strapped him up, huh?
His daughter did, but Bobby strapped up RJ to ruin RJ's birthday weekend.
Yeah.
Oh.
We were next to each other all day at the remote yesterday. He had it. Now I for sure am going to have it. I don't have any symptoms.
Very
but
contagious.
Yeah, it is.
It's like COVID.
Yeah. Plus,
Except
you know,
strep.
the kiss we had at the end really, I think, is going to put it over the top.
Yeah.
That's nice.
All right, so we are at Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco off of Preston or on Preston?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're just going to say yeah?
Well, that's what else do you need to know? It's Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco on Preston. Like,
it's near Snowbriar, yeah.
There's already 2 people here. Just remember, Buffalo Wild Wings is ready to serve you at 10 a.m. when we show up.
Yeah, let's do that now.
We're here now.
Go ahead and get here, man.
Here's great news. We're near the rack. Nordstrom rack.
Okay. You said this earlier, and I was like, what rack? And you were just like, the rack.
I
You
really
just
thought
kept
we were going to
saying
get
it
kicked out of
over and
Buffalo
over.
Wild Wings.
It's very
for
close.
harassment.
So, Sean, here's my first question.
Okay.
When you shop for clothes, where's the main place you shop at?
Wherever my wife goes, I don't go out shopping for clothes.
She shops for you?
Yep. She might go. Well, I can't remember the last time she bought me clothes. It might just be holidays when I get stuff, but I don't know. She might go to Marshall's.
Sean, you sound sad. What's up?
No, I just don't like talking about clothes. I hate shopping.
Okay.
Choppy loves shopping.
Choppy.
Oh.
Yeah.
You're wearing baseball-ism today?
I am. Yes, sir.
When you go shopping, where do you go shopping for clothes?
Ross,
Kick off
TJ
Sean
Maxx,
You got it at
Marshalls.
Ross.
Okay,
Dick's.
I like what you're saying.
Makes sense.
Used to be
So
Lulu.
the other day,
Used to be Lulu, yeah. Can't
the
afford it
other
anymore.
day, I'm big time, Sean. I was on the West Coast.
Yeah.
And I was in Seattle. It was a high of 67, like a low of 55 there. And I didn't really properly pack for that because we were also in Arizona, and I'm not lying about this. It was highs of 108 and 109 while we were there. So we had the 108, 109 degree weather trip. Then it went to the mid 60s degree trip. So it was a very different trip for different clothes.
Yeah.
Well, I bought a sweater from Nordstrom Rack. And I want to know what you guys think. I'll go to Corey on
like
this
a cardigan?
one first. Well, it was a really nice. It's called Buffalo was the name brand, and I don't know that brand, but it said $109.
Dang.
But at Nordstrom Rack, it's $29.99.
Oh, that's awesome.
Here's my question, because you feel like you're getting such a deal. This $110 sweater for $30. I'm wearing something really cool, really fashionable, cost over $100, but I just got it for $30. Do you believe that sweater is really $109?
Like at the Nordstrom?
Like,
yes.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Because I feel like it's like a $40 sweater, but it's really just $10 off, but they put $109 on there to make you feel like you got the greatest deal ever.
I went to Dick's warehouse sale area in Plano.
Whalehouse.
Yeah, their whalehouse.
Dick's Whale.
Yeah,
For
Dick's Whale.
mammals, you know what I'm saying, Kevin?
And they,
I do.
it's right next to a Nordstrom rack, by
Yeah.
the way. And so I went there over the weekend to get my kid a pair of cleats, and they were like $90 cleats, and we got them for $30. So yeah, I love shopping at those places.
I feel like you should be able to look up those things though, like this original price. I'm gonna say they're not lying about that.
Yeah, I think that it would have been out by now, right? We would have found out they were lying.
And Corey, why are you buying cleats with 2 former professional baseball players associated with your show so closely? RJ doesn't pay for any baseball stuff, and Holland doesn't even come on our show.
It's football cleats, so it wasn't spikes. It was football cleats. So yeah, he started his football career this year.
I'm going to be honest. Now we transfer into cleats.
All right.
I know that there's a difference between baseball. Let's say we call them molds, which are
molds are the rubber ones, right?
Yeah, because honestly, in today's Metroplex, I don't know. Maybe I would say, Choppy, 80% of high school baseball fields are
more
AstroTurf, or I know they're not AstroTurf, but you think more.
The only ones I know of is I know Colleyville is my kid. That's where my kid goes. Grapevine is that way, and I think that's it. Like I don't know of any others. Yeah. Everyone that we've seen is a turf,
and most of them say no metal spikes on this turf because they're not putting down the Texas Rangers turf.
Yeah, they don't want to get
that just costs too much money. They are putting down good turf. I'm not saying it's not good, but they're like, you're going to have to wear molds, or I used to call them rubber spikes, but I don't know, because plastic spikes. But on the bottom of baseball spikes to football spikes, They are different.
Yeah.
Yet you're playing on the same surface.
Mm-hmm.
So
You're trying to get a different. You're trying to get a different grip, though. Like if you're an offensive lineman, you're trying to be able to stand your ground whenever a defensive lineman hits you. So you want a little more grip there. And receivers kind of the same way. They want to be able to dig in, and so when they're taking off and cutting.
Mike, do you remember when we were kids? The interchangeable ones, you could screw the metal off and put the rubber ones on.
Yes.
They don't make those anymore, do they? Like,
well, I will
why
say
wouldn't
this.
they?
For track,
Because they're uncomfortable. The bottom part of it are so stiff. And now when you put on, let's say, New Balance, Nike are the main brands in baseball. You have Adidas, too, stuff like that. They make now the molds or even your metal spikes. Yes, a metal spike has to have, I don't know, it's more firm where it doesn't have as much movement. But they've done such a great job of making now shoes way more comfortable. Because it used to take me 2 weeks of my feet wanting to be cut off from my body. From like metal spikes in the early 90s.
Yeah.
And then finally, like after 2 weeks, your Nike shoes, that's what I had in high school, they would finally break in. And I felt like Reeboks took like only a week, and that's why I was like, I kind of like Reeboks more because for some reason they don't hurt my feet as long. But I think they've just done a great job of when kids now put on metal spikes, they don't really hurt much because they're a lot more flexible.
Well, golf cleats must be worse because watching Dustin Johnson walk yesterday, I thought he had something in his pants.
He's got
on the backside.
He has a very unique walk.
Well, I was like, what is wrong with these cleats?
He walks like side. Like he walks like my right foot's going to point towards like 1 o'clock and walk that way, and then I'm going to take a step towards 11 o'clock to even out. It's a very strange walk.
It balances
Well,
trajectory.
Corey, I need a tease.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
What's coming up on the show?
We have Jerry Jones coming up here at 10:30 today. Also, while we're out here at Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco near Stonebriar, we have 2 hats, 1 jersey, 2 shirts, 2 mini helmets, and 2 figures to give away, in addition to the Dallas Cowboys Ravens tickets, courtesy of Miller
I
Lite.
believe there are 2 pairs.
Two
of
pairs of
as
tickets
well.
to give away, and Mike has giving away a custom-made Mike shirt today. So if you are named Mike and wear a large,
that's cool.
You can come get a custom-made Mike shirt today.
Yeah, I did this about 6 years ago. I made 3 of them.
You made it?
Yeah. So it's hashtag Tolo, and then my name, like you're kind of like a service worker. So it's a Dickies. Remember when we used to have a deal with Dickies?
Yep.
Yeah, it lasted one day. I remember when we went up there.
So
and
I
that
got
was
this.
over.
I got 3 of them. Might have been 4.
Oh.
And I made ones for Dawson, Jeff. I might have made one for Chris. I can't remember.
Yeah.
But it's about 6 or 7 years ago. So I never wear it. And it is cool. It's a Dickies kind of, work shirt. And it's a large. So I want to give it to somebody who it would fit them and they would wear them. Their name doesn't have to be Mike.
It has to be kind of.
But if they are a large and they answer this question, in 2011, what was the theme Corey Majors came up with for the Rangers?
Oh, my God. I love it.
So if you are
I
a
know
real
it.
Tolo,
I know it.
you will know
I would hope
what
you know it.
Corey
I mean, I wouldn't
Majors
know
said when I joined them for my first show ever. I joined Kevin and Corey for my first show ever. Not my first show ever
Oh,
on the fan, but my first show
Saturday
with
afternoon.
you guys. It was a playoff game against Detroit, I believe. It might have been Tampa, but I think it was Detroit.
Yeah.
And Corey came up with the phrase for 2011 for the Texas Rangers. And I thought, yeah, that's all I'll say. I don't want to give anything more away. But when you tell me that phrase, and hopefully you're a size large, you can get my Dickies work shirt.
Yeah, that's the way to go.
All
I
right.
like it. I like that.
All right, so how about Aaron Rodgers saying, if you hug me, I'm going to punch you in the face?
As you should.
Do you believe the 2-point or the 2-score lead thing? As I tried to read his lips, it looked like he was saying that.
Yeah.
But at first, man, the first thing I saw was, "Get off me! I hate you! I never want to talk to you again. Just let me do my job."
Or just don't hug me like a weirdo.
Yeah,
All right.
Saleh is he's a tool.
So here's who Saleh is. I'm wondering,
Robert Saleh.
is Aaron Rodgers part of Spartacus?
What do you mean?
Spartacus.
I don't know.
Because the movie 300, I think that Robert Saleh was the king.
What are you talking about, Persian?
Yeah, if you go to that movie and you see him, I'm like, I think Robert Saleh is a former
he doesn't
actor.
have 700 nose rings and stuff like that.
Might
Took
be
him out to
CGI
coach,
during
Corey.
The game.
Yeah, you have to get him.
Are you
pierced.
talking about like Xerxes?
Yeah, that's like 8 feet tall or 10 feet tall or something.
Look at Salah's like face, and then go back and you don't have to watch the whole movie.
Texas William.
Just go and look at that
That's right.
actor, and you'll be like, they have very, he's bald. It's a very, I don't know. He's a very handsome man.
Yeah.
And so I would say that he looks like the ruler of 300, where he's sending all of these demonic things and everything at the 300.
Yeah.
Right.
So I think that's where Aaron Rodgers is like, no, I know who you really are.
Two things about that look. Number one, you can either give Rodgers like credit for being the seriousness of a competitor, like don't celebrate.
Yeah,
We're
don't
not
celebrate.
We're not up 2 scores. Or you can be like, you know what, man? Robert Saleh has zero control of that football team. Like Aaron Rodgers gave him a look like it was his family member,
Yeah.
Or I guess it could be both. It could be both, but that was his intense competitor. Like, don't celebrate.
Don't celebrate. Yeah. Maybe there's animosity there. Maybe there is. I don't know.
I know Saleh has zero control.
Zero control.
That confirmed that.
No.
When you look at someone like that, you're like, you got no pull.
No.
See, I'm not sure. Now that Mike has brought up that analogy, I think that Saleh and Aaron Rodgers just wanted it to happen in slow motion. Because, that's what everything in that movie is like, let's go in slow motion.
Yeah.
What's obvious
Go
to
really
me is
fast.
that, Rodgers is in it to win it, but Saleh is just there for the ding-a-ling, bling, bling.
Hey, by the way, Mike, out here today they are selling these buckets for $10. Proceeds go to
that's cool.
The Miracle League. They're going to the Miracle League. So,
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, so Buffalo Wild
I
Wings
know that
cash
Peyton's
only.
playing my music because he doesn't like me.
Because he wants our show to start on time.
Real quick. How many points do the Cowboys win by, and will it be a game in the fourth quarter? Shan RJ, go.
Cowboys lose by 3.
By 3.
That's not a good sign.
Oh, no.
We were wrong
You guys
last
all picked
week.
them to win last week. It's blowout city for the Cowboys next as we tell you why, how, what, who. Jerry Jones at 10:30. It's Can't Miss Radio on 105.3 The Fan.
What a tease.
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco. Don't be confused by the promos from yesterday. We are in Frisco off of Preston at Buffalo Wild Wings. We would love for you to come out and see us, and they are open and ready to roll today. Let's start with some NFL overreaction or reality. Overreaction or reality. Even though week 2 wasn't the best, you were still hyped about Guyton, Beebe, and Overshown.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still excited about them. I think I'm more hyped about Overshown and the possibilities of what he can do. But I didn't get to see him on, what was it, like 17 snaps the entire game, so I didn't get to see enough of him. Especially since, I mean, their defense was on the field the whole game, so it should have gotten to see more of him.
They did so great.
But I'm still hyped about Overshown. I feel like, I was telling you this, Mike, I feel like BB still has some work to do to grow into that, and I feel like Tyler Guyton he still has a lot of work to do. But expecting rookies to be that good right out of the gate sometimes doesn't work out. Hopefully by the end of the season they can be at their best.
Yeah, I just think they're developing players.
Sure.
So I'm not. I understand your deal. I think all those guys, the Cowboys, are awesome at drafting and developing offensive linemen. So you just have this. I don't know. You should at least, I think, have a feeling or a sense that these guys are going to be pretty good, if not great, because that's what the Cowboys are the best at, is drafting and developing offensive linemen. For Overshown, he's. I know they do this in basketball. They don't do it in football. He is a rookie. He didn't play it all last year.
Yeah.
He doesn't qualify as a rookie. Like, he can't win Defensive Rookie of the Year. But I just think there's a lot of development for these guys, and I think the hope is around that start of November, you have 3 guys who have improved so much you can say, hey, I think these guys are at least average, if not above average NFL starters.
I'm not saying that I think this is going to happen, but NFL overreaction or reality, teams should stop paying quarterbacks who don't win the games that matter. Because you've seen a slew of these. Like, if you want to throw Dak in there, that's fine. And Tua and Trevor Lawrence. And, there's a big list and Herbert, of people who get paid just because, what does everybody say? Well, that's just what you do. So do you think that's an overreaction, or that's a reality that people should stop doing that and being like, well, this didn't work, let's move on to the next one?
I think I understand that. I feel like they pay them for the regular season too, though, not just the games that matter. So I feel like, they're paying them to you want to go see your star quarterback, and you're paying to go get into that stadium for that. So I feel like that's part of the payment, not just the playoffs.
Interesting.
You want them to ultimately succeed and get over the top, and that should be the motivating factor for it. And that's something that I wish I could figure out in their system of how you bonus that. How you get, for the guys that actually get that far and go further, how you get an incentive for them so that the entire team, along with them, can be at that level.
I'm not taking a shot at Jerry Jones here. I'm just saying this is what most owners think. And I do think Jerry falls into this category. Winning the Super Bowl is not that important to them. To owners, that's not a big deal. It's just kind of cherry on top of, they just need a competitive team.
And you're saying you think most owners?
I think most owners, because this is where you're going with the quarterback situation. It's like, can this guy win the Super Bowl? Well, probably not. But can he win 10 to 12 games?
Yeah,
I think he can.
And keep your fan base interested.
Yeah, so it's like, I think we have a chance to make the playoffs with this guy, and you never know how it's kind of like, I never know how the player's going to go. Maybe we play a team and Patrick Mahomes' ankle is swollen and he can't move, and we just end up, this. And so I think that most owners in all sports, I'm not even just saying football, but specifically now talking about Super Bowl, I don't think most owners care about winning the Super Bowl.
If that's true, Kevin, do you believe that, and Mike, do you believe most players care that much more than the owners do?
I guess I do, and I'm like, I could be way off base about this because I don't frequently ask players like, hey, do you care about winning the Super Bowl? Because I feel like they just all say yes. Yeah. But if it's deep down, I just assume yes, but to be fair, I guess I don't know that for a fact.
To be fair,
I think it could just be I'm doing this because I'm good at it.
Players are a zillion times more sports competitive than owners. Owners are probably more money competitive. That's what they do for a living, is make money, kind of. And
sure,
players play and they make money off of that. But after that's over, they have other skills to make $10 to $50 million a year. No, the answer is no. They're trying to do it off of their name. But I just look at it and go, yes, but there are some players that are obviously way more competitive in that. And some players are like, look, if we win, great. If we don't, it's fine
What's
too.
my contract look like? Yeah.
I'm not going to I don't know, sacrifice this to have the opportunity for that. If that opportunity comes about, it comes about.
Think about this for a second. I know Adolis got a little more money, but he was expecting a huge payday after doing what he did in the World Series.
Sure. Yeah.
And so some guys probably been burned that way too, where they're like, I did everything and I didn't get that big time payday.
NFL overreaction or reality, you want to see and will get to see Brandon Aubrey take a record-breaking field goal this season. Now, Aubrey said he doesn't practice 70-yard field goals, but he would love a shot in the game. So my overreaction to reality
Practice them, then,
we already saw it.
Yeah.
Except they forgot to snap the ball.
That's true.
In time.
That you will get to see a record-breaking attempt from him this year.
I say yes.
And you want to
because
see
we
it?
saw it in week 1, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't it to tie the record? And he did make it.
He did.
But it didn't count because they snapped it about a second or two late. So,
and then it looked like they were going to line up from 71.
Which they would have.
I do think this. It does have to happen at the end of the half or possibly the end of the game. I do think if you're lining up for a 70-yard field goal, conditions better be great, because if it's the middle of the third quarter, you're like, are we willing? This is the risk reward. If he misses, are we willing to give them the ball on our 40-yard line?
This kind of field position.
Let me ask you guys both this then. Let's say you're at your own 48-yard line.
Kick it.
You're down by 2.
Do it.
You'd rather kick it than Hail Mary
With
it?
Aubrey, yeah.
Yeah, and like you're indoors.
In this team specifically, I don't think Dak can throw it that far. So in the line, when they played that, Dak didn't have the blocking to be able to do it. So, yes, I want Brandon. I feel like I have a better shot with Brandon Aubrey to do it for sure.
I agree with Corey, because, Kevin, you're a math guy. I don't know. The odds of hitting a Hail Mary are 2%, 5%?
Yeah, I would give him at least 5% of making that.
Yeah, so I think
a 70-yarder, we don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would try a 70-yarder going, heck, this guy, maybe it's a 10% chance.
And it could be, absolutely. NFL overreaction or reality this morning, Zach Taylor won't be the Bengals head coach in 2025. Now, we've talked about this. It is a trend over Burrow's career. 1-9 in these first 2 games. But it is still shocking to see when they're continually 0-2.
I think that's overreaction.
Okay.
And the reason being, Marvin Lewis failed in the first round like 7 straight years.
That's true.
Zach Taylor got them to a Super Bowl. So
do you think that forced higher expectations now, though? Like, you're right.
Not with that organization.
Okay.
I think that organization is just hey, man, whatever we can get is icing on this baby.
Okay.
I would
Cincinnati.
say I don't think he will. I mean, you never know, but he didn't make the playoffs last year because of quarterback injury.
True.
So it's not like, hey, you had all the cards you needed to get back to a Super Bowl or to get back to a great position to be in a Super Bowl. So this would be the first time, let's just say Joe Burrow plays all the games, that this would be the first time where you could say he's failed as a head coach.
And my last one for y'all this morning, NFL overreaction or reality, the Rams will finish last in the NFC West.
Reality.
I wouldn't have thought that, but I don't know. I might be there, too.
Have you seen the list of players that might be missing from this weekend's game, including the Niners?
It sucks.
Yeah. Debo, McCaffrey, Kittle might be out. That whole Rams team might be out. That one's going to be a tough one, man.
I lean to yes. I lean to Kyler Murray will win 6 or 7 games. And I don't think the thing is, week 8 or 9, if they do get back Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp and they're healthy for the last 10 games, let's say, does that change our outlook on not them making the playoffs, but
not finishing last? We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco off of Preston. Coming up next from the mind of Corey. After 2 weeks, what has been your biggest NFL miss? Admit it, you were wrong about this. Let's do that next right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Dobbins trying to get to the edge. He's got a blocker. He's got more than a blocker. Inside the 25-20. Did the sprints help? Oh, boy, he somersets into the end zone. Touchdown, Chargers.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco off of Preston. We got Jerry Jones coming up in about 15 minutes. It is also a Shout-Out Friday. If you want to send in your shout-outs on the YouTube, Twitch, or Frankel & Frankel text line 877-881-1053. Now, yesterday, we asked what were the things that you were right about. Today, I know it's only been 2 weeks, but what has been your biggest NFL miss? Admit it, you were wrong. And the reason why I wanted to play that highlight is I thought that the Chargers would really struggle outside of Justin Herbert. I did not like the way their roster was constructed, but that running game early on is crushing it.
Does it feel like Justin Herbert is playing well? Because I don't feel like I've been like, oh man, he's amazing.
Fine.
Yeah,
he's playing
like J.J. McCarthy for Michigan, just good enough to not lose the games for him.
Yeah, better than J.J. McCarthy this year, though.
Yeah, better by far. That's a good one because I think a lot of people agreed with you. They kind of given up on Justin Herbert for one, and they were like, well, it's going to take a minute for Harbaugh. But man, I was kind of, I guess, on the other side of it. I think Harbaugh understands the NFL and he understands how to organize a team really quickly, and he got them all on the same page pretty fast. And that division, aside from Kansas City, is up in the air.
My turn?
Yes.
Who did I pick for MVP?
Did you pick Trevor Lawrence for MVP?
Jordan Love.
Jordan Love.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, you did. It was good value.
Yeah,
it was
I
a
thought
good
the
value pick.
was there, right? You said, what did you hit on yesterday?
Yeah.
I said, so far, I told everybody, hey,
Hutchinson,
I would bet on Aiden Hutchinson.
That's a good one.
He's 5th or 6th on the list. The odds are there. I think he can win Defensive Player of the Year. And I said, for MVP, hey, I think it's not – if I just had to bet everything was exactly the same, I'd always bet Patrick Mahomes going into a season. But I was like, man, I think Jordan Love could put up some big numbers this year, and if he wins that division, I think they could give him the MVP. MVP voters don't want to keep giving the MVP to the same guys, but obviously that is off the table now after his injury.
From the 214, I have Chargers versus the Rams in the Super Bowl.
Oh,
the Rams do not
the
look
Chargers look like they got a chance.
The Chargers are better than I thought. The Rams are definitely worse than I thought.
Yeah, the Rams definitely are worse because I figured they'd be one of the top two. Obviously behind San Francisco. San Francisco dealing with all those injuries that they're dealing with. It's going to be tough for them this weekend, but it's going to be a tough game to watch. I guess the one that I feel like I'm the most wrong about right now, but I don't know that it's going to last all season, is Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold is kind of making me look foolish at 2-0 right now with that 97-yard bomb.
Is he your Steelers in terms of that's fine, just wait.
Yeah.
It's going to fall.
I don't know because I think Kevin O'Connell's a fantastic coach. I've said that many times, and I thought he made Kirk Cousins better than Kirk Cousins actually is. The problem, though, is that I've always thought that Sam Darnold was one of those guys that just gives away the ball at the wrong time. But then you go back and kind of look at his history, and you look at the Jets are a buffoon organization when he was there. He goes to Carolina. That's a buffoon organization while he's there. And then he finally lands with the Niners and he gets good coaching. And then he moves from the Niners over to the Vikings, and it's like, okay, he goes from one good coach to another good coach. Maybe that's the benefit for him that I just didn't see happening.
Corey, I don't know if we have time for this today, but is there any way you can put a list together of all your NFL buffoon organizations?
Oh, yeah. Cleveland's one of those organizations.
I am
Washington was for a long time a buffoon.
Carolina.
Yeah.
Detroit forever.
Detroit for the longest time, but right now, man, they have what's the opposite of buffoon? They have a Shohei Ohtani head coach right now.
I think you spell it backwards.
Yeah, Newfound. That's what I said.
No, it's
like
not
Harry
spelled
Carey.
backwards. That's not a real word.
All right. I think
I wasn't wrong about this, but I didn't know the New Orleans Saints were the best team in football.
Man, no freaking kidding. Okay, can I ask you
Somebody's
about
also asked me to give Derek Carr his flowers. I say no. I say I will not give Derek Carr his flowers. I will never give Derek Carr his flowers unless he wins me a championship in fantasy because I picked him up off the waiver wire this weekend. So if he does that, he has time to convince me this year, and I will be nice to Derek Carr.
All right. What about – because I thought about this, and I think we've all kind of mentioned this. I'm really surprised that early on, it doesn't look like the Bills have taken a step back. Like, I really thought they were going to struggle this season because they've had to make so many creative shifts because of the salary cap, but early on, they look good.
Does this show the greatness of Josh Allen? I know it's only 2 games.
It might.
When we talk about Patrick Mahomes as one and then you start the conversation of the other guys, is if this continues and he wins 13 games this year with, let's going into the season, I can't even tell you a wide receiver they have on that team. I would go, well, he's number 2. Like, he's the second best. He has a good resume so far, not a great resume, but when you start doing this and taking away all the weapons and you go, hey, you do it. And he's like, all right, I'll do it. I mean, it kind of reminds me, I know a little bit, I know the Denver Broncos had receivers in the mid-late 80s, but it reminds me when all of a sudden John Elway took that leap to like, whoa.
Yeah.
How is he doing? I know he got blown out in the Super Bowls, but how is he doing this? He doesn't have that great of a team.
Yeah, Mac Hollins is a guy. You know, he's kind of traveled around. We talked to him at the Super Bowl in Arizona. He was barefoot. And then the Keon Coleman is one of those guys that I think that when they drafted him, they were like, he's going to be one of those guys that we can really rely on. I think that when they went into this offseason, though, they were like, we'll see the growth of Keon Coleman. We're going to invest more in our running game. And Dalton Kincaid, these 2 wide tight end sets are going to be big factors because Kincaid's a great receiver, and then Knox is a good blocker and receiver as well. And then the running game has been pretty. It got better at the end of last year because Joe Brady said, "I got this."
But the 9-7-2, man, I was wrong about Caleb Williams. That offense,
oh my gosh,
stinks. And look. They're talking about all the people they added and said they and Caleb suck. And that's what we say all these things with, like, I understand it's just 2 games, so there's still plenty of time for this to turn around. And, like, Caleb is 2 games into his NFL career, much like y'all talked about with Beebe and Guyton and Overshown. I know he's in his 2nd year, but you get the idea. It's like they're only going to be so good right out the gate, probably. It's going to take a minute.
I guess it does show this. Maybe ask Jerry Jones about this coming up next. Okay. I know it's a long time ago, but the impossibility of what Dak Prescott did as a rookie.
Yeah, that was so freaking impressive. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we continue to be live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco off of Preston. It is a Shout-Out Friday, and next we will talk with Dallas Cowboys owner and GM Jerry Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco. And right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring you Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones. Good morning, sir.
Hey, guys, good morning, and it is great to be on with you, especially with the challenge we've got ahead of us Sunday.
Now, I obviously this would make the challenge more difficult, but CeeDee Lamb and Trayvon Diggs both limited in practice yesterday, but is confidence high that both will be able to play on Sunday?
Yes.
That's a fantastic answer right there. That makes me feel a lot better, Kevin.
Absolutely.
Now I'm better on that one. Hey, Jerry, I just was told by a listener that's here with us that there's 3 airplanes of Ravens fans heading into town right now. That's a daunting group that's going to come and try and invade that. Does that kind of make you a little nervous as they're trying to walk into your stadium?
Not really. We have, I know that there's a lot of tickets being sold to Raven fans, and you can tell that by frankly, the activity in the off market, which is not your season ticket holder, but the bottom could be season ticket holders just selling those tickets for this game. But that's more than you want to hear. The facts are, I fully expect this one to come. I had this one circled as a real, if you will, substantive game for everybody concerned, with fans at the top of the list. Boy, they're a good football team, and that quarterback is as good as it gets. Their coach is outstanding. I think Mike and him, in terms of their career record, are real close. Mike may have him a few more games, Mike McCarthy, but he comes from great lineage, their coach. He's from that great coaching family. They know what they're doing over there, and I have all the respect in the world for Baltimore as a franchise. So you put that all together. This is NFL stuff out here this weekend.
Jerry, I know that they're 0-2, but in a way, they're probably very desperate to get a win this year and not start off 0-3. Would you rather them have a win on their board right now and maybe not come in so desperate?
You know, I love to do what we're doing here, and that's create special incentives for a team, and I personally have that. And while it'd be ridiculous and I seem to be using that word a little more than I should be lately, but it just really would not be accurate at all to say this is a must-win game for either team. It's just not, because that's the NFL. We just need to remind ourselves that this entire off season has been about what? criticizing us for how we played in the playoffs last year. Not about how we played during the season. Not about how Dak was almost the most valuable player in the league during the season. Our focus from a fan standpoint, and I'll tell you this, my focus from whatever I am standpoint is about these playoffs.
I totally understand that part, too. Well, with this win, though, or this week, Micah didn't say this is a must-win, but he said it's a prove-it game, and we discussed that a little bit yesterday. What do you want the players this week to prove to you?
Well, I'd like for them to I know they're going to do a better job of executing what we're trying to do on defense. We did change it up now. Make no mistake about it, from what we've been doing the last 3 or 4 years. Our defense is changed up. And we do need to keep those offensive linemen off our linebackers. That's critical if we're going to stop the outside run. We do need to come up and be significant be really sensitive about our responsibilities if we're coming from the secondary to basically have containment. And all about that is I'm addressing the fact that we've had such a tough time of it with outside runs against the Saints. And but the point is that we can do that. We've seen the players do it that we're asking to do it. And that's always the criteria. Have you seen them do it before? Have you seen them do it back-to-back before? If you've seen them do it, then you know that you've got a chance to improve, and I think we will. But, boy, this quarterback gives you a different dimension, and he keeps plays alive so long. And so it's not going to be as wham-bam, as crisp as it was against New Orleans as far as their ability to gut us on the outside. It's going to be about containment as well and trying to get this guy from backing out of what should be terminal situations for him, terminal in the sense the down's over. We've got to stay we've got to not only protect the running lanes, but we've got to also have containment, which means be careful about committing too fast, because he'll bounce outside and there's your big play, and he'll take it either running it or throwing it. This is a problem this weekend.
Now, since you were talking about Lamar Jackson, I am curious, is Lamar already the best dual-threat quarterback you've ever seen in the NFL?
Well, I am going to answer that question in a way that he is as good as I want to think about right now, because we play this weekend.
Okay.
And so when you start talking about you get in all kinds of trouble. We got a pretty good guy in our lineage that could escape it pretty good in Roger Staubach.
Yep. True.
And by the way, who is the one most asked for to look at his bust at the Hall of Fame in Canton, the one most requested former player is Roger Staubach, that they want to go up and see his bust. But there's your classic: buy time, keep a play alive, run it or throw it. And this guy certainly can be in the same conversation.
Well, let's stop highlighting what the Ravens are good at then. Let's talk about something that they themselves have said has been a struggle. John Harbaugh said the offensive line has been way too inconsistent for the Ravens thus far. I'm curious what you've thought about the Cowboys' kind of new-look offensive line through these first 2 games.
I'm very pleased with our offensive line. And we've got I like the makeup of our offensive line. We've got some experience, but yet we've got some serious young players out there that are really performing well under the circumstances. I, too, would look at what kind of shape you're in the offensive line. I think as a group, if they had anything that could be a semblance of a bright spot about our game last week against the Saints, it was the offensive line.
Jerry, I've been kind of going back and forth in my own head about this, and I'm curious, is scheme or physicality more important on game day?
Both, and that's not just a tried answer. Let me just say this. You cannot play football, American football, without being physical.
Right.
It ultimately, if you are not physical, if you don't understand that ultimately you've got to beat the guy in front of you, and the way to beat him is with physicalness. Now, along the way comes some of the greatest technique and scheme things that you need to think about as well. We've had great technicians in terms of using technique to fit the scheme. You can go all the way back to Randy White, who is as good as anybody that I've ever heard about. But then we had Charles Haley. And boy, that Charles Haley's game was mental. And so he knew how to take the scheme and fit it. And, of course, one of the challenges he had in his career is what? They'd run at Charles because he was light, relatively speaking. I think he came in at 240 pounds and probably played around 260. But he developed his style and was able to take the schemes, of which good coaches put a scheme and honored some of his attributes. But you take that scheme, and then you also take the technique that he mastered for Charles, and then you have good coaching that allows you to use that in its best way. Sound like Micah Parsons a little bit?
Yeah.
And then you have what you're trying to get to. Anything in all of those areas that you drop off on, you'll compromise the whole group. Because it is early, because it's the start of the season, because of the way training camps are across the board, then you shouldn't flare and get too far out of, get too excited about something negative this early in the season, especially on defense.
It does sound fair to say, though, that you want at the end of each game that your team was the ass kickers. They were the more physical team out there, right?
Well, you want it every time.
Yep.
They pay their guys too, though, to be ass kickers. And so you realize that you're dealing with that. I was my first year, and we had a great coach that we retained from Coach Landry's staff. And we won one football game, the Cowboys, my first year with the Cowboys. And he comes into the locker room, and my old head was down below my knees, just hanging down in there, and thinking, boy, well, what is this? And we'd been beaten. And he came over and said, Jerry, I think you're going to be in this thing a long time. And let me tell you, I know that this is all new to you and fresh on you. But remember one thing, they pay their guys, too, a lot of money to out-physical you, to out-scheme you, to outplay you. And sometimes they win one or two, whether it's a play or whether it's a game.
Jerry, last night in the world of sports, Shohei Ohtani for the Los Angeles Dodgers became the first ever player with 50 home runs, 50 stolen bases. I was wondering from your perspective, being in the NFL as long as you have now, what's your favorite record in the NFL, like an individual record?
I like one of my favorites is Deion Sanders. He had more touchdowns per touch than any player in the history of the game. But he touched the ball on offense, he touched it on defense, and he touched it on special teams. But for the times that he would touch the ball, which unless you're a receiver, you don't have much design chances to touch the ball. A punt returner touched it quite a bit, a kickoff returner. But Deion Sanders played over 100 plays a game for us. And plus had the ability to deter. What is that? That means when he was lined up on defense, they did go away from him. They didn't want to challenge him. So two or three things that Deion was involved in are some of my favorites, but I can't tell you. There's some near records that were involved. Emmett's great rushing record is unbelievable because it has to do with will, it has to do with durability, plus the great skill and the way he gained his yards. And it had to do with the team around him. So that one's got to be at the top of my list, probably.
Jerry, last night and, recently, Braylon Allen has been running for the Jets as a running back, and a lot of people have been kind of pointing out, hey, man, that dude was right there in the 4th round where the Cowboys pick for Trey Lance was. And I was just kind of curious, not necessarily on this specific one, but do you ever get regrets when and after you've made some kind of moves whenever you look and see how another player is doing?
No, it is absolutely when you the plays you're concerned about is the one the guy you pick makes or don't make, as opposed to the guys you didn't pick. Invariably, if you have not picked a good player, he's going to show up in front of you. That's the NFL. But there's no way in the world you'd spend all your time looking at all the guys on the draft board that you didn't pick. I don't do that. I'm interested in taking the ones we picked and having them out there. And now I'll spend some time with you, talking with you about what he's doing on his first step, what he's doing with his punch, if he's a defensive lineman. By the way, the defensive lineman that we put on IR, in my mind, is favoring his wrist, and that's a fact. And so he's a good player. I hope we take advantage of him as we move forward. I'm talking about Phillips, that for some reason or the other, there's been an issue about him going on IR. Well, the facts are that he has been favoring his wrist.
Okay.
Were you surprised to hear him say that, though, that wasn't the case?
I didn't. No, I didn't hear it. Oh. I did not hear that. And so I'm just I'm looking at a note here that they gave me, said, be sure if they ask you about Phillips. I'm getting ahead of you guys.
Okay, thank you.
I'm trying to use all my material. this morning.
Before we let you go, would you like to see Dalvin Cook take the field this weekend?
Well, I don't know that will happen, and I must tell you, this is a little bit of a first for me because I've never seen such made of our position and what we're doing at that position, running back this year, and not having done this or not having done that at running back. Both these guys came out at the same time. The player that we're playing this weekend against Baltimore and Zeke. And so we've got a pretty good contemporary of our competition this week in Zeke Elliott. I'm pleased with what Zeke is doing. The big part of the running back deal is protecting the quarterback. That's real good stuff there. Running back is just not on our radar as far as an area of interest.
And when you say you haven't seen anything like this, does that mean you're surprised by how many people keep talking about it or asking you about it, et cetera, when it comes to the running back stuff?
No, I'm surprised. What have we got? 10, 15 guys that do media. I don't have anybody else in the world ask me about this but some media.
Huh.
And so a few of the media have gotten out here and written stories early about how we're going to go with a running back in the draft or how we need a running back, and they're trying to cover their you-know-what as we go through the season.
Interesting, as always. Thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you again next week.
Thanks, guys. And, boy, this is a big one for the Cowboys. Let's get them.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Cowboys.
There you go, Jerry Jones, right here on 105.3 The Fan. That is fascinating, and I guess will continue to be so throughout the season. I don't want either side to be so dug in. Well, specifically, I don't care if the media feels like they were wrong or not. I don't want the Cowboys to be so dug in that they're like, why does everyone keep asking about this?
Mm-hmm.
Like, we're doing great. And then you're like, hey, I know we were 2.3 yards per carry. Don't worry about that. The pass blocking was on point. Like, I just don't want the Cowboys to be so dug in that they're like, well, we're not going to change now because we don't understand why people are asking all these questions.
Well, and the other thing, too, we know he likes to talk to Barry Switzer, and he likes to talk to Bill Parcells, and he likes to talk to other people that he has respect for.
Yeah.
And so I do wonder if that's what he's saying when he's saying they're not asking about that. Not the people inside the building. Maybe the people inside the building are like, here's what we got. as the season goes, we'll figure something out. Here are some preliminary options just in case. That's why Dalvin Cook's in the building. I mean, he wouldn't be in the building if they didn't have an idea that they might need him at some point. So I wonder if it's the people that he respects and talks to that they're looking at the team talking more about Dak and his defense than they are talking, because he wanted to talk about that defensive front. He wanted to talk about what they hope that they fix this week. He wanted to talk about Jordan Phillips. He had a note specifically on Jordan Phillips in that moment. Evidently happened in the locker room where he said his wrist wasn't injured. So he wanted to talk about that defense and so maybe that's what everybody else is saying out there, and they're not talking as much about the running game because they think, hey, Dak's there. Dak's supposed to save you from your running game.
I know we were out of time, and I don't want to pick a fight with Jerry Jones, but I'm sure nobody's talking about their defensive tackles either around the league.
Yeah.
Who's the? I get he's saying, hey, the media's the only one on the running backs. Like everybody rated you guys the worst running back room in all of the NFL. We didn't make that up.
I didn't make that list.
No.
Everybody in the media.
It's the same thing I didn't ask about Mozzie when he was like, we're worried about the players that are here. Because every time we've asked him about Mozzie, he says, the great Tom Landry told me it takes 3 years for a defensive tackle. So that's the answer you're going to get for the next year and a half.
Yeah, I think that.
I guess Jordan Phillips' wrist is really hurt.
Yeah, if you heard McCarthy this morning, it did sound more like RELAX. Look, it's September. We're still getting our feet under us. They're not suffocating like the Ravens are right now. The Ravens go 0-3, and they're looking at it in a very different situation. Right now, it sounded to me like Jerry's like, no, we just got to tweak here, and we'll be back in our winning ways.
All right.
And I love having Ravens fans come down here because it's a test. I like the test.
I knew he wouldn't, but a little part of me was like, I figured. Did you see last week? It was like a Saints home game. I knew that probably wouldn't happen. All right, let's switch gears. Go to cut number 5 if you can, because we need to talk about some baseball history.
1-2. Ohtani sends one in the air. The other way. Back it goes. Gone! One-of-a-kind player. One-of-a-kind season. Shohei Ohtani starts the 50-50 club.
Shohei Ohtani starts the 50-50 club. Just looking at how amazing that is, I cannot imagine there will be too many members of that club. But then again, maybe that's what they thought when the 40-40 club came along.
There won't be. Now, the rules have changed. This makes it possible.
True.
The rules had never made this possible before.
The bases.
Yeah, and also you can only pick twice. There's a pitch clock, so you know when the pitcher has to throw the ball.
True.
It's kind of like a snap count. If you can peek and see that it's at 1 and going to 0, if I just take off, either it's a delay a game or I timed it up perfectly because they had to snap the ball at this point. So I'm not trying to take anything away, but there are rules that have made this possible. He'll never come close to this again because he's going to have to be a pitcher, and they're not going to want him to try to steal 50 bases in a season. This was the one time while he was still in his prime because let's just say 3 years from now he has to stop pitching again. Well, at that point, he'll probably be slower as he's entering his mid-30s than what he is right now around 30 years old. So it was awesome, and I'll say this. I'm glad he did it against a real pitcher because number 51 was against a 60-mile-an-hour fastball, which was hit. It looked like 500 feet.
Okay.
I don't know how that wasn't 500 feet.
Let me play that audio because you're definitely right. But let me play that audio because cut number 6, this guy is the most pumped about it.
Watching this guy. Oh, my gosh! Shohei Ohtani! The greatest day in baseball history! This is not real life.
Now, Shohei did go 6 for 6 with 3 home runs and 10 RBIs. But
that might be, is it? I think it might be the greatest offensive day in baseball.
So some people have argued for the Sean Green game.
Oh,
where
was I pitching in that one?
I don't know. Well, because Josh Hamilton and Sean Green came up because Hamilton hit 4 and then had another hit, so he had 17 bases. Sean Green had 4 home runs and had 19 bases. Yeah. So it just depends. But, if you're saying who's the bigger name that you want remembered, it's surely going to be Shohei as opposed to Sean Green.
50-50.
It is incredible.
That's amazing that he had the 2 stolen bases, and he would have had 11 RBIs, but the pitch, I believe, right before the 50th home run was a wild pitch. So it was second and third, and the runner from third scored, or it would have been a 3-run homer instead of a 2-run homer.
Yeah. It was an amazing achievement. I know some people were dinging that last home run because, like you said, it was a position player because the game was, 20-4?
Yeah.
But he did hit that ball far.
How is that not 500 feet? I don't think they have it measured right. When that thing was, I went to that stadium. That's 500 feet. And then the other thing, too, is there's probably in the history of baseball, whether it's Barry Bonds or whoever, they've hit home runs off of position players. I know there's more now today, but we could go back and go to the year of 73 homers. I'm sure there was a couple of them that were off of a position player.
Where does this rank in terms of individual achievements in the world of baseball? It feels like it's pretty dang
way
impressive.
Up. 73, the issue with 73 is it was during the steroid era or Mark McGwire's 70. So sometimes you look at some of these numbers or, when Cy Young was pitching, well, I don't even know if I think they hit with a newspaper at that point, So I don't know. I'm not trying to take anything away from him.
It kind of feels like you're taking a little something away from him.
I don't know. Or they threw wooden baseballs, So I would say, this is way up there. I put it up there with some of Barry Bonds' years.
Okay. Yeah.
And then 40-70 just happened last year. So that is very close, too.
I think it's cool, Kevin, at 50-50, but you know what I said a few weeks ago, 50-50-50. 50 wins would be even better. So if he can do that next year.
The possibility of, I don't know where he's at on doubles, but maybe if he could get 50 doubles.
Corey wants wins.
Well,
that will never happen,
and win
ever.
We need to get back to the Cy Young days where you throw,
73
innings in
a
a
wooden
month.
baseball against a newspaper. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco off of Preston. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. And just for Mike, might have a Mavs note, too. Next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco off of Preston. Thank you, everybody who's already out here. And if you haven't made your way out here, you should. We're having a blast, and I have now eased up. So it's time to talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How's it going?
Good. I want to ask you this because I don't ever want to assume anyone's feelings about anything. But one of the things that Jerry was talking to us about that I thought was really fascinating, and I just don't agree with, and I think you already know that, is he seems fascinated and doesn't understand why people keep asking about the running back position. Do you feel that same way? Because just so my position is clear as well, I totally understand why people are asking about the running back position.
Well, they were asking about it for months, right?
True. True. He just seems surprised that is still the case.
Well, and here's one of the things that I like to say. It's great to ask questions, but don't be afraid of the answer.
Sure.
Right?
That's fair. Yeah.
I mean,
absolutely.
When you don't agree with it, well, okay, but you asked the question, and that's what you got from him.
Yeah.
I understand why everybody's asking. They haven't run the ball, but to me, and I keep saying it, I don't think the offensive line has played well in the run game. I just don't see where, and I'll keep saying it, I don't see where there's holes that the running back's not going through. And that a different running back would, make a significant difference in kind of what they're facing. So, I mean, it's 2 games, keep going. And it seems like, Dalvin Cook's the answer to everything. Am I right?
Feels like very backup
he's on the practice squad.
Yeah.
It's the backup quarterback theory, Mickey. It's like you remember when Anthony Wright was here and everybody was like, no, put Anthony Wright in instead.
The Rams needed a running back, and they went and got somebody off their couch when they could have gotten somebody off a practice squad.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And the guy in the practice squad's practicing. The guy on the couch ain't practicing. So, I mean, he's free. Are the Cowboys the only ones that need a running back out of 32 teams? The other 31 teams. So
surely not.
I just want to see it where I say, okay, the offensive line is playing awfully well, and these running backs aren't hitting the hole, or they're not capable of getting through the hole.
I think that's fair.
Then maybe I'll say, okay, it's time. I just don't think they've seen that yet, and they're not going to tell you, well, the offensive line not playing as well as it needs to, right? That ain't going to happen. So we'll just keep an eye on it as it goes along.
Babe Loffenberg was on Shan and RJ and Bobby and Peyton's show yesterday, and he dropped he doesn't want Micah to spy on Lamar Jackson, which I totally get because it's your best pass rusher. But he threw out this the put your worst in coverage linebacker out there to spy on Lamar Jackson. Would you agree with that? And who would be that guy that you would say, all right, that's the spy for Lamar?
Well, it depends how they're playing it, right? If you indeed are going to do it, I think the only guy that's kind of big enough but fast enough to do it would be Overshown.
Yeah, but he's good in coverage too, isn't he?
Well, I don't know how good he is in coverage just yet.
Right.
I mean, we haven't seen him in coverage, have we? I mean, we've seen him sack the quarterback when he got shot out of a cannon, right?
Yes. Yep.
And so I think he's athletic enough, and I don't know. I think he's around 235. That he would be big enough to make tackles in the open field, and that's what you got to do. I don't know, if you have 3 linebackers on the field, I mean, Leofau's pretty good in coverage, but is he athletic enough and is he fast enough to run with Jackson? Now, the key thing is, number one, you got to keep him in the pocket, right? So that's on your defensive ends. You can't let him outside. You can't get out of your lanes. Now, number 2 is they will call plays for him. It's not just he scrambles, right? They're going to call run plays. And once again, your front has to play well. You can't get knocked off the line of scrimmage like they did against the Saints, where your defensive linemen are going backwards, or they're going outside so far that they're leaving a lane if the defensive tackle gets blocked. So that's kind of the way you got to stop him from running. You've got to contain him in the pocket, and it doesn't. And especially when he's trying to throw, you want to force him to throw the ball. I think I'm not terribly afraid of him if he's in the pocket throwing. Sure. At least if he is, then you know where he's at. You can go, try to get him. But it's those run plays they actually call for him those are the ones that would scare me, because now he's got 10 blockers, right?
Yeah, I agree with you there. Now we haven't talked about either one of these players a whole ton during the week, but both made impacts in the last game, or however impact you can make in a blowout. But what's your thoughts about Jalen Tolbert and Schoonmaker thus far, and maybe in the game on Sunday? Because I know career highs for Schooney in that game, and then Jalen Tolbert also made a heads-up play in addition to his catches.
Yeah, I think as a third wide receiver, I think you're fine there. I mean, I don't know if you're worried about the third wide receiver, but I think he can do that job. And I think Schoonmaker, as a second tight end at this point in his career, I think he's, shown that he's got a little something. I don't know that you want him to be your starter, your number one guy, and that's why it's, kind of good news that Ferguson at least practiced on a limited basis the last 2 days, and I think they feel good about his ability to play in the game. But as a second tight end, and a guy that if you're going to go two tight ends, you got to be, it's not just catching passes, right? You got to be able to block. And I think he's pretty good at that at this point, and he'll get better, I think, as a receiver. These guys are young. He wasn't very healthy last year, and so, a lot of these young guys, are going to get off to a slow start, but they chose to rely on a bunch of these young guys, either rookies or guys that are in their second year that didn't play much their rookie year, and you just got to hope that they come along as the season progresses, and so, getting off to a slow start. Like I said, I don't think anybody out there picked the Cowboys to be any better than 1-2 after 3 games.
Are you really thinking about that one, Kevin?
That's an interesting question.
I mean, when you did your WLs when the schedule came out, you didn't have them beating the Browns.
I did.
In Cleveland?
I was not a Cleveland believer.
Okay.
I also wasn't a Saints believer.
But you weren't a Saints believer.
That is very fair. I had them beating the Saints.
I had them 2-1.
You're right about that.
Yeah.
And I bet you were a Baltimore believer too, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So this schedule already has not gone how I thought it would for the most part.
As Zach Martin told me when I said something to him about that, he goes, Mick, you know better to assume things in the NFL.
That's a good point, because we did a topic at the beginning of this week, and I was like,
or at Notre Dame, you know what I'm saying?
There were so many upsets, and then we're like, well, maybe not. I mean, it's only been 2 weeks, so maybe this is exactly what these teams are going to be. Do you have a prediction for us?
No, I don't.
What? Come on, Nick.
Here's what's bothering me from picking Baltimore. Remember what we thought of the Raiders when we saw them in preseason?
Yes, that they stunk.
And they played their starters against the Cowboys' backups?
Yes.
And they had them at home and lost to them. So you're going to get 23-20 Cowboys from me.
Okay, I like it. Thank you very much, good sir. We'll start catching up with you again next week.
Sounds good. See ya.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. Go ahead.
Kevin, I just noticed we got our reps for Miller Lite here today. And it looks like they are giving away some Miller Lite glasses with DeMarcus Ware. I think that's DeMarcus Ware, Hall of Famer right there on the glasses. So it seems like Miller Lite's just coming to this thing saying, hey, we got y'all covered if you're Cowboys fans out of Buffalo Wild Wings with the KNC Masterpiece.
I feel like they should trick that up a little bit. I know people already got their glasses and be like, where's your beer order?
Where is your beer?
Here's a glass
Put beer
for
in that
you.
glass right now.
And then you can just pour it into the glass.
Yes.
That's something very very simple that I think we might be able to do. Now, Mike, I pulled a little bit of information that I thought you might be fascinated by. Just in case, can you give me, if we have a Mavericks cut, I don't see it on the sheet.
Oh, no. Well,
we might not have it. All right.
Bang, bang!
That sounds like a Mavericks cut. That could be any NBA
Remember that
cut
was
right
in
there.
the COVID.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh my, he's on fire.
I do remember that. Early point spreads for these two particular games, the season opener and the Christmas game. So the Mavericks are the home team for both. They start up against San Antonio.
6.5.
Okay. Corey, you think that's a good point spread against the Spurs?
Yeah, that sounds pretty good.
Point spread right now is 8.
Oh, this game's over. Why are they even playing it?
When you started saying 8, I thought you were going to say 80. I was like, oh my gosh, this is the greatest point spread ever.
Why would I say that? And then Minnesota at the Mavericks on Christmas Day. How are we feeling about this one?
All the wins.
I mean, we'll
Okay,
see.
just
We'll
point
see.
spread is fine.
I will say this: that's very tough because you don't know who's going to be healthy. Like we have a good idea who's like your team.
Sure.
The only one is Kyrie's in question, right? Isn't he in? Like, there's a small question about Kyrie being able to play the opening game.
Yeah.
Because of his off-season surgery.
Yeah.
But the Spurs are a bad team. I get they have Wemby, but they're a bad team.
Sure.
Minnesota is a great
Good team,
team,
yeah.
and so if they're both healthy, I'll say Dallas by 2.5.
Ooh, Dallas by 3.
I was going to say Dallas by 3.
Oh, Corey. But see, Corey, I knew you would know it.
Yeah,
I'm
thank
trying
you.
to give
Yeah.
Mike a chance in these basketball conversations.
He's just getting into basketball right now.
Can I throw out a Wemby thing for you?
Sure.
Do you think starting this upcoming season, Wemby will make the next 5 first-team All-NBAs, go to an NBA Finals, and also go to a Western Conference Finals? Now, he's not going to win a championship, but let's just say in the next 5 years, Wemby makes first-team All-NBA all the next 5 years in his 2nd through 6th year in the NBA, goes to a Western Conference Finals within 3 years of his career, but loses in the Western Conference Finals. Kind of gets blown out, but he does make it to the Western Conference Finals. Then in his 6th year, will make it all the way to the NBA Finals. It won't be that competitive, but if he does all of those things, do you think people will say he's having an unbelievably great career?
Because you're describing the trajectory of LeBron, I'm assuming.
No.
No? Okay.
That's exactly what Luka's done, and everybody's
Luka.
ticked at
Okay.
Luka that he's not like living up to expectations. But right now, I was watching the Mike Trout thing with Josh Young. He's bought a whole bunch of Wemby cards. And I'm like, can Wemby make first-team All-NBA the next 5 years, go to a Western Conference Finals in 1 year, and in another year win the Western Conference Finals, but then lose in the NBA Finals? And then everybody would say Wemby's a big disappointment these next 5 years?
I kind of do think they might think that because, at least from a card perspective, his prices are, if he's not a top 10 player in the history of basketball, you're going to lose some money.
What's the likelihood he's better than Tim Duncan, who has 5 NBA championships?
Like you would argue, no, right?
That's
man,
the tough
he does
thing about
things
Wemby right now is his hype is he literally has to be better than Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. And I'm not making this up. He has to be better than Kareem Abdul-Jabbar for him to live up to the expectation that's on him after 1 year.
Yeah, and Pop has to build a team that can win. I mean, like that's the rest of the group. That's
True.
what they got to be able to do.
Very true. We're the KNC
Basketball
Masterpiece.
talk. Oh, man, you got me going. Juices are flowing right now.
God.
Mike's in it now.
Coming up next, we're going to take a pretty hard turn.
Remember, I have a shirt to give away. You just have to say what was Corey's phrase for the Rangers in 2011.
Or say, I love Miller Lite. That will probably help out. If you can tell us both of those things. I want both of those things. Coming up next, U.S. Paralympians. This former Patriot and Ellie De La Cruz. Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking cantaloupe.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
First pitch clobbered. That is drilled over top the pen. The long launch by De La Cruz. Two batters in, it's 2-0 Reds.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where that was an unbelievably busy commercial break. I gave somebody a hug. I got a birthday present.
He didn't even know why he was hugging. He just did. He just was like, all right, I'll give a hug out. And he did.
I told Alec I was a moron.
Yeah.
So there are all kinds of things happening in that break. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco. We're going to kick off some Forgiveness Friday, but also while we do that, I believe that Corey and Mike have a project that they need to work on.
I'm going to get to this in a minute. I got to find out how to open this. But our friend at RJ Duke Sports Cards.
With your hands.
Remember whenever we were out there last time, I was like, Kevin, I think I'm going to start collecting George Washingtons.
Yes.
These are the history cards that he brought by for us, and I think these are awesome. You remember how I was excited about these?
That's such a common last name.
Washington?
Yeah, but we don't hear too many Georges. Do you feel like if
Bush.
your last name is Washington, you've taken George out of the Rolodex?
Oh, man, that's probably a good, yeah.
Because that's a high expectation to live up to, right? They're like, oh, George Washington, he's a great plumber, but he's not the president.
Lincoln's a kind of popular last name, and I don't think Abraham is in use now. If you're Lincoln, you're like, we cannot call, if my last name's Lincoln, I'm not going to call my kid Abe or Abraham. And if your last name is Washington, which is way more common than even Lincoln, I don't feel like we meet people and say, oh, how's it going? I'm George Washington.
Dude, I got a...
That's a good question.
I got a Douglas Fairbanks and Sophia Loren
card. Wow. So
with
a car
authentic hair
dealership in Sophia Loren.
What?
Authentic hair samples.
It's not the fair. Oh, my goodness.
Their hair is in my card.
I mean, but
in your
that's
face.
What you want. Have you ever thought Jurassic Park style, like wonder if you could recreate those people based on
their
that
DNA
strand of hair? Yeah.
Isn't that why Ted Williams put his head somewhere?
Yeah, so
it's
that
in
you
a
could do that
freezer.
down the
Him
road.
at Walt
I think
Disney's
it's not
head.
in there anymore.
Oh, it's not?
Yeah, they took it out.
When did that
Okay.
happen?
When
Nobody told us.
I think when his son died, who put it in there.
Oh.
I think. I'm not 100% sure, but that's what I've heard.
Well, maybe Ted Williams' son needs to ask for forgiveness. Let's kick it into Forgiveness Friday, 877-881-1053. I'm going to throw myself in there to start, if you don't mind.
Okay.
I feel like I have been really high-strung this morning, so please forgive me
for that, I'm going to relax now.
Were you nervous about Jerry and Mickey?
I don't
think so. It was Mickey
so.
more than Jerry?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
That makes sense, man.
Look,
I totally get it.
And did I want to play that clip where Jerry said that was the best the offensive line looked in week 2? Sure. But not productive.
No, you're doing fine, man. 877-881-1053 if you think Kevin's been a jerk already this morning.
I can think of at least one person to probably be like, yeah. Do you want to grant forgiveness to the zoo in China that has admitted that they were trying to pass off 2 dogs as pandas? Now, what happened was, they walk like dogs, they wag their tails, they pant, they definitely look like dogs, but they painted them to look like pandas. Do we need to forgive this Chinese zoo for trying to deceive the zoo patrons?
I don't think we should forgive them, Kevin.
Okay.
Because, first off, I didn't believe this story when I first saw it. I was like, there is no way that that's a real thing, that they were actually trying to do that. That's ridiculous to think that somebody would go, we're going to paint it look like a chow dog, and we're going to paint this chow dog to look like a panda bear. And I didn't believe the story at first, but now that Kevin's brought it back to the table, I guess I have to believe that it's a real thing. That thing almost did look like a panda, though.
Because
almost.
they painted it like a panda. It looks like a dog.
It does look like a dog.
It definitely looks.
But it looks like a panda.
I guess. Now.
Kevin.
Oh.
I got a note here.
Okay.
So I need forgiveness.
Oh.
My girlfriend is a Commanders fan.
Oh, dear.
And Dad is a Ravens fan. And they've made poor choices. It's pastry chef Eric there that says he's made
Feels
poor
like
choices.
they need to get up here and ask for forgiveness. You like the Cowboys, and you're here. Ding, ding. All right? Sounds like they need to get up
You
here.
sound like Rocky versus Apollo Creed at the end of the end of Rocky 3.
But he has does he have the mouthpiece in, right? And he goes, droong, droong, because he's got his mouthpiece in.
Yeah, I can't remember. Maybe he took it out and then put it back in?
Maybe. I do love that movie.
Kevin, do I? he said yes. Mike said that's exactly what happened. Do I need forgiveness?
Oh,
I want to buy one of these $10 buckets.
Yes.
That goes to the Miracle League, courtesy of Buffalo Wild Wings. Every October they get a cause that they can donate to, and I don't have any cash. And I asked Adrian, because I know she's off today, I asked her to come up here and bring
Corey
me some
Majors!
cash. Oh, you're kidding me right here.
I have $20 bill right here.
Look at that. Look at that.
Okay.
Now I owe
Relax,
Kevin $20.
everybody.
I think those are 2 for 2.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's got a gold bar and he's got a...
relax. I got a $20 bill. We will purchase 2 of them.
Damn, there you go. I like that. Let's take care of the Miracle League, baby.
You're welcome. And
Thanks,
by the
man.
way, they do this really cool thing called Team Up for Kids. And so they always focus on a different, youth-centric charitable program. And so this year they're going with the Miracle League. It's $10. It's got a bottle of spices. It's got a really sweet Buffalo Wild Wings glass in there. It's definitely worth more than $10. But even if it wasn't, it's for charity.
And it's a shirt as well. And yet,
is that right?
Yeah, there's a shirt in there.
Oh, wow.
And Kevin, like you said, they pumped it out here today for us because we have Tolos out here. But they also said for the entire month of October, that's where that's going to be. So if you want to take part in Buffalo Wild Wings in October and help out,
There's not much month left.
make sure you bring your cash, all right?
All of October?
All of October.
We got
Well,
plenty
Mike,
of time.
we're in September right now.
I know. We got plenty of time.
Yeah, we haven't even started the month. Now, Mike, I want to get your take on this because this is oddly impressive to me. Does Ellie De La Cruz...
As impressive as going to the plate 14 times in a row to start off your career without striking out, walking, or getting a hit?
That is super weird. Yeah, that is...
Because I own that record.
Good job, Mike. Ellie De La Cruz is on pace to become the first player in the history of baseball to lead the league in stolen bases while also leading the league in strikeouts.
Sweet, man. He's Reggie Jackson and Ricky Henderson.
He has 16 more strikeouts than anyone and 16 more stolen bases. I guess now it's down to 13 more stolen bases than anyone. But he has a humongous lead. He's going to lead the league in stolen bases and in strikeouts.
That's interesting, right? Because usually if you're a strikeout guy, you're a power guy. And I'm not saying he doesn't have power, but then usually you're not a speed guy.
Yeah.
Because if we think of whether it's Tim Raines, Vince Coleman, Ricky Henderson, those are the guys growing up. They really weren't power hitters. Ricky had some power, but those were guys that, man, if they get on base, they're going to run. I'm trying to think of the best power hitting stolen base threat.
I mean, obviously now, yes, I know. I was going to say, obviously now it's
in 1
Shohei.
year, he's going to stop doing that. I think that people need to understand this. I was talking to our guy Meat Church yesterday night, and that's a weird way to say it. But,
yesterday night?
Yeah. But I was like, this is never going to happen again for him. And I don't know if, I guess I would say Ronald Acuna Jr. 40-70 last year.
Yeah,
so I guess
that's a good one.
And then
That's
Willie,
Jose
they said
Canseco,
Willie
right?
Mays could run. Jose Canseco first.
Was he the 30-30 club?
He was the first ever 40-40.
Yeah, so yeah, I guess
But,
Canseco at that time.
Willie was like, I'm not running because McCovey's hitting behind me, and I'm going to keep that hole open.
Did you say Ricky Henderson? Was he a power guy?
I don't think he had. I'd have to look and see if he had 400 home runs. I don't know if he had 400 home runs.
Okay,
in his career.
I know he had a lot of leadoff home runs.
He played 46 years, so
now
accumulate stats.
It is a cool stat though. Like that's the thing about baseball that isn't in football is when you start talking about records in football. Let me ask you this: who holds the record for most passing yards?
Tom Brady.
All time?
I think it is Tom
Tom
Brady. It's
Brady.
either Tom Brady or Drew Brees.
But I
right?
couldn't tell
But I
you
have
the
no
number.
clue what
Yeah.
the number is. We know Emmett beat Walter Payton. I don't know what.
Yeah.
I don't know what Emmett ended up as.
That's
or,
a fair point, like 18 and change.
Yeah.
All right. I want to ask for forgiveness for the Hall of Fame. Not for me. I'm
Which
not
one?
giving these probabilities. Probabilities for first-time Hall of Famers to make the Hall of Fame. Travis Frederick, 16-1.
Football Hall of Fame.
So he's about a 6% shot. Eli Manning,
Let's go.
2-1.
1-5.
Okay,
So they
all right,
say
He has a 500% chance of making it.
yes, or an 83.3% chance of making it if you prefer
He was a great
that way
quarterback.
of breaking it down. Was he?
In 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah.
Okay.
Name me who else won 2 Super Bowls in his time.
I mean, Tom Brady, Peyton Manning.
So he's right up there with the best.
Okay, well, that
Hey,
has.
you know who else? Didn't Ben Roethlisberger?
Oh yeah,
Roethlisberger.
probably Ben I'm
Mahomes.
not saying those were the only ones, but
Yeah.
yes, I understand
Tony Romo.
your point.
Oh,
Now-
Romo didn't win one, Mike.
What?
Yeah, I know. A lot of us think that he
I think
did.
you're misremembering.
Okay, I'll go back and look at the stats.
No, you're definitely not misremembering.
I'll tell you, the great thing is that was the worst thing that the Jones family ever felt like they did, and they've made sure to make that correction with their next quarterback.
Yeah. Now, look, I can't
Listen,
argue against
The
that.
thing about being a Cowboy fan is you need to go by words and not actions.
That's fair. Because if you're waiting for actions, you're going to be disappointed. Now, does the ironically named Patrick Pass deserve forgiveness? He was a former halfback for the Patriots. Clearly, his name, just like Cooper Rush, should be Cooper Pass. Okay, he's 46 years old now.
I am too.
Okay. He's a former NFL football player. He allegedly pushed an 82-year-old man to the ground because they had an argument about exercise equipment, and the old man suffered a back injury.
I'm assuming this was at a gym.
It was at a gym, yes. I guess I should have clarified. That's my equipment. The hell it is.
Could be an equipment store. Yeah, it could have been like an
Oh, that's
Oshman's.
true. Yeah, he could have been at Dick's Sporting Goods.
Now, I did not know that there was a separate classification for this. He's being charged on 1 misdemeanor count of disorderly conduct and 1 felony count of assault on a person over the age of 60
That's a
causing
thing?
bodily injury. I did not know we had classifications for that person was old. It's a different crime.
I guess there is child abuse, right?
That's
like that is
true.
a different crime
That
too.
is very
So
true.
yeah, I guess I'm going opposite ends of the spectrum there, from old to young. So what is it for us? Like if we get beat up, is it just
We're middle-aged white people.
should have been better?
Nothing.
Okay.
It's a regular. Well, not nothing. I'm saying it's a regular kind
Regular
of crime.
assault, yeah. Okay, all right,
It's
yeah.
not special or anything like that. And then we need to figure this out.
Okay.
Because I don't think I'm educated enough to know who's in the wrong here. So 4 U.S. Paralympians were banned from the closing ceremonies of the 2024 Paralympics because they were making fun of some people on social media. Now, they claim they're not making fun of those athletes. They were making fun of, like, what the Olympic Committee and Paralympic Committee does and does not consider, like,
what would qualify them. So
you make fun of the company, and the company says then you can't be part of it.
Exactly. And
Gotcha.
but it started like this. I stand with you after somebody made a social media post asking why S9 classification people are allowed in the Paralympics. And they were like, S9? It's a joke. So some people are like, so you're making fun of this person's diagnosis because you don't agree with it. And other people are like, no, it's a diagnosis. It's just you shouldn't necessarily be in the Paralympics. And so it's turned into like, you would think this is a heartwarming time for everybody. And now it's turned into, I don't know if you belong in here. Well, you can't come to the closing ceremonies. And it feels like a giant catastrophe.
Yeah, I don't know who deserves forgiveness in that instance either, because no, Kevin, I'm sorry, I don't have an answer for you.
I don't have
on
an
that
answer
one.
either.
Yeah, and Raleigh Crossley has had to answer questions about, hey, do you really have a disability?
Yeah,
Which is
do you
probably
think it's real?
sucks to ask that question. Like, hey, you have a real disability? Like,
He's like, I deal with it every day.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's kind of a problem for me. Kevin, one last thing on Forgiveness Friday, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
I need forgiveness.
Oh,
I recently, my kids were like, you need to buy some Jordans. And I was like, all right, I'm going to get some Jordans. And so they got me some Jordans, Mike. However, I don't know how to lace Jordans. And so mine are like, they feel like they're going to fall off
they
my
look
feet.
like those Back to the Future
But
shoes.
everybody's always talking about the loose lace and everything. But my laces are hanging. So Ruben said he would lace my shoes out here today for me. So since I don't know how to lace shoes, he said he would lace my shoes for me in the loose fit like that.
I don't want to go too far into, like, Pulp Fiction, but is that, like, allowed? You know, like when he's like, you shouldn't be massaging that man's wife. Like, should you have another man lacing your shoes? Like, I don't. That feels weird to me.
What part of Pulp Fiction does that happen in? Are you talking about like John Travolta?
Yeah, when Ving Rhames is like, no, you should not be massaging my wife. So this is my same question here.
Who did it?
Ving Rhames. He ended up getting...
And maybe he got his soul
yeah,
taken. There's a whole other
later.
thing we need to talk about that.
Yeah.
That's what was in the case, Mike. Supposedly. It was his soul.
What? He's the guy that got the ball like in his mouth?
Yeah. Do you need to go back and watch that movie?
Mike's
again?
going to need to give this a rewatch.
It's like 3 movies in one movie.
It is.
Mike was only paying attention to the John Travolta scenes. Other than that, he was like, I'm out.
Yeah, he had to take a needle and put it in the girl's heart.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, yes.
And with Thurman, right?
That is true.
Yeah, and then she turned into a
No,
villain.
she didn't turn
against
into
Batman.
She killed Bill.
That Poison Ivy?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then her daughter.
Those are all different movies that you're talking
Her
about.
daughter helped that town in Indiana with the Stranger Things.
Wouldn't it make acting and actressing so much better
daughter,
if you could only do one movie?
That would be so.
Yes,
yes.
I've
Like,
seen
you
it.
have to
It's
choose
Vince
your
Vaughn.
role. You have
I've
to
seen it. He
choose
does
your
the
role.
same movie.
That would be better if
Every
only
single
one.
time.
You only get to do one movie.
Yeah.
By the way,
Then there's just the Karate Kid.
we've gotten a lot of feedback.
Instead
Not
of him-
all movies are the
Instead of
Karate
him getting
Kid.
arrested,
For him,
yeah,
for that one guy though.
and using Joe Pesci to get him out.
All right, I was going to give you a heartfelt text message.
Also in the mob.
Shut up. I've now lost it. I like it.
Oh, you got a ball sack
I have
shirt.
now
That
lost
is old
it.
school.
But somebody texted in and said their kid goes to or gets services from Miracle League. So they're very appreciative that we're bringing it up. I know we were having a lot of fun, and people were making fun of me for, ooh, you got a $20 bill.
You do have a $20 bill.
You can buy these charitable buckets for $10. The proceeds go to the Miracle League at Buffalo Wild Wings and then the Buffalo Wild Wings here in Frisco. So thank you to everyone who's participating in that. We're the KNC Masterpiece. It's real. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Let's talk some Thursday Night Football. Plus, surprising statistics through the first 2 weeks of the NFL season. We'll do it next, live from Frisco on 105.3 The Fan.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Short shot, quick throw, good move. And despite hanging on to the shirt into the end zone goes Alan Lazard. Great move on Alex Austin that time.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco, and Collin County is a haven for sports card places. I want to shout out two in particular. RJ Dukes in McKinney, delightful people. They're going to make a great donation for Peace-a-thon. And then Sports Collectors Hub.
Why would you do that?
Yeah, why would you do that?
During the show,
Corey?
you know, I screw up a lot. But that was a big screw-up by you, Corey. You might not have as many screw-ups, but that was a huge
a huge one. So shout out to RJ Dukes and McKinney, and also Sports Collectors Hub in Allen. That is Kyle and company, the people who run the Dallas Card Show. I'm going by there after the show today because they are going to make a big old Peace-a-thon donation as well. So thank you very much.
Time for the shakedown.
They're both off of 75. RJ Dukes is near McDonald's.
That is true.
Fact.
Yeah.
I've been there.
So just look for a McDonald's off of 75.
I don't.
In
McKinney, it's like off of exit 40-ish. So hopefully
Kyle's
that helps.
shop is off of 75 too.
And exit 35-ish.
Yeah, it's before the outlet mall.
Okay. So Mike's doing some great work helping out right there. Right now,
knocked it out of the park.
We'll say
I feel like
we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. There we go. Now, I know a lot of discussion in last night's Thursday Night Football game, Jets win 24-3, was centered around Robert Saleh looking like he wanted to give Aaron Rodgers a hug. Aaron Rodgers very politely pushing him off of him.
Was that polite?
I thought it was polite because he didn't really push him. The next part wasn't polite because then he looked like if I had laser beams for eyes, I would shoot them through you right
like
now.
That Bronco in Denver?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So outside of that, we could talk more about that. Did you take anything away from the game, or were you like,
That's the Patriots I thought we'd get.
How did the Patriots ever win a football game?
That's a great
they
question.
Are horrible.
And they beat the Bengals.
I didn't stick around and watch Drake May throw his 2 for 4. So I don't know how the May looked.
He looked more athletic than Brissett because that offensive line of the Patriots absolutely sucks.
Yeah, that offensive line got obliterated last night. I'll say that I think the Jets are a better team than they've looked early in the season here. Aaron Rodgers finally getting some touchdowns and everything, passing. Garrett Wilson getting his, Lazard getting his. But that offensive line for the Patriots could not stop. Brissett was under fire the whole time. He's a sacrificial, he's a sacrifice right now. That's why Drake May's not starting. They're not
Creed.
good enough on the offensive line.
Like that song, My Sacrifice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just like that My Sacrifice by Creed.
I understand even more why they didn't want to put Drake May out there. And I feel bad for Jacoby Brissett. They're like, hey, you're not our quarterback of the future.
Hey, the game's over. Will you guys stop crushing the quarterback?
Yeah.
We'd like for our rookie to get in 4 passes before this night's over.
Why don't you go ahead and trot on out there? Let's see what we can do. But Gerard Mayo, by the way, came back out and said, Jacoby Brissett is our quarterback until I say he's not the quarterback. Which makes sense.
I understand that because, again, he's the sacrificial lamb that they're throwing out there because the line's so bad. I'm very interested in – I was listening last night, and they were talking about the connection with Garrett Wilson and Aaron Rodgers. Garrett Wilson's been a really good receiver to start his career already, right? 2,000-yard years. He's been really good and not a lot of touchdowns. And he said that Rodgers has been challenging him to get the most out of him. And there were moments last night where it looked like Wilson was upset with him for whatever reason, and they finally got on the same page. But I'm interested because it seemed like Lazard gets a lot of attention from him. He's got a lot of mouths to feed. Aaron Rodgers does on this Jets wide receiver bunch.
That's true. Well, there's lots of people in the league that have a lot of mouths to feed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, by the way, let's go from that to
like the Dolphins team. Isn't that what Tyreek Hill?
Man. I wouldn't have thought this to start the season, but ponder this for a moment, if you will.
Christian ponder.
The combination of Derek Carr, Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, and Justin Fields are 8-0.
Yeah.
And then the combination of Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Matthew Stafford, and Trevor Lawrence are 0-8.
Trevor Lawrence makes sense.
Is there, aside from Mike, is there anyone who would have thought that this would be the case this early in the season?
No. I would have probably maybe gambled that Justin Fields would be because as Mike points out all the time, Mike Tomlin's a good coach.
That's true.
And their defense is still good. And that's what's kept them in these games so far. I mean, you said they're not scoring touchdowns. They're winning these games
They scored 1 touchdown.
They're winning these games by being a really good defense and being sound on special teams as well. So I probably would have bet that, but nah, man. The other flip side of all that, no. Maybe Trevor Lawrence and Jacksonville.
Okay.
Just because they haven't changed my mind about what they were last year. It feels like 2 years ago was a little bit of a fluke, and last year was more the reality of that team.
Yeah.
And Mike,
sorry,
I still blame.
Mike.
I was blaming more of it on the team until yesterday you pointed out all the bad throws from Trevor Lawrence, and now I'm just like, oh, man, maybe it's just all Trevor Lawrence.
It could be. Like I've said before, I'll repeat myself.
Mike.
Fire the coach.
Yes.
Doug Peterson, hang out with Brian Broaddus on 105.3 The Fan. You might be better at that. And I'm not saying Trevor Lawrence is good. He might stink. But I need to find out if he had another coach, if he'd be any better. And can't bring back Fingers Magoo because that doesn't help either.
No, you should not. What do you think about this breakdown from rookie running back Braylon Allen? You would have seen him last night with the Jets. He said the reason why he fell to the 4th round was, quote, everyone wanted to see me run in my underwear to decide if I was a good football player.
Who said this?
Braylon Allen.
The backup.
And he said he
20-year-old.
He didn't. And he was like, that's why I fell to the 4th round, because I didn't go out there for the combine.
He felt his tape was the
Yes.
definer.
Yes.
And for a lot of the guys, like that's what Broaddus says, a lot of it is that, but it's the health that they're trying to figure out at the combine more than anything else. And then it's a lot of like networking and all that stuff. So I admire that, and I admire that from players. I think the combine's important. I think those combines are important, though, for you to be seen in other situations, not just to run in your underwear.
The good news is when he hits free agency, he'll be 23.
That is nice.
That would be for a running back.
Yeah,
you would still have what
that's
you'd
true.
consider quite a bit of life left.
And he'll only have made 4th round money. So did it cost him? Was it worth it?
To get out of that extra year, sometimes I do kind of wonder if
there you
it
go.
is
Yeah.
worth
Senior
it.
at Highland Park right now.
Now, one statistic
Like on their football team. They're usually 19.
One statistic about the 6 first-round quarterbacks, none of the rookie quarterbacks has thrown a touchdown through 2 games. Now, I realize only 3 of them have really been playing, though we got a glimpse of Drake May last night. But in the first 2 weeks of the season, no touchdown passes from the 3 rookie quarterbacks.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, that kind of further proves what we saw in preseason does not play when you get to the NFL. I mean, that's what I'm learning more and more. They looked really good in preseason in a number of different times.
And then shout out to Brock Bowers, the tight end for the Raiders. He's caught 9 passes for 98 yards. And if you combine in this past game, you combine that with this total from last week, 6 for 58. This is astonishing to me. He is the first tight end in NFL history to catch at least 5 passes for at least 50 yards in their first 2 games. That's it. 2 games with 5 catches for 50 or more yards. It's never happened for a tight end.
Jason Witten's never done that?
Not to start,
Probably not
to
as a
start his
rookie.
career, yeah.
Tony Gonzalez didn't do that?
No, stop naming tight ends. I know what you're doing.
Ozzie
None of
Newsome?
them. No, none of them.
I mean, obviously, we got David LaFleur,
Yeah.
so he came close.
He didn't do it.
I think, how many catches?
5 for
I think he might have
50
got that his rookie year.
for the whole
the whole season.
for the whole
Yeah,
season.
don't worry. If you think Schoonmaker's bad, if you're not old enough, David LaFleur sucked.
He wasn't good, Kevin.
Yes,
That's
thank
true.
you. I was able to piece that code together. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco. Coming up next, you got the Cowboys, you got the Ravens. So let's do some Cowboys win because, Cowboys lose because. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
If you're
Uber Eats has low-fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco off of Preston. We're going to do some Cowboys win because, Cowboys lose because. So feel free to send those in 877-881-1053. You can also hit us up on the Twitch, on the YouTube. In the meantime, I want to share a conversation that I had the opportunity to have in the break. So I talked with Bubba, who
of course
he has wrestled in the Sportatorium. He was close with the Von Erichs. Kevin Von Erich was one of his groomsmen, and his wife was one of his wife's bridesmaids when they got married, and their son Ross was one of the ring bearers. That is so freaking cool,
funny
man.
I met Kevin Von Erich, and you didn't, Kevin.
I have met Kevin Von Erich.
Nobody has a record of it.
Okay, that's...
Yeah, you ever done an interview with him?
Yeah.
You ever interviewed him face to face?
Yes, I have.
I have a picture of him in my phone.
On our show?
And I'm in it, too.
Yes,
Same.
He called me a big guy. He did. He said, man, you're a big guy.
He did not
you
say
wanna
that
wrestle
about
him?
me.
Would you have wrestled him if
I
you
wanted to put him in a scissor lock.
What?
Like, that used to be a thing back when he wrestled. You just sit there and watch one guy lay down and have the guy in a scissor lock where his neck was in a scissor lock, and then you're like waiting there, and then the guy would act like he's dead. Then he'd raise his arm up, and then on the third one he'd stay alive, and then he'd get out of the scissor lock, and then he'd drop kick him. Kevin Von Erich would drop kick.
I mean, I see nothing to prevent you and Corey from reenacting that right now.
I never said I wanted to be in the scissor lock.
Fair.
Yeah. So thank you, Kevin.
Okay.
I appreciate you trying to throw me in it, though.
877-881-1053. Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because. Live from Frisco, Buffalo Wild Wings from 972. Cowboys win because Jerry called up Bobby Petrino at Arkansas and asked how to beat Lamar. Cowboys lose because they are 1-5 against Baltimore all time.
All time?
Yes.
Dang, I didn't know that.
That is true.
Obviously just the Ravens.
From the 972, Cowboys win because they pull their head out of their asses. And then Cowboys lose because they stink again. From the 817, I don't want this to happen. They said Cowboys win because Lamar breaks his ankle. But, like, if that's also the only way you think the Cowboys are going to win, you probably think it's going to be a beatdown.
Hey.
From the 682, sorry, one more, Mike.
Yeah.
Cowboys lose because we have zero run game, and CD is the only offense. Ravens by 20.
Okay, so, ouch. I do think the Cowboys have a chance to win this game. I really do. It's really weird that the Cowboys are playing an 0-2 team who just lost to the Raiders, and it feels like, listening to Sports Talk Radio and to texters, the Cowboys have no chance. They are playing a great team. And maybe the Ravens will be a great team by the time we get to week 16, 17, and we see that they have 12 wins again. But here's how the Cowboys win in my estimation. They win because they consistently hold the Ravens to 4 yards or less on first down.
Okay.
If we see the Ravens at 2nd and 7, 2nd and 10, 3rd and 6, I think the Cowboys are going to be able to get off the field enough to limit the Ravens scoring. If the Ravens are running the ball, Derrick Henry for 6, just give up the next 6 yards and let's see if we can do it again on first down. It's over.
Okay. All right.
You're hoping for a penalty at that point, like holding out on 2nd and 4, that gives you a chance.
But at 2nd and 4, you do not think you'll stop them straight
Not
up.
at all. I just don't think they will. Now, I know that eventually they could, but after watching that Saints game, I think one of the keys, or a major key for me in this game, if the Cowboys are going to win, is somehow, I'm not saying stop Derrick Henry, but if you can make it 2nd and 7 after the handoff, that gives you a chance to get off the field those next 2 plays and make them punt. But if they're short yardage on 2nd down, I don't know how you get them off the field from what I saw last week. So my major key for the Cowboys winning is make it, people will say 2nd and long. I'm just going to be specific. 4 or less yards on first down.
Yeah, that's an interesting
That's a
take
really
there,
good one, Mike.
Because,
I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, well, I mean, considering the other ones he's given in the past, Kevin, I think that was really thoughtful.
That
Mike.
is fair.
Don't worry, I got to come up with the keys of the game tonight in the Ranger game.
Listening to McCarthy this morning with Shan and RJ and Bobby and Peyton, he said, look, we're not going to be able to stop them, but we have to be disruptive. We have to disrupt what they're doing when in the run game. Like, they're going to run the ball. They're good at running the ball. They're going to run the ball.
Yeah.
They're going to be committed to it. It's not just going to be you don't gain 0 yards, but we have to be disruptive enough to be able to slow it down. And I think what Mike's saying there is what they're asking for. Be disruptive in your defensive tackles so that you can give your linebackers a chance to be to slow them down. So that's a big one right there. And somebody did say Cowboys lose because I won't do the scissor lock with Mike. So
that's fair.
I don't think that's a realistic thing.
Let me ask you this: if you did it and we won by 17 points, would you do the scissor lock again next week? Like, just as a cause and effect kind of test.
I'm not here.
That's true.
Yeah,
and they play Thursday night.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Alex in.
Alec is always down for a scissor lock.
Okay, can I do the Cowboys win because?
Yeah, sure.
Or lose because. Sorry, lose because. Cowboys lose because starting the fourth quarter, the Ravens are up by 7 or more points. I think that these are very big keys to the game on both sides. If the Ravens are losing going into the fourth quarter, Lamar doesn't like that situation and usually will play bad football. We've seen the Cowboys. If the Cowboys are playing catch-up football, in a way, this is too strong. It almost looks like they quit. They're like, we can't win. They're better. Let's just pack it in. And then it kind of becomes a little bit of a blowout situation. So I do think going into the fourth quarter, this needs to be a very close game for the Cowboys.
Yeah, as Salah and Aaron Rodgers said, a 2-score game. Listen, I think Mike has a great point there because what do I say so often? As a quarterback, it is okay to run. It's great to run. You can do that. But at some point in the game, you're going to have to deliver big-time throws. And Lamar Jackson, in those moments, history has shown, he kind of panics at those times.
Yeah.
And not that he panics, but he's like, I got to use my feet.
I understand.
Man, crap, dude, that game on Sunday, didn't you feel like just tuck that ball and run. Yes. Don't throw it backwards. Yes. But then, that's what he did. So I feel like he's less likely to make those big-time throws in crunch time, more likely to run it, but I think the big-time throws are important. So that's I think Mike's had delivered 2 good Cowboys win because and lose because.
Well, Mike, my Cowboys win because kind of falls in that same area, and you might be alarmed to realize The Cowboys have scored 0 offensive touchdowns in the second half.
Yikes.
Because in their press release, they keep putting out all this, they're the third highest scoring team in the first half, and blah, 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 and that's awesome. In the second half of games, they've been outscored 23-16 and have yet to score a single offensive touchdown. The touchdowns came from Turpin's punt return, and then think about this. Field goals of 50, 40, and 46. So it's not like they were knocking on the door of the end zone. They're not, 25-yard field goals or whatever. 40, 46, and 50. So you're still even outside of the red zone when you're kicking field goals. So it has been a mighty struggle for the Dallas Cowboys in the second half.
But when you're in the red zone, you stink too.
Yeah,
so
that's a whole different issue. So my Cowboys win because the Cowboys offense has to show up in the second half because so far they have not been particularly close to being effective.
I'll roll out Cowboys win because, and it is kind of with you on that, their offense finally starts to get rolling. In a game where they desperately needed their offense to turn it up, they couldn't against the Saints last week. They desperately needed their offense to show up and be there for them because their defense was drowning over and over and over. So they couldn't get anything rolling. So if their offense actually starts to cook, then they will win this game because if you force the Ravens to chase you offensively, like Mike was talking about, then I think that's a better situation for the Cowboys. Cowboys lose because they don't have the talent on the defensive front to stop this team. And I don't know how many teams they actually have the talent to stop when it comes to we want to run the ball against you. Their guys in the middle, Jordan Phillips, whether or not he is healthy, he stunk.
Yeah.
He was bad, and the play was awful. And the rest of that defensive front hasn't shown that they can do that either. I don't know that I have a lot of faith in them. So that's why they lose, because until that's fixed, until they plug that hole, there's no way that they can stop the run.
Not surprisingly, I'm going to go back.
Mike's excited about his food.
Oh, okay, yeah. Hey, you know what? I also wanted to give a shout-out. I know a lot of them had to go, but shout-out to Frisco Legacy Christian. They're celebrating their homecoming this weekend, and a bunch of them were here. Some of them wanted to take pictures and everything.
They weren't wearing any mums.
Yeah, because the boys.
It's mum season,
Oh, yeah,
baby.
You wanted them to wear the garter.
Oh, yeah, but
right?
it is mum season, right?
Worst day of high school every single year is I felt like I was the Grinch in every class because I was like, oh, the noise, the doodads and hymn bunglers. And, it just all day, man.
What's a hymn bungler?
I don't know. That's the thing. Before I found out Dr. Seuss also drew those pictures, I thought he was overrated because I was like, hey, great. You just made up a whole bunch of words and made up other words to rhyme with them. But I guess I learned some other stuff, too, along the way that I probably didn't want to know. Okay, Cowboys lose because they can't generate big plays, especially ones outside of CeeDee Lamb. So the Cowboys have 4 pass plays of more than 20 yards. 2 of them involve CeeDee Lamb. They also have...
Is the other one Brandon Cooks for his touchdown?
That is one of them.
All right.
How many runs do you think the Cowboys have this year for 10 or more yards?
0.
I think it's 0. Is it 9 the longest?
It's 3.
Oh,
they have 3.
Yeah.
2 of them came from CeeDee Lamb.
That's why I'm looking at running backs. Is
Exactly.
12
That's your
one?
problem. Don't look at the running backs. So when Jerry's like, I don't understand why everyone keeps asking about the running backs, because I'm like, because your most explosive running back is CeeDee Lamb. So you think about it. So your 7 explosive plays, 4 of them came from CeeDee Lamb. And so this team has struggled offensively to create explosive plays, and they have really struggled to do it without CeeDee Lamb being involved.
What CeeDee Lamb has done is supposed to complement your run game.
Yes, not be everything.
And that's tough to see whenever you can't, and you're not admitting to yourself that you're not running the ball well.
I'm going to ask a question that I probably should know by this Friday. I know that the Cowboys' run defense is weak and that the Ravens, on paper, have a very strong run game. They haven't shown it great this year.
I might argue against that, but go ahead.
Okay. When it comes to the Ravens' run defense, is it good? Is this an opportunity? I know it's only 2 games, so it's tough to make definitions on their run defense, but is there like, could you say, well, gosh, we're playing the 20th ranked run defense in the NFL, and we still only ran for 58 yards or whatever?
So the problem that you're going to run into there is they only gave up 72 yards rushing against the Chiefs. But immediately it's going to be like, hey, the Chiefs have already had, both injury and other problems that you're going to run into there. And then at least against the Ravens, you found yourself in a position where you got smoked by Gardner Minshew.
The Raiders?
Yeah, the Raiders. I'm sorry. But they also stuffed the Ravens run-wise.
Okay.
Let's try this again.
So we're going to have to pass.
The Raiders run-wise. So you're going to need to pass against them.
Okay.
But that's the good news. Gardner Minshew tore them up in the fourth quarter. Like, systematically broke them down. So the Ravens have had good run defense, but their pass defense has been awful.
49 for the Cowboys.
They've given up one 20-plus yard run, and they've given up 3 touchdowns on the ground. They're kind of right there with everybody when it comes to touchdowns given up.
Yards, they're good.
But like you said, 99 total yards given up on the ground so far. So I would say it's been, teams haven't had that much success. But like you pointed out, whenever you're able to get yards with Devontae Adams in the passing game like that in the fourth quarter, you're just hoping your defense can keep up the battle to keep you in the game.
Imagine if somebody hadn't watched football in the last 30 years. This matchup would confuse them to no end. Think about this. Even though we just mentioned how good CeeDee Lamb has been running the ball, the Cowboys have 170 yards rushing total so far this season. Lamar Jackson has 167 yards rushing. So the quarterback for the Ravens has essentially the same amount of rushing yards as your entire team.
But they're still. We talked to Clifton yesterday.
Offensive line shaky,
and he was like, they're still trying to figure out exactly the balance with Justice Hill and Derrick Henry, and at some point they will. I hope it doesn't happen in this game.
From the 817, Cowboys lose because they play, unfortunately, up to or down to their standard. From the 682, Cowboys win because Micah puts Lamar in a scissor lock.
Okay,
all right. From the 817, Cowboys win because Stone Cold said so. Cowboys lose because Dak throws 3 interceptions. Okay. And from the 940, Cowboys lose because we kick field goals and can't get touchdowns. Ravens take it 31-16. And I'm afraid of that as well. When we talked about the red zone offense, we talked about how they've settled for kicking field goals time and time again. I said 26-23 Cowboys, but that has 4 field goals built in, which is like, that's not really what you want. I mean, in a game like this, you'd be like, hey, I'm glad we got the points. But going into most games, your goal is not going to be, let's see if we can kick 4 field goals.
Yeah, I feel like the Cowboys are at 2 touchdowns and all field goals to win games. That's how it feels with them. Whether or not their touchdowns are from their offense, their defense, or their special teams. That's just how I feel about them right now.
Man, some great feedback. We've been having fun all day long at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco. I have to admit, I have been a little lax in terms of doing Shout-Out Fridays, so I apologize for that as well. We will see if we can pick that up. Coming up next.
Everybody give Kevin a shout-out. You know what I mean? Give Kevin a shout-out right now.
That would be delightful. Coming up next, it's time for the combo platter. Today, National Queso Day. So give us a sports opinion, and then what place has the absolute best queso
Buffalo
in
Wild
DFW?
Wings.
That's a good answer. Yeah. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC masterpiece?
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Just less filling.
Tastes great.
Less filling.
Tastes great.
Less filling.
Celebrate responsibly. Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Beer. 96 calories and 3.2 grams carbs per 12 ounces. Fewer calories and carbs than premium regular beer.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On-Time Experts.
Lamar Jackson chased by Chanel. Karlaftis to Likely downfield. Isaiah Likely with a block down the sideline. Likely inside the 5 to the end zone. Touchdown, Baltimore.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco, where Corey might give us some reports on some things we're going to be adding to Peace-a-thon. I want to add this from the 817. Kevin, acknowledge me. I want to say happy birthday, but your birthday is tomorrow, and you won't be on air. Thank you for acknowledging me. I got a box of cards already. Somebody just dropped off an A&M decal that they got at Rally House, another great partner of ours. So that is fantastic. The Miller Lite people got a Dallas Cowboys really cool sweater. So it's awesome. But it's National Queso Day. So I want a sports opinion at 877-881-1053 or the YouTube or the Twitch. And then tell us what DFW spot has the absolute best queso. While you ponder, let's go over to Corey Majors, who I believe is excited about things we're going to add to the Peace-a-thon treasure trove.
Okay, so our friend at RJ Duke Sports Cards brought up Historic Autograph and Card Company, their Prime, their 2024 Prime selection. And I got Sophia Loren's hair. And I was like, that's pretty cool. Mike, dude, you didn't go nuts about this. This is wild. He got Keith Richards' hair from the Rolling Stones.
Really?
And he's still alive. So how did they get that out of his grave? And then you've received an authentic piece of actor William Shatner's personally worn genuine Crocodile Paolo DeMarco shoe size 9.5 men's, I guess.
Is some of that
made in
too
Spain.
much extra information?
Yeah,
did you need
part
to know
of his
what
shoe.
size shoe he wore?
I want to know what shoe. This is one of 34. All right, they made 34 of these out of shoes. And by the way, the Keith Richards one of one. There's no other ones that exist like that in the world. Mike,
Holy crap.
I'm surprised you didn't go more nuts about this, but are you going to donate these to Peace-a-thon now?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Mike's not dealing hair is what he's saying. He's
Okay,
like, I'm not doing that.
Look, that's fair. Okay, from the 817, I want to clear this up for sure.
And the other one's weird. I don't know. They're probably famous people.
At first, I thought it said William Shakespeare, and I was really freaking out. William Shatner's better.
Remember when we had him on?
I do.
And he asked Colby if he was supple?
From the 817, shout out to Kevin, even though he fired Reggie. Okay,
That
I want to
is
make
true.
this very clear.
Yeah.
That is not what happened at all.
You're right. Alec pushed Reggie out.
Reggie has his own show in Houston. He is thriving and very
Alec
happy.
came in and he was like, you can go find another show to be part of. This is my show now.
You're lying.
There you go. From the 469, the Cowboys will defeat the Ravens this weekend, and Torchy Taco's Hillbilly Queso is the best. Fight me if you think otherwise. Now, I do not think I'm prepared to give a queso opinion that I'm willing to fight over. So I want to say that I don't know if I feel that strongly about the quesos, but...
Do you like Torchy's queso? Is that what have you been to Torchy's queso place?
They don't advertise.
They're a
here,
taco
right?
place now.
No, I know what they are. Look, Torchy's Tacos is not geared towards Kevin Hagel.
Okay, because
that's what I'll
there's
say.
flavor. Gotcha.
Interesting talk. I'm with you. I will say, I guess I like regular tacos.
You have to give
better,
a sports
but
opinion, Mike.
Torchy's. Well, I didn't know we were giving Torchy taco. opinion.
This queso opinion. So,
But all right. So I'm going to give you a sports thought.
Okay.
rather than an opinion.
What the hell's the difference?
Well, I don't know. How about this? So I'm going to be in Oakland. This is my last show. Next week I'll be on the road.
Oh.
So you'll be back after that.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
I'm going to Oakland and Anaheim to finish off the Rangers season. So I'll be in Oakland for the last 3 games ever at the Coliseum, as they're supposedly moving to Sacramento and then supposedly moving to Las Vegas.
So you continually say that as if you do not have any level of confidence in that.
Vegas hasn't broken ground, and their city has not said yes to Vegas, to the Athletics becoming the Vegas, whatever, if they stay the Athletics. But I'm not sure that they're really going to Vegas. They really are going to Sacramento next year. I will say that, but they might end up being the Sacramento Athletics forever. Now, there's a thought and I didn't know this, the last ever game of the Washington Senators before they became the Texas Rangers was a forfeit. The fans were not happy that they were leaving Washington, and so the fans that were there decided, well, we're going on the field, and we're tearing this place up.
Oh, my God.
So it's Oakland. There's thoughts that the Rangers might win that game by forfeit.
Shut up.
I'm
Are
not
they
kidding.
really?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
So
that would be amazing.
I know that is, I believe that's a Thursday, is the last game ever in Oakland. That it will be very interesting, as that's been a sellout since pretty much the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
And there are true Oakland Athletic fans that will just cheer on their team and this and that. But how many people are just people from Oakland who they've lost everything? Let's be honest.
Yeah.
There's nothing left. That Coliseum's gone. The Golden State Warriors are gone. I know that it's a 20 to 30-minute drive from where the Golden State Warriors used to play. But it's over. Oakland is finished and done, and that's, I hate saying this, that city is one of the worst cities that you can go to now. And so there's a thought that it will be destroyed.
Wow. The whole city?
The Coliseum.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Let's start with that, I guess.
I was
so
very
how about
caught
that
off
for
guard.
a thought? It's not my opinion. I don't know what's going to happen.
Okay.
But there has been, I didn't know the history of the Washington Senators, and in that last game, approximately in the 8th inning, I think it was, they couldn't continue the game. So it's like, it's a forfeit. Your home team forfeits because we're not able to play this game. So if there are people that decide to do things that stall the game, it's up to the home team to figure out through security, through whatever, to stop what's going on so they can continue the game.
And favorite queso, because I'm looking at the text, and it feels like a runaway right now.
So I don't know if this is my favorite queso.
Oh.
There's a brand new, I saw this on commercial last night and had no clue we were doing queso day today.
What do you mean last night? I sent the run sheet out last night.
I know. There's a new brisket queso from HEB. I will never know what it tastes like because I'm in the hood, and HEB won't come to the hood.
You know what? I'm going to look up right now.
Even
Sure,
Alec,
there's an
even
HEB
Alec
near
has
here.
an HEB.
Yeah, I bet somewhere in Frisco there's an HEB.
Shout out
you know?
Mansfield.
So I'm sure it's great. HEB makes a lot of great things. I hear their tortillas are some of the best tortillas you can get.
There's an HEB 3.9 miles in 10 minutes from this Buffalo Wild Wings.
Yes.
So you need
is that
to
the one in
stop.
Plano or is it
I
the one in
gotta
Frisco?
go to
It's
the
in
rack.
Frisco,
Okay.
I think.
There's
I gotta
one
head over to the rack here after this is over.
There's one right up the street in Plano too. They're right down Preston.
I know. There's probably 73 HEBs north of the Trinity River.
So
That's probably true.
Let me read these off because they all
There's
go in the
one south. It's in Waxahachie.
From the 972, the Stars will remain the best team in DFW, and the best queso is Torchy's. From the 817, the Dallas Mavericks will be the #1 seed in the West this year. Torchy's has the best queso. From the 469, the Cowboys are going to lose on Sunday. Best queso, Torchy's. From the 817, Cowboys will win only 9 games this year. Torchy's has great queso. Man!
Do I need to go to Torchy's then? I guess I need to check this out.
I did not think that this would be like kind of a route.
Sports opinion. This will be the best college football weekend so far.
Ooh,
with the matchups that we have coming up this weekend, I think this will be the best one. You got 24 and 22 Nebraska and Illinois. You have OU and Tennessee, 6th ranked Tennessee, 15th ranked OU, USC and Michigan, 11 and 18, and then a little further down you got Utah and Oklahoma State, 12 and 14, and then I think there's another one that I saw. Anytime Texas is playing, I think it's going to be fun to see, especially whenever you have. Arch Manning getting his start. So I think this is going to be one of my favorites so far, college football weekends, to just sit down and relax and watch some college football. And, with the I know it's your birthday, Kevin, coming up.
Fair.
My anniversary is coming up. I got married on Kevin's birthday and my mom's birthday. So I got that. I got celebration
I didn't even get invited
time.
to the wedding.
I know.
Didn't you get invited to? Didn't you get married a couple days before?
For what?
My birthday?
The 22nd is the day that I got
the day
married
after.
on. Yeah. So yeah, you're the 21st. I got married on the 22nd. So that's on Sunday, but I'm celebrating on Saturday.
Okay.
Don't tell Adrian though, because I got some surprises on the way.
Do you guys prefer white queso over yellow queso?
Okay.
I prefer yellow.
I consider myself a queso aficionado.
Oh, okay.
The reason is Lucy loves queso. Lucy has always loved queso.
Yellow dip.
Her shirt said taco, 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 and queso. Like that was what all she ever wanted was queso. And so anywhere we go, one time we went to an Italian restaurant, and she was like, "They don't have queso here. I'm not eating here." And I was like,
Parmesan
"Oh my God."
cheese.
Yeah, I was like, they were like, "We can't do that, sir." So queso is kind of my thing.
It's a hard cheese. You
One of
can't
our
melt
Tolos, he has a barbecue podcast and videos that he does. It's called Bowers Barbecue. He said, "Hey, I'm sending you a book." He sent me a queso book, and it has all these different quesos from the state of Texas, and they're awesome, and we've made every single one of them. I love Mesa Maya's poblano queso. The
White
flavor,
cheddar.
it's white cheddar, but it also has the flavor of the poblano pepper in it, and then they put some pico de gallo on top, and you can throw some brisket in there. But man, anything they do, they just nail it every time, dude.
Very nice.
Especially in May.
Okay,
Mhm,
yes.
Mayo.
From the,
Mayo?
no, I understood. From the 972, the Cowboys will win once Jerry wakes up from his dream. And then Fuzzy's Tacos queso is the best.
I'm going to be honest. I'm sure I have. I just don't remember.
You don't remember it? Yeah.
Having Torchy's queso.
From the 254, Jacob deGrom will make 20-plus starts next year for your 2025
Well,
major.
who laughed out loud just now?
It was Eric for our champion Texas Rangers, and Torchy's is the best queso.
I think you're only reading the ones that say Torchy's.
I'm telling you, they're all coming in a row. Here's another one from a different one from the 469. Cowboys win because Jerry said our running game is good. Look, I also heard that. I don't agree. Mickey thinks that, or Mickey, we've discussed that with him. He knows where I stand. We don't agree on that either. And then he said the queso that his wife makes is the best queso.
Okay, and I have a smoked queso recipe that I think just absolutely crushes. I love it. But the Bob Armstrong dip from Matt's Ranchero is also high quality queso. That's got all the stuff in it. It's got sour cream, guacamole, pico de gallo, some steak in it too. It's good.
Now let's go to Alec for a sports opinion and where is the best queso?
So, sports opinion, this kind of came up last night. I've been thinking about it really since week 1 of the NFL season, but I saw a clip on Twitter that really reaffirmed this thought. I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like as football fans, we might have underappreciated some of the great quarterback play that we got maybe in the past 5 to 7 years, because I was watching Jacoby Brissett fight for his life, and it looked like he was terrified every time he dropped back, and rightfully so, because that offensive line is terrible. But the clip I saw was a Patriots fan that tweeted a video. It was one of the years where the Patriots had an awful offensive line, but Tom Brady would just jog away from the pressure. He would take 2 steps forward and have 3 more seconds to try to decide what he's going to do with the football, and he'd fire a strike down the field and complete the pass. I feel like we kind of underappreciated some of the great quarterback talent that we had with guys like Brady, Breeze, especially at the end of their careers. I personally did not appreciate them enough, and now we're starting to see some of the punishment that we're getting for it, because there has not been, I know it's only been a few weeks, but there has not been great quarterback play yet this year.
And your favorite all-time queso?
I hate to be that guy, but it's going to be Torchy's, and I will say, Mike, I have had the HEB brisket queso, and it is wonderful. So I got to hit you with this.
On your face.
But yeah, if we're going for a chain place, a sit-down place, an actual restaurant, it is Torchy's. They're undefeated. I don't know why. I don't have any explanation, but I got put onto it when I was in high school, and I've never looked back.
Now, this is an amazing text right here from the 214. Great listener. Cowboys will get blown out again, and Wolchuk will cry on the postgame show. And the best queso is from Wendy's. You can ask for it for your fries.
What? I think it's called a Frosty.
No, queso
everybody
is not
dips
a
their
Frosty.
fries in the Frosty.
Yes, that is.
I've never done that, by the way. Have you done that?
Of course I have, because I'm not a monster.
Is it good?
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
French fry, the
weird.
salt of the French fry offset by the deliciousness of it works with the ice cream and makes the ice cream better.
I saw Lucy do it. She'd never seen anybody do it. She just tried it, and she was like, "This is so good." And I was like, "No, I've heard about it. It just, I don't know, man."
And did she make you guys leave again?
Yeah.
I like that. You could go wherever you go. You're like, nope, don't like that. We're
we're going somewhere else. That's how she runs our lives.
Okay, I'm surprised this hasn't come up earlier, and it might be because I'm like super sad with my palate and basic. From the 469, Kamar Rocker will win Rookie of the Year next year. Jacob deGrom will win the Cy Young. Oh my God, I love it. And Chili's queso is the best. That's probably where I'm going to go too. And I don't know if you're a queso expert. Do you look down on people like me?
I do not.
Okay.
I still love Chili's queso. Now, that being said, in my queso book, it does have that recipe. But you told me the recipe because your wife.
It's super simple.
Did she work at Chili's?
No.
Okay, so she wouldn't know about the after-hours stuff. See, she told you it was just a can of chili and Velveeta
Cream cheese?
or cream cheese
cheese.
or whatever it was, and I was like, no way. And I went and looked it up, and that's the recipe, man. And I threw that together, and I was like, this is awesome. Yeah, because that's. Whenever we were done at high school football games, we all met up at Chili's afterwards, and we all just ordered the queso and water, and then the waiters hated us.
But I bet they liked you better than the only coffee drinkers who didn't tip either. From the 559, Arch Manning will take over as starter at UT for good, and Chili's queso is underrated and the best queso. So a late
Chili's making a push
for Chili's, but overwhelmingly Torchy's has taken the day for people's favorite.
If I go to Torchy's, Kevin, and I don't like it, am I looking down on these people that are saying Torchy's is the best?
Look, you have to pretend. It's kind of like the late seasons of 30 Rock. Sure, we all know they were trash, but you have to pretend like you like them because other people like them. Or the first couple of seasons of Better Call Saul. Most boring thing that's ever existed in the history of the world. But you have to pretend like you like them because society had spoken at that point. So you just have to fall in line.
I'm looking up, and Dairy Queen was showing an ad, and it looked like they have queso, but they're like, this is our Texas dip. And I feel like Texas dip is queso, man. So I'm going to claim it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a shout-out Friday from the 682. Shout out to my boy Enrique, who just got diagnosed with blood cancer. Hopefully he's listening right now. Shout out to Enrique. Our prayers are with you. Man, that is just absolutely freaking brutal. From the 972, shout out to myself and my grandma. We're driving over an hour today just to see you guys and enjoy the company. That is absolutely delightful. And then from the 214, I appreciate this. I'm going to go to share this on air. Somebody was telling me to look into a place called Base Point. They offer mental health services for kids and young adults ages 11 to 28. And so I think it's really cool that there's so many people out there trying to help out with mental health.
Yeah, it's always appreciated, man.
Go ahead.
I saw this just pop up on my Twitter timeline, Mike. If you give me maybe 2-3 minutes on this,
all right,
because it comes from our show. Nick Harris, formerly of DallasCowboys.com, now the Star Telegram, posted a quote giving the fan credit of Jerry Jones saying it was the media, nobody else is talking about their running back situation, just the media. And Bill Barnwell quote tweeted it and said the Cowboys ranked 31st out of 32 teams in rush yards over expectation. Next Gen Stats model projects Cowboys backs should be gaining a league high average of 5.3 yards per carry. That's what it's saying they should be getting. Instead, they're averaging 3.7 yards per carry. So he just used the facts to say that the idea is y'all should be better here, but you aren't better at this position. And then he goes on to give multiple examples of when Zeke doesn't get the gain that he's supposed to. So
I don't understand when that comes up when he says that. Like, I'll just speak to me. I'm in the media. I love the Dallas Cowboys. I was born and raised here in the Metroplex. I don't want to come on and be like, oh, run game looks shaky. Run defense looks shaky. We might lose to the Ravens. I want to come on here and be like, you know what? The Ravens better get ready to go 0-3 because we're going to whoop their ass. Like, I'm not personally invested in running down the Cowboys.
That being said, he does say, look, that's what the model says. But if you also watch the plays, it doesn't look like the offensive lineman is giving the opportunity that much. But also the runs that Zeke needs to make, he's not getting. All right, that's what I wanted to throw in there in the middle of all this.
Making news now.
Finally.
How about some Mike likes?
Sorry, Mike.
Finally, where were we at yesterday?
The ballpark.
Who pitched?
Kamar Rocker.
He wasn't as good.
Oh, man.
So
control problems, right?
Well, I stayed there and watched. Yes and no. The one thing that surprised me was how great his breaking ball was in Seattle and how
it didn't seem to break.
Below average it was yesterday, and that's just part of the process. I wanted to explain this to people who don't understand. He's still rehabbing from Tommy John surgery. He is not ready to really pitch. That's why after 3 innings and 60 pitches, they're like, we have to take him out. He's not prepared for this. He's had a great start in his rehab process in the minor leagues. What happened? 1, he pitched great. But 2, Corey asked this great question, which I'm going to get to in a second, is the minor leagues are over. It's over. Right tonight in Frisco here, they're playing Game 3 of a playoff series to then go to kind of the AA World Series type of deal. So there's no more time to pitch in the minor leagues. He's still rehabbing. He's only pitched 60-something innings in the last 3 years. So he hasn't pitched much at all. So like, you know how we can extend him? He proved that he was dominating minor league hitters in short spurts. Let's just put him in the major leagues and keep this going. And I always thought this, but so many people around the organization were saying, he's not coming up. There's no way. He's not on the 40-man. No way. So then I had to change, like, well, gosh, it made sense to extend his innings. But I guess they're telling me 100% he will not come up to the major leagues. They did send him up to the major leagues. He had a great appearance is maybe too strong of a word, but
it was
man,
super
it was
encouraging.
I loved it.
In Seattle. And then yesterday, he didn't have the same stuff. He's working on a cutter. He's working on a changeup. He's kind of only a 2-pitch pitcher right now because of the rehab process. It's taking him some time. So yesterday was a day of watching a guy rehab where his stuff just wasn't there. And then, Kevin, to your point, his location wasn't really that there, but his stuff was not that good yesterday. So that, if you never saw him throw in Seattle and just saw that, you go, well, that didn't look too good. But we did see a whole bunch of breaking balls that were great in Seattle. So we know it's there. It's just a matter of keep the rehab process going, and then hopefully by 2025, he's more consistent with not only his breaking ball, but adds a third pitch he believes in.
And this is why I realize I'm really excited about seeing Kamar Rocker throw. I get frustrated at any walks or control issues because I know that's going to shorten his outing, and I want to see what he looks like in the 5th inning.
Yeah.
But I understand, like, for rehab purposes why it doesn't happen, but that just lets me know, like, I'm pumped to see this kid pitch, this man pitch.
Now, Corey asked a great question. This was, I think, yesterday. Yep. And it was off the air, and I don't know this answer. This will be either GBag Nation or somebody asking this question. So, to Chris Young, because I don't think Bochy has this answer. It's not his responsibility to have this answer. When the season's over, what does, one, Kamar Rocker do, and what does Jacob deGrom do? Like, they didn't really pitch much this year.
Yeah.
So, for even Cody Bradford, he's going to end up with approximately 80-something innings, and he had a full spring training. So you're like, hey, take the month of October, don't pick up a baseball, work on whatever you want to work on physically, but we're not touching a baseball in October. But do you do the same with Rocker and deGrom? They've barely gotten to the process of being able to pitch throughout this deal. You have to have an off season. I can't say, well, I need you to get in another 20 innings in October, and then do you shut them down in November? You can't go, well, it would be great to get another 20 innings in November. Well, then you've ruined them for the next year.
Yeah.
So I don't know this answer, but I do think it is a spectacularly great question to Chris Young or to, I don't know if Mike Maddox, he probably doesn't have the responsibility of this either, but to the front office, what do you do with Kumar Rocker starting October 1st? What do you do with Jacob deGrom starting October 1st? Do you shut him down and say, well, the season's over. We need you to get ready for 2025. If you didn't make the playoffs, this is what everybody does. They shut down now. They work on their physical strength, agility, flexibility. But do you just say, all right, we're done touching a baseball for 6 weeks? I don't know that answer. It's a great question from Corey that I didn't think of. But what do you do with these two guys once the season is over? Because you can shut them down, and I'm not saying that's not the right thing to do and just have them have a normal off season, but they really have just started the process of being able to pitch off a mound against competition. And I don't know what the next step is because Rocker has one more start, supposedly the last game in Oakland. DeGrom has one more start.
Oh, yeah.
The first game in Anaheim, and then the season ends for both of those guys. And then what do they do from there? I don't know. Now, I will say this. I talked to somebody very high up in Major League Baseball yesterday. We were at the park, so stuck around. And I'll say this. The Detroit Tigers, remember, they traded us Andrew Chafin. They traded away their second-best starting pitcher in Jack Flaherty to the Dodgers. And guess what? They're tied for the last spot in the playoffs now. They have come on very strong since the trade deadline. And this person told me they're the last team you want to face in the wild card round.
Oh, man.
Because they have a great bullpen, and in a way, you look at game one and go, we've lost.
Yeah, they have an ace.
Yeah,
they have a legit
they have
ace.
the best pitcher in the American League. So now you're like, all right, so we're playing a 3-game series. Yes, we will be at home, but the first game you feel like an underdog because who can match Skubal and their bullpen? If Skubal's on, you lose. There's nothing you can do to beat them. I guess what you could do is you put up 7 zeros and hope you get 1 or 2 off of them. Now, it happened where great pitchers, Clayton Kershaw comes to mind, don't have the playoff game you think they're going to have. So that can happen, but I think this is interesting. With 1 week to go, all of a sudden, you're playing Seattle here now. Seattle is in a little bit of a tough situation, but they do have a chance to make the playoffs. You have Detroit, you have Minnesota, and you have Kansas City. So out of those 4 teams, 2 of them will make it.
Yeah.
2 of them won't. So it ended up where there is going to be some competition where it looked like a month ago
there would be none.
That Minnesota, Kansas City, and Cleveland would fight for the division and the other 2 would win a wild card spot, but not so fast. So it'll be interesting to see kind of the finish of this major league season. And if Detroit got in, could this person who told me this be right? And all of a sudden the wild card round, the team in Detroit that can't hit very well, but they're hitting better, and the team that has the best bullpen and then the ace comes in and ruins something.
Now, to go along with that, Mike, since you were talking baseball, I think you'll like this one. Shout out from the 903. Shout out to my coworker for covering my on-call on Sunday so I can go to the Rangers game with guys from my Army Reserve unit so I can say goodbye before transferring to a different unit. That is really cool. I hope y'all have a freaking blast at the game. With a KNC masterpiece right here.
I never thought when he got traded to the Rangers that he would get traded to the team that's trying to
Probably,
make the playoffs.
yeah.
The team he got traded away from.
No chance.
Like has a 50-50 chance now to make it.
Coming up next, we're live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco, where they have delicious queso and good Miller Lite specials happening. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block, starring Corey Majors and perhaps a disappointing special guest.
My special guest said he'd pop on by here in just a few moments. So hopefully Kyle Yeomans is on his way right now. Next on The Fan.
Hi, this is Carson Daly, inviting you to be part of Odyssey.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco. I love this from the 817. Shout out to y'all. Spent my lunch with you guys at Buffalo Wild Wings. It was my first time going to one of your outings. Also, I hope you pick out my name for the tickets. That is totally fair. That is totally fair right there. And we want to thank everyone who's been buying these little kind of charitable baskets for Team Up for Kids and specifically the Miracle League that Buffalo Wild Wings is doing here in Frisco. Really awesome job everyone has been doing. And now It's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors and a not disappointing guest.
That's right. Our friend Kyle Yeomans from DallasCowboys.com always joins us on Fridays. And today he said, I'll be right there with you. You're in my neck
I
of
was
the woods
already
today.
ready to trash you if you weren't here.
And that's the thing is, like, I was sitting in the parking lot listening to the show, and I was like, it sounds like they're about to go to a break. I'll go ahead and walk in. Like, I didn't want to come and, like just hover and just chill out. So
Could have Ranger talk with us.
I know. If I would have shown up early, I could have talked about Kamar Rocker and kind of gotten
and
into
I didn't
it a
even
little
get
bit.
to, like, how come on DeGrom it's a little D but a big G?
Never makes sense, does it?
And then Ellie De La Cruz, they're all capitalized.
Yeah.
All of them.
All the letters.
Yeah, I don't get that.
Oh, the beginning of all four.
I kind of like the idea of being the person that's like, no, my name's all caps.
Yeah,
Like,
my name is Kyle
Yeomans. I'm yelling my name at you at all times. Now, Kyle, I see you wearing the mean green gear.
Yeah.
And I know we got Wyoming this weekend at
Yep.
home. How are you feeling about our chances against Wyoming?
Pretty good. I mean, that's an 0-3 Wyoming team. You're coming off of a rough loss at Texas Tech last week, and Chandler Morris is a really good quarterback. Of course, won a state championship with Highland Park, bounced around from Oklahoma to TCU, threw 3 interceptions last week. And I talked to Coach Morris yesterday from North Texas, and he was very high on his way to respond from a loss like that and able to do it at home at that Q Stadium tomorrow. I'll actually be on the call for the game. I'm going to do the radio broadcast tomorrow, so that'll be a lot of fun.
He's really good at calling football games, if you haven't heard, Kevin.
Do you think their running backs are better than the Cowboys running backs?
Because, dude,
Now,
I will say they're really banged up at running back, so I don't know. Maybe not this time.
all right. So we talked with Jerry earlier. It is apparently now starting to make some national news. He says it's the media who keeps asking about the running backs so much, and I do not find that to be the case whatsoever. We have fans that ask us about it all the time. Where do you think the disconnect is between people watching the football and the Cowboys, or do you think the Cowboys just have to put up this front of like, hey, yeah, I know we're starting out with the guy who wasn't good last year with the Patriots, but don't pay attention to that. And before that, he was so bad we had to release him, but don't worry about that either. He's our guy now.
Yeah.
Is it they just have to sell, we believe in what we've got, because you're not going to come out and be like, we know they're crap. We know, crap might be too hard. We know they're probably among the worst in the league. That seems to be the prevailing wisdom.
It to me, and in the conversations that I've had within the building, I think they legitimately think Rico Dowdle and Ezekiel Elliott together can run the football effectively.
Based on what? Based on what?
Based off of what they've seen in practice and training camp and things of the sort. Do I agree? I don't. I really don't think that this is a tandem or a running back room that can run the football effectively, and the first 2 weeks have certainly shown that. I mean, if you can find a home run hitter out of the group, which maybe it's Deuce Vaughn if he gets more carries, maybe it's Rico Dowdle if he finds a way to make guys miss into open space, but there's so many times on film where you see them in open space, you see good blocking up front, you can see a hole opening up, and yet it still ends up in 3 or 4 yards. And it doesn't end up in downfield plays, anything like that, unless it's a broken play to Ezekiel Elliott in a screen action and he's able to run the ball because there's nobody within 20 yards of him.
Can we stop
It's
running?
frustrating.
Can we stop running Deuce Vaughn just like draws
Straight in
right
between
up
the
middle?
tackles.
Yeah,
I
don't understand
agree.
that play at all.
Get him outside the numbers.
Yeah.
See what you can do in the flats. That's where he was successful at Kansas State. All-purpose yards leader in the FBS is whenever you got outside the tackles and utilized him in space. You're not running him in between the tackles with his size and his build. He's so electrifying that you can get him outside, and even against NFL talent in the edge and in the secondary, I think you're still going to have some success.
Yeah, I'm totally with the same way that the Saints ran against the Cowboys, where that cutback, you're hiding, and then Deuce can hide behind an offensive line.
Yeah.
And then get that cutback, and he can tear it up.
Deuce is not Alvin Kamara by any stretch of the imagination, but his skill set is lateral and it's quickness, and that's some of the things that Kamara does well. He's just a bigger running back at doing those things.
Okay, to add to it, though, because Mike and I constantly have this discussion. Mike's like, Emmitt Smith didn't always have the holes there, but the offensive line, I'm going to say that Cooper Beebe and Tyler Guyton still have work to do.
No doubt.
And I feel like that's kind of shown a little bit in the run game as well as the pass game.
And both of those guys came out of college as better run blockers and more polished run blockers than they were pass blockers. So I think there is still much to be desired from both of those guys because you expected them to come in and baseline be able to plug and play in the run game, and we haven't necessarily seen that yet. The offensive line hasn't been perfect, but neither have the running backs, and that's where my disconnect is compared to maybe the belief within the building. They actually do. I don't think they're putting on a front for the media or for whatever it may be, and Jerry saying that this morning with you guys and him talking about how they believe in these running backs. I think he's telling the truth. They do believe in Zeke and Rico. I just haven't seen it, and I don't think the offensive line has been helping as much either.
And they're going to keep believing, Kevin, and hope that they're right. I feel like that's the
look. Hey, just for the record, I also hope they're right. I am a Cowboys fan. I would love to have Jerry on here dunking on me, going, "What do you think about Ezekiel Elliott now?" And I'm like, "Oh, fair enough. He's awesome."
You did it.
So, Kyle, every week, I think it's usually on Thursday, you can correct me if I'm wrong, maybe it's Wednesday, you have kind of like the Big Ten numbers going into
big
the game.
Facts.
Now, the Big Ten facts. Yeah, and so I wanted to bring up one of them, and maybe two of them, and you're not wrong about them, but the Dak had 27 completions against New Orleans. 11th time he's done that since the start of 2023 with at least 25 completions. No other QB in that span has more than 8.
Yeah.
So that is like a pretty sizable difference. Why doesn't that feel like a big deal?
Oh, man, because a lot of them are underneath, and a lot of them utilize the tight ends and the running backs. And I don't think it's a bad thing in order to do that. I think that's why Jake Ferguson is starting to emerge as a legitimate weapon on your offense. That's why you utilized Tony Pollard last year the way that you hope to utilize Rico Dowdle this year, just haven't seen it yet. So I think it is a big deal, and it is something that I think this team has made a point in doing, is giving those short and intermediate passes in this West Coast scheme the opportunity to breathe and give an opportunity for yards after the catch.
Yeah.
So that I think it is something significant. Like you said, I wouldn't have written about it if it was maybe one game more or 2 games more.
Three. That's a
3
big
games
gap.
more than the second-place quarterback in the entire league. So it's definitely an emphasis from this offensive system.
So you're just upset that it's not 27 touchdowns each game.
That would be
he's,
nice.
He's doing
I would take that
would be a big
per
fact.
half a
Yeah.
season.
Okay.
27 touchdowns per half the season. Well, to go along with that, so far the Cowboys have 0 offensive touchdowns in the second half.
Yeah.
0. What has happened to this offense in the second half? Because I know we're quick to point out they're third in points in the first half, and that's fantastic.
Yeah, great.
But they have scored 0 offensive touchdowns in the second half. What is the disconnect?
Well, I think week 1 you had that game in hand to a certain extent.
That's fair.
You dominated week 1. That's
I would
part
agree
of
with
it.
it. Yeah,
And if you score points on the back half of that game, that's great. And it just happened to be Brandon Aubrey's show from that point forward. And Dak talked about it this last week. So did McCarthy, for that matter. But you got to finish drives. This is a team that was efficient in the red zone the last couple of seasons. You got to be better at finishing drives. You can't rely on the weapon that is Brandon Aubrey all the time. If you need him at some point, you cross the 50, you have that confidence in him that you've got points in your bag. That's great. That's an awesome piece to your football team. But if you don't score touchdowns, you're not going to win a whole lot of games. So, yeah, 3 offensive touchdowns in the first 2 weeks, and you've got 0 in the second half. You got to find a way to be more effective in the red zone, and I think having Ferguson back should help that out.
I was listening to, and we'll get to Ferguson in just a minute, but I was listening to Wolchuk and Broadus in the post-game show, and Broadus just time after time, and Kevin, we talked about it Monday, red zone efficiency is bad right now.
It's bad. Yeah.
And from what you've seen, is it design? Is it just execute? What is it that's failing them there?
It's a little bit of both. I think there's some creativity that might need to spark this first problem, but it's a lack of separation from your wide receivers. You've got CeeDee Lamb who can build separation in space. Brandon Cooks can do it in space as well, but when you get inside the 20-yard line, the room to work goes away. So your separation has to be one either close to the line of scrimmage or on the break of your route, at the stem of your route. And Jalen Brooks, Jalen Tolbert, Kevontae Turpin, whoever else it has been outside of maybe Cooks and Lamb, who haven't been perfect either, outside of those guys, it hasn't been there. There hasn't been that separation for Dak to throw the football. And then we just talked about the running game. It's not like you're having a whole lot of success running the football either.
And that helps open that up just a little bit more when that safety has to stall and look at that running back.
I kind of wish I would have asked Jerry about this now. Did you guys see that FEMA, like actual FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, had to put out a correction
that they were just kind of like having some fun with a training exercise when they declared the state of Texas a major disaster after the Saints beat the Cowboys. They had to put out a follow-up correction saying this was just an internal thing. We were testing something in the building for training. If that doesn't motivate you, I don't know.
They're based in Denton. They have a whole headquarters up in Denton.
Well, they really dropped the ball on this one. They really dropped the ball on this one.
Or did they?
I mean, maybe this is since the FEMA scandal, the Cowboys broke off 8 straight wins.
It's the black cat from the Giants game a couple years ago.
Yes, or Grimace for the Mets. Yeah. I would love that.
We're going to rally around FEMA in 2024. That's what we're doing.
You mentioned Ferguson just a minute ago, and I saw McCarthy was like, hey, full participant today.
Mm-hmm.
You expect to see him on Sunday?
I do. I'm pretty confident in the fact that it's always that conversation that you have where it's barring a setback. By this point, there shouldn't be any setbacks. They've got another quick walkthrough tomorrow. That's about it, and then you're going into the game. So I think at this point, you expect Jake Ferguson to be on the field Sunday, which is a huge plus to this offense.
Any limitations when you bring that up? Sorry, Kyle.
I don't think so. I think every time there's a weapon like that and somebody that is going to block and be probably your number 2 receiver at the same time, you have to have the expectation that maybe he's not 100%. But the way that Dak talked about him on Thursday, he talked about how if it were a high-octane, high-intensity moment, game, situation, Ferguson probably would have gone in week 2. He may not have even missed it. And so hearing Dak say that makes me think he's back to as close to 100% as you can be after suffering what was nearly a major and very scary knee injury. He talked about no pain last week. It's all about shifting and planting and stability at this point. And I think all of that checked the boxes going into this one.
How do we shake up the defense in terms of turning the pressures back on? It could have just been a one-off week, but it just was so drastically different from week 1 to week 2. You saw one of the lower pressure percentages the Cowboys have had in some time.
Yeah.
Anything to kind of fight against that, or do you look back at last week's game as an anomaly?
I don't think it was an anomaly. I think it was, and it hurts to talk about, but the Kyle Shanahan coaching tree has found a way to negate your pass rushers, to take away Micah Parsons, to take away DeMarcus Lawrence and those guys who had 25 pressures against the Browns in week 1 and only were able to muster 6 last week against New Orleans. So I don't think it's a one-off. I think there's an offensive plan that works against this defense, whether that's running directly at Micah Parsons, which they've done a number of times just to put him in a tough situation, or you go completely away from it. And that's what the Saints did last week. They were going to the opposite side that Micah was on, and they allowed either for the screen game to get Alvin Kamara behind him, go downfield and have Derek Carr bootleg out to the wrong side where Micah Parsons has to just plain and simple run further to get to the quarterback. So even though he had 3 pressures last week, I think he'll have a better week this week. And I think this defense as a whole, even with the elusiveness of Lamar Jackson, they're going to still put some pressures on the board.
We're going to stop Lamar Jackson is what I just heard, Kevin.
They're going to put pressures on him. I don't know about stopping
Mike McCarthy's like, well, we're not going to stop him. But
you just got to disrupt it a little bit this morning with Shan and RJ and Bobby and Peyton.
He's so good. You talk about the way that he runs. It's scary.
It's video
really
game.
Is. That's why he's the MVP. That's why he was the best in the league last year.
That's great stuff from Kyle Yeomans right there.
Do you want to hang out, Kyle?
Yeah.
Now that you
why not?
decided to show up.
He gets to pick who's the stupidest of the week.
Yes.
Yes, I did this last year.
Masterpiece of the week as Mike slowly but surely learns about all of our segments on the show. Coming up next, we're the KNC Masterpiece live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco off of Preston. Coming up next, besides Cowboys Ravens, what football game are you most looking forward to this weekend? More of your shout-outs and Masterpiece of the Week. It is a jam-packed segment, and good news for you. It's up next right here on The Fan.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at krd-fm and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Watson in the gun. They bring another back into the formation to block. Back to throw, rolling right. Somebody better get out there in the flat. Boom! Somebody got out there in the flat. Overshown. Blown out of a cannon. Came and dropped Watson for a 3-yard loss.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco. And people at Buffalo Wild Wings, I'm going to need your help in just about, let's say, 20 seconds. It is a Shout-Out Friday. Shout-out to the Columbus Blue Jackets. They've announced multiple ways they're going to honor the Goudreau brothers this season with stickers, patches, and much, much more. So I appreciate that very much. Now, Corey, we need your approval. From the 903, can you do a shout-out to my daughter Napoli, who turns 7 on Sunday? Please, Corey, can she get a 2-day early Napoli chant going?
All right, we're going to need everybody in Buffalo Wild Wings to do
Napoli
this.
chant for us.
1, 2, 3. Napoli! 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 You're supposed to do 3, Kevin, is where we shut it off. I'm sorry.
Did.
I went
I
further
shut it
than
off
that.
at
That
3.
was my fault.
That
my
was
apologies on
delightful. Happy early birthday, and congratulations to Corey for allowing that.
that. Now, coming back from that break, Kevin, we heard Brad Sham on the call. A guy who filled in for Brad Sham before.
He tried to take his job.
Yeah, your thoughts on Brad Sham?
Eventually.
I love Brad Sham.
All right, there you go.
Yeah.
He was forced to say it.
What about that one time when you tried to take his job?
That wasn't me trying to take his job.
But hold on.
That was me helping Brad,
Did
actually.
you do his job one night?
I did for one night. Yeah, one night.
Would you ever want to be the play-by-play guy for the Dallas Cowboys?
Whenever Brad Sham decides that he, in his legendary career, have called it quits, that would be fantastic.
Is that the ultimate dream job of your life?
Absolutely. Yeah, no doubt.
I have a stupid question. There has to be football in the a wing for announcers in the Hall of Fame like there is for baseball, correct? Like
contributors.
Surely, yeah.
I think you can get in as a contributor.
Yeah, because Eric Nadell's in the Hall of Fame.
They don't have
Frick
the Frick Award. Yeah, nothing
but
like
you
that.
would think Brad Sham should
I
be
would
in the
think
Hall of
that,
Fame
yes.
for
No
all
doubt.
the Cowboy games he's called, and
that's a great
people
point.
know his voice. He's good at it too. Obviously, you want to be good at it.
Well,
first,
maybe we start the motion of the Brad Sham Award and get
Once
in
we
touch
get
with
Darren
Canton, Ohio.
Woodson in the Hall of Fame, then we will give all of our effort to
That's
the Brad
true.
Sham Award.
Darren needs to be in.
Yeah.
Yes.
Woody's got to get in.
Now, obviously, we're all focused on Cowboys Ravens. And Kyle, I know you said you'll be on the call tomorrow for UNT.
Yeah.
Besides those 2 games, let's say, what's the football game you're most looking forward to this weekend? Because Corey brought up it's a really big college slate. I think Tennessee and Oklahoma is where I gravitate to there. But it can be college, it can be pro, it can be high school, whatever. Besides those, what's the football game you're looking forward to this weekend?
You know, since you brought up Tennessee, Oklahoma, that would probably be number 1 on my list just because of how good Tennessee has looked. And then OU, of course, making their first jump into the SEC. That'll be interesting. But how about 2 powers and true blue bloods of college football, Michigan and USC? That's going to be a fun one.
And so I'm really curious about both of those teams.
No doubt.
Are we going to find out if or how far Michigan might be ready to tumble? Or maybe are we going to find out is USC legit outside of the number next to them? You know, I kind of feel that way about Oklahoma a little bit. I know we got the Texas game coming up in about 3 weeks, but I kind of want to find out, what does this Oklahoma team have?
Well, and that's the thing when you bring up USC and Michigan like that. The one loss from Michigan was bad because Texas is
They look outstanding.
They're an actual national championship contender.
Agreed.
Whereas Michigan's probably on the outside looking in this year, but of course they won it last year. They have a new coaching staff. They're going to have to build back to it. But I want to see what Lincoln Riley can do. But if they end up winning against Michigan, does that win hold as much weight then you look at Michigan and they're 2-2, and you look at USC and you say, you just took down an LSU team in week 1 that maybe isn't as good as they have been in the past. You took down a down Michigan team, and they don't get the respect that they truly deserve.
I wonder if it'll be bigger for the people in the building then, So,
Definitely.
And I don't care because we're still building up our resume and building up momentum and everything like that. Now, we can go...
I'm rooting against Lincoln Riley at all costs.
Okay,
as an OU fan,
I'm familiar
I'm
with
rooting
that.
against Lincoln Riley. So.
Somebody just texted this in on the pro front, and I got to say, this is my go-to game as well. It's the Eagles and the Saints because much like kind of Michigan and USC, I need to learn more about both of these teams. Are the Saints really one of the best teams in the NFC, which is what it looked like? And where do the Eagles fall in all of this after a disaster loss on Monday?
Yeah, and you could see, especially if the Saints come out and they put up another 30-plus, 40 points, then maybe they're legit one of the best offenses in football. I also want to see the Chiefs and the Falcons because of that same reason. Falcons taking down the Eagles in week 2 and that weird ending with Kirk Cousins and everything. And the Chiefs are going to Atlanta to play the Falcons, who, of course, are a team that the Cowboys will see later in the year as well. So two good games, I think, that are going to tell you a lot about NFC future opponents.
Mike, is there a game you're drawn to?
Oh, Kyle stole my Sunday night football. I guess I'll be busy with the Rangers and flying out. So I was like, Sunday night, I think I'll be able to kind of get some of that Chiefs-Falcons. And then Monday night, I'll watch the Jaguars score 10 points and get hammered by the Buffalo Bills.
Can't wait.
This is weird to ask. Does Texans-Vikings do anything for y'all? Because early on, the Vikings are a team that you're like, what's happening here?
Yeah, it's going to be... I want to know if Sam Darnold's real because he
exists.
I know he exists as a human, but I don't know if this is real. I think a lot of it is Kevin O'Connell and the greatness of Justin Jefferson. But we've been on C.J. Stroud all offseason, so that's one. But the 2 games I'll mark down. I just want to see Arch Manning play, so I don't care who they're playing. Louisiana Monroe, I'm okay with it. I just want to see him play.
Allen, Texas quarterback General Booty is the quarterback for
product, right?
ULM in that game.
And then Lions-Cardinals, because these 2 1-1 teams, I want to watch more Marvin Harrison Jr. and Kyler as they grow their relationship. And then Jameson Williams told us that he wanted to be the greatest receiver ever.
Well, so far, so good.
And so far, he's looking like it. So that's where we are right now.
Now, Corey, this is a throwback to the paper days from the 940. I'm always nervous with this phrasing, but let's give it a shot. Can I get a shout-out to Plano East football as they travel to Clark Stadium to play Plano West? It's Walk Fest week.
That's right. Walk Fest is. My kid kept saying
that.
My kid's at Plano, and he kept saying that last year, and I was like, "What is happening right now?"
It's just the kids at the basketball game that are doing the push it motion, but not even pretending to say push it. They're like, "No, I'm doing the motion. You know what I'm saying."
But I'm saying this. I'm saying bulls stuff.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. How about some Masterpiece of the Week?
She said, list this.
Howdy, boys. Long time no speak.
Hey, Alec, how's it going?
Man,
hey,
how's it
buddy,
going?
what's going on?
Not a whole lot. We're going to do some Masterpiece of the Week.
That wasn't the enthusiasm you were looking for,
No,
was
not
it?
at all.
I'm sorry, Alec.
Hopefully Kyle Yeomans can save me. Because
What's up, Alec?
I'm very glad that you're here to experience how truly wild this show is. This is Masterpiece of the Week. We're going to revisit some of the wild, wacky, and sometimes often concerning things that have been said during this program throughout the course of the week. And guess what, guys? Mike is back this week, if you couldn't tell. So we're going to be very basic forward this week. We do have a couple of celebrity entrances, though, that we'll get to. We're going to start when Mike said this.
I think they're hoping that there's still 2 more inches in there.
Story of so many men, probably and women's lives.
Yeah, it happens.
That's off Muggsy in Carolina.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or
what?
So hold on, who
You know
do
who
you?
he is?
Oh yeah.
But you think
what's his last name? Hold on, what's his last name?
Oh, I don't know the last name.
Okay.
I just know
Muggsy Bogues. But you're calling Bryce Young
Muggsy.
because
Yeah.
Bryce
Or
Young's so
Spud.
short.
because he's short.
Mhm,
Got it.
Yeah, so I think that they should put 2-inch lifts in his shoes so he can see where he's throwing the
Either
ball.
that or get all short offensive linemen.
Yeah,
This is
super
other
short
radical
offensive
idea.
linemen to help him out.
They'll have leverage. They'll have underneath the pad level leverage.
Man, those heel lifts are real too. They're all over my TikTok shop, and I feel like that's a personal target. I don't like that. Let's see. Mike also said this.
Yeah, well, if you want to, yeah, all those things. I'm not wearing it naked for you.
Was that about the apron?
Yeah, you want to get me a lacy apron.
Mike's supposed to bake me a dump cake, trash cake.
I was going to do, no, it's called a dump cake. I got all the ingredients last night, but I felt we're coming to Buffalo Wild Wings. Also, if it sits in the car, we're also in a food establishment.
Yeah.
I don't know about bringing my own food in here.
It's all right. We got
Probably
time.
frowned
So I was
upon, I'm
like,
guessing.
We got
There'll
time.
be another time and place, but when I get home tonight or today, I got to quickly make a dump cake because Dave Raymond wants my dump cake before the season's over.
But I
I feel
asked,
like we could turn that into a drop.
I asked if
gotta
he'd
be.
wear. I asked if he'd wear a custom apron, and he said he wouldn't wear it naked. And I was like, all right, appreciate that.
we started adding things to it.
Like lace and frill and stuff.
And so that meant Mike's like, are you
He's
trying
like-
to get me naked?
Yeah, he lost me whenever he said he was out. Corey Majors, please explain what's going on here.
There are more capable legs to do that than there ever have been before. And, I mean, you find them anywhere now.
Mm-hmm. You can find
What
legs.
the hell does that
Just
mean?
go to the leg
It
store.
makes a lot of sense.
We got the foot store for Mike. Now we got the
Yeah,
leg
the best
store from
kicker
Corey.
a long time ago was a stump.
That's
He
true.
was a stump kicker, right? He's like, great news. I don't have toes. I think I can do this.
So the two notes I have written down right now are Mike 2 inches and Corey capable legs.
Capable. And that's what we were talking about. Is there's it seems like there are more kickers capable of hitting 50,
I thought you were
60
talking about
yarders.
running back room and trying to find some different legs out on the open market. I think that's what you were
Hey,
trying
we
to
asked
find.
about Jordan Mason, and they're like,
Yeah,
How
whatever.
many times
Right.
back in like the 50s or 60s, the stump kicker was the best one, and they're like, hey, do you
is
think
that
you
Tom Dempsey they were
I don't know,
talking
like,
about?
do you think you
With, like,
need
the
your
half
toes?
foot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're like, if we cut your toes off, we think you'd be better at this. So I
wouldn't
think they started making
What kind of
shoes with kind
sacrifice?
of like square toes to
All right,
help
Mike.
out the
No, Mike, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
We go back to when you're 25.
All right.
And they're like, we're going to cut off 2 of your fingers, but it's going to make you awesome at pitching. And then you end up having like a 10-year, no worry about it every time in the majors career.
Over $1 million every
Yeah,
year.
for 2 fingers?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's
Small
gonna be
price to pay.
dominant. But you wouldn't have the Barry Bonds moment,
I
probably. 'cause
wonder,
you're
I
so
mean,
good.
obviously,
No, he
I
would've
would
struck
say
him
your
out in that
pinky
occasion.
finger is not needed too much in throwing.
Yeah.
See?
I mean, if you take out your index finger, your number one, you're throwing a lot of changeups.
Yeah, maybe you're on
I
the
think you're
something
throwing
here.
all changeups, to be honest.
You can maybe come up with an entirely new grip.
Yeah.
What about your thumb and your ring
Oh, if
finger?
I got rid of my middle finger,
rid of
you could
those?
definitely have a good forkball
Okay.
because it's going to fit in there perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, as it happens. Let's see. I do have like genres that I kind of put these clips in when I'm looking for content. And one of my favorite like subgenres of Masterpiece of the Week is Mike overreacting to totally unnecessary things.
Jordan has a house in Highland Park, Illinois.
Oh!
That is an overreaction.
Big time, man. Highland Park?
Well, that's in Dallas.
Highland Park, Illinois.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm
about
guessing
Highland
it's
Park,
probably
Illinois.
pretty nice.
I bet it's just as nice, it sounds like. Oh.
It's just so stupid. Like nothing requires this on this show.
You know
At all.
what? Sometimes Corey does that like off mic, and he'll be like, "Oh, holy s!" And you're like, "What would happen? Have you seen this bear?" And you're just like, "What? That's what you needed to tell us?"
Well, I'm looking at houses in Highland Park, Illinois. They're all $1 million homes. So yeah, that is
Is that just like a prerequisite to like a nice neighborhood? Is calling it
Highland
I think
Park.
that is correct.
Yeah.
Might as well.
It's where the land is high.
Sounds about right. Okay, Corey. This could go hand in hand with the first thing I played from Bassick.
Yeah, but you said it. You don't want it in the meat.
Nope.
And you don't want it at the end.
When I said
That's
nope,
Cowboys injuries.
the way I said it, it's because I knew it was landing on Masterpiece of the Week. I knew exactly what I was saying.
It is an
there.
astute observation from Mike, depending on
I
your
saw Tyron
preferences.
Smith play last night.
How'd he look good?
Solid.
I liked him.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought
They
he
gave
looked
up a
pretty good.
sack early on, but they did a little bit of like a stunt situation. It wasn't. I mean, he was on that side where they gave up a sack, but you don't have to worry. It was the Patriots. You just have to score 4. They say just score 4, and you're good.
That's what they all say. Yeah. Heard it a million times, Mike.
Yeah.
Kevin, you said
4
this.
scores. That's what they said. Abe Lincoln came up with it.
Oh,
He's a
my.
Patriot.
What is 4 score in that speech in reference to, Mike?
What sport were they playing in this? 1700s?
It's not a sports-based
That was about
speech.
slavery, I believe.
4 scores.
But what is
and
4
7
score
years
in
ago.
reference to?
Decades.
Ooh, close. 20,
Centuries.
20 years.
Dang it. 80 years ago. You should have said 80 years
No,
ago.
4 score in 7 years ago.
87
years ago.
Oh, yeah, old Billy Davis.
It's too
I
complicated.
don't even know what that means.
I got you. Yeah, he knows. Number 87. He's a horrible wide receiver.
Kevin,
He's on the Cowboys.
You said this earlier today.
You shouldn't be massaging that man's wife. I mean, that's true.
Yeah.
You shouldn't, whether or not your soul got taken and put in a briefcase, you probably shouldn't be massaging that other guy's
What if you're a
wife.
masseuse?
Oh, my gosh. Is that Will Chambers?
Will Chambers made his way over.
Do you think Will Chambers
He's
is
got off the golf course again.
one of the, if not the most handsome
got a story about
person
that,
at our
too.
station?
Yes, nobody's as handsome as Will Chambers
Maybe
at our
Alicia.
station.
It
We're all a
shows
bunch
you,
of
if you
dudes.
tuck in-
shave
if
the
you
head
tuck
now.
in a collared shirt and wear some slacks, you're good to go.
It's called work, Mike. It's called work. Oh, man.
I know.
My favorite
It is
thing.
work, man.
We're wearing the same outfit, too, by the way.
My favorite thing that Will does at the station, outside of on-air stuff, is whenever Carter sends out his college football recap,
I have a rebuttal.
Will always replies, I take issue with paragraph 3, whatever. And he's like, let's have a
He
talk.
has such a Texas or bias against Texas, I should say,
Good.
because of Oklahoma.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
those first couple of weeks, I'm like, man, I was like, Texas, not in there, huh? So he has, I like to hit him back on a little bit of that. Plus, this past week was a little bit of, I felt like, took a little offense to the defense that was terrific of Kentucky against Georgia last week.
Hey, well,
We just
Will,
don't know when to
Very
punt
good.
and when not to punt.
you know what I like that Will
That
does
part
here?
I've got a huge issue.
Oh, Will, you're on?
Yeah, he
He's
is.
on this?
Yeah, I can hear him. And you know what I love that he does? He's great at segues because we do have something that Carter Freeman said with you guys earlier this week.
He's catching these balls, taking them all the way down.
All the way down.
It is a Friday.
Yeah. Hey, Kyle, I don't know that you've made it onto Masterpiece of the Week yet.
There was something I said earlier today that 100% would be on there.
There we
next
go.
week.
Keep an
Or
eye
should
out
be
for
on
that,
there.
Alex.
And as soon as I said it, that was the first thing I thought of. Was like, oh man, it was like you
cultural
saying
phenomenon.
"done" to Mike over here. Nope to Mike when he's talking about meat or
That's
whatever.
what I love, Ron. Is he goes, yeah, because I know you idiots are going to take it out of context and play in your dumb
100%.
segment.
Yeah, I bet you Alex already going back and searching for it right now.
Oh, I've
Yeah,
got ears
yeah.
everywhere, Kyle. I've got one more for you, boys. We're up against it. But this is another subgenre, Mike's live reads.
Before we talk about those Longhorns, let's talk about. Are you not like, having your Longhorns anymore?
Yeah.
So
Men's Tea Clinic.
Sorry.
the way that Mike and Men's Tea Clinic describe those kind of things, I like when Mike goes, hey, are you having trouble with, your nighttime stuff? You know what I mean? Like you're in bed with your, like you just go so far out of the way to not say anything
Just want to
else.
make sure they get it,
Yes, I think they did.
I loved the hesitation beforehand too, because you could tell the wheels were turning.
Kyle,
he was trying to find
I made that
some
up on my own
avenue.
right there. I did not have that preset. We went to commercial break with Longhorns, and I was like, how am I going to use this? And it just popped in my head, and then I say it.
That's a strong candidate, but I'm going to vote for Corey talking about all the capable legs there are in the world.
There are more capable legs to do that than there ever have been before. And, I mean, you find them anywhere now.
Anywhere. I mean, we found
nice.
Brandon Aubrey just on a video.
ZZ Top songs just going through my head and going everywhere.
Got legs. I'm voting for Mike in Highland Park, Illinois. That reaction's fantastic.
Jordan has a house in Highland Park, Illinois.
Oh!
It sounded like he got a cramp in the middle of the segment. It was just like, oh, no.
It's happened before.
It has to
I'm
me.
voting for
Stretch it
me / Al Pacino and Any Given Sunday.
Which one even?
What the hell does that mean?
Fight for that.
Oh,
inch.
2 more inches.
Oh, okay, I get it.
And I think they're
really a
hoping
game
that
of
there's still
yards.
2 more inches in there.
Yeah.
I don't know what our female listenership is right now, but surely
Baseball's
some
a
are like,
game of
It's off
feet.
a
Oh,
cliff.
yeah.
If there were any already, it's
Yeah.
already done. It's gone. Do I have to break a tie here?
Yeah, you
or
do.
Okay, so because my vote would have been Longhorn Mike. That would have
Oh,
been
it's
where
for-
that
Oh,
would have
then
been.
I
Will's
guess-
here.
I guess, well, Will, if you want to vote, or Alec, if you want to
Wait,
vote
can we
to
hear
break
Longhorn
this tie.
Mike one more time, though? I just want to.
Before we talk about those Longhorns, let's talk about. Are you not having your Longhorns anymore?
Now, you know what would be a great piece of editing? If you could take Mike's reaction to Highland Park and splice it in that empty space where he's deciding whether or not he should say Longhorn. I really think we'd have a piece of business right there.
The collective holding of the breath when you go to commercial when Mike has a read across the station with the executives has to be, audible.
I was walking down the hallway to use the restroom once where I heard Mike over the speakers go, "Oh, crap, this is the wrong one. You know what? Let's start it again." And I'm just like, this is live right now.
Yeah. It makes it real.
So good.
And that's why he gets all the ads.
You
right
know
there.
what? I'm going to vote for it, too.
Before we talk about those Longhorns, let's talk about. Are you not having your Longhorns anymore?
There it is. This is the dumbest show.
There you go. That is how we do Masterpiece of the Week. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, live from Buffalo Wild Wings, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the GBag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
And play action. Prescott back to throw. Deep to the right side. Lamb made a man miss and running down the sideline. And Lamb's on the horse. And Lamb's in the end zone.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco on a shout-out Friday from the 972. Shout-out to my wife, Ellen. She goes back to work on Monday after her maternity leave. She gave us the most beautiful baby girl, and we love her so much. Just wanted to say I love you, and I'm so thankful for you. That is a delightful shout-out. And now, shout-out from a napkin. From your math tutor. Shout out to all of my students from across the country. You guys are all awesome. Happy birthday, Kevin. Happy anniversary, Corey. Mike, you are awesome. And so is the crowd here at Buffalo Wild Wings. Love to Sharon McLeod and Ricardo Sanchez. That's from our math tutor right there. All kinds of shout outs happening today, Corey. And now, let's shout out those fellows in Arlington, the GBag Nation. Are you guys live at Shakerton's?
We are in Arlington, man. How the hell are you guys doing?
We're doing good. We are doing good, and I know Corey loves Shakertons.
Yeah, I know Broadus and Chiafalo like to carry their own chairs around, but are they sitting in the comfy couches and lounges today, or they have those extra chairs with them?
You actually have Wolchuk laid out on one of them right now. He's sprawled out on his back. And then
pretty incredible.
Dawson saw Wolchuk do it and was like, I actually like that idea. So he's doing the same thing on the other couch. So I'm standing up right now, and Broadus doesn't actually go anywhere without his rocking chair. He's sitting in that rocking chair right now, rocking away. So, but these couches are super comfy.
The couches are super comfy, absolutely. So come say what's up to us out here at Shakerton's.
And they just delivered a giant bottle of Sagamore Spirit Rye whiskey.
Oh,
there we go. This is going to get crazy.
Give my boy Tim a hug. Give Tim a hug.
Why don't we just get another Mardi Gras Broadus going instead of having him
do it?
Instead of him risking going blind eating this butter that I'm not even sure is fully actual butter, but
it is. It's a $1.49 Blue Bonnet butter. It's the cheapest butter you can buy.
Yeah.
So I went for the cheapest butter you could buy. I was told by Derek Eagleton I might go blind doing this.
Oh, no.
There's a possibility.
I've heard that. I've heard that's possible.
Yeah, and you never know. So, but I love
clogs up your eye capillaries with
it's
cholesterol.
Really that's with your cornea.
That's what I get for picking the Eagles. I deserve to go blind. That's kind of how it needs to work. Yeah,
you'd probably pick games better.
I might as well have been Saquon.
Couldn't hurt. Couldn't make it worse.
By the way, just 2 drinks of that Sagamore. He'll be in Broadus Mardi Gras party for him, by the way. Just telling you. It's good
what do you
stuff.
say if I drink the whole bottle?
Well,
if you drink the whole bottle, just one shot.
You'll go, first of all, I'd be driving you home.
You'll be blind and
No, we did this at a Ranger game, spring training baseball. We drank a handle of Tito's in the crowd one day.
Yeah, Tito's ain't rye whiskey, though.
You guys act like you're doing with amateurs here.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do that, Broadus. I wouldn't do that.
And it's just a small batch, so it's not even a huge size.
Gosh, know who you're dealing with here, boys.
I can't wait to start chugging out of that bottle.
Yeah.
What time are the payoff? What time's the payoffs coming up?
I think they're going to start at about 2:20.
Yeah.
I might do mine at about 5:30.
I think. Wait, do yours? I thought yours was the whole program. I thought Dawson's was the whole program.
Yeah,
because I brought pickle juice for Dawson's spray down.
I agreed to a bet payoff, and they keep adding things. So
you said
I don't
we
know.
could bring whatever
liquid
I'm about to drink a bottle of whiskey and a stick of butter. What do you think I'm about to do?
I might go full 2015 on you and just refuse to participate in this hijinks if they keep that.
Wow. I have no problem with you handing me a $100 bill then.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll take the $100.
Question. Have a tall glass of shut the hell up.
Does that $100 go to the show? Is it
each individual guy
Each
gets
individual.
$100.
Okay, yeah.
It's why I've never considered that particular payoff, Hagee. But I have 2. What do you guys think is worse? We're here live at Shakerton's. I can do a live solo a cappella rendition of the national anthem here in front of everyone and on the air. Or, as someone who doesn't sing well, or I can have my guys here on the show just douse me in a bunch of makeup that I brought from my wife, and they can just put a bunch of makeup and draw a bunch of weird stuff and whatever they want on my face. What do you guys think is the worst payoff here?
National anthem.
See, I think it's the national anthem because I'm really hoping that Lucius will pull the Carl Lewis national anthem, and then we can kind of compare them side by side and then go from there.
Yeah.
I also just have no real desire to put makeup on you.
Yeah.
Like for us,
what if you turn out to be more attractive?
That's a good point.
You never know. I mean, you did rock the eyeliner Jimmy Butler style last year.
Wolchuk was a particular fan of me going full into character on the Margot Robbie. What was her?
Barbie.
Harley Quinn.
Harley Quinn, thank you. There's Wolchuk just absolutely not
that kind of
helping
ruined
me.
it for
You
everybody.
guys ever thought about you have to shave your beard but keep a clean mustache for like 2 weeks? Just stash it, just 80 stash.
Can't pick up your kids from school anymore.
Gosh.
Yeah, the Mad Dog. We did that last year, or
Halloween. That's right.
Yeah, Dawson did that. He did, and we did it great, man.
It was a good one.
Besides the payoffs, what do y'all got coming up on the program today?
Pure gold as always. Thanks for asking. We have Steve coming up at 3. We'll get his thoughts on how much the Cowboys don't need a new running back.
Do you start the interview by going, "Hey, Steve, how's it hanging today?"
He's okay with calling him Steve.
I usually reset it.
Okay.
Mid-interview, Steve Jones with us here in the nation.
Okay, I love it. All right, roll
I asked
home.
him for permission last year. He said it's okay to call him
He
Steve.
did. Yeah.
Oh, my God, I love that so much. Roll home with the GBag Nation or go see them at Shakerton's in Arlington. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Thanks to everybody who's been out here at Buffalo Wild Wings. In Frisco next week, we'll be at Buffalo Wild Wings in Mesquite. Hope to see you there 10 to 2 right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Before we talk about those Longhorns, let's talk about, are you not having your Longhorns anymore?
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst Studios. You're rolling with the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour number 1 of the GBag Nation. I meant to say it's a triple bet payoff Friday here on the show, and we're live in Arlington, brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey. General at your service. Salute to you. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout and NFL executive. You have Wolchuk and Chiafalo in the house. Lucius Alexander is back in the Pimp Cup at Master Control. He's got you covered here for the next 4.5 hours. And Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105 through thefan.com, Twitch, and on YouTube. Chiafalo, I believe, is going to do a national anthem here for us coming up before too long.
Yeah, I mean that sounds like the move. That sounds like the plan. So I'd like to get maybe some of that Sagamore coursing through my veins or something like that, just to give me that extra little pep in my step. You know what I'm saying? But
liquid courage.
At any moment that you guys need me to impromptu bust out into, when you get to have a hankering for some patriotism, you just let your boy know I'm ready to get going.
Right on. Yeah, I think we should do that at 2:20 there when we're picking games.
Yeah.
Because it's basically the start of a major sports event every day in the GBag Nation when we get the show underway. So we need an anthem, to make it official.
When do you think this place will get the busiest? Post 5 o'clock?
Wolchuk wants there to be a good live.
I think that's what adds the element to this payoff, is having as many people here as possible. We need the Tolos to show up in full force here.
Okay. No heckling though. No heckling.
No heckling.
Bring
no
it.
heckling.
Oh,
Absolutely
what?
Not.
Student section. A
No,
little bit,
we're not throwing stuff at my guy. Just be respectful here.
I think we got a total of 12 patrons here currently. When it reaches 40.
Oh, heck yes.
That?
Okay, I love that. I love that idea.
41 for dirt.
And you're going to be nice and lubricated, because Jenny's about to bring over some glasses, so we can start dipping into that Sycamore rye. Let's go. Let's go.
Sagamore.
I am so ready. Let's go. Let's go, Sagamore.
2 people to my right is Brian Broaddus.
I was thinking Bishop Sycamore.
He's eyeballing a full stick of butter.
That would be 8 tablespoons of butter I'm holding in my hands right now.
Sorry.
No, thank you. This fly is just like, what is going on?
I don't know.
Why is it over there by you? It's kind of buzzing around by you.
Buzzing around the couches here.
Yeah.
It was next to you in your bag. What do you got in your bag?
So
I had butter.
It's probably the butter.
I had butter in my hands.
Brian posted on social that he was going to do this butter bet payoff. Didn't want to do the Mrs. Doubtfire.
Yeah, because I was coming from the Cowboys.
For a future date.
Yeah, I was coming from the Cowboys.
So he's chosen stick of butter, but there might be some complications here involved, some health complications we weren't thinking about, Brian.
Yeah, Derek Eagleton sent me a text and said that he had a friend in college that did this went blind, temporary blindness. So
delicious.
I don't know. I'm kind of reading the cholesterol. The whiskey might get me before the butter does.
This Sagamore is going to be delicious. Hey, bottoms up, buddy.
Bottoms up. Cheers.
Cheers. Football Friday. Let's go.
It is a football Friday.
I'll pass it over. Don't worry. Don't get jealous. I see your face over there.
Don't start.
No, we got Jenny's bringing more. Jenny's bringing more. Shout out to Jenny.
Let me get a whiff of this.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Snort that thing a little bit. Yeah.
Gosh, I love this Sagamore.
Amazing. That thing opened up beautifully, huh?
I'm not even usually a rye guy, but this Sagamore rye might change my mind.
Did you just hammer that home?
Yeah, I did.
Wow, first shot of the day. There he goes. Broaddus back to back there with Wolchuk.
That is smooth.
You guys
very
are
good.
channeling your own inner Bobby Belts right now.
Just a couple of drunks over here, Eric. Just a couple of drunks.
4.5 hour journey here until 6:30 when the pregame is going to start, and Jacob DeGrom's going to be on the hill for our baseball enjoyment here coming up this evening. So that's a lot of fun. But as we do every single football Friday here in the nation, we open with a prediction. I'm going scoregami. Okay? 34-12 Ravens.
Oh, that's a scoregami?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so all right, is that all?
I think 30
all field goals, or do we get a safety mixed in?
That's field goals for the Cowboys, 4 touchdowns, 2 field goals for the Ravens.
Man, I'll tell you what, I like the Ravens too. If you're the Cowboys, you got to prove me wrong, but I'm going to go with the Ravens 28, Dallas 23. I think this could be a really, really high scoring game. But I'm going to take it. Ravens 28, Cowboys 23.
Give me 26-20. Baltimore.
Baltimore.
Don't lone wolf this thing, Walchuk. Let's give this team some bulletin board material.
You guys you're all leaning in on this.
We don't believe in them. They need to know that. They need to feel that here from Shakerton.
Ravens coming in here, desperate team. Derrick Henry and Zeke, they were taken in the same draft class. I mean, I know we're talking is Zeke washed. Maybe Derrick Henry's a little washed here. They're doing mixing and matching with that Ravens offensive line. I don't think they're any damn good. If I'm Micah Parsons over there, I'm licking my chops. I think Mike Zimmer, Eric Kendricks, that defense had to eat a lot of humble pie last week. They're going to be ready to go. And offensively, look, Nate Wiggins, is he going to play? Supposedly he had a great day of practice. He's got to get cleared. They can't cover anybody on that side of the football over there with the Ravens. Jake Ferguson's back, baby. Fergie, CeeDee Lamb. Give me the Ravens, 30-13 in this one.
Yes, sir.
Channeled your inner Pat McAfee there.
I sure did. This team's got to prove it. I'm not picking them to beat a team that I consider good until they go out there and do it. And I think Baltimore, I can't envision a Ravens team going 0-3. In fact, the Cowboys have only beaten Baltimore once in their entire history since they moved and became the Ravens. So that was Dak's rookie year.
Right.
And I don't know if they're going to be able to muster up that magic. I hope I'm wrong. I hope the Cowboys do this thing to go to 2-1. But I think Baltimore's going to – it's just too much of a difficult matchup for me to be able to contain both Lamar and Derrick Henry for 4 quarters. I think this thing could get ugly.
Speaking of difficult matchups, as you look out into the remaining 15 games of this season, what's your update? After seeing nothing is fixed on the defense, might be worst. Nothing is fixed on the offense, might be worse. I think obviously next week Giants, there's a win there.
Yeah.
Steelers, maybe.
Steelers would be a nice little coin flip.
I'm going to be there for that one. I hope they beat the Steelers.
I got Walchuk willing them to victory that particular Sunday night in Pittsburgh.
I think, Lions, Niners, we'll see if Detroit's righted the ship by then.
I think they got the Niners number, don't you?
Who, the Cowboys?
Yeah, it's about time. Just law of averages.
There's probably a win against Atlanta coming, but who knows?
Hey, no guarantees, man. Broadus learned that the hard way, huh?
Yeah, sure did.
As he holds a stick of mandarin.
I think they probably split with Philly.
Mandarin?
Margarine, the Giants. And
Mandarin? What?
The Texans isn't a win. The Bengals isn't a win.
No.
Panthers. Okay,
we picked them 9-8.
Yeah,
I know, but I'm asking you to update it now.
I don't want to update
9-8.
I don't like the question. I refuse to answer this.
But for this Baltimore game, though, I mean, this is one that the day the schedule came out, you chalked it up as an L.
Yes.
And there's been nothing. I mean, the Ravens have lost games, so you feel like maybe they're not quite what you thought maybe they were going to be, but it's not like they've looked bad in these games necessarily. They had a huge lead last week. They're a play away in Kansas City.
Absolutely.
So they still strike a ton of fear into you, and after what the Cowboys did last week, how can you trust them? Now, I do think, credit to McCarthy, since he's been here, they do respond well.
They do.
I do expect emotionally this team should be ready, but ultimately, I just don't think defensively you've got enough guys. Like on that defensive line, I just don't see how for 4 quarters you're going to be able to contain Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry, Justice Hill, like that trio of dudes with a little sprinkle of Zay Flowers here and there, and then obviously the tight ends. But just specifically in the trenches, even though the Ravens don't have a good offensive line, this is a get-right game for the Ravens offensive line.
Now, if you told me the Cowboys were desperately seeking a running back out there in the trade market, I would be like, oh, okay, well, maybe by the time we get to week 7 or week 8, the running game will have a different feel to it. Jerry Jones this morning here on 105.3 The Fan said something that got the attention of one of our favorite ESPN writers, old Billy Barnwell. And Nick Harris had quoted Jerry this morning with KMC Masterpiece. He says a few of the media have gotten out here and written some stories early about how we needed a running back in the draft or how we need a running back, and they're trying to cover their you-know-what as we go into the season. Bill pointing out the Cowboys rank 31st out of 32 teams in rush yards over expectation.
Yeah.
Next Gen Stats model projects Cowboys back should be gaining a league-high 5.3 an attempt. They're getting 3.7. Jerry Jones says that's hogwash. This is just media members who said we needed a draft one that are covering their you-know-whats 2 weeks into the season looking at this. We can debate whether the Jerry really believes what he's saying or not, but I think it's clear they're not going to be trading for a running back. What we have is is what they're going to have.
Yeah, I'm with you 100%. They have a lot of deference for Zeke. There's been plenty of people in that building that have appreciated Rico Dowdle for a long time, so I don't think they have any concerns. And it sounds like when Jerry talks, it sounds like he values pass protection from his running backs more than actual running from his running backs, which is interesting.
Yeah, he's got a $60 million quarterback he has to keep up, right?
Yeah, and they've been very intentional with the way they've constructed this. So after 2 weeks to say, oh yeah, we were totally wrong, I don't think they want to do that. They somewhat did it with defensive tackle, but to me, that's the other one. We're talking about running backs. You need defensive tackles. You tried. We've known you needed defensive tackles all off season. In August, you decided to do something about it, but when you do something about it in August, that's usually not going to work out for you. Proof in the pudding 2 weeks in, not working out for you. So how do you remedy that situation? Because to me, that's why you're losing on Sunday to Baltimore.
Yeah, I feel like, to me, they didn't want to add anything, and I know you guys are going to kill me for saying this. They didn't want to add anything because they wanted to see if Mozzie Smith could play. That was the whole idea.
Yeah, because it's a developmental year.
Yeah, they were thinking that, hey, okay, Mozzie went through everything he went through last year. Let's see if Mozzie Smith, our first-round pick, can play.
Yeah, that's one guy, right?
Well, I know. But if you look at, to me, their thinking there in that building would be, why do we have to add when we've got this guy? Why can't we see? And this gets into coaches, too. Coaches telling Jerry and Steven, yeah, Mozzie will be fine. We'll do stuff with Mozzie. Yeah, don't worry about Mozzie. And so okay, if that's the case, let's not do anything here. Let's let Mozzie play and see how it goes. Well, that you got blocked on adding because of wanting to see what Mozzie Smith was going to do.
They still brought in 3 defensive linemen, though, which says to me that
they drafted
Rodgers.
They drafted Rodgers. They had Davis on the team already. So they went into that, and then they realized that wasn't going to work. And then that's why in August you see them bringing in Linville Joseph and others like that.
Yeah, you draft Justin Rogers in the 7th round and Carl Davis, who you watched, we all did, right?
Yeah.
Who couldn't play.
Right.
They are trying to eat their own cheese or drink their own Kool-Aid if they thought that position was not alarmingly an issue. And, hey, at least they addressed it and said, look, this is a problem in August, but the guys and the bodies they brought in are not NFL caliber players. This again goes back to when you sit out all of free agency and you bargain shop at the Dollar Tree, this is what you're going to get on NFL Sundays, right? And their dream of adding a running back died when Jonathan Brooks went to the Carolina Panthers at the top of the 2nd round. That was the guy that they envisioned. We can try and get him in the 2nd. Yeah. You'll take Jonathan Brooks. Now, that wouldn't have helped you right now because he's still not playing yet. He's still recovering from that ACL. But to me, they did have a vision of adding a running back. Unfortunately, the way the board fell, it just didn't happen in the draft. And after that, it was, we're going to rock with what we've got, and we'll address that next year.
Yeah, I think that's the thing is, and maybe we should appreciate it, because when you come into the league as a running back, your best years are your first 3 or 4 years. And if this isn't a championship type of season, let's wait another year or 2 until the rest of the roster is ready to go. But if I was a Jones boy right now, I would be thinking, holy crap, our offensive line can play. We should be getting 5.3. Let's get a replacement level running back and see how good we can be playing ball control. But they don't either recognize that opportunity. They're too loyal to Zeke. This is embarrassing, though, that that Jerry thinks it's good enough. We'll get Steve's thoughts on it coming up at 3 o'clock. GBag Survivor bet payoffs are going to get underway, and we got a pick from the Week 3 slate to try to find a winner and avoid more bet payoffs next week. We're live here in Arlington thanks to Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey, and we're back in the nation.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy. Welcome back. It is the GBag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And we're live in Arlington, brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey. Come say hi to us here at Shakerton's. Flagtober 2024 is now just a couple of weeks away. 1 week away? What is this weekend?
2 weeks, I
weekend's
think.
the 20th. I think we're underway next Saturday.
Ooh, let's go.
Next Saturday, the 28th, I guess that would be.
Tour Day DFW.
Tour Day DFW will be on. Get your 2024 GBag Nation Whataburger flag, an iconic image inspired by last year's Rangers Whataburger jersey. I think they did it with Josh Young, maybe a couple of other players. And, Whataburger has always had the best swag in fast food. And so this is just a continuation of that. And we thank them once again for sponsoring. Stay tuned for the Tour Day DFW schedule and your chance to get the 2024 Whataburger GBag flag here starting next weekend. I think maybe Friday we're going to be at Southern Leisure.
Southern Leisure.
Yeah, it's become a tradition, I believe. That's 3 years in a row we've kicked off Flagtober there. So we'll probably be up there in Flower Mound next weekend. Okay, it is a triple bet payoff Friday. It's time now to take a look at our week 3 games, see what we feel comfortable picking, and lay out the sked here for this afternoon. Segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels. Get your free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. I was thinking about Cleveland at home against the Giants. I'm worried
that the Giants find a way to win a game.
Yes, that Cleveland won't score and it'll be like 13-10,
kicking field goals and stuff.
Something like that, or New York just decides, look, let's run Daniel Jones. He's actually one of the better running quarterbacks in the NFL. And if they come with that kind of a game plan, which I think their desperation might be kicking in as they're on the hot seat, I think that might happen. So I don't want to pick a bad football team in Cleveland with a putrid offense and then be sitting here Monday like, how the bleep did I pick them? So I'm gonna actually go with the Raiders at home against Carolina. The dumpster fire there, The Oakland coming off of a high, which worries me a little bit. But there's nothing that I have conviction in right now. Maybe things will coalesce by midseason, and I can come into these survivors with some confidence. But right now, I'm second guessing at every turn.
Dude, I mean, I'm the same. Is anybody here confident today? Does anybody feel good about one of these things?
Yeah, I do.
No.
You do, Broadus?
Yeah, I do.
As you have your stick of butter on ice right in front of you.
You want to start eating that? Since
you're 0-2, how about Broadus? 0-2. Still having football picking hubris.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Give me the 49ers over the Rams. I think the Rams are just beat to S right now.
I agree with that.
And they're in trouble. They really, really are. And they're not going to, San Francisco coming off a loss. They're now back at home.
Wow, that's a horrible pick.
Yeah. You think it's a horrible pick?
No, I'm just messing with you. But for me, I would be worried right now. I would be thinking San Francisco's hurt too. It's a divisional game.
San Francisco is less hurt than what we got going on in Los Angeles.
The Rams are a bit of a match unit at this point. The Niners are just about as banged up as anybody except for the Rams. But then, oh my gosh, Broadus just took a bite out of the stick.
As he should, yeah. Just eat that stick of margarine there. That's a hell of a win. I'm with you though.
Oh my gosh, wait, talk to me about that. How is that?
Tastes like butter.
Not too bad. You want some bread?
Is it overwhelming? Is it too rich?
It is very rich right now. I worry about it melting in my hands a little bit. That kind of thing. But I'll wipe them on Wolfchuck's back. We'll be cool.
I'm here for you, buddy.
I think sometimes people try to play up a radio bet payoff like, oh, this is the worst. Broadus does the opposite.
He tries to pretend that
this
it's not
isn't going
bad.
to bother me.
In reality, he's trying not to puke right now. Like last week, his face was being melted off, and he tried to play it off like, oh, this is nothing.
Doesn't hurt. What are you talking about?
He went home and cried.
Played it off. I was in perfect condition last week, sir.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it for 1 second.
You're a poor judge of character, I would say.
Well, I'm friends with you. I think that's obvious.
Is there some kind of a state fair hottest food competition? Because I swear Brian would win it.
Yeah, he might have a shot.
The feat of strength here is unrivaled.
It's all about just mental toughness, boys.
Exactly.
And Wolfchuck has none of that.
What are you taking shots at me for?
Well, you're the one that's encouraging me to eat butter right now. So I'm just
that's the bet payoff. I think you're doing a fantastic job with it.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Hey, did I eat the pickled pig's feet last week?
Yeah, not very well.
Yeah, you did.
Hey, I nailed it. I got it done. So I think the mental toughness was definitely not. I've gotten my back waxed on here.
Hey,
I don't want to hear anything when it comes to the bet payoffs and me.
There should be no shaming for any. Everybody's had it pretty bad, and I think what Dawson's about to get with
so
a bunch
weak
of
mentally, it's hard. It's easy to do.
Dawson's about to get a pickle juice extravaganza mystery mix into his face over the course of the next 4.5 hours, 4 hours
roughly.
or so.
Yeah.
Roughly.
Yeah. When are we allowed to start this? You said like 5:30.
No, I think we're pretty well good to get rolling. I mean, unless we want to kick it off with Stephen Jones. That very first question.
You think
to
Stephen
Steve.
Jones has ever eaten a stick of butter?
No, not
honestly. I want to get the backstory of Derek Eagleton saying a buddy in college did it. Like, what was? What was the reasoning behind that?
So far, the vision is good.
So Eagleton hit you up and said a buddy of his in college did this, and he was left temporarily blinded.
By the way, Broadus is now at least 65% through that stick right now.
He's eating the stick of butter like it's a damn Twinkie.
He is, dude.
This guy is going to be blind for the Stephen Jones interview.
He might be.
I can't believe how unhealthy it is.
I got whiskey to drink, too, to get this thing. I got the whiskey, so we're good.
Oh, my
Somebody's like, we need to get this Century Egg in here.
I love drinking whiskey with just ice. There's just something awesome about it.
Dude, this rye is really impressive. Shout out to Sagamore.
Yeah, that Sagamore rye is delicious.
You know what this tastes like? It's kind of like if you go to the movies and they over butter the popcorn.
Yeah.
That's what this is right now. It's
Okay.
it's too much butter.
It's just butter.
It's too much butter. Yeah. Too much butter.
Did you think at all about eating it with like a fork and knife? Or
Not really.
yeah.
I just want to get it done.
Caveman
You're
style,
hammering
man.
that thing.
Yeah, I just am. I'm hammering it pretty good.
Hey, I'm hammering the Bengals to get their first dub of the season at home
I
on
like
Monday
that.
Night Football against the rookie Jaden Daniels, who's yet to throw a touchdown pass. I'm sure this will bite me in the rear end, but I'm limping in, feeling decent that Joe Burrow gets his first dub of the season.
No, I think that's the lock of the week. I think you're going to be safe with that one. Unfortunately, I burned the Bengals week 1 against the Patriots, and that did not work out well. But I'm also going to go with the 49ers. They've seemed to handle the Rams pretty well, and the Rams' offensive line is really bad.
I feel like I'm in trouble now.
I sniff double bet payoff. Yeah, you should have no faith that Wolchuk's got this.
I'm the only one sitting here free today, boys, so you keep talking. Be jealous over there.
Yeah, Wolchuk's, what have you done for me lately? You know, Wolchuk's 1-0 in his last one.
He is very much whatever you've done for me last. Yeah,
We're live at Shakerton's. They have some amazing fried cheese curds that I'm snacking on. Some egg rolls have been delivered, and the Sagamore is flowing. Join us. We'll pour you a shot here. And it's time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius.
I'm going to tell you right now, boys, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Can you hear you?
Got you.
Sound good?
Yes, sir.
I'm done.
He ate it.
Good for you, brothers. All right, I'm going to tell you right
He's a
now.
legend.
Oh, hold on.
What was that show where they had to eat stuff?
Fear Factor.
Yeah, evidently fear is not a factor for you.
That Bigfoot last week felt like a Fear Factor deal.
Yeah. That was disgusting.
Wow. That was interesting, boys. Hi, Lucius.
Hey, man. How you doing? Was it thick and creamy? How was it, brother? You feeling all
Lucius,
right?
well, Lucius should be proud of me.
Yeah, paint the picture.
I went and got the cheapest stick of butter because you recommended it.
Yeah.
It happens to be a Blue Bonnet. Is the cheapest stick of butter you can get for
Good brand.
$1.49.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's like 35% plastic, allegedly.
Yeah, whatever I
Good
just
for
did,
you.
I just got it done. So I get to play next week now. So here we are.
All right, well, let me let this down because right now, boys, I shouldn't even be doing this. I shouldn't even be doing this. I'm working off of one deck. One deck.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I'm letting you know right now. So please be patient with me a little bit here on a Friday. Vibes is good, though. Hold on.
Is it a full deck?
Yeah, it's a full deck, but it's only one deck. And as a DJ, you need 2 or 3 decks to make it happen. You know what I mean? All right, let's see. Our winner right here. Let's see. Marshall's head coach, Marshall football head coach Charles Huff, has an offer for Ohio State players that they can't resist.
Would love to have some of those guys from Ohio State too. So if they want to transfer on down, we've got a Tudor's Biscuit NIL, all you can eat. So if any of those guys that run really, really fast at Ohio State like Tudor's Biscuits, I promise you, all you can eat all day if you transfer here. So, but yeah.
I want to meet Tudor. Who's Tudor? How you get the name Tudor?
Tudor.
Tudor and his damn biscuits.
We Abby's nickname as a kid was Toot.
Toot?
Yeah, I had to stop calling her that.
Little
She got
Toot?
about 9 or 10. Yeah, we call her Tutu or Toot.
I ain't mad
she
at
started
that.
getting embarrassed.
Okay, I ain't mad at that.
I thought it was good, like Tootie from that show, Facts Alive back in the day.
I ain't mad at that. I'm not mad at that, bro.
Wolchuk's parents just called him Fart.
Hey, you. Let's see here. All right, let's go to Key from Key and Peele. You guys familiar with Key and Peele?
Yes, sir.
We are.
All right, Key from Key and Peele was on the Rich Eisen show. And are you familiar with the substitute teacher bit that he does?
Yes, with the names.
Yeah, like he'll totally mess the name up.
Aaron.
Aaron. Well, he did this with NFL names. Check this out.
Y'all ready for roll call? Yeah. I'm going to call out these names. If you hear, just say yes. Where is Ladidi Mekonkai? Mekonkai. Ladidi Mekonkai? Are you here? Ladidi? Is Ladidi Mekong K.
Oh, Lad McConkey. There he is.
Boy, your name is Ladidi Mekong K. When I call your name, say here. Is Darake Maye here? Where is Darake Maye?
I don't know. He might
Come on, Rich. Where are these people? Where are the students at?
He might be in New England. Let's see if we guess this one right. Here. There he is. Yes, there he is.
That's what I said. Darake Maye. Where is Duque Relay?
Duque Relay.
Where's Duque? Where's Duque? It might hold on. It may be Duque. Duque Relay. What the hell? What is his name?
Let's see what he is. Okay, no, he's in Miami too.
Oh, he's also at Duque.
Duque, was that Duke Riley?
Yeah.
Drake May? Yeah.
I was trying to come up with the names.
Let's see.
Good bet.
Yes, good bet.
Salute to the Wells brothers who have just arrived in their Tolo Baby T-shirts.
Yeah, I love it.
Guys.
I love it.
Wow. Long-time listeners
Tolo Baby.
joining us here at Shakerton's in Arlington. Please
great.
come say hi.
Hey. All right, let's see what else we got right here. There was a chicken loose in Dallas this week. A chicken loose in Dallas.
Chicken.
I know you motherfucking lying to me. Is this a chicken? Is that chicken? Where's in the middle of Dallas? Bro, what is that?
What is that?
I'm low-key scared of it. Bruh. What is that? It got dreadlocks? Bro, is that a chicken with dreadlocks? Is it looking at me? Hey, friend. Oh my, y'all, we is at a QT on Forest Lane in Dallas, in the hood. And it's a whole chicken with dreadlocks. Y'all, what is a chicken doing in the hood in North Dallas? I'm surprised ain't nobody fried you up yet over here.
Wow. It's pretty awesome. Our neighbors have chickens. You know?
Yeah.
Sometimes they get out. We see them in our flower bed. They're trying to nest there.
Yeah, I came up with some chickens in my neighborhood, too. Early in the morning.
Yeah. Can't be doing that with those zero lot lines.
No. Let's see. Okay, this is an old one. This is not one, in fact. This is not one. To the listeners, if it sounds difficult, me in doing this broadcast, it is right now. If LA don't sound like himself, it is shaky right now. I'm just telling you. Austin Villa. Dawson, I need your help. Austin Villa.
Aston Villa? Yeah, it's Dan Bailey's soccer team.
Jean Duran. You heard of this man?
No, sir.
Oh, damn! Ah! Apparently he had the goal of the season.
Oh, no.
Okay, well, it's really not about his goal. It's really about the call. You know what I mean?
Yeah. John Duran, Barkley, Duran. ¡Qué golazo! ¡Gol!
Killing it. You tie your shoe.
Yep.
¡Golazo de John Duran, el colombiano!
Hell yeah, dude.
That's a
call and a
vibe.
half right there.
Nah, he killed that. That man got some lungs on him, bro. He got some pipes. Pause.
Yep.
All right, let's do the count, man, so I can get back in and try to fix
sir.
whatever is going on in the Pimp Cup.
Yes, sir. The boys need to get back into this Sagamore as well.
Yeah.
They've been eyeballing that since this segment started.
Yeah.
Is it Charles Huff? Is it Lad McConkey with Key and Peele? Is it the chicken? Or is it the goal? I'll vote for the goal. How about you guys? Chief?
Give me the champ.
Lucius?
I mean, if we're going to vote for the goal, then, yeah, me. I'm going for the goal as well.
No.
Brian?
The biscuit coach.
We're tied at 2, Wolchuk.
I'm going to go with the goal.
By a score of 3-2. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion. It's quite a banger there from Aston Villa's Jean Duran. And a call there from, sounds like some Colombian dudes.
Yeah, we're playing.
Pretty happy.
Yeah, pretty happy.
Pretty happy.
about that.
Their countrymen tallied
Yeah.
in dramatic fashion. A golazo, as they call it. Okay. When we come back, Chief, where are we heading?
We got a Friday staple, biggest L, biggest dub, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? That's next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Well, thank you very much, Lucius. It is the GBag Nation. We are live in Arlington thanks to Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey. And we're live at Shakerton's near just off 30, I think Collins. It's easy to find. Okay, time now for some biggest L, biggest dub. We have Stephen Jones coming up in just 13 minutes, Eric. Take it away.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Here's British Ian.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
Taking an internet L right now. Not sure about you guys over there, but no one's taking a bigger L. I mean, we'll just come out of the gates with it. Old Diddy this week.
Oh, my goodness.
It doesn't really get too much bigger in terms of L's than what Diddy's got going on right now.
Well, it sounds like, the people that were unfortunate enough to be trapped by him.
Yeah.
Well, one of the allegations, these guys are like slaves, basically.
Man, fair point. Yes, they've been taking decades-long L's, and now they finally get the first semblance of a dub as they see Diddy finally starting to pay the price for his ridiculousness.
To me, the most interesting thing about this whole story is just what power does to men.
For sure,
it's unbelievable.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, it is very, very easy to abuse, and especially when it's something that, at what age did Diddy become a super beast, an icon? He's like in his 20s, and then it was
around 92, 93.
So, he's had the power for a really, really long time, and it is crazy what individuals will do.
Well, and just all the videos that are like resurfacing now. Like I saw a video of Mike Tyson like moving his hand from what looked to be like on his leg in an old like 80s, 90s video. And then Justin Bieber at 15 years old, he's like patting him down as if he's wearing a wire. Devin Haney's got a pool party picture which Ryan Garcia's had fun with, quote tweeting and making fun of him. It's just it's nuts how many celebrities have been linked, because those parties, it was like it was a who's who of people. I wonder, and now supposedly he's on suicide alert. This is it really is insane.
He looked like he was on the suicide alert when that video of him on Charlemagne the God show, where he's playing in back clips of things that he'd said at a party. He was like, holy crap.
Yeah, he liked calling other dudes daddy a lot. That seems to be something.
Like, that's not me. That's AI. That's AI.
Yeah, a lot of damning things as it regards old Diddy, and then the ensuing L's that will be taken by other folks when these particular videos come out. How many other celebrity folks are going to be caught up in this situation? It's just crazy.
It would be possible, very possible, I think, to be at a party like what was described the Lakers were in back in the day, right? Like a Magic Johnson party, right? Mm-hmm. And then there's this added layer of criminal activity that could be going on that you're not aware of, right? That's my thing. Like right now, like LeBron said, ain't no party like a Puff Daddy party. That doesn't mean he was complicit in any of the criminal activity.
No, it does not. It does not guarantee anything like what Diddy is being of course accused of. But it certainly doesn't look good. Nobody wants to have any type of thing resurface that involves them being anywhere near one of those parties right now.
I saw Mahomes was deleting a post that he made wishing Diddy a happy birthday back in 2014 when he was still in Lubbock at Texas Tech. Like everybody's trying to just remove themselves from this altogether.
No question, man. It's an absolutely insane situation, and no one takes a bigger L this week than Diddy. A very well-deserved L, for sure. Now, the 6'8" biggest L laid off from his job last week, but biggest dub, 2 meetings with recruiters scheduled for next week. So he's already on the come up a little bit. Congratulations, man. You'll bounce back.
We had a game Wednesday night, down 2-1 with 90 seconds to go.
Did you overcoach it?
Get a free kick at about midfield. Coached it perfectly.
Okay.
I said, put Vicky in right now.
Vicky is.
You want to win? You put Vicky in.
Vicky's the fastest striker you've ever seen at 13-year-old female, right?
Why was she playing earlier?
Well, I hadn't taken her out of the game, Brian. Okay, so we tie.
We quit asking damn questions.
I just was curious. Vicky sounds like a monster.
Don't watch Doggy's damn rotations.
You have no idea. Okay.
This guy's a real
So
jerk.
of course she tallies. We tie it 2-2.
Should have been on the pitch earlier.
20 seconds later, free kick for the opposition just outside the box.
Uh-oh.
And for the second time in the last 4 games, we lost on the last kick of the game.
No.
Just gut-wrenching.
Oh, my gosh, dude.
Not a worse feeling in sport.
I was going to say, do you find that usually hurts your team so much more than when they just get run in a particular game?
They're crying.
They're
Like
crying.
half the team's crying.
Yeah. It's so sudden. It's so unexpected. And oftentimes you go from so high where your win probabilities are like 98, and so you're feeling great, and then boom, a huge emotional swing.
Yeah.
That'll bring tears out of you as well as the coach, I'm sure.
I was fighting them.
Yeah, I believe it, man. I believe it.
I was fighting them.
Now, did you guys see...
Are the parents kind of meeting in like small groups and talking about you?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Daily.
Let's get this guy out of here.
It's like, hey, Beth, we got to do something with Dawson. Come on, don't you think? I don't know.
Old coach malpractice is what they call him.
Yeah.
Just in the parents group message.
Did you hear what he said last night?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, my internet's betraying me right now, but did you guys see the story about the Texas individual who was arrested, a historical arrest by a robot police person? Robot?
Like RoboCop?
Like an actual robot.
This is like, did you ever see the movie Chappie? This has become real life now.
Okay.
So you saw this, Walchuk?
Yeah.
This dude's in his hotel room.
There's a movie called Chappie.
Yeah.
And
you should see it. It's good.
A robot police officer.
Same director from District 9. But you don't see movies, so I don't need
That's
your
what I'm saying.
opinion
You're
on this.
asking a lot of me right now.
I'm just asking the other two that might have seen it, or Lucius, who I know watches things.
What kind of a robot are we talking here? Like a real forceful cuffing and stuffing?
No, it
could kick your ass, or just like a...
It's almost like a tractor-looking robot. It doesn't look like one of these new age person. It's not like an iRobot robot.
Like Real
You know what I'm
Steel,
saying?
where that bot could kick your ass.
It's not very human-like, but it has all the abilities to basically like trample you over. It can spray different gases. Like it sprayed a gas into this dude's hotel room to bleep with him. He tried to shoot at it, but it cannot be damaged.
I like it.
The robot could not be damaged or slowed down by a 9mm.
I think we need millions of these.
I think that
until they really take over on you.
Yeah, I was kind of worried that
as long as they're vigilante style.
Can you push the robot over that's like a small tractor or whatever? I mean,
I was disappointed with the effort of the assailant. I will say.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I mean?
You can't get away from a small tractor.
Like that shows
a John Deere tractor arrested you.
It was in a tight space. Don't get me wrong.
It's firing non-lethals at you in gas, Brian.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Probably got a net.
Well, no, when he said that, when he said the gas part, I was thinking it was just kind of the tractor just like pinned him against the wall kind of thing, and you didn't have a chance to get away. You know, but the gas makes it a little bit different.
Yeah, it was a pretty interesting video that I encourage you if your internet works.
I'm just telling you that those things that they're developing in Boston, those dogs and the human, that's the stuff we have to worry about. That company that's up in. Every time we see a video, it's like a human type of robot moving around.
Those are definitely good.
That's if I'm getting arrested by a tractor, I think I have a chance. I think I have a chance.
I think I got a shot.
This particular guy did not have a chance. But
poor criminal, you think?
I thought it was interesting. Yeah, I mean he got outsmarted by a tractor robot. That's for sure. Now definitely caught him off guard. I will say he's the guinea pig on this. Now we're all a little bit more aware of what might be lurking around our hotel corners when we're doing crazy things. And he was not prepared for that. How could he assume that a robot was about? It was the first of its kind. We made history yesterday in this great state of Texas. That's a huge dub. Not for him, but for the rest of us. I think
the tractor robot. I like it.
Yeah, there it is.
Thank you, Chief. Biggest L, biggest dub, most every Friday at 2:40 here in the GBag Nation. I was wondering. I wonder if you could roll out an EMP, an electromagnetic pulse device. Just flash
there
that
you
thing.
go. Yeah.
Now I'm good to go.
Broadest thinks I'm ball sacking you guys on this story.
Was it an actual bad guy or like a role playing type deal?
No, it was an actual.
I think he's ball sacking us because his internet went out, and I think he just
made it up.
He just made it up.
I will say the internet
if
issues
you did, that was a hell of a job. Stephen
you.
Jones joins us next right here. It's the GBag Nation in Arlington, brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey. You can join us at Shakerton's here, and we're back in the nation.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yes, sir. Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. And we are live just down the street from the stadium as we are in Arlington here at Shakerton's. It's brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey as Stephen Jones joins you now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Good afternoon, guys. Looking forward to getting to Sunday and getting the Ravens in town.
Yes. This is an exciting matchup. And a week after playing, a physical offensive front there that used misdirection, here come the Ravens that also do that. How confident are you that we got some answers this week on defense?
Yeah, I feel good about it. I was with, obviously, talking with them after practice today, and overall thought we really had a good week and know what we need to do to obviously improve upon what happened against what was a really turns out really hot Saints team. But had a great week of practice. I think everybody understands how important the execution is on the defensive side of the ball to really execute and do the things that we're trying to get done there. I don't think, I've heard a few things that people are saying a lack of effort or something like that. I don't think that's the issue as much as it is just executing the defense. And obviously we're getting ready to go against one hell of a Ravens football team. I think they're number 1 in the league in rushing. And so that's what we're going to have to go out and do is execute and be prepared. This is a team that's, a really good football team that's 0-2. And obviously, they're looking for that first win, and I'm sure pushing, but we're going to be pushing too. And whether it's offense, defense, or special teams, I know Mike had great messaging with our team this week, and feel really good. We're going to go out and play well.
Yeah, I love the conviction that Mike had with the media as far as we're going to get this fixed. What do you think gives him so much confidence?
I just know we know our football team. I mean, this is a really know we got a really good football team, and won 12 games last year. I know, people want to group the Saints game in with the Packers game, and say that's our identity. That we just obviously don't feel that way in any shape, form, or fashion. Feel like we've got one hell of a football team that needs to, obviously tighten up some things and execute. And I think good things are going to happen to this group.
How you feeling about that defensive tackle spot right now? Mozzie, it looks like, listed as questionable in the final injury report.
Yeah, I think he's going to. Mozzie's was out there today and looked good, and I think he's going to be ready to roll. But obviously, we'll see how tomorrow goes. We, pick it back up a little tomorrow in terms of the way Mike prepares the team. But feel good, Mozzie will be able to play.
Stephen Jones here with you in the GBag Nation. When it comes to tightening up and executing, how much of that is, getting experience for a team that is, having more rookie starters than you guys have ever had?
Well, I think obviously, we got the offensive line where, I thought we're actually playing well, and I think we'll continue to be better. I mean, it's real tough to evaluate a running game when you're playing from behind like we did from start to finish and down multiple scores a lot of the game. It's hard to get in a rhythm with your run game, but, I think that offensive line group's doing a great job. And then, I just think we got some really good young players between Nealon and, obviously Carson is doing a good job for us out there. I think he'll step up and play well for us, and Marist. And, it's just a good group of guys. And you classify, if you want to, Overshown as a rookie as well because the injury couldn't play last year. But we really like the group. They just got, as I said, they got to tighten it up and execute, as Zim would say, and I think good things will happen to this group.
Yeah, but on offense, you're right, this offensive line, and I don't know, if the metrics are the end-all, be-all when it comes to giving a score, but they say that you're blocking it up really good in the running game, and, I wanted to ask there because some of the say you're blocking it up pretty good and getting significantly less than expected when it comes to, yards over expectation. Do you guys feel like you're getting enough from the running back position to take advantage of the holes they're getting?
Well, we'll continue to evaluate that situation. Obviously, as I said, it's tough to, really evaluate anything after 2 games. We like our group of guys. People want to bring up Dalvin Cook, and he's obviously not unlike Zeke, been a very successful runner in this league, and people want to know when his chance is going to come. And certainly, we have all the confidence in the world. Mike will make that call when it's time if he wants to have a little change up there. But I like our group of guys between Zeke and Rico and Deuce, and then throw Dalvin into that mix. We're convinced our guys are, as you said, I think our offensive line's a solid group, and I know this running back group will get into a rhythm running the ball, then I think good things will happen.
How important is it to get Jake Ferguson back, and what level of him can we expect to see? Any type of pitch count? And do you guys in general, do you view him as sort of your second most lethal pass catcher?
Well, he's just so instinctive, and then on top of that, he brings that edge to that offense, with his attitude and his play style. It's just outstanding, and I thought Schoonmaker did one hell of a job last week filling in for him, but it'll be great to get another weapon back for Dak. And the biggest thing on the offensive side of the ball, we didn't punt the ball till the fourth quarter, I don't think, and so at the end of the day, we're moving the football. We just gotta convert those long drives into touchdowns, and everybody in the organization knows that. The players know it. The coaching staff knows it. We're moving the ball well. We just gotta quit kicking field goals. As much as we love our field goal kicker and as good as he is, we gotta get touchdowns and let him make those field goals extra points.
Stephen, can you kind of walk us through the decision to go poach Carlos Watkins? I know you're having some trouble with some injuries and stuff, but was this one of those times that you kind of said, was he maybe the first guy on your list when it came to, if we have to go get a defensive tackle, that's the guy we're going to go try and get?
Yeah, you know, Brian, we've had Carlos here. I think a lot of him. He's a really solid guy. In the room, he brings a lot to the. We think he brings a lot to the run game, and just felt Phillips. He's coming off a wrist injury and just felt like he wasn't 100% in using that wrist. And when you're a defensive lineman and you can't use your hands and your arms, that's puts you on the short end of the stick. So, Carlos, as you said, Brian, you know better than anybody how teams keep their lists. And Carlos was at the top of ours and was on the Commander's practice squad, and he was a guy that made sense for us to go get.
Stephen Jones with us here on The Fan. Stephen, I mean, the Cowboys fans travel extremely well, but having grown up a Cowboy fan, it always bothered me when we seemed to get invaded by the opposing team's fans. That certainly happened with the Saints, and apparently the reports are we're going to get a flock of Ravens fans from Baltimore. Does that bother you when you start to see some of the opposing fans at AT&T?
Well, it happens. You don't love it, but I also understand it. I mean, people who don't get here very often, and we hadn't played the Saints a lot here in this building, and of course it's an easy ride for a lot of Saints fans that are, just right across the way in Louisiana. And so we know on occasion that's going to happen. Obviously, we'd prefer to have everybody sitting in that seat a Cowboys fan, but we're certainly the beneficiary of that on the road most of the time in terms of, having large percentages of Cowboy fans in opposing team stadiums. So understand it. I mean, you're not going to, every now and then you're going to have these teams that hadn't been to AT&T much. They want to experience North Texas and what AT&T Stadium's about. But if we had our preference, honestly, no, I'd like 100% of them to be Cowboy fans, but also know that can be unrealistic.
If Zim elects to go with the overshown spine Lamar, does he have what it takes to track down maybe the best running quarterback the league's ever seen?
Yeah, it's hard to put that on anybody. I mean, he's certainly, a two-time MVP. I think almost unanimous both times. And, the guy's supremely talented when it comes to moving around. And he's, not to mention, he's just a great quarterback. But no, if anyone can do it, I'm betting on Overshown. He's got the speed, the juice to do what we're going to ask him to do. And I think he'll do a great job doing it. I'm thinking he'll be have a great day.
How do you guys look at running quarterbacks in general, or specifically with Dak? I kind of look at it like it's such a weapon, but you don't want to get the guy hurt. So I want to do it as much as it takes to get to the playoffs, and then in the postseason, all bets are off because we just need to win the game. How do you look at it, Stephen?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's a challenge when they're legitimate, like especially like Lamar. And then on top of that, he can throw the ball. I mean, he's accomplished throwing it. But, when you got to account for the quarterback as a true runner, I can tell you, I don't care what defensive coordinator, they'll tell you it's another challenge. And, he's just probably one of the best to ever line up back there and run with the ball in terms of his burst and his explosion and his speed is, you don't see it very often.
Stephen, there's an article on ESPN today where they took anonymous individuals from around the NFL and voted on some analytics topics, and your Cowboys were actually voted as the most improved as it pertains to overall analytics capability and implementation over the past 2 years. I'm curious, how has that changed the way you guys prep for games up until Sunday, and how has that changed some of the way things go down on Sundays?
Well, analytics is a part of any company now. If you're involved in any business, analytics is important, and certainly sports is no exception. I mean, whether you're talking baseball, another book came out many moons ago, Moneyball, was when people first started getting their hands around it, but with the A's and what they did there. But, analytics is an important part. It's not only important for how you evaluate football games and all the things, the tendencies and things that go with it, but it's a huge deal when it comes to evaluations of players and talent and, how you go about it. And hats off to our group. We brought in a guy to run that area for us, John Park, who's just outstanding and was just turned out he wanted to be a Cowboy. And I do think he's one of the best in the business, and he's put together a good group of people with him that do their job really well. And hopefully as we go forward, it'll continue. It's paid dividends, I think, in our evaluation process, and hopefully it'll eventually get us to where we all want to go with this football team.
Stephen, for my pregame show, I got to do a lot of film work to kind of get ready for it. And I was watching the Ravens in the secondary and stuff, and I was thinking that there was going to be some opportunity potentially for Brandon Cooks. And I kind of wondered if the organization kind of sees things the same way with, is there could be some opportunities for him to make some plays, particularly with how great of a route runner he is.
Yeah, I think Brandon's outstanding, and not only is he a great route runner, he's still, even after his time in the league, he's still got rare juice in terms of being able to get over the top, and we certainly, need to take advantage of that when given opportunities. And I know Dak has all the confidence in the world in him, and certainly getting CD back rolling again. Tolbert had a good game last week, and between Schoonmaker and Ferguson, something like that will creep up on the opposing team, hopefully, and make some big plays for us, which we'll need when we play the Ravens here Sunday.
Can't wait, Stephen. Enjoy your weekend, and give them hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Appreciate it. Always good being on with you guys.
Salute. There he goes. Stephen Jones here with you on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Brian?
Yeah, we're always pulling for you until we have to make our picks.
Yes. Man, I would love it if they'd win every game. I want that to happen so much, but I think we've seen.
It's going to be a real battle this weekend.
Yeah,
I mean, it really is. You could be tough on them, and they're going to be tough on you. It really is. I'll be interesting to see how the test of wills here. Can you play run defense? Can they run the ball? Can you make them throw the ball? Can they play pass defense against you? I mean, there are some things that you can go through this game and this matchup and feel like that the other team has a clear advantage over the others. I mean, that's why this one's going to be tough.
I mean, maybe I'm off. The Ravens are 0-2, but I feel like they're one of the better 0-2 teams that
they're
been.
good. That's a good football team.
They were a toe away from beating the Chiefs, and last week they could have easily beaten the
They were up 10.
They could be 2-0.
Yeah, they were up 10 in the fourth. They've had struggles with finding ways to finish games, which is surprising for a Harbaugh team. You would figure they would be able to do this, but they've given up double-digit leads in the fourth. They've given up drives when they had to have a drive. They haven't exactly been very good at doing that. And so, yeah, it's for all the talent that they have, there are times you're going, man, I can't believe they just did that. In a way of that cost them the game.
Yeah.
And you feel like they're better coach, talent, and all that, and they do something that is just ridiculous and find a way to lose.
I feel like I almost went into a Fred Davis time warp there when I was asking about the running back, but I had awareness. I pulled it together probably in under 30 seconds total time elapsed. But anyway, I liked his answer better than I liked Jerry's this morning, where Jerry was like, I don't know what you're talking about. We don't need another runner. He's like, we're going to evaluate this. And, we'll get a look at Dalvin whenever Mike wants to. But I like that because, I feel like if you would go get just an above-average running back, things are going to look dramatically different with your ability to control the clock.
I think as the season goes on, this offensive line is just going to get better with the two rookies, with BB and Guyton. So, for me, absolutely, that's a position they will have to continue to evaluate. Again, I just think as the Bobby Belt dug in that we had fun with, I think they might kind of be dug in with where they are with that group right now.
I just, there's something – I see the metrics as far as the numbers and things like that for the block plays and the running and all that, but my eyes don't show me that when I watch the tape. And I'm not trying to give the backs a pass here because there have been some holes where they've run to darkness or they've not made the right cut, and and you're kind of sitting there like, oh, that could have been a little bit better, or oh, they just handed the ball to Zeke and now there's just a sea of brown seal jerseys in the hole or black Saints jerseys all in the hole. And
he's a tick slow.
And that's the thing about it is I don't know when you start to talk about metrics, if I really believe that one, and I don't know if this is a good run blocking offensive line. I want to believe it is, but I don't have a feeling because of the sample size. He talked about it. They get behind in the game. They can't run the ball. The first game they did, they just completely shut it down in the first half after that. So I don't know. I mean, if the metrics tell me, it's well-blocked plays, I watched 15 plays. I think 4 of them were well-blocked.
Yeah, it's inconsistent.
And 11 of them, I'm going, I wouldn't consider that a play where the back has a chance.
I think they're so cleanly blocked, they should be like 40, 50-yard runs, and they're going for 4 yards.
Maybe that's the case.
That's what would change the average.
Yeah.
When Tony Pollard was getting over 6, it wasn't 6 an attempt. It was a bunch of 3.5s and then an 80. And I don't feel like they're presenting that threat at all. But, I mean, after 2 games, I'd probably go with your film over the metrics.
Yeah, I just feel like, to me, and there have been some plays where they have not blocked it well, and there have been some good plays, but it's such a small size of thinking, wow, can this team really run the football? I don't think they'll be able to run it this weekend, not with what I've seen how the Ravens play defense.
Is it safe to say, though, that Deuce Vaughn and Zeke would not be performing well even if they had a verifiably good offensive line?
I don't know, because there's a couple of times where Deuce got the ball, it was like a 4-yard gain. If Deuce would have maybe bounced it outside, it might have been an 8 to 10-yard gain.
Yeah.
So
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
there's just not enough vision.
It's
or quickness.
Yeah, there's that kind of with Zeke. I think there is a lack of quick. Now, one of his big plays last week in the game, he caught a swing from Dak that they said was a run because it was behind the line of scrimmage. It ended up like an 8-yard play, but it's a throw behind the line of scrimmage that they blocked outside. And then he was able to get the 8 to 10 yards. And I was like, turn up. And he just kind of drifts out of bounds.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you that same play to Vaughn or to Dowdle, maybe it's a little bit more of maybe you get more credit for it right there.
Well, thanks to Stephen Jones for joining us here every Friday at 3 o'clock. It's the GBag Nation on the Fan. Pregame at what, noon Sunday, 12:30?
12:30, right?
12:30 Sunday?
Yep. Yeah.
Right on. Okay, we're coming back with the NFL news of the day. Chuck, what's cooking?
Well, what does Emmett think about these Cowboys? Is a playoff team a new king of trash talk and an unfortunate record watch? That's next on the Nation.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Shoot ya, welcome back, nation. We are live here in Arlington at Shakerton's. It's brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey. Come say hi. Tip your waitstaff. They're taking great care of us. Segment's brought to you by Soda, the state of the art. It's brought to you by the Frankels Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you're hurt in an accident due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. Woolchuck, you have our NFL news of the day?
Thank you
He better.
very much. Oh, I got it.
You better have freaking brought it with you.
Oh, are you kidding me? You bet I brought it, even though I'm balancing between hotspot, local Wi-Fi, whatever I can find that works in the moment.
There you go.
So I apologize for not being in the Zoom right now. I know Carter Freeman's back there like you bleep hole. I'm so sorry. I keep trying to open it. It keeps kicking me out. This will get corrected at some point, but let's get some injury news for you before we get into some audio. The Bears have ruled out wide receiver Keenan Allen. He's going to miss his second straight game against the Colts, so no Keenan. And this is after Rome Odunze's dad's already posting clips of his son getting open. And this is just 2 games into his career with the Bears and Caleb Williams as his quarterback.
I was going to ask you guys, this is a record, right? 2 games into a career, a parent doing the out-of-context thing, highlighting their son not getting the ball, not showing anything about the rest of the play, having no idea what is on the plate of the quarterback.
Just my son breaking open in the end zone. He's there.
Like, if you just throw it to my son,
Meanwhile,
every play will
Caleb
score.
Williams is pirouetting and spinning and trying to avoid sacks left and right. But, hey, Rome was open, and that's all that dad cares about. And that's, a parent right there.
Yeah. No, that's definitely apparent. He had no idea that Caleb Williams was having to pull himself out of Will Anderson's navel at one point during a play.
Gosh.
And he's expecting Rome Odunze to catch a ball because he's got a half step of separation.
And I heard Caleb was quite the fuzzy navel fan. So I think that's going to get corrected. I think he throws a touchdown to Rome Odunze. That's my bold prediction for this week. Rome Odunze, Caleb Williams, they find Pater together. We'll relive it on TD Tuesday.
I was just surprised because I always thought Will Anderson had an Audi. I thought that was a part of y'all's combine reporting on him.
In fact, I was almost guaranteed that he had an Audi. Somebody told me like 3 years ago he was an Audi guy.
Maybe we got ball sacked on that one again, dude.
It's not the first time we've gotten sacked. All right, Justin Herbert has been diagnosed with a high ankle sprain. Chargers are undecided on whether he's going to play on Sunday.
Oh, yeah. Come on. Jim Harbaugh is going to look him in the eyes and he's going to be like, football is to be played. And Justin's going to be like, yes, sir. And he's going to get his butt on there, on that field.
He's going to get the pads beat up on him by Coach Harbaugh before.
That's right. Wait, so it's his ankle as well? Apparently he's got a hand issue, too, and Harbaugh's implementing no high fives for the quarterback. That's like a team issue thing.
Now he's got a high ankle sprain.
He had a whole team meeting. Don't high-five the quarterback because he's got some type of sore hand.
Yeah, well, this is one to monitor heading into Sunday. Now, Joe Mixon's officially not playing. He's doubtful. That means he's out.
Hey, if you were anything like me, sneaky Cam Akers.
Yeah, Cam Akers is going to get the start.
Now.
So Cam Akers is poised to start at running back this week. Joe Mixon, doubtful. Damian Pierce has a hammy. He is expected to be out as well. So Cam Akers will get the majority of those carries for your Houston Texans. And according to ESPN, that's ESPN in France, Bryce Young is open to a potential trade following the benching. Here are some possible landing spots for Bryce Young. Tell me which one you guys like the most.
Edmonton, Saskatchewan.
Excuse me, okay?
I think he would look great in a BC Lions
The
uniform.
Dolphins of Miami, the Jets of New York, the Rams of L.A., or the Hawks of Seattle.
This is where I think that every Power 5 school should have the option now with the NIL to have one former player be a guy that is like a celebrity shot, so to speak, for a season. And Alabama could right now, if they wanted to, be like, Bryce, move over Jalen Milroe.
Like their matchup next week against Georgia, you can bring Bryce Young back for that game.
And he can get paid for it, NIL style.
Yeah.
You know, like everybody wins here. There's tell me the single person that loses in that scenario other than, of course, I guess it would be Jalen Milroe if he's getting benched for a quarterback.
That would be the single person, Eric. You just answered your own question on that one. It would just be Jalen Milroe. Otherwise, we're all winners because we'd all kind of love to see that. I think that'd be fantastic.
Precedent was set. That's how it went down back in the day.
I wouldn't mind seeing him going with McSaxon in the Rams in L.A. as the heir apparent, maybe to Matthew Stafford. If there's anybody that can figure it out, it's McVay or McDaniel, maybe. Two guys that I think I'd take Bryce Young to start for me over Skylar Thompson just to see how it goes.
It totally. What are you giving up for him? I think is a huge question.
And I think it's a day 3 pick.
Would you take him? Yes, sure. But for what you think it's a day 3 pick? So like
5, 6, 7.
Yeah.
There's no way Carolina's giving up on him for that.
Probably not, but I don't know that they're going to be getting anything. You know, teams know that they're out on him. They've benched him. They've
San
moved on.
Francisco got a 4
right now.
San Francisco got a 4 for the.
They're
third
the
overall.
only team that did. The Cowboys overpaid massively. You look at Zach Wilson. What did he get traded for? 7.
Yeah.
Like all the other quarterbacks that got traded, the Cowboys looked like the schmucks that gave up a 4th-round pick. Nobody else has done that.
Well, because Jerry also got ahead of it a little bit. We got another full season of all those quarterbacks and seeing how bad they were before they got dealt. Jerry got ahead of it with Trey Lance before we knew for sure he was a bag of ass.
And we got a lot of text saying he's going to go to the 49ers. Maybe they say, hey, we believe in Bryce. We're going to rock with him. Bye-bye, Brock Purdy. We're not paying you.
Makes a lot of sense.
I would love one of these coaches that feels like,
I'd
hey,
like to see it.
I'm a QB whisperer guy. Yeah.
I'd like to see that.
Where's my whisperers at?
The teams you mentioned, I think Miami makes the most sense if they have the draft capital to go get a guy. I'm sure they do. If it's not a lot, maybe a 3 is the sweet spot that gets it done. Maybe a 2.
No chance you would do that, though.
No.
You're a team. You're
I'm
not giving up a 2.
I'm
or
not
a
giving
3.
up a 2
I don't think
or
any
3.
team would
No.
want to do that right
At
now.
most, it would be a 4. And that's only if I really had a high evaluation on it.
And I do think a team like Miami, who feels like a team who, in their minds, should be competing at least for the playoffs, and now, boom, our quarterback's down. And so maybe out of desperation, thinking you're just a quarterback away, you'd be willing to give up a little bit more. But holy smokes, man, if they gave up a 2 or a 3, I mean, that's a picketing outside of the facilities type of you're an idiot.
I think I'd give a 3. You know, the argument is there that, hey, this is a short guy. He's going to need good protection, good weapons, stability around him. We have the kind of offense to create space and take advantage of his reading ability and his accuracy. I think Bryce Young could be a winner in Miami, and a 3 would be a small price to pay for it.
Let me try sneaking a couple audio cuts here before we wrap up NFL News of the Day. Here's Emmitt Smith on with Kay Adams, the Up and Adams show. Cowboys, playoff team in your mind, Emmett? Just be honest with us.
I'm not sure. Last week was just a debacle. It just was a debacle, period. And we didn't rise up like we should have. And maybe we don't have that talented of a football team to rise up and do what people expect. We do have a few injuries here and there, but bottom line is next man up. And right now, I feel like some of our players, whether it be on the offensive side or even on the defensive front, we could be playing with some, what I would call back in the day, plan B and plan C guys. So McCarthy, he has his work cut out for him. Mike Zimmer has his work cut out for him as well.
Is this a playoff team?
Not the way they looked last week.
Emmett,
Not the way they looked last week.
So honest, really. I mean, ever since the Super Bowl run, where he was at Radio Row. I mean, he has just been honest and really echoing the sentiments of the entire fan base. And I agree. The way they looked last week, that is not a playoff team. The schedule is not easy. We're going to find out this week. Can they make any corrections against another team that's going to run the football on you?
I can't believe the Cowboys are a playoff team unless they trade for a running back. Last year, you had the illusion that Tony Pollard was still an all-pro level player. The league didn't figure it out until late that he really wasn't that good anymore. And now, it's clear the offensive approach that you can bring, misdirection and physicality, run it right at them, okay?
Yeah.
So there's narratives that have developed in a blueprint on how to beat the Cowboys that's even worse than last year. I can't imagine them being a playoff team unless they go get a runner. And the offensive line is, in fact, as good as what the metrics through 2 weeks have said when it comes to run blocking. If both those things are true, they could be a playoff team. But if you punt on running back like Jerry Jones suggested they are going to this morning when he joined KMC Masterpiece, your offense isn't viable. Mm-hmm. The league knows how to stop Dak Prescott. You have one wide receiver. If Jake Ferguson was all-pro and Tolbert and Brooks were really good wide receiver 2s and 3s, you might be able to make this work.
Mm-hmm.
But the Cowboys couldn't make it work when they had a redundancy. They had Amari Cooper, Michael Gallup, and CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
And when they couldn't run, their offense was still broken then. And that was with Dalton Schultz. So
and they put up 17 points in the playoffs.
Now it's Dak and CeeDee Lamb against the opposition. When you're used to it being like Dak and a pretty loaded passing core, it's not there. And I just don't know if the Cowboys care to invest a lot to save this season. I think they might think their ceiling is too low to really throw assets at this season to save it.
All right, we'll get to Cam Taylor-Britt and what he had to say about the Commanders' offense right before the top 10 at 4:20. There's your NFL News of the Day.
Thank you, Wolchuk. We're live here in Arlington thanks to Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey, and we want to salute our host here at Shakerton's for having us out today. It's an enchanted afternoon, and we'd like for you to join us. Flagtober starts next week. The 2024 Whataburger flag is on social. You can see it. Jeff Zarabek from The Athletic is previewing the Ravens. Have a Friday news dump as well coming up at 4 o'clock, and we're back with more here in the GBag Nation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Corner has been moved to the 440 this afternoon. As we have a special guest joining us here. Brian Broaddus will deliver Krusty's Corner coming up in 1 hour as Jeff Zarabek of The Athletic, previewing the Ravens of Baltimore, joins us now here on your home of the Cowboys. Okay, Jeff's going to join us in just a second. It is a triple bet payoff Friday. If you're just joining us in the 2 o'clock hour, Broaddus, in classic Broaddus fashion, just housed his edible bet payoff, an entire stick of butter, despite his former boss, Derek Eagleton, DallasCowboys.com, warning him that a fraternity brother of his in college went blind temporarily.
Temporary blindness, yeah.
After eating an entire stick of butter, but Brian was not fazed or scared.
No, and that time frame of reference there, temporarily, feels a little bit too vague for me to want to dip my toe in those waters. But Broaddus just hit it out the park, man.
I want nothing to do with that.
Totally disgusting.
As Jeff Zarabek of The Athletic joins you now here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Good. How you guys doing?
We're doing wonderful. What do we make of these Ravens coming in here at they're 0-2, but there's not a lot of Cowboys fans that are confident that they're going to actually beat Baltimore on Sunday. What's your read on this game?
Yeah, I'd say there's not a whole lot of Raven fans that are confident they're going to beat the Cowboys either. It's just kind of weird. I obviously 0-2 is a surprise for the Ravens. Not that anybody is surprised they didn't win in Arrowhead in Week 1. That's a tough assignment. But to lose a 10-point lead to the Raiders on your home field sort of prompts some uncomfortable questions about, is this team as good as everyone expected them to be? What's the upside here? So, they said all the right things this week. I don't think they're panicking, but this is a team that hasn't been 0-2 in nearly a decade. So they understand they're wading into must-win territory, and, I'd expect they respond accordingly, but they have a lot to figure out. It's just been a very mistake-prone, inconsistent team for 2 weeks.
Jeff, what's the offensive line looking like right now? It looked like Coach was saying he might be moving some parts around.
Yeah, that's been sort of a push since the beginning of the season, questioning the guys who were starting. They've been rotating at right tackle because they wanted to kind of ease in rookie second-round pick Roger Rosengarten. He did really well when he got a chance against Max Crosby last week, which could bode for a bigger role for him. The guy that's really been struggling is right guard Daniel Faalele. So it wouldn't surprise me if we see more of a rotation at right guard rather than him getting every snap. So there's a lot of things they could do. They could add some experience there with a guy like Josh Jones who's been on their bench. So I think it's pretty clear with some of the things John Harbaugh's been saying this week that they're going to do some different things there. I don't think it's going to be a massive new look. I mean, you have who you have, but I think some other guys are going to get a shot there on Sunday, even if it's as part of a rotation.
Jeff, what's the situation with Marlon Humphrey? And studying the tape of the team, seems like they're playing him a lot more at the nickel spot than even I've ever seen him play. And there's something going on that they just trying to get their best guys on the field, trying to get the rookie from Clemson on the field. Why are we getting so much nickel from Humphrey?
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it. They view Nate Wiggins as one of their top 3 corners. Now, he still has to clear concussion protocol. He was in a car accident last week and didn't play on Sunday, but he's been practicing the last couple of days with a non-contact jersey. I'd say that one's trending up for this week, you'd probably see a lot of him and Brandon Stevens on the outside and then Marlon Humphrey on the inside. Look, in last couple of years, Humphrey's kind of been more effective in the slot than he is on the outside. I mean, he's a physical guy. I think inside gets him closer to the ball in the line of scrimmage a little bit. He can get away with a little more contact on the inside rather than if you're on an island out on the outside. So, But I think overall the idea is to get your best corners on the field, and moving him inside is a way to get the rookie Nate Wiggins more involved.
In general, though, are they trying to keep things as much the same as last year without McDonald now with Orr? Is he trying to implement some new things?
Yeah, I mean, it's a different team in a lot of ways because they lost so many free agents. They lost Patrick Queen, and they lost Jadeveon Clowney, and they lost Geno Stone, and they lost Ronald Darby. So you lost 4 or 5 guys and almost your entire defensive coaching staff. So there's going to be some changes as a result. But overall, I mean, this is kind of the Ravens' defensive philosophy. It wasn't Mike Macdonald's philosophy. It was sort of the Ravens' defensive philosophy. They want to be versatile. They want to, disguise quarterbacks. This isn't the blitz-heavy defense of Wink Martindale's past. We don't see that as much. They'll pick their shots more. It's a lot of young players playing. They like to load up the field with DBs because that's kind of been their strongest position group. Get as many DBs out on there as possible and improve the speed a little bit. So, there's been some new wrinkles with Zach Orr, but it's not a defense that is radically different. I just don't think they're as deep or as strong in the personnel given all their free agent losses in the offseason.
Jeff, the metrics will tell you that this team has struggled with pressure, and especially struggled with pressure with blitzing. Is that something that you have noticed yourself, just being at the games and evaluating, seeing it live?
Are you talking about their offense has struggled to deal with pressure?
The defense, the Ravens' defense has struggled with the blitz or creating pressures with their blitz packages.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's fair, and I think that's kind of a little bit expected. I mean, they're playing a bunch of different guys. I think they're still trying to figure out the personnel. Some young guys are getting, being thrust into bigger roles than maybe was anticipated right away. And, they're the 32nd pass defense in football, and, a lot of the attention has been on the secondary because they have so many assets as part of that group, whether it's first-round picks or long-term deals. But, that's part of it, what you brought up. I mean, the pass defense is all 3 levels. I mean, we've seen their inside linebackers get picked on in coverage. I mean, the Chiefs isolated them all night. We've seen secondary breakouts on the back end. I think a big part of it, just defense, not swaying from your question too much, but I think a big part of it is they need their best players to play like their best players.
Sure.
Roquan Smith has not played very well their first 2 games. At least in week 1 might have been his worst game as a Raven, was a bit better last week. Kyle Hamilton has been battling stuff, hasn't been around the football a lot. Nnamdi Nnadibike has, more penalties than sacks right now. So there's some soul searching this week from their defense. They had extra meetings to try to iron some stuff out. It'll be interesting what we see from that group because they seem to understand they're not playing up to expectations.
Jeff Zarabek of The Athletic here talking Ravens. Do you think it's possible that what we've seen so far from the Ravens defense is what you're going to get for the most part?
I think there's some of that. Again, the biggest storyline that didn't get a ton of attention this offseason involving the Ravens was not just, Mike McDonald was brilliant last year. I mean, he just had the hot hand pretty much all year. They didn't go down the AFC Championship game because of Mike McDonald, that's for sure. But it's like their entire staff. I mean, you have 4 guys from that staff who are either head coaches or defensive coordinators now. With Anthony Weaver in Miami and Denard Wilson in Tennessee. Obviously, Orr's with the Ravens now. A couple other staff members left. There was a huge, brain drain, as they say, from a defensive staff. So this, in a lot of ways, is a new staff with a bunch of new players. So this is a group that should be playing better come, November and December down the home stretch, just because they'll be more experienced and people will sort of, be able to find their footing. But I think early there was an expectation that there would be a little bit of drop off, and it would kind of take a while to get back to playing defensive football as they'd like to be playing it.
I think we were all pretty stunned to see the loss last week to the Raiders. I mean, they had a lead, and then all of a sudden, here comes Vegas coming back. Has that been an issue under Harbaugh, just an inability to close out games? I'm curious, somebody who's there, what your take is on all that.
Yeah, big-time issue. I think they've blown more fourth-quarter leads in recent years than any team in football. I mean, you look at it two ways. One is they pretty much have had a lead most games. I mean, this is a team that is in every game. They rarely get blown out. Most of their games can be one possession. They're in the lead a lot, so they're doing enough to build leads and to be out in front and be in every game, but they're not doing enough to consistently close games. And, it's just been it sounds simplistic, guys, but they've just not been very clutch in recent years. I know you can go a lot of different ways with that, but just mistakes at the wrong time and not getting that crucial stop late in games or not getting that crucial score late in games. It's been all three facets. And, even last week against the Raiders, the defense allowed points in the last four possessions. That was big. But the offense didn't score their last couple possessions and went 3 and outs their last two, where if they scored points in those drives, they would have had a multi-score lead and they would have won the game. And their special teams, they had a bad punt in the game. They had a bad decision to take a ball in the end zone. Their special teams let them down the fourth quarter, too. So it's not just one facet. It's kind of been all areas. When you consistently blow leads, it's usually not one thing. And for them, that's been the case. They just need to be a lot better down the stretch and make winning plays because, oftentimes they've been their own worst enemy in fourth quarters.
Thank you so much, Jeff. Have a great weekend. Enjoy the game.
You as well. Thanks, guys.
Salute Jeff Zarabek of The Athletic. They're talking Baltimore Ravens here. Cowboys and Ravens Sunday at 3:30 here on your home of the Cowboys. Okay, we are live here in Arlington at Shakerton's, presented by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey. A little bit of a Friday news dump coming up, Chief?
Yes, sir. We wave goodbye to a legend, and no one has more at stake this college football weekend than this guy next year in the nation.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Shoot, yeah, we are. It's hour number 3 of the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, live at Shakerton's in Arlington. Come on by, get you some of this Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey. They are our presenters here today in Arlington, and salute to everybody involved. Salute to all the Tolos that have made it through already, taking pictures. They're getting fired up for their 2024 GBag Nation flag, brought to you by Whataburger. You can see images of that on social media. The fun will begin next Friday
Here's the Chief with the Friday News Dump.
Okay, lots to get to here, including the individual with the most at stake this college football weekend. 877-881-1053. What is your must-watch college football game of the weekend? You only get one. Is it Arch versus Louisiana Monroe? Is it OU's first SEC matchup? The revenge game for Josh Heupel in Tennessee coming to town as a road favorite in a pretty large way, or is it you got Utah, Oklahoma State, you got USC, Michigan, got a handful of fun games here. So
I just want to watch Arch.
I totally get that. I think plenty of people are going to be like, dude, that's the appointment television, whether you're a Longhorn fan or not. Of course, it's Louisiana Monroe, so they're not necessarily the draw here, but everybody, all eyes on Arch. I totally get that. I can't wait to watch him for 4 quarters, you know?
I mean, there's a lot of football to be played. I think you got people really excited about the future and the present of the Longhorns. But, you know, if you stumble a little bit in this kind of a matchup, then I think that would go the opposite way. So it's a very intriguing story, and a guy with a last name that could absolutely put this state once again at the very center of the sport.
Big Surge is in the building. That's a beautiful thing. Shakerton's Arlington, place to be right now. And I'll tell you what, no one has more on the line, even more than Arch, even more than Quinn Ewers, even more than Josh Heupel, even more than Lincoln Riley. Name that individual in college football. No one has more at stake than the K-State fan who is alleging that he is going to cram a 5-layer burrito, Taco Bell style, cram it up his cram hole, upon K-State losing to BYU this weekend. So that's
a tough one to do that with, right? That's like how...
From your experience?
No, I have no experience doing that. But when you think about it, how's that going to work?
How often have you thought about that?
Don't, until you just told us that story.
Really?
Yeah.
Man, I've actually, there's been a time or two you start thinking about things.
You're like a beefy 5-layer burrito. Just sounds pretty good, maybe.
When you start thinking about like the worst things you could do, like the worst ways to use a 5-layer burrito, I think this is basically at the top of the list. And on the heels of the FS Pooh fan doing what he did and understanding the level of curse that he just placed on his own.
Yeah, you want to be that guy.
If you're going to be this guy that's stepping up to the plate, you better be serious about this.
I mean, it is disgusting. The only thing I could see worse would be actually eating that 5-layer burrito, Chief.
Really? You'd rather eat it with your back hole than your mouth hole? That's incredible.
If it's physically possible. I don't know. Wolchuk seemed to have some experience in that department.
He's got some conviction.
No, there's no experience. I mean, it's just imagine. Think about it. That thing's going to...
I have.
That's not going to work. You need something with a little more substance. I mean, Eric, we did talk about this off air.
Thank you.
The cinnamon twist probably seemed like the better play.
Yeah, if you're going to have to do anything from Taco Bell's menu
you need
item,
something that can hold together.
I mean, feel free to text that in, too. Like, what if you had to do something from Taco Bell? Like what this K-State guy's doing. It seems to be going all in. I don't know.
Soft taco would work really well, I think.
Crunchwrap Supreme would probably be pretty bad up there.
Taco.
Oh, soft taco. You would go that over the old cinnamon twist.
The twist doesn't sound like a very good plan.
No, you were a big fan of those rolled tacos.
The taquitos?
Yeah, they basically are taquitos.
Yeah, can you roll that up real tight for me?
I'm just saying.
If we're really just making a tortilla,
the last thing you
don't put anything in
this. You don't want the tostado. You don't. Something like that.
The Mexican pizza. We got to vote for the Mexican pizza.
Wow, that's bold. That's 5.
There's a lot going on there.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Very flexible.
My goodness. So this guy, I don't know. This is a bad idea from start to finish. Now the dude who did this though hides behind the account that is Saint Bill Snyder. So it's a sort of an anonymous K-State fan. So I don't know, but this guy might have to delete his account or whatever. But just definitely something to monitor.
You don't have to do this. We've proven this. Like, we haven't had the guy eat poo or any of that other stuff, so you can
the Eagles fan did eat the horse stuff a couple of years back.
And it worked out for them, because what did they end up doing?
They got back.
They got back, but here's the deal. The FSU guy, he has now placed they're 0-3.
That's fine.
That's
fine.
No, that's not fine.
Lose all the games.
You go into forever that way.
I'm not eating poo. You're going to lose all the games. Fine. That's going to happen.
Get ready for a century.
Yeah.
Would you rather do the poo or the 5-layer bit?
5-layer bit.
Give me the damn poo.
Oh, you guys didn't want to swim in Pooh River.
Yeah.
Now you want to eat
don't.
it. Now you want to eat it.
Well, Wolchuk does. Hey, speaking of eating, I don't know if you guys were aware of this. There was.
Let's make that very clear.
We got some news.
Get you some of that butter that I just ate. That would help.
Here in the dump, we got some news culinary wise. The Thomas brand of bagels. They've now joined forces here, collision course style, with Fruit Loops. If you ever wanted a Fruit Loop and a bagel at the same time,
the hell are the Thomas brand of bagels?
What a time to be alive for you, because your dream has now become reality.
I think we're doing too much with the Fruit Loop.
What do you think about that one there?
So
Dawson?
is this a Fruit Loop sized bagel?
This is a
mini
it is a
bagels.
mini bagel.
Okay.
So this is like probably, I would say, about 50% of a run-of-the-mill regulation bagel.
So
But
what you have is a bagel with chunks of Fruit Loop in it.
yeah, baked into it or whatever. Yeah,
I like that.
So I don't know. It's kind
Doing a lot with the old Fruit Loop.
They're doing a lot, yeah, but I think it speaks to the versatility, the staying power. They continue to try and evolve. They're not comfortable with the status quo, Broadus. They're not just like, hey, we're Fruit Loops, we've made it, we can just rest on our laurels.
They can. They've been around for 100 years.
Let's take some risks.
Oh,
dude.
yeah. Let's make a bagel out
I'm
of it.
mad on this. This is going to just cut the crap out of your mouth.
I think coming out it might hurt too.
Fruit Loops are one of those that you got to let soak a little bit.
Yeah.
Just 90 seconds.
They can be hard.
Would you?
Hard.
What would you put on this if you were going for it?
Butter.
Nothing.
Just butter.
Just butter.
I was thinking like a Nutella situation.
Yeah, put a little
Wait a minute.
schmear.
Wait a minute.
Chocolate and fruity doesn't work for me.
I get that.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. Nutella.
Hmm.
You told us the story. All you've been doing is eating Nutella for the last week or two.
My wife's been doing this thing where she toasts the bread and then puts Nutella on it, and then she just
The
walks into the
sourdough,
living
right?
room and expects
Good.
me not to want to have a bite, and then follow-up question, can you do one for me? And
Right.
by one, I mean four.
Yeah.
Wow.
And we're just stacking them up now.
So you're
Your
eating
wife
like
makes food for you?
four slices of bread with Nutella on it?
yeah,
Right.
exactly. Sourdough bread,
Yeah.
butter, toast, Nutella, 2 thumbs up.
Why is the sourdough a factor in this thing?
It's a damn good bread. She's making
Oh,
breakfast
no, it's a
sandwiches
great
with
bread,
it.
but I wouldn't think of putting chocolate on it.
Well, I'd go brioche for that myself.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, maybe we'll give that one a shot. You know
What?
Okay.
If you want to have sourdough, have the sourdough. Don't let him bread shame you over
I don't
here.
think anybody's ever
The
been
hell's this
sourdough
jerk
shamed
doing?
before. That seems like a pretty top tier bread.
There's nothing better
Unbelievable.
than the bread bowl. It's the sourdough with clam chowder in it.
Thank you.
Amen.
You love sourdough.
I
More of a
do,
watchdogging than a shaming.
But I would say that chocolate with the sourdough. I don't know.
Don't knock it till you try it.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Eric has like 5 of them a day.
I can confirm as much conviction as Wolchuk has on the inability to put a 5-layer burrito up as I
It's
have
that
the
much
same-
conviction. That thing's gonna just mush everywhere.
I have the same type of conviction about how good that sourdough and Nutella situation is. Give it a shot. Bad news, sad news. Don't mean to make us all emotional here, but Boban is reportedly heading to Turkey to finish his basketball career.
Oh, dude.
Brutal. What are you
know.
thinking, Mavs?
I just don't
Got too
understand.
many good players to have Boban on your roster?
Not Bobby.
Yeah.
All best, buddy.
I know.
We've already signed our cheerleader guy. Then we re-signed.
Morris.
Yeah, Morris.
Oh, Markeith.
Yeah.
Do you prefer the toughness or the goofiness? I don't know. I mean, every locker room's different.
I prefer the goofy. I miss my friend.
I know. It's one of those deals where you didn't know when you were watching him that was going to be the last time.
Everywhere he went, he got like a best friend on the team, and the entire fan base was like, more Boban content, please.
He's just he's one of the GOATs. Also, basketball news-wise, yes, Joel Embiid got more money from the Sixers, so I guess he's there to stay for
what a bag.
a little bit longer. Yeah, that was
He's
a
over
fat bag.
$500 million for his career.
I'm excited to see what type of new evolution he has to his injury creativity. Come postseason time, just 3 more years of understanding that we get to see him in a Philadelphia 76ers uniform just absolutely test the limits of what the body is capable of in terms of being injured. It was the facial paralysis this time around. Remember that one?
Yeah.
It was like, never seen this one before. My face doesn't work. Sorry, I can't perform when it matters. It's on me.
I think gout's in the future for him.
There's no question.
Gout would.
I think gout's in the future for him.
It's what this year? It's Tyrese Maxey and Paul George with Embiid. I think Philadelphia fan might be like one of the sports fans that has a similar feeling of hopelessness to the Cowboys.
Yeah, how's that? Whiskey's good.
Shout out to that Rye Sagamore. That stuff's dominant. Hey,
seemed real dominant.
Best basketball news of the day. The Grizzlies are going to be rocking their classic Vancouver Grizzlies throwbacks.
Oh, hell yes.
On multiple
Is that
occasions
teal?
next year.
Yeah, it's teal.
This is one of the coolest.
It's a crazy
I used
logo.
to have a hat of it, and then I don't know what happened to it. Got lost somewhere. But
those Memphis Grizzly jerseys and then the purple Toronto Raptors. And they're retiring
Iconic.
Vince Carter's number. They need to bring that back for that night.
Hey, listen, I'm not going to push back on that. I think that's a great idea.
Those
I
are
am
both
looking forward to
epic.
that.
Oh, wow.
And then, of course, you have the news about.
What are you bitching about now?
Nothing, man. I just said, oh, wow.
Okay, thank God. Thought another bad take was coming out of your mouth.
Not really.
If you missed it, much like we say goodbye to Boban, we also wave goodbye to the Woj bomb this week as well as he decides
one
to hang
final
him up.
one.
You know what?
So,
might be the top 10 list today.
oh, is that right?
Yeah, maybe.
Top 10 Woj bombs.
I'm looking forward to that, Wolchuk, on a Football Friday live from
Wow, you actually
Shakerton's.
did some work on this.
Just mixing it in.
Yeah, that's going to be a good idea. Hey, I
Always
think
try.
everybody's talking about Shams, and there's no question bidding war. I mean,
Shams just got
his
so
bag
happy.
just went up.
Yeah.
But I think the ESPN winner here is gonna be Windy. Our guy Windhorse, he gets to now step up to the forefront because Woj, he's had to not report on things over time. Windhorse has in order to make sure that Woj is still feeling like he's the guy, and you can't have a contradictory sort of report on if Woj has something, but you have something a little bit different. Sorry, Windy, you're gonna have to scale back on that one. So I think this is big for Windy. Congrats to him. There's your dump.
Thank you. There he is, Eric Chiafalo, a Friday news dump. As he mentioned, we're in Arlington. It's brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey. And Wolchuk's Top 10 is coming up next, buddy. What do you got?
Yeah, we've got the best trash talker in the NFL right now, and then the top 10 Woj bombs. What are the bombs that absolutely took over America next in the nation?
Okay, I want to chat with you about Window Nation, though. These guys are the star of window replacement, a proud partner of your Dallas Cowboys. They're back to fill your house this season with savings. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free at Window Nation. Make no payments, pay no interest for 2 years. And if you fill your home with all energy-efficient windows, you will get a customized, authentic Cowboys jersey while supplies last. You can even help fill the Cowboys house and win tickets to a game. Call 866-90-NATION. Go to windownation.com/Cowboys. You'll get all the details there. Window Nation will show you how over 2 million of their expertly installed money-saving double-pane Energy Star-efficient windows are already rewarding families in over 150,000 homes. Just call 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION. Go to windownation.com. Buy 2, get 2. Pay nothing for 2 years. If you need or want new windows at the house, your home needs to be more energy efficient. This is the only way to do it right now. With the proud partner of the Cowboys, get that customized jersey if you put all new windows in your home and get in to win a pair of tickets to a Cowboys game at windownation.com. Salute.
Commercial-free GBag. Salute. It's our commercial-free expressway. Afternoons at 5:20 on 105.3 The Fan and on our Odyssey app. Presented by Comerica.
Mostly clear tonight, overnight lows mid-70s.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Looking for affordable family entertainment or your next weekend getaway? The Credit Union of Texas Event Center in Allen is home to live professional sports.
He scores!
World-class competitions, and exciting shows for all ages. Stay close to the action at the Courtyard by Marriott, just steps away from the event center. Visit cutxeventcenter.com to view upcoming events and plan your next experience. Credit Union of Texas Event Center. Discover what's inside.
Welcome back to Love Field Career Talk.
Hey Mike, did you know Dallas Love Field Airport is hiring?
Really? What kind of jobs?
Electricians, plumbers, HVAC specialists, and industrial mechanics.
Apply today at dallas-lovefield.com/careers.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Remember, that's Cars with a K.
Out of Bounds Sports Bar and Grill is opening its doors September 20th in Little Elm. We're bringing you the ultimate game day experience with mouth-watering wings, juicy burgers, and loaded pizzas. And we'll keep the good times flowing with our daily drink specials. See you starting September 20th at Out of Bounds Sports Bar and Grill in Little Elm with giveaways you won't want to miss.
This Fan Friday is brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing.
Personal foul on the road? J. Alexander Law is your MVP in court. As the trusted law firm and proud sponsor of the Dallas Mavs, we are committed to fighting for your rights. Whether you're hurt by an 18-wheeler or hurt on the job, call J. Alexander Law and let us guide you towards the justice and compensation you deserve. 888-88-INJURED. 888-88-INJURED. Principal office, Dallas, Texas.
America's favorite car show returns to DFW with a full-throttle weekend of hot rod and happy. It's the Good Guys 31st Summit Racing Lone Star Nationals presented by BASF. And it's all taking place September 27th through the 29th at Texas Motor Speedway. Check out over 2,500 cool classics on display. And don't miss Good Guys CPP Autocross racing action and Earth-shaking Nitro Thunderfest. Shop the swap meet at Vendor Midway. Enjoy live music and so much more. Don't miss North Texas' biggest hot rodding event of the fall. September 27th through the 29th at Texas Motor Speedway. Get complete details at good-guys.com.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
Balance of Nature supplements, changing the world one life at a time.
Well, I'm Phil Sims. I'm 68 years old. I played pro football for 15 years. People always ask me, what am I doing now? And I've been teaching kids and trying to help them throw the football better, footwork. It's awesome to see them once they start getting better. The confidence I can see in them, that's what makes it all worthwhile. It's a lot of fun, and I can be hard on them sometimes, have to do that. But it's some work that I really enjoy. And taking Balance of Nature makes me feel happy. Take it every morning and every afternoon, feeling good, eating right, getting a little exercise, and just living a good life is a big part of having a happy life. Because I know I'm doing something that's really good for me. It's going to help me in many aspects of my life, and it's worked great for me.
Go to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off with your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code
Phil.
Pros, now's your chance to save big during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. Right now, save big on appliances like the GE Stainless Steel Kitchen Suite. Plus, save $40 on 5-gallon pails of Valspar Reserve, Valspar Defense, and Valspar Stain. Shop Pro Savings Days today for big savings on everything you need to get the job done right. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid through 9/27 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Let's face it. Nowadays, most companies have to rely on dozens of expensive, disconnected platforms to run their business. And even then, things can get a little, stressful. But with Odoo's all-in-one management software, packed with a suite of fully integrated business applications, every process is streamlined. Tasks are automated, and success is just a few clicks away. See how Odoo can take your business to the next level at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
College football fans. All right, picture this. You're at the tailgate and you see the last two ice-cold Dos Equis. There's only one play here. Go for Dos. You take the chance, you grab both for you and your game day crew before anyone else seizes the opportunity. Because when you get the chance to go big, you take it. Go for Dos with Dos Equis. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Copyright Dos Equis Lager Especial Beer. Imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the Good Guys.
Head on out to Texas Motor Speedway in Fort Worth the weekend of September 27th through the 29th for the Good Guys 31st Summit Racing Lone Star Nationals. Hot rods, tricked-out trucks, customs, muscle cars, and classics on display. For complete details, visit good-guys.com.
Welcome back. It is the GBag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live in Arlington, brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey. Still 2 bet payoffs to go. We're live at Shakerton's. And Chiafalo's going to do a live version of his national anthem. I'd say he's at about 0.06 right about now. Been sipping on this Sagamore Spirit Rye whiskey throughout the afternoon. Anyway, it's time for the Top 10 at 420. Segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by Winda Nation. Go to windanation.com. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is in an accident due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. You should know that you're about 15 minutes from Krusty's Corner with Brian Broaddus. You'll get his very latest questions here going into this football weekend. Here's Wolchuk with his top 10. Zach with an H. You're Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much. Top 10 Woj bombs in honor of the great Adrian Wojnarowski retiring from doing Woj bombing. He's not going to be Woj bombing us unless it's like, I guess, a player that he's recruited for St. Bonaventure, and then he'll
Bonnie's.
He just quit, didn't
again.
He was like, I got enough money. I just want to go work for my college.
Said, I'm out of here, man. But
I love it. I love the move. I think it's great. More people should do this. All these people that have made enough money to just do whatever they want now, and they keep doing the stressful thing. I'm like, what are we doing?
It's my identity.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, who knows what I can't wait to ask Broaddus that question in the postgame. What is this team's identity? I know that's one of his favorites.
Well, hey, I got that for the pregame. What the hell?
Well, you better start putting in more effort to think about your own damn original
Puts in
questions,
mad work.
Okay? Jeez, my God. But
we got Tom Rinaldi on this week. He'll make you cry.
Oh, but Tom's a great guest, though, and I can't wait to listen to that.
I hope I don't call him Andrew.
You won't, but you might call him Rinaldi. Here is Cam Taylor-Britt, who ended up having one of the great calls last week where he was absolutely just being totally disrespectful to Xavier Worthy, then had maybe the interception of the decade. What he had, that one-handed interception snag. Nobody knew who he was. Now everyone
No wonder
does.
he's so confident.
He's confident again this week. He's going up against the Commandos, and this is what he had to say about that offense.
Yeah, composed. They don't make them do a lot, so they keep it really simple for them. Nice college offense. Kingsbury's the OC, so a little move guys around here and there, but just keep it real simple for him. I heard his pass percentage is very high, but he's only throwing short route. Some intermediate stuff, quick throws.
Nice college offense, Kingsbury the OC.
That's awesome, dude. That's a great line. It's a bar, and now he's earned our confidence. After what he did last week, calling his shot with Xavier Worthy, felt like that was bulletin board material. Mahomes, Andy Reid, they're going to dial it up and make this guy have 4 quarters of a living hell with the speedster Worthy. That didn't happen. And then what happened? Wolchuk's giving him the interception of the decade. And so this is a guy who clearly rises to the occasion. This is what gets him going. Broaddus, when he's doing these survivor challenges, and he flips that mode, where even though he's disgusted or in huge pain, he just talks S to the little nitro gummy bear.
Dude,
and
he's
that's
talking
how
S to us. I mean, honestly, I kind of hit him in the freaking face.
Well, he was doing the same thing to the margarine earlier.
I want to hit you in the freaking face, Brian.
But then Broaddus shows up and dominates whatever his task is. And it sounds like this guy's the same way. And he's calling it like it is with the Kingsbury offense. That's why Jaden Daniels doesn't stand a chance.
Yeah, I think you're locked. I'm getting more and more nervous by the second when it comes to Brian and I's pick of the 49ers. No George Kittle. George Kittle's officially been ruled out.
What about Debo?
No Debo.
No Debo, no George, no Christian
McCaffrey.
McCaffrey. But Trent Williams.
Trent Williams is in.
Brock Purdy.
Purdy's in. Ayuk's in. Jordan Mason's in.
Hufunga's back.
Hufunga's back.
See, there you go.
San Francisco doesn't lose 2 in a row.
Yeah, and they, I mean, he's 10. They did. They lost 3 in a row last year, actually.
Not this year, they're not.
But they're playing against a Rams team that
is more banged up than them.
Yes, that's what I'm banking on. Like, that offensive line is banged up and battered. Their 2 starting receivers are out. I'm just hopeful that the less of the injured is San Francisco here, but I am very nervous about this, that I could be having to do a bet payoff of eating a stick of butter. God knows what I'm going to have to torture myself with. Eric, we got a tweet. What is the name of the fancy Italian joint y'all mention from time to time on the radio? And I can't think, what is the fancy... What?
Is that one out there in Carrollton or something?
Like Maggiano's?
That's
fancy
not
Italian
fancy.
spots,
It's
right?
a nice place.
It's
a nice place. It's not fancy.
Right? I can't think of a fancy Italian joint we've really mentioned.
Fancy one. Gosh.
Like Kenny's Italian we mentioned a few times. It's
Olive Garden. Good food. Olive Garden.
Don't speak of Olive Garden.
Why?
Eric gets really offended. He lashes out.
I mean, other than the bottomless breadsticks and the salad, what are we talking about? We're talking about swinging and missing.
I don't know, man. Those breadsticks, I could live on those breadsticks.
Campese's
is really good.
Is definitely one that gets talked about.
The one over on Mockingbird.
That's an OG. Covino's in Plano is a staple that I grew up going to right around the corner from the house. I don't know. We need a workshop this year. I'm not sure what the fancy Italian place is.
What do you think about the frozen pans of lasagna? Is that just horrible?
Stouffer's?
Yeah, I couldn't even tell you if I've ever even had one of those, to be honest with you.
Nice.
I really don't think
because I love them.
Yeah, no, I believe it. When you eat your SpaghettiOs, I believe you're happier than hell.
No, that's what I don't do. I draw the
You
line
know what?
before
Don't you dare
SpaghettiOs.
take shots at Chef Boyardee.
I'm sorry. Okay, the raviolis are actually not bad.
Right, they're pretty solid.
He was getting it done.
Not bad. Like, those were made with love. All right, let's get to the top 10 Woj bombs, shall we? 877-881-1053. What's the biggest Woj bomb you'll remember? We start off with your honorable mentions, just looking in here. The Milwaukee Bucks have decided to boycott Game 5, sources tell ESPN.
Boycott Game 5. I'm trying to remember.
I think that was in the bubble.
Oh, okay. That was.
I think that was a George Floyd.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
During all of that, we also have Oklahoma City is trading All-Star, Paul George to the Clippers for a record-setting collection of draft choices, which really was until Rudy Gobert got traded, and then it was a record-setting. I mean, Danny Ainge, he is just fleecing everybody.
Yeah.
If Philadelphia doesn't work with their trust the process, and then OKC doesn't work, boy, that's tough. At least the Mavs are going to work for their team tank.
58,000 retweets. The Cleveland Cavaliers have acquired Donovan Mitchell in a trade.
These are all recent Woj bombs. I feel like you got to go back a good 15 years to get the ones where it was like, holy crap, who's Woj and how does he know this?
When he was working for the
Yahoo?
the vertical or whatever.
Yahoo. That's the thing. They're not going to be on here because he was like, it's all about the interactions.
Okay.
Oh, it's like which ones took off the most?
Yes.
The most
like,
virals.
what were the biggest Woj bombs?
Well, then number one has to be the sources tell ESPN that Chris Paul repeatedly made fun of James Harden for having man boobs during practices.
I don't know
over the
that.
last 2 seasons.
I don't know that one made the list.
That has to be number one.
But that's hilarious. The other honorable mentions, we got free agent forward Kawhi Leonard, his forward runner-ups that he's planning to sign with the Clippers. That was back in 2019. That got 102.4 thousand likes and 61,000 retweets from Woj. You think the Clippers regret that?
Yes.
Yeah.
How could you not?
Very good analysis.
A lot of very...
Brooklyn is making a clean sweep tonight. Brooklyn will sign KD, Kyrie, and DeAndre Jordan, sources tell ESPN. That is your final honorable mention. Just on the outside looking in, June 30th, 2019, 103.6 thousand likes, 61,000 retweets.
Oh, I can't even remember how many games they played together, but it was so few and far between.
It was a handful, yeah. I mean, it was not many.
It was
not many.
There's been so many of those in the NBA now where these trades just, I mean, heck, what about when Brooklyn decided to get the Boston Celtics, Paul Pierce and Kevin Garnett when they were at the end?
Last legs.
You're like just some dumb moves, man.
Oh, man. Okay, number 10. Houston has agreed to trade Russell Westbrook to Washington for John Wall and a first-round pick. December 2nd, 2020,
It's a lose-lose.
164,000 likes, 76,000 retweets for Woj.
Yeah, dude, I just feel bad for anybody that's had the unfortunate reality of acquiring Russell Westbrook post-MVP. You know, I just think it's a losing proposition.
Number 9, OKC has agreed to trade Russell Westbrook to the Rockets for Chris Paul, first-round picks in 2024 and 2026, pick swaps in 2021 and 2025.
Wow, I think that's going to pay off for him.
I think that sounds like a hell of a trade.
Great
if
value.
they could go back in time, they needed to trade Westbrook to the Rockets when they moved James Harden.
Yeah, they should have.
That would have been amazing.
Build around KD and Harden and Ibaka.
Yeah, that's what they should have done. That's Serge Ibaka right there.
Very, very impressive.
The girth and tonnage. Number 8, the Trailblazers are trading guard Damian Lillard to the Bucks. That ended up getting 180 likes and 88,000 retweets.
And that's been a stinker, man. That is going to be a huge topic to start the season coming up here. Is that going to in any way look like what they thought it would look like, what they hoped it would look like? But that was an ultimate backfire situation, and I'm interested to see how. I mean, the Giannis stuff, dude. Giannis being how much more time does he have on his contract? Not much.
Yeah, and hurt last year. It'll be interesting if they can stay healthy, like how much better they can do. But it's clear that Drew Holiday is going to help you win a championship more than Damian Lillard.
Saw an article, actually, that the NBA is in deep, deep fear. Giannis leaves Milwaukee, happens to join your Dallas Mavericks.
Wow.
Now, financially, I don't know how that works. But there are some people inside the NBA that are nervous that could happen.
Does that happen when Kyrie's contract is up? And
maybe.
Yeah, so the deal for Giannis right now goes through the 2027-2028 season, but it's a player option. So technically, before that 2027 season, he could opt out if he wanted to. But he would be leaving, it's like $62 million.
It's a lot of money.
That season.
Number 7, Jazz star Donovan Mitchell has tested positive for the coronavirus. League sources tell ESPN.
Oh, wow.
Jazz players privately say that Rudy Gobert had been careless in the locker room, touching other players and their belongings. Now a Jazz teammate has tested positive. That was Woj, number 7 Woj bomb.
Gobert was just so...
Honestly, it feels like a different time, different world, like that we went through that.
Oh, totally, dude.
We were in Surprise that night, weren't we, Brian?
We were. Eric and I were on air. We're watching Nuggets Mavs and live. We're getting Chris Arnold calling us from the AAC that they have canceled the game. They're canceling the NBA season.
CA introduced us to the term social distancing.
He did.
That night.
He was like, "This is you're going to hear this a lot. Social distancing. Social distancing." And
yeah, we were
right.
gathered, I think, in Jared's room.
Yeah, it's me and Jared. Yeah, we had that
for one of those freak-offs.
We were going to watch the Mavs game and have a freak off.
Yeah.
And baby oiling.
Damn. And then you realize you had coronavirus, and you're like, I guess this is our last opportunity. Let's really have at it.
Damn, let's go. Get your freak off.
They're about to take this away from us, boys.
Number 6, the Nets are trading Harden to the Sixers for Ben Simmons, Seth Curry, and Andre Drummond, and 2 first-round picks. Top 5 Woj bombs. Number 5, this one, R.I.P. This is hard to read. Kobe Bryant was on his way to a travel basketball game with his daughter Gianna when the helicopter crashed. Those aboard the helicopter also included another player and parent. That was number 5.
Into the pimp up we go. 4.
Yeah. 4, the Pelicans have agreed to a deal to trade Anthony Davis to the Lakers.
By the way,
Lonzo, Ingram, Hart, and 3 first-rounders.
I saw that they have some girl dad Kobe 4s now. I was thinking about picking them up. That'd be my first pair of Kobe's, but I thought that would be appropriate.
Top 3 Woj bombs. 3 is LeBron has agreed to a 4-year, $154 million deal with the Lakers. 2, Kobe is among those dead in a helicopter crash outside LA.
No way, dude. You didn't have to do it twice.
Seriously.
Yeah. But number 1.
He's like Anchorman. Like whatever the list says, he reads.
biggest Woj bomb of all time. The NBA has suspended the season. March 11th, 2020 at 8:31 p.m. 332.3 thousand likes and 203,000 retweets.
Wow.
Thank you, Woj.
Thank you, Woj.
And thank you, Wolchuk. Thank you, Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey, for having us out here today. We are live at Shakerton's in Barlington. Join us. We're having ourselves a time, and there's 2 more bet payoffs still to come. It's time, though, for Krusty's Corner, Brian. What's in store for us today?
Yeah, on a Friday, you know I've got questions, but I've also got to talk about your official. We'll do that next.
Okay, I want to chat with you about somebody else, though. That would be my friends.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
awesome 2-hour special, along with Dr. Alfie and Katie Neal, as we engage in this very meaningful conversation.
This is Kevin Hagelin, and I care immensely about having mental health discussions and supporting folks who are suffering. Odyssey does too, and that's why they have their 2-hour I'm Listening special Sunday, September 29th on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the GBag Nation here on The Fan. Thanks to Sagamore Rye Spirit Rye Whiskey here for having us out. We're at Shakerton's in Arlington. It is time now for Krusty's Corner, and it is brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's Brian.
Thank you very much, General. Thank you, Reliant. Eric, is it too much to ask you right now to stand up and sing?
No, I mean, it would not be if that's what you guys want right now.
I would like Krusty's Corner. I'm making a request. I need 90 seconds of the national anthem before I start Krusty's Corner here.
We just need to make a public service announcement that we will be having the national anthem.
You want to wait? You want to wait? Make the announcement?
Maybe like what you drinking, what you thinking?
Okay.
I'll wait. You guys make the call, man. I'm piano bar style today, bro.
This is what we'll do. What you drinking, what you thinking. You got about 30 minutes to get your ass out here. Shakerton's in Arlington.
That's good.
Watch Eric Chiafalo do the national anthem live in person. Tolos, please don't let me down. We need you. I need you. Shakerton's in Arlington.
We'll have Eric Nadell 5:20, Chief 5:30.
All right, I'm glad we.
Yeah, don't make me sing while Nadell's on the line.
That would be fun.
While Nadell is on the line, Eric Chiafalo will sing.
Damn
it,
it,
critic. No,
that's pretty good. No, he is a music guy. It does make sense for any, and that's a guy who's heard many a national anthem. I mean, let's be honest. He could actually see if I'm in the pantheon of some of the greats.
I think you will be. I have confidence.
Some of the greats.
Hey, man, you never know if greatness is in store.
What's your confidence level right now?
Somewhere between Carl Lewis and Roseanne Barr?
Yeah, I would say somewhere between, what'd you say, 0.6 and 0.06 and 0.08?
I called you out because you were taking like a sip of your whiskey.
Yeah.
And I thought maybe it'd be a good opportunity, but I like what Wolchuk did by kind of calling out the Tolos, getting them out here. I'd like to witness
this. Give me a student section, man.
Yeah, we're going to have this student section out here very shortly.
All right, let's talk about who's going to officiate your game this weekend. It is going to be Ron Torbert is your official for this game.
Ron.
Now, if you guys watched the game that was played in Brazil, Ron Torbert was the official that night.
Great.
You get a flag. You get a flag. You just slipped because we don't know how to prepare a football field. You get a flag. I remember watching that game.
Yeah, Ron Torbert, he called your week 1 matchup in Brazil. He got week 2 off, so he has not called a game. This will be his first game back since his game there in Brazil. What I want to point out, just a couple of things about Ron Torbert through the years. No crew has called more penalties on offensive linemen than these guys.
Okay, so who's on red alert then for the Cowboys?
Well, both teams are struggling with holding calls right now.
Just across the board.
Yeah, so usually Ron's kind of not favors the home team here. He's usually a friendly visitor guy.
Wow. Try Tyler Smith.
Yeah. Well,
Guyton.
Guyton could be on call here.
Hey, so could
Luke
Steele.
Schoonmaker at point of attack.
Schoonmaker, man, I'll tell you what, that guy was supposed to be a blocker. Yeah. And every time I turn around, he's 3 yards in the backfield.
You know what, that guy had a pretty good game. I don't want to hear it.
No, he had a good game.
Hey, he caught the ball nicely. It's just funny that he was supposed to be the blocking tight end. It's funny.
I don't find it funny.
I'm just saying, though, you asked me who. Both teams have kind of up there on the holding calls already this year.
I'm sorry that somebody tried to tell you Schoonmaker was good.
Yeah. That was me. I tried to tell
you and Bobby.
Yeah, Bob was a Scooney guy.
Shouts out on the tight ends. Yeah. My God.
The Cowboys are
caping for Will.
Cowboys, I'm always caping for Will.
No, and Will McClay, I trust.
You're a Will guy. And you should be. He's done a great job.
Absolutely. Love you, Will. Thank you for everything you do for me.
Will McClay, I trust.
Yeah. The Cowboys are 3-5 in the Dak era with Ron Torbert as your official. 3-5.
That's under 500, bro.
I mean, honestly, like, these Nuggets make a difference. Like, we saw it last week. That dude that called the game does not let the home team win.
Yeah.
I mean, there were some crap calls in that game.
Sean Smith?
Sean Smith.
Yeah, go bleep yourself, Sean Smith.
Ravens are 3-3.
Violent. Reduces your win probability to as if Dak had thrown 40 passes in the game. That's basically what you're looking at.
I mean, if they hadn't gotten their ass kicked so bad and they had a chance,
you would have blamed the officials?
I would have probably been like, this game was very poorly officiated. The problem was they lost so damn bad that the officiating issues didn't even matter.
All right. I told you the Ravens are 3-3 with this guy, so they're kind of waiting there.
They don't love seeing him either, though.
No, they don't.
But better than us.
Better than us. All right, just last year, just to give you an idea, small sample size from this year, so kind of go back and look at last year, maybe what the crew did. Offensive holding, 45 of them. That's his number one call. Defensive holding, they had 14. What does that tell you? 31 less calls. Offensive holding, defensive holding. How about that? Defensive pass interference, he had 12. Face mask, which is kind of should be pretty simple to see, but
didn't see it last week.
Didn't see it last week.
Yeah.
Roughing the passer, I always like to point this one out. He had 6 last year, and delay a game 5. He kind of comes from the school of letting you play a little bit. He's one of these guys. But we saw in week 1, his history says we'll let you play. But week 1 was far from let you play.
I think we want a tight whistle as the more finesse team, don't we? Until the Cowboys become a physical team, we don't want refs that let them play because you're going to get big boyed.
I think you're going to get big boyed. All right, I got some questions for my guys. Got some questions here.
Bring them.
Dawson.
Sir.
At the end of this game, Dak Prescott will have outplayed Lamar Jackson.
I think that's false. Although our guest back there at the 340, Jeff, covering Ravens, really painted a picture of despair for this Ravens defense. So I'm a flip-flop in a positive way. Dak will outplay him, Brian.
Well, Chuck, at the end of this game, you and I will be doing the post-game show, and you'll be talking about Dak will have outplayed Lamar Jackson.
I think Dak will have outplayed him as a passer. I think that the Cowboys will be able to hit some big chunk plays this week. But I think overall what will make the difference in this football game is Lamar's legs. And therefore, overall, just entirety at the quarterback position, Lamar Jackson will have played the better game.
Chieftain.
Yeah, I'm in agreement there with Walchuk. I do think the Dak to CeeDee Lamb connection should be pretty on point when you've seen what Mahomes and Rashee Rice did together in week 1, and then you see what Gardner Minshew and Devontae Adams were able to do together in week 2. But ultimately, I think the defense for the Cowboys will let them down in a way that has Lamar Jackson running on them and ultimately being the victorious quarterback.
I think we're judging the Ravens defense in games where they had to think about the run game. This Cowboys run game is so pathetic. It doesn't matter if your guys can cover or not because a lot of it's going to be double teams. And you really don't have to double team anybody but CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
It's a tough spot to be in right now to try to generate some positivity about where the Cowboys offense is.
Wooly, we're talking about the Cowboys running game. Give me the final rushing totals for them.
I think as a team they run for 98 yards.
On how many attempts?
20.
Wow, that's a good day. Good day.
I think I would take that right now.
Heck yeah, I would.
20 rushes, 92 yards?
98.
98 yards?
I'll go 20 rushes, 50 yards.
How about you, Chief?
20 rushes, I'd probably go about 60 to 65.
Do you think Dallas is going to even try and run the ball?
I think they will because they tried to start the game last week.
Sure.
And so I think they will at least come out trying again, and they keep saying the thing where they haven't been able to really work it. I think they want to, and I think they know how important it is to get the run game going with the way that defenses are playing them. So I do think they will attempt, but if Baltimore's going to punch you in the mouth in the first quarter, then they'll get away from it. But I absolutely expect that first quarter to be almost like, really, we're going to run it again on 1st and 10?
This is Dak's call more than Shoddy's or Mike's?
Actually, yeah, it seems like, yeah.
Dak Prescott, I think, has been running the offense since the bye week of last year.
How about this one, Dawson, for the final one?
Yeah.
In the battle of the kickers, the Cowboys have the better one.
Oh, yeah. Soccer Man has done it. He has taken over for Tucker as the best kicker in the league. The accuracy, the distance, we've never seen anything like him. There's never been a better kicker than Brandon Aubrey.
Wooly?
Yeah, he's about to be in the Hall of Fame because he's going to kick this weekend a 72-yard field goal.
Wow. Chief, how about you? In the battle of the kickers, the Cowboys have the better one.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things as you're starting to talk about reasons for optimism in this game. The Ravens are a team that for the last maybe decade have had that weapon in their back pocket that is Justin Tucker. And so if the Cowboys can manage to keep this a close one, I like their chances more with the kicking situation. Justin Tucker, he's dead leg now. He doesn't have the range. He just doesn't have it. I think he still has clutch factor, but that's got to be a 45 and in shot, whereas with Aubrey, there's not a spot on the field or a time in the game where you're questioning him. I think it's a no-doubter. Aubrey, the baton has been passed.
Could you guys see a 60-yard field goal for the win?
100%,
yeah. Yeah, I mean, I could see this. If the Cowboys,
that's the only way the Cowboys do win.
Well, if the Cowboys,
they scrape by with a game-winning type.
But they're going to have to be able to keep pace on offense, right? So they're going to have to score offensively. I could see this being a close game. I mean, we actually saw this in Baltimore. If you remember the Des Bryant game.
Yeah.
Right?
When he was a Raven.
Onside kick. No. As a Cowboy.
Oh, okay.
It came down to an onside kick. It was very, very close. Cowboys narrowly lost that game. I could see a replica of that at AT&T Stadium.
Sure.
And maybe it does come down to Brandon Aubrey's leg.
I think you need the takeaways. If you talk about a Cowboys win, takeaway in field goal range. Get you to 18 points.
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Brian. Krusty's Corner, most afternoons, 3:40, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. The 5 o'clock hour is coming up next. 5:30, Chief's going to do his bet payoff.
Get out here. Shakerton's in Arlington. Get out here. Right now.
That sounds pretty good.
Where are we going next?
We got a little football's finest on a football Friday. More reason to root for the Saints. And Jim Harbaugh, the football guy that he is, strikes again next year in the nation.
Man, imagine feeling unstoppable like that. You just won an NFL game, excitement and adrenaline coursing through your veins. How could you replicate that? Go to Men's T Clinic. That's the power of Men's T Clinic. Keep that edge sharp. Over the last decade, thousands of men, myself included, have put the team at Men's T Clinic in charge of our total wellness optimization, and it has paid off big time. Now we have 5 locations in DFW. You know, they got 5 in Houston as well. Men's T Clinic has absolutely blown up over the last 10 years because their therapies are life-changing. You're looking at dedicated providers, cutting-edge therapies, individualized plans designed to get you back to being you. More energy, sharper mental clarity, enhanced overall vitality. It's not just improvement, it is absolute transformation. They accept your insurance at Men's T Clinic, but they have very affordable cash options as well. And listen, it's not just about the hormone replacement therapy and getting that testosterone absolutely dialed, although that's going to work miracles for you by itself if you ask me. You're looking at hair replacement, bedroom wellness, and so much more. Just find them online at menstclinic.com or give them a call at 972-GO-MENS-T. Salute.
Fellowship at its finest. You're rolling with the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Bosch Power Tools. What hard workers deserve.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by BetMGM, the sportsbook board in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. The New York Jets crushed the New England Patriots last night to open up Week 3 of the NFL season. While I still have some questions regarding this Jets squad, one thing people can't question is Aaron Rodgers. Rodgers showed his legs were back last night and also completed 77% of his passes, which is absolutely remarkable since it was only his 3rd game back since tearing his Achilles. I'm Zach Gelb.
There aren't many feelings worse than trying to start your car in the morning and being greeted with a dead battery, or being stuck on the side of the road when you don't need to be. 1 in 4 vehicles on the road will need a battery replacement this year. Don't be a statistic. Stop battery problems before they stop you by testing your battery regularly. Test yours at home or at select Napa locations nationwide. If you need a replacement, Napa has you covered with a full range of long-lasting, high-performance batteries for nearly every make and model on the road. So don't wait. Test your battery today and let Napa help you keep moving.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
You get the most for your lease with an Autoplex lease, yeah. Autoplex lease, you know. Yeah, we got the cars you love to drive. Driving.
Hey there, it's Chuck Cooperstein for Autoplex Leasing. The summer heat has arrived, but don't worry, you won't have to sweat the car leasing process this season, because just like you, that lease payment is important to me. That perfect vehicle is important to me. And that lasting relationship is important to me. I feel good that my friends at Autoplex took care of me, and I know they'll take care of you too. I know I'm ready for any adventure that this summer brings with my Autoplex lease at my side. Reach out to the professional and friendly team at Autoplex by going online to autoplex.com or by giving them a call at 972-234-1234. Again, 972-234-1234.
Still haven't scheduled your LASIK consultation at Tylock George Eye Care? Right now, Tylock George Eye Care has 24 months interest-free financing for your LASIK with approved credit. Get LASIK from the very best at Tylock George Eye Care, plus interest-free financing for 24 months with approved credit. Call today, see better tomorrow. Schedule your consultation at Tylock.com. It's time for life without glasses and contacts. Tylock George Eye Care now has LASIK for as low as $150 per month with approved credit. LASIK from the very best. Tylock George Eye Care as low as $150 per month with approved credit. Call today and see better tomorrow. Tylock George Eye Care. Offices in Irving and McKinney.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we are live in Arlington at Shakerton's, brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey. Happy Friday to you. Expressway's coming up here in about 20 minutes. We'll have what you're drinking and what you think. We'll have LA Live. We'll have Eric Nadel and so much more. Here's the Chief with an edition of the finest.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. It is football's finest. I got a couple of Harbaugh stories here for you. Now, we're about to take on one of the Harbaugh brothers, head coach of the Ravens. So, but which one of these stories feels more like a guy who today has earned the right to be considered the one seed for human being who most embodied just being a football lifer, truther, badass? We'll start with the Ravens head coach because he has decided that in preparation for our Dallas Cowboys and, of course, Micah Parsons, he says John Harbaugh spent some time at the beginning of the practice today in Baltimore working as a pass rusher against his offensive line that has been struggling. His quote was that he felt like in the walkthrough they needed a little speed, quickness, athleticism on the edge, and so he felt like he was the guy to provide that. So the guy who is at times in Baltimore's practice trying to emulate Micah Parsons, it's actually their own head coach, John Harbaugh.
Wow, give him football guy of the century if he can pull that off.
My goodness, man. I wonder if he's giving him a good look there. Yeah, I do. I mean, on those run plays, you think he's getting upfield enough, far enough to really emulate what Micah can do and provide?
Why am I thinking that if he said, I'm going to play Mozzie Smith this week, I would feel better about that?
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
maybe a little late off the ball.
That would be an easier guy to try.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. All right, I'm going to play one of these defensive tackles.
They are both
Here we
maniacs.
go. He's like down in a 4-point stance.
I'm Jordan Phillips, man. My wrist hurts and I don't want to be here.
just all of a sudden Linderbaum is just reaching him like every time.
That's fantastic. That would actually give them a pretty real look at what they're going to be facing on Sunday.
I don't want to laugh at that anymore.
Yeah, it's not funny.
Well, it's funny because it's true, and that's what makes things funny.
I feel like I could have given you a decent look of Stephon Gilmore last year, as long as we're on that theme with the lack of foot speed. I feel like both Harbaughs, though, are really, really driven and focused. Jim's just weird,
Yes.
I think John harnesses it and focuses it better.
Okay, so Jim, and why he is up for the guy who embodies football more than anyone today, is there's a story from Joey Bosa, pass rusher of the Chargers, who's still familiarizing himself with his new head coach, Jim Harbaugh. And he was on the Chris Long podcast, and so it's two NFL players, edge rushers, chopping it up. Chris Long,
also Ohio State Buckeye, of course, his head coach, Michigan Wolverine. He played against him in college.
Yeah.
While he was with Michigan, so he might not have liked him. He might not have been a Harbaugh guy.
Yeah, that's fair. But he tells Chris Long on the podcast. Joey Bosa says, "Yeah, Jim Harbaugh, he gets in the ice bath." So he takes ice baths with the players, but the caveat being that he goes in with full tucked-in shirt to his khakis, belt on. I believe he's still got his shoes on.
So he goes khakis on in the cold tub.
Yes, I believe he's got his call sheet and his headset on as well, just because that's the kind of guy he is. So.
Gosh, look at these Husker highlights.
But why wouldn't you, man? If you're Jim Harbaugh and you're doing heavy back squats with your shirt tucked in and you're wearing khakis, why wouldn't you also get into the cold tub with that as well?
Freaking go Nebraska.
Is he still doing those heavy back squats? Like his jog off the field last week was more flabby and unathletic than I've ever seen either of the two Harbaugh brothers. I think he's past his peak a little bit physically.
He's probably doing.
It was sad to see.
Yeah, no, that is a little disheartening because you did see him at training camp getting on some of those sled pushes and stuff. But maybe he's more of a showman now than a real actual grinder as it pertains to that. I mean, we know his affinity for whole milk and steak, and so maybe he's kind of overdoing it on that side of things and not getting after it in the weight room. But he is getting after it in the cold tub, and he's just full-fledged khakis, belt on, shirt tucked in. And so because of that,
he's doing this every day?
He's doing. I don't know if it's every day, just when the mood strikes, when he's feeling the inflammation more so than other days. But I am now adding it to the payoff board. When we're at Southern Leisure Spas here in a couple of weeks, if I have a payoff, I will do the Jim Harbaugh ice bath where I do a segment from their cold plunge, which will be crazy cold, and I'll wear nice slacks and a nice shirt tucked in and a belt. Yes, and I will get in full-fledged that way in honor of Jim Harbaugh. That'll be a payoff.
Hey, that's
How
a
about
bet payoff I would
good?
not want to do. I could not handle that amount of cold.
Yeah, you're getting out pretty easy with your current bet payoff.
What makes you say that, Wolchuk? It feels like we
Has
got
it commenced? I mean, we haven't even done it. This was supposed to be a full show worth of just spraying on him.
Oh, of Dawson. You're right. You know what we need to do? The entire expressway will be...
I'm nervous to do it now because of the headset, to be honest with you.
Oh, because of the headset? No, it's fine. A little electrocution ain't going to hurt him.
I think he's worried about the cost of the headset.
Well, I also don't want to kill him.
Don't worry about that. Worry about the headset.
I'm sorry, Dawson. I actually care about your well-being.
No, you're good, man. I was willing to battle you guys on this when you were
Dawson,
sober.
Don't listen to him.
If I die, I die.
Dawson, that's the guy that went to across the street and got salsa to put in the bottle to squirt on you.
Yeah.
He's not thinking about your well-being.
Hey,
right now.
I did not get the spicy salsa, Brian. There were two salsas.
Yeah,
there was the regular and there was the spicy. I went regular.
Here's the one with just some vinegar in it for your eyes.
Yeah. No, I thought it was a good bet payoff idea that you're trying to lead a segment and your co-hosts are spraying water in your face.
Okay.
And you're getting drenched and you're getting startled. And I thought it would be good for the audience to listen to, ha, they keep spraying him. And then you guys were let's put cayenne pepper in the water.
It was habanero, but yeah.
It's my bad.
No, I was going to just pee in the bottle, but...
Yeah, no bodily fluids,
that was apparently
I got some bread and butter pickle juice over there with a little bit of vinegar.
See, I've been looking
That's
at
gonna
this.
be fine.
Let me put this on the webcam. This is what Chief wanted to put in my face.
I want to, just a dash of it. Just a dash.
It's a bet payoff.
Just a little dash.
It's not just ooh, let me squirt some water in my face. Come on. Are you kidding me? I ate bleeping pickled pig's feet last week. You candy asses.
I've done way more intense bet payoffs than you will, Chuck, if you want to go down this
I
path.
don't think you have.
Did you ask Stephen Jones the minute and 12-second question?
Did you wax your back?
Well, that might be number one.
Did you wear a
but I got
Speedo
number-
for show?
I got
Did you
number
walk outside to the freaking street with the G-Bag flag in a Speedo and truffle shuffle? No, you didn't.
No, you didn't.
Okay, you got the top 2, but I'm pretty sure I got numbers 3 through 10 on the
Nobody's
all-time.
done any more bet payoffs that are more badass than me. I'm holding the top spot, and I won't hear any ifs about it.
Well, I did eat a raw steak.
You're probably,
haven't seen
you're
you do
probably
that.
number 2.
Thank you. I'll take that.
Me and Broadus just getting disrespected.
But Brian and Eric is
like
a,
we haven't
Eric's
put our
a-
freaking
Eric's a
nuts on the
freaking-
line.
A freaking P word.
I
think
haven't
we're
at
all
all,
tied.
man. These things have all been so easy for me to do.
Brian's over here just, having a leisurely day at the office.
I am. That stick of butter was glorious, man. I'm so happy I ate that thing.
Hey, that really was disgusting watching you do that.
Now the haircut, I will give you credit for. That was
The haircut,
That was
yeah,
badass.
yeah.
That was fun.
No,
I enjoyed that.
Honestly,
you've gone for it.
I
don't really have any bone to pick with you. These other two idiots.
I give Dawson more respect for the Bangkok burger than maybe
Oh, that was
anything.
intense.
But the idea that Wolchuk is going to be shaming me and Broadus now.
What's a
as
good
if-
bet payoff you've ever done?
Are you crazy?
No, I'm being dead serious.
I mean, let's start with the little nitro gummy.
Ooh, the little nitro
Okay.
gummy. That's the only one you've got.
Okay, let's also talk about the 3.5-foot cheeseburger that weighed like 10
You wanted
pounds.
to do that. That was something you would do on a daily basis, just as you as a
Yeah.
human being. That
Yeah.
doesn't even need to be a bet payoff.
Yeah.
You'd have done that.
Totally, yeah, I would have
I
done
don't know,
that,
man. He
Wolchuk.
did a show
Yeah.
from this place dressed up as a chick one time.
Well, that was I was
Harley
Jimmy
Quinn.
Butler.
He
Jimmy
wasn't
Butler?
dressed up as a chick.
I did go
You know
all out
Jimmy
at
Butler.
Harley Quinn. Wolchuk hasn't dressed up anytime. He half-assed it with the fakest little Broadus wig and made it seem like he was Broadus
the
for a
dress-ups
day.
are lame.
Didn't shave his face. Didn't shave his head.
I
Didn't
shaved,
actually
I shaved
go
my
in.
beard for Micah Parsons not getting 15 sacks.
Yes,
Did I not? I
but-
did. So I've shaved and back waxed.
If you're going full Broadus, you're shaving your face.
I shaved my face.
Not for the Broadus.
Not for the Broadus.
Right, exactly. No, that's fine.
But I had already
don't
shaved my
wanna-
face for the Micah Parsons.
This is all you get for the lashing out at us because I don't
think you've made a single good point here.
I don't.
You,
Okay.
you had the nitro gummy. Otherwise, I dressed up. I put fingernail polish on my face and wore a wig as Harley Quinn.
And
whoop-de frickin' do.
I painted my face. I went all out. I wore the
so hard.
the outfit.
I'm so sorry that you did that.
Until you dress up as
Man.
anything
'Cause
notable.
the dress-up
Wolchuk.
ones are weak bet payoffs.
No, they're not. They're hilarious, dude. If anybody's going to, not a single person will text in and say they didn't like the Harley Quinn.
Because I did the broadest once. I thought it was weak.
That's
I dressed
because
up
you
as
didn't go all the way with it.
I'll tell you
That's
what.
because you didn't go all the way with
His
it, Wolchuk.
impression was the best thing. His broadicism.
I did go all the
Yeah.
way with it.
That was good.
I
did.
ordered a
When I
freaking
dressed
skull
up like-
cap and everything.
When I dress up like Mrs. Doubtfire next week,
Now that's an incredible one.
Full send right
that,
there.
that will be it. Yeah.
Okay, so Mrs. Doubtfire is more impressive than Harley
Anything
Quinn.
that you've done, 100%.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It is.
Wolchuk's got a little something going on right now. I like what Wolchuk's going on. Wolchuk's a little bit salty because he got accused of the 5-layer burrito thing. He still hasn't recovered from it.
I'm not letting you recover from it.
Because he has some insecurities about 5-layer burritos and his own ass.
Because
that
I
when he
love
hears
5-layer
that-
burritos. Why would anybody waste that?
So I don't. He's lashing out in a huge way. But the Harley Quinn was an awesome.
The Harley
one.
Quinn
The
was
Burger
bad,
Queen-
817. Didn't like the Harley Quinn, 682. Who did?
There you go. You cherry pick.
That nitro gummy wasn't that bad. You guys are acting like it was.
Yeah,
that
you
bad.
tried to act like it was the worst thing in the world.
Yeah.
Try a one-chip challenge.
Yeah.
Okay, Wolchuk. I can't wait for.
I can't wait for the nitro gummy for him.
Me
I bet
too.
Brian would need a bag
And
of
then
one chip
today
challenge.
he wants to stand up and do the freaking national anthem. Oh, that's so hard.
What did you want me to do?
That's embarrassing. That's,
You know what I'd like you to do? Let's wax your chest.
As if I haven't done that already before in my life.
Well,
currently waxed.
let's do it on air, baby.
dude. I mean, Wolchuk is hilarious. It's absolutely that time of the month for Wolchuk, and on behalf of the show,
Now it's
I would
that
like
time of
to
the month.
apologize.
Now it's that time of
because
the month.
he is acting out of character. He's high emotion.
Why don't you go read another
the
box
hormones
score, okay, Eric?
The hormones are all over the place, and we can't take him seriously for the rest of the program.
I'm sorry you got called out and you're upset about
Hopefully by Monday, Wolchuk will be back to being himself.
it. Maybe by Sunday, we'll see.
Maybe.
It's
Maybe
time
not.
now to hit the expressway.
Oh, wait, here we go.
We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back live at Shakerton's in Arlington.
where Chiafalo is going to do his bet payoff, even though Wolchuk's been trying to shame him for it. I think it's a pretty good one.
I think this is better than the dress-ups.
Okay, all righty. And then we also have Eric Nadel talking baseball. LA Live's coming up at 5:40, and we're back with more here in the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I have to chat with you about my friends at Diamonds Direct before we do anything else, though, because we're going into a weekend. It's the second to last weekend you have an opportunity to take care of this Diamonds Direct opportunity. Interest rates skyrocketing. They'll give you 0.0% for 5 years, 60 months of 0% interest right now at Diamonds Direct. It's only going to last for the rest of this month, though. Okay, so time is running out. Diamonds Direct's ultimate offer is back, stronger than ever, made for your needs. Diamonds Direct helps you get the perfect jewelry gift with 0% interest, okay? And this is through October 1st. Their incredible value price. Spread that payment over 60 months with the unheard of interest rate. And nothing is held back. As always, rings, earrings, pendants, bracelets, colored gemstone jewelry, certified diamonds, exquisite designer collections, but do act fast. The offer ends September 30th. For details and more, visit diamondsdirect.com. Spread those payments over 5 years. 0% interest is on approved credit only at Diamonds Direct.
More GBag Nation, less commercials. We go commercial free all the way to the top of the hour. Coming up next, right here on The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Need inspiration? Shop Kroger for thousands of appetizing ingredients that inspire countless mouth-watering meals with savings beyond low prices. Like digital coupons worth over $600 each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. So you can get big flavors and big savings. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Save big on 12 packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or Dr. Pepper. Select varieties are just $4.99 each with your card and digital coupon. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
All right, Dawson, back here with you. They're still fighting, okay? If you find yourself in an accident and it's not your fault, you need to call the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. Hurt not your fault. It could happen, when you least expect it, and the next thing you know, your entire life is turned upside down, right? You got an 18-wheeler hit you, commercial vehicle, rideshare company, something like that, and it can end up costing you lots and lots of money. 6 figures, 7 figures, that'll happen, to you. The Frankels make sure you don't settle for less. 214 or 817-333-3333. You got an ambulance ride, you got a hospital stay, you might have to change careers, and you could be significantly paying for the rest of your life. Decades and decades, maybe having to get that handicap placard to get to and from the store, and you deserve to be compensated for all of this discomfort and inconvenience. It's the Frankels at 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. Salute.
This football season, go pro with DFW Security. Protect your home or business with reliable technology, superior service, and professional installation. Control your alarm, cameras, locks, garage door, and more with a single app. Score big with DFW Security.
DFWsecurity.com.
This Fan Friday is brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
You know you want LASIK from Tylock George Eye Care. Right now, Tylock George Eye Care is offering LASIK as low as $1,500 per eye. Tylock George Eye Care is the official LASIK surgeon of the Texas Rangers and trusted by more than 100,000 for their LASIK too. Check out their 5-star Google reviews. Then schedule your consultation at tylock.com.
George Eye Care. Whoa, call today, see you better tomorrow.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Ink card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Ink Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Buying or selling a home is a big deal, literally. It's one of the largest financial transactions you're likely to make. So work with someone who will work with your best interests in mind. Someone who agrees to operate with transparency, honesty, and fairness every step of the way. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors and are bound by a strict code of ethics that requires they put your interests above their own. Because that's who we are. Make sure your agent is a Realtor.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Miller Lite.
Miller Lite is brewed with great taste and only great taste.
Correction, Darryl, it's just less filling.
Tastes great.
Less filling.
Tastes great.
Less filling.
Celebrate responsibly. Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Beer. 96 calories and 3.2 grams carbs per 12 ounces. Fewer calories and carbs than premium regular beer.
Shoot, yeah, welcome back. It is the GBag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Got an hour and 8 minutes left in this show and so much to do, including Eric Nadel here. Eric Chiafalo's bet payoff in a few minutes. The Expressway is brought to you by the On Time Experts. Segments brought to you by Soda, that's state of the art. And the Eric Nadel Show is brought to you by Tylock George Eye Care. And a good app. Eric Nadel joining us shortly here. Let's get the phone calls fired up. It is time for the one segment of the week where you're encouraged to call in while intoxicated or in the process of catching a buzz. That's right. It's time for What You Drinking and What You Thinking.
What You Thinking.
At 877-881-1053. Boys, obviously the Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey is flowing here as we're live at Shaker.
Shut up.
It's bringing the chronic vaginitis out of Wolchuk over there.
Oh, speak for yourself.
His blood is clearly thinning as it is leaking out of his body.
Somebody is butthurt over there because he got called out, and the text agrees with me.
The text does not agree with you.
Read
And
a single one that doesn't.
I can't fathom that anybody. I don't think anybody should be shamed for all the payoffs. I think everyone has taken their licks pretty nicely.
I would
over the
agree.
course of the couple of years that we've done this.
As Eric Nadel joins us now here on your home of the
You wanna
Rangers.
sing the national anthem?
105 through the Fan. We'll pick this back up in 5 minutes. Eric, good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Do I have to mediate between these boys who don't play well with others?
You might have to.
It might be the biggest nosebleed
Eric.
fight we've had in the history of the GBag Nation. Did you guys ever fight like this when you were on a Nights?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
At least once or twice.
A couple of times. It always ends well.
Eric, how do you mediate something like that? What do you think?
Oh, I think alcoholic beverages are probably the best solution.
And the
We've
best
had plenty of
agitator.
those, Eric. Thank you.
Maybe some Xanax mixed in.
Yes, I think that could do wonders right now.
Very open
Eric,
to
actually,
that.
that's a good idea. Now, what do you think of Kamar Rocker's second start? Is this concerning for you in any way?
Well, the thing that I wonder about is he going to be able to throw that breaking pitch enough for strikes? Yeah, I know his fastball velocity was down yesterday and his fastball command was off yesterday. But to me, the even bigger problem was the Blue Jays weren't swinging his breaking ball, and he wasn't landing it for strikes. And that now is going to be the scouting report. Don't swing at his breaking ball until he shows you that he can throw it for strikes. So that's really what I'm going to be looking for in that final start of the year that he makes in Oakland next Thursday. But I'm not concerned by the fall in velocity. You know, he said he was backing off a little bit, and obviously coming back off of Tommy John surgery, you're not always going to have your best velocity. So I'm not concerned that way, but I'm really curious to see how he's going to adjust when teams stop swinging at that slider or curve or whatever he wants to call it.
Okay, and then what are you hoping to see from DeGrom here in about an hour and a half?
Well, pretty much the same sort of thing we saw last time with better command and maybe a little sharper break on the slider. I thought he threw a lot of mediocre sliders in his first start. They were still 91, 92 miles an hour. I wouldn't say they're easy to hit, but they weren't Jacob deGrom's slider. So I'm hoping to see a sharper slider tonight.
How many discussions have you had about the historic night for Shohei Ohtani? I mean, this has got to be like all the rage, right, for the foreseeable future?
I'm just blown away. It's just so unbelievable. It's so incredible, freakish to think that, they gave him all this money and some people ridiculed him because he wasn't going to pitch. And then he goes out and does things that nobody's ever done before. Just phenomenal. He is totally in a class by himself. On the one hand, I regret not getting to see him 19 times a year, which we did, for the first 5 years of his career when he was playing for the Angels. But on the other hand, I'm glad our pitchers aren't subjected to it.
Hey, Eric, I have to ask you the weird question. Are you making the final trip to Oakland?
I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Okay, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. You're going to close that place down, aren't you?
Yeah, I have so many memories there, both good and bad. One of my very first games was there back in 1979, and in that game, the Athletics turned a triple play, and it was a totally confusing play. There were runners at first and second for the Rangers, and they were running, and the pitch was bunted up in the air, and the third baseman for Oakland, Wayne Gross, tried to catch the ball. He trapped it, but the home plate umpire, Bill Kunkel, ruled that he had caught it in the air.
Oh, no.
So both of the runners could easily be doubled off, except for the fact that Wayne Gross threw the ball into center field.
Ooh.
So next thing you know, there are runners going everywhere. One guy's going back attack. The other guy's just running, almost passing the other guy. In the meantime, the center fielder throws the ball back into the infield, and I don't remember which infielder got it, but he just started touching every base and tagging every guy he saw. Eventually, it was a triple play that should never have happened because the ball was not caught in the air, but we didn't have any sort of a replay system or a challenge system back then. But that was the very first game I ever did at the Coliseum back in '79 when Charlie Finley owned the team. And he knew he was going to sell it, and he was letting the scoreboard lights burn out and not replace them. We couldn't even look at the scoreboard and know what the count was because so many bulbs were missing on the scoreboard.
Man, as a fan in the 80s and then in the 2000s, there were just so many iconic players that came through there. Who's your favorite Oakland A to call of all time, or maybe even just be a fan of?
I love Dennis Eckersley. I just thought he was superb. The way he made the adjustment from being a starting pitcher to being a reliever, the stand-up guy that he was when he gave up the home run to Kirk Gibson in the World Series. He was always extremely cooperative with the media, very quotable. He had his own language. He had his own names for different pitches. They called it X speak, and he's just a really good dude. And he had the flamboyant mustache, really emblematic of the A's back in those days. And watching Ricky was great too. There's never been a base stealer like Ricky, or never been a leadoff hitter like Ricky. Both of those guys are really fun to watch.
All right, Eric, what you drinking and what you thinking on this Friday?
Well, I'll tell you what I'm thinking, because I have been out running errands all day. The traffic in Dallas today is worse than any day I can imagine. And I've lived here for almost 50 years. And I'm talking about starting this morning at about 11 a.m. I went out to start running errands. Didn't matter what street I was on, the Tollway, I-35, Northwest Highway, Walnut Hill Lane, Lover's Lane, every street has been backed up. And it's been like that all day. I don't know what's going on. It's as if somebody dropped 1 million cars into Dallas today and put them on the roads. It's just really, really weird. And
sounds like you could use a drink after that.
As a result, I'm strongly considering it. I haven't been drinking much lately, but when I get off the road, I think I'm hitting the gluten-free beer.
There you go. Enjoy
my
it.
favorite one is called Holidaily. It comes from Colorado, but they sell it in most of the liquor stores here. So if you're gluten-free and you want a good beer, grab a Holidaily.
I'm on it, man. That sounds terrific. Thank you so much. Have a good weekend, and we'll chat with you soon.
Thanks, guys.
Yes, sir. It is time now to go around the broadcast position. We'll give you what we're drinking and thinking. I believe Chiafalo has a bet payoff coming for you in the middle of his. But
well, if you ask Wolchuk, it's just something I want to do, and it really doesn't mean anything.
I never said it with this one. Never said it with this one.
According to Wolchuk, this is something I do every time I go out.
Hey, you can keep lashing out because clearly you know what I've said is true. I'm sitting here very.
I vomited with the straw dog because I did it appropriately. I was ironing out a hole
out
into a hot dog wiener with a coffee straw. And then 2 weeks later, Broadus and Wolchuk had the most clearly hollowed out, ready to go hot dog wiener to take a shot out of scotch with.
We drank
and called it a day.
We drank Johnny Walker Black whiskey out of it.
It was
and handled it like true men.
That was the early days of our bet payoffs. Here is season 3 and the most dramatic so far. Currently, I am drinking a fountain soda, a Diet Coke, of course, here from Shakerton's. I've been able to, say no to the Sagamore Spirit Rye whiskey over 9 years running now. But what I'm thinking is what Mike McCarthy said, not enough carries to evaluate the runners. I only need 4 steps, right? I don't know how much more do you need to see people run slowly and get tackled before you're like, wow, that's not a good runner. You call yourself an NFL football coach? You are an offensive guru, and you're watching Zeke, Vaughn, and Dowdle play the position and thinking, yep, need more time. You saw him for 6 weeks. What do you need training camp and preseason for then? Yeah. Oh, no, we got to get to the regular season and let half of it play out before we know our running backs can't play. That's annoying, but it's fine. These guys are in must-lie situations. You got a tough deal, and Jerry, Steven, and Mike are all trying to put something that makes sense on really an unfortunate situation that is the Cowboys running back room. Brian, you know what I'm talking about.
Well, and aging running backs usually get better as the season goes on. So to think that in week 1 they're going to be their best version week 2, not fair,
Yeah, sure. They're going to get better as the year goes on. Great point, Chief. Here's Brian. What you drinking? What you thinking?
Yeah, I'm finishing off the rye whiskey here myself, and boy, it's really very good.
It's delicious.
Delicious rye whiskey. What I'm thinking is I'm facing this screen for SportsCenter, and I might have another bet payoff next week, picking San Francisco.
Yeah, I'm not feeling good about that. It seems
like every time I look up, somebody from the 49ers is not going to play in this football game. Whether it's Bosa.
Is Bosa out?
They're talking about.
It's looking rough.
You very well could see Mrs. Doubtfire next Friday from the Leisure Spa place.
This is why I'm not a believer in Brock Purdy. He loses just a couple of pieces, and he gets into a more realistic setting.
My gosh,
they start losing games.
This could be a nightmare.
That
situation
would be amazing.
for me. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Wolchuk drinking, thinking.
Yeah, I've been drinking the Sagamore Rye, which is delicious. Need a refill here in just a moment, and I'm thinking I'm scared to death about this Ravens team coming into AT&T Stadium on Sunday. I'm hoping for the best of the Cowboys can get a win. I'm doubtful that it happens, but I'm very worried about this 49ers pick, Brian.
Yep.
And I'm happy if I lose, the Tolos can pick my bet payoff. I don't give a damn. I put my bet payoffs up against anybody, and I think if we stacked it up, there's no question I've done the best.
Okay. We'll have to determine that in an online poll, maybe a Twitter poll next week. We're going to finish with Chiefs, so let's go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander is standing by, screening your phone calls, working like 4 or 5 jobs back there at once in the Pimp Cup. What you drinking and what you thinking,
Bro, I'm doing it all.
Thank you.
Let's see, man. I'm drinking water. I've had a whole lot of it. Thinking that Dana White, you see Dana White's get into the boxing game?
No.
Yeah, bro. Dana White teased it. He's about to get into the boxing game, which, in my opinion, it's just my opinion, I think that's pretty awesome because this dude right here, he sets up fights.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and when they're needed to be. It's not like he doesn't wait till the guys are after their prime to set up the fight. If the fight is right there, he's going to set that fight up. So maybe he might put some pressure in the boxing world to have these fights when they're supposed to be set up instead of waiting forever. That means Canelo can't duck Benavidez anymore.
Whoa. Yeah, I like the sound of that.
I like this, yeah.
Yeah, maybe he could change the fight game once again. Chief, drinking, thinking.
Whiskey, Sagamore Rye, which is really the best in the business, and we appreciate them. And I'm thinking that it is time to unveil another week bet payoff.
Week sauce.
Should we all stand up with you?
I was wondering, like.
No, we definitely need to stand
We
up.
need to stand up. We'll stand up.
And I don't think this one's weak. I think this is one of the better ones you've
They
done.
have a bunch of American flags in here, so stand at attention, boys.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here we go.
Hand over the heart.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight at the ramparts we watch were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave. Bleep you will talk!
America!
Yes, dude.
That was awesome.
You freaking killed it.
We did it!
Let's go. Eric Chiafalo with the national anthem, sending us into an edition of What You Drinking, What You Thinking at 877-881-1053. After every major sport event here in DFW, we need an anthem, and Chief has delivered.
That's right.
Where are we going first, Lucius?
Let's go to Polo. Polo, you're the GBag Nation. What are you drinking? What you thinking, bro?
What's going on, y'all? Hey, I'm doing my homeboy tattoo right now. I'm watching my girl wash dishes with Shan RJ in like 2 weeks. I don't care if she had a baby or not. She's washing dishes, woman. Yeah. Anyway, what I'm thinking is, like I told y'all last week, I told y'all when I called Gianfalo and Dolph, I mean, not young Dolph, but Broadus, Sunday, I said, Kamara going to clown us. I said that last Friday. I'll tell you how it is. I don't know who's going to be coming Lamar Jackson or who's going to be calling Zay Flowers, but y'all need to come on with it. Y'all making millions of dollars like they make millions of dollars. Wouldn't that be teeth punch y'all? I tell y'all going to have all the New Orleans people up here trying to clown us because y'all dumb. I overshown. They didn't let you get in the game. I don't know who's going to cover them tight ends that Baltimore got. But don't let them punk y'all. And Gavin, you're the general. You took the worst bet payoff I could think of. We ate them Clyde Drexel cereal a couple years ago. I love y'all. I got to go. Bye.
Dude, that box of cereal was 30 years old.
Yeah.
It was the worst. It was the most
The
stale.
Wheaties, yeah, the Wheaties.
Oh,
Yeah.
that really, that it wasn't as bad as eating the raw steak, but it was close.
I'll never forget watching that cockroach run up out of that bag.
That was good.
And right into your mouth.
Okay, who's next, Lucius?
Timmy in Jasper. What are you drinking? What you thinking?
Thank you, Lucius. This is Timmy and Jasper drinking a margarita with a little bit of on the rocks, and I'm crying right now with patriotism and pooping my pants after I listen to Chief try to sing. But we'll move on from that. This is somebody new. I'm Timmy/Rat in Jasper because I'm known as Timmy/Rat in the place where I grew up. Now in Carthage, I'm either Tim or Pappy, and when I was principal, I was usually a-ho. But we're going to move on from all of that introduction, and we're going to go to Gavin. Gavin, I know you're big on texting us and telling us that when you text in, you tell us what city you're from or where you are. We're going to make you famous, and then you go chasing rabbits. And it's up to it, and then there's always let's give something away to the 10th caller. I love it. Yeah. And most of the time, loyal Tolos have no chance of winning because we're stream listeners and have 30 seconds delay from live radio. So I just want to thank you for the thought. Now that brings me to Brian.
Yeah.
Brian, You know, I'm going blind because of glaucoma. You going blind because of stupidity. Now, you may want to return back to that good old days when you just said, "Have a good day, sir," like you did Scott, New Jersey a couple of years ago on the Monday Night Football game. You said he was bitching to be bitching on the Monday night game. And let me tell you something. This week, stop trying to go toe-to-toe with people. That's like trying to go toe-to-toe in an argument with Bobby Belt. You ain't going to win. Now, that brings me to Zach. Zach,
bro?
Zach. Don't worry about Brian telling you to shut up anymore, ever again. Because if you ever say anything bad to piss off Brad Sham again, I'm going to be the one that calls in and tells you to shut up. Ooh. So that's the first rule, and it's not a good look for you. So go out and have fun this Sunday, and for God's sake, don't tell Brad to shut up, or don't piss off Brad. Now that brings me to my boy Eric Giappolo. Eric, you just need to move on, Eric. Just move on. Damn, son, if you step into dog poop, just move on. If you put your foot in your mouth with a guest, just move on. If you step in dog poop, then put your foot in your mouth, stop, spit it out, gargle with a little Miller Lite, and then move on. Don't rehash. Hell, that's Lucius's job. And now, Lucius, for you, figure out what you want, food or booze, for Veterans Day this year, because I ain't sending you no weed and I ain't sending you no women.
Thank you, Pappy.
Thanks, Pappy.
Have a great weekend. Enjoy the Cowboys game. It opens the line at 877-881-1053. That might be the longest call on what you're drinking and what you think in history, but it was gold.
It was great.
It was gold. Had to let him go.
It's advice I won't be taking, but I appreciate him for
That's
it.
right. Who's next, Lucius?
That man knows me well. Let's go to Rodeo Ron. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, Rodeo?
Drank a little bit of Jim Beam with a splash of Dr. Pepper this week. Shout out to Tuesday and Cody and those two hockey playing grandsons, which one of them's in Colorado in a tournament this weekend. And I'm thinking this. Maybe Eric and Zach, they just need to get in the ring and duke it out. And I have another joke for y'all.
He don't want none of that. He don't want none of that.
You sound way more upset than I do.
Celebrity
That ain't
boxing?
gonna be a fair fight there.
Celebrity
Ron.
boxing, here we go. Here, I got a joke for y'all, though. What's the difference between the Dallas Cowboys and a dollar bill?
Don't know.
You can still get 4 quarters from a dollar bill. And I hate to say it, I don't think we'll see 4 quarters from the Cowboys this week. And we'll be 1-2 and give the Ravens the first win. But let's go Cowboys. Let's go Rangers. Let's go DeGrom tonight. And remember, if you're not hanging out with Rodeo Ron, listen to that GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Drinking Jimmy. We're the FUN, baby.
That's right, Ron.
Thank you, Ron. Let's see if we can get in one or two more. Who's next, Lucius?
CJ in Mansfield. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, CJ?
Hey, guys. Yeah, I'm drinking a little bit of Blood and Honey, Revolver Brewing from down in Granbury out here in the pool this afternoon. Switched over from the Shiner. That's a little plug to one of your sponsors. And what I'm thinking is, after I heard you guys talking last week about Clarence Hill's interview with Jerry about how he's nobody could run this team better than him. I just did a little bit of research, and I already knew the numbers pretty much. But let's just go 28 years up to 1995, and then the 28 years since 1995 in the playoffs. And here are the numbers: 31-5 playoff wins, 14-0 NFC championship games, and of course 8 Super Bowl appearances to 0, 5 Super Bowl wins to 0. And think about that for a minute. 14 of 28 years we were in the NFC championship games in the 28 years leading up to 1995, and we've not done it since. And the only constant over that time is the guy that's running the show. Yep. He did 2 years. He did something with the team that Jimmy left. And once that team started dying off and getting old and guys retiring, we've done nothing since. And I know Gavin will love that because I think he and I are on the same page with that. Brian remembers the days back in the 70s leading up to it. That's really my only point. But the one thing I do got to say, Gavin, you'll love this. Shoot yeah, boy.
Shoot, yeah, there he goes. That's a good note to end it on. Tune in next week for more What You Drinking and What You Thinking here in the G-Bag Nation. And I think it's very important that everybody gets that message and believes it and acts on it, because you got to speak the Jones boys' language. And their language is attention and impressions and engagement. Okay, it's time now to go back to the Pimp Cup, where Lucius has the Friday night edition of LA Live.
Hey, man, who sponsors Eric Nadale's appearance here on the show?
Tylock, George, I care.
That's what I'm talking about, my guy. That's what I'm talking about. All right, that real quick. No, it's all gravy, baby. All right, let's get into a feel-good Friday right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, squares, it's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything.
Yeah.
Everybody get high.
I know you ain't a pimp, but pimp, remember what I taught you. Keep your heart, 3 stacks. Keep your heart. A, keep your heart. 3 stacks, keep your heart. Man, these girls are smart. 3 stacks, these girls are smart. Play your part. Play your part.
Play your part, man. These girls are smart out here, Playboy. This is LA Live for Friday, September 20th, 2024. It is a feel-good Friday or a freak-off Friday, as long as you got consent. Here in LA Live. Yeah, buddy, we made it. We made it to the Friday vibes. Let me switch the vibes up. I'm sorry. Let me switch these vibes up real quick, because I got to do the proper thing here on the Friday. It is the 20th, and let's see. Yeah. Rest in paradise, Frankie. We've got not 20. We got 48 hours of liberty, y'all. 48 hours of liberty. Don't crash out this weekend, gangster. You're more valuable than you think you are. Believe me. Avoid the law, dogs. Hold up. Mind your speeds. Don't drink and drive out here on these roads. You heard Eric Nadale. It's already packed out here, man. Y'all be careful, bro. And if you got a California license plate, I need you on 10 and 2s. 10 and 2s. I need you to be paying attention out here and keep up with traffic, okay? Keep your emotions in check this weekend. Your emotions can get you in trouble the most. Yes. Because your body and mind tells you, hey, man, you're not supposed to take that. But you got to think it through. You got to think it through. Ain't that right, Freddie? I don't want to see you on Dallas, Texas TV this weekend or DFW Scanner this weekend, okay? So in other words, please don't crash out. Let me give you a quick weekend warning before we get out of here.
This weekend safety briefing. Do not add to the population. Do not subtract from the population.
I'll be the one.
Do not end up in the hospital, newspaper, or jail. If you do end up in jail, establish dominance quickly.
Yes, establish dominance. You think P. Diddy established dominance quickly? I don't know.
No.
I probably don't. Yeah, I don't know, man.
Protective custody.
Yeah, there you go. Protective custody.
I think
yeah, for sure.
protective custody.
I hear he's in one of the worst jails, though, already.
He's in Tombs, brother. He's in the Tombs right now. I can't believe they put Puffy in the Tombs, but he's down there. Wow. No shoelaces, no sheets, you know what I'm saying, because he's on that suicide situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, no shoelaces, no sheets. Don't crash out this weekend, y'all. Don't be a puff. Get consent. And if somebody says no, bounce. Let's see what else we got right here. I do have a G-Bag of the Day call. I might as well get to it. Austin Villa. My name is Jean Duran.
Yes, dude. You put me on this guy a couple of hours ago. I've been watching highlights of him. 20-year-old from Columbia. Aston Villa was one of the most coveted players in the transfer market, and he hits bangers like I haven't seen since maybe David Beckham.
Elbow deep in his bag right here.
Yeah.
They call this the goal of the season, and I think it's the call of the season as well.
A puntearla John Duran, Barkley, Duran. ¡Qué golazo! ¡Gol!
Yeah.
¡Golazo de John Duran, el colombiano!
Yeah, dude, this guy makes the game more enjoyable because he's not out of range. It's like Steph Curry when he gets across midcourt. You're like, wait, he can shoot there.
He can go from anywhere?
There, he can shoot there. Yeah, incredible.
Okay, well, that's amazing. I like that call, too, so I hope he keeps doing his thing, and whoever's doing that call, I want him on the call for it.
The best part to me is the understated que golazo. You know,
Golazo!
just like it goes in and then yeah.
All right, so I got some news bloopers for you guys. There's some clips for you to hear while you're out of the studio, because, you know, it's kind of hard to talk to people that aren't here. So I might as well just play you some audio and bounce on out of here. You know what I'm saying?
No, you're good, man. You're good.
Broadus feel me. Broadus feels me. Hold up. The vibes. Hold on.
There you go. Therapeutic.
God, dog it. I had a moment like this week. I couldn't remember the word custody. I couldn't do it.
I think thunderstorms will be a welcomed, not sight. When you hear something?
Sound.
Sound.
Yeah, I feel you.
That's sweet. That's sweet. That's sweet.
It's a long week of broadcasting right there. Speaking of long week of broadcasting, this broadcaster right here got her days mixed up, which it happens. But when you think it's Friday, it hurts.
Good Thursday morning. Welcome to Wake Up Idaho. It is 5 a.m. I am Justin Core.
And I thought it was Friday, but I'm also Rodriguez.